Supreme God Emperor Chapter 981 to Chapter 1037. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Retreat for the time being. The three of them knew that Mu Yun was not afraid of Feng Kong and the other disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower. However, they would never have imagined that she still had some tricks up her sleeves. They did not expect the dark blood-bone men to have such tricks up their sleeves. The 300 blood guards were all Stage 5 and Stage 6 human immortals. Their defense was terrifying and they were immortal. The commander called Luo Tianxing was even more powerful. He was at least a Stage 8 human immortal. Mu Yun had actually subdued them. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Mu Yun felt goosebumps when she saw the three girls' strange gazes. "How did you subdue these blood guards?" "Blood guards?" Mu Yun nodded and said, "That's a nice name. Blood guards, Luo Tianxing. You'll be my personal blood guards from now on. You'll be the temporary commander of the blood guards." "Yes." Luo Tianxing bowed when he heard this, and then he said slowly, "Master, I sense that someone has entered Nether Spring City." "Someone has come?" Mu Yun was slightly stunned. She nodded and said, "Have they entered the city?" "Yes." Hearing this, Mu Yun waved his hand and the 300 figures immediately disappeared. Mu Yun pulled the three girls and walked into a shop on the street. "What's wrong?" "Someone's coming. Don't make a sound." Mu Yun pondered for a moment, then led the three women straight up to a tall building. The four of them arrived at the top floor of a nearby pavilion before they stopped. Figures appeared on the main street one after another. Those disciples were dressed in different clothes. However, each of them had the word heaven embroidered on their chests. "It's the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower again," Luo Xianxia said in surprise. "Keep your voice down," Mu Yun said. "Now, the three of you, don't use your soul power to communicate. Keep your voice down." "Okay." Hearing Mu Yun's words, the three of them squatted down and stopped talking. The dozen or so figures directly arrived at the battlefield. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the face of the leader of the group changed. He exclaimed, "It's Feng Kong. Someone killed him." That man was tall and powerful, and he had an imposing appearance. He was simply the standard image of a Prince Charming in the hearts of women. "Mengyu, can you tell what kind of method it is?" Another short-haired man walked up and said with a frown. "He wasn't killed by a sword technique, but by a spear." Hearing this, the short-haired man's eyebrows knitted together. This was very strange. "The two of you, can you not pay attention to that for now?" "What is this?" In front of him, a woman with long purple hair and a miniskirt suddenly spoke. She was wearing a miniskirt and had long purple hair. Immediately, everyone's gazes were drawn to the front. When they saw that, they were stunned. On the square stone platform, a scroll unfurled and floated in the air. It looked very strange. "Just take it down and take a look." The short-haired man let out a light snort. He took a step forward and flew out, his hand reaching out. "Don't be rash, Lu Qian." Seeing the short-haired man rushing out, the purple-haired woman immediately yelled. However, Lu Qian had already rushed out. Bang bang bang, Lu Qian's figure had just reached the stone platform. At this moment, what appeared on the stone platform were no longer blood snakes, but blood pythons. The blood light condensed from the blood mist on the stone platform, looking extremely terrifying. The moment the blood pythons appeared, Lu Qian did not back off. Instead, he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh, the sword intent dispersed, and the blood pythons were instantly slashed in half by Lu Qian's sword. However, after the long sword slashed down, the figures of the blood pythons once again condensed and took shape. It was useless. Seeing this, Lu Qian's heart was filled with a sense of panic. However, the blood pythons did not back off. Instead, they continued to attack. With another slash, Lu Qian's figure was knocked back, blocking the attack of the blood pythons, and immediately retreated from the stone platform. It was a daunting experience, but not dangerous. "What a strange place." Lu Qian suddenly exhaled and said, "I'm a level 9 human immortal, but I can't stop the surging blood qi from entering my mind and forming a suppressive force." Hearing Lu Qian's words, the purple-haired woman and Mengyu were stunned. Lu Qian was a level 9 human immortal, one of the top disciples in the sword pavilion outside the Heaven Sword Tower. However, he could not suppress the blood qi. The three of them were on par with each other in terms of strength. If Lu Qian could not do it, then they could not do it either. "Let me try," the purple-haired woman said. "This place is quite strange. Perhaps it's because of the map. Huangquan City should be related to the Biluo Huangquan School. This may be a great discovery. Then be careful. Mengyu, you and I will keep an eye on Xianxia." Lu Qian had seen how powerful the stone platform was, so he was naturally cautious. "Okay." The two of them stood on the left and right of Xianxia, looking at her. Xianxia's face was solemn as she rushed forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, just as Xianxia's figure rushed forward, more blood shadows appeared on the stone platform. However, those blood shadows were no longer blood pythons. Instead, they turned into mighty and extraordinary lions. Blood lions. Seeing this scene, Xianxia also performed her swordsmanship and attacked directly. As soon as she attacked, her strength suddenly became extremely violent. The blood lions bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they attacked Xianxia. After a few exchanges, Xianxia was forced to retreat and fell off the platform. However, looking at the platform, Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. "This place is really strange." Xianxia also frowned and said, "We have already lost a few disciples. Now it seems that this is not a place to stay for long. What the hell is this? Are we going to leave without investigating it clearly?" Mengyu was not willing to give up and said, "At most, we can just skip this thing first. There might be something in the depths. What if it's something we can't afford to offend? Wouldn't it be self-defeating?" Xianxia said again, "Don't forget that this is the site of the Biluo Huangquan School 10,000 years ago. The damn things in here are very strange." Hearing this, Mengyu fell silent. "These guys, a level 9 human immortal, can't even break the formation." Luo Jianxue said in surprise, "It seems that the Biluo Huangquan School is indeed more strange than the rumors. It said that the Biluo Huangquan School wanted to annex the 5 sects and replace the Heaven Sword Tower. Now, it seems that it's far more than that." Yu Qinglan also nodded and said, "It seems that the Heaven Sword Tower will definitely send someone to investigate this place." "That's true. There are countless treasures in here, but none of them can be taken away. With the strength and foundation of the Heaven Sword Tower, they might be particularly concerned about this place." The three girls talked one after another. The figures below had already left and moved towards the depths. Seeing that the three of them were chattering away, Mu Yun said slowly, "Let's leave this place immediately." Mu Yun was not greedy. The three disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower had tried to break the formation of a level 9 human immortal, so he didn't want to. With his own strength, it was very difficult for him to discover anything in the huge Yellow Spring City. After thinking about this matter, Mu Yun still thought that it might be better to tell the sect and let Yigushua do it. At that time, he might be able to fish in troubled waters and get more. With his current strength, he might not even know how he died if he was not careful. "Let's go." Seeing that the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower had disappeared, Mu Yun immediately led the three of them and left this place. The blood-red land and the Huangquan City behind it looked more and more terrifying. Seeing this scene, the three girls only felt that they had escaped a disaster. After leaving the valley, they appeared in the Biluo Celestial Mountain. The green Celestial Mountain and the fresh air made the four of them heave a sigh of relief. Below, they always felt that the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult to breathe. At this moment, when they came out, they realized how comfortable the air outside was. "Well, Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, Huan Qingsha, since the three of you are now under my command, I will not treat you unfairly." Mu Yun looked at the three of them and said, "I will tell you the flaws of the sword techniques and teach you a few sword techniques. When you return to the sect, you will rely on the 9 spiritual immortal body pills to improve. Here are 39 spiritual immortal body pills, 10 for each of you. Remember, don't be discovered by others, or the consequences." 30 pills. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the three of them were overjoyed. Mu Yun's actions were too heroic. "We know." Yu Qinglan immediately nodded and replied. "Don't be in such a hurry to agree. Now that you are my people, I will naturally protect you and help you improve your strength. However, I also need to tell you that if you betray me, I can take your lives at any time. Even if you want to mention me to others, you will die immediately. I am good to you, and you should accept my kindness. If you work for me, I will not treat you unfairly and put you in danger. However, if you betray me, you will die a more miserable death. Seeing Mu Yun's serious look, the three of them immediately nodded. Well, now I will show you the sword techniques that you have learned before. I will give you pointers one by one. Remember, when you go back, digest it well, and then I will teach you a suitable sword technique. As Mu Yun spoke, she led the three of them to a quiet place and began to give them pointers one by one. Finally, after the explanation, Mu Yun instructed the three of them on some matters. When she saw the three of them leave, she slowly heaved a sigh of relief. I hope the three of you know what is good for you. Looking at the direction in which the three of them left, Mu Yun said slowly. This time, Mu Yun wanted to kill all of them directly and not leave any future trouble. However, she thought that the three of them were still useful to her, so she did not kill them. Being soft-hearted was something that he absolutely could not do now. If she was not careful, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. Since she had been reborn, Mu Yun naturally would not let herself fall into prison again. I did not do too many trials this time, but time is tight now. I'd better go back to the sect first. Mu Yun thought in her heart and immediately found the double-top wild horses. Riding on the wild horses, they left Bai Luo Celestial Mountain in a mighty manner. This time, they did not come out empty-handed. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations that one? Which one? These blood guards could be said to be a force that he had cultivated to be absolutely loyal to him. Moreover, the Nine Spirits Heaven Seas tablet had inexplicably improved these blood guards to a certain extent. This made him really happy. If he could improve these blood guards to the Earth Immortal realm, they would be a group of loyal guards who would rather die than let him die. Thinking of this, Mu Yun was very happy. Along the way, Mu Yun headed in the direction of the Iya Sword sect. Along the way, the scenery of the mountains and rivers followed along. Mu Yun's speed became faster and faster. Boom, however, just as Mu Yun was moving forward, a loud boom suddenly made Mu Yun's figure shake. What's going on? Looking ahead, Mu Yun frowned. The dual-top savage horse under him stopped, looking forward and said, "It seems like there are people fighting." Bai Luo Celestial Mountain was originally a place where the disciples of various sects came to train. It looked quiet and harmonious, but there were hidden dangers. The robberies between humans and the fights between humans and immortal beasts were all extremely dangerous. Fighting and killing all day long. It's better for everyone to train their own strength. After saying this casually, Mu Yun directly rode the fierce horse and was about to leave. Buzz, however, just as Mu Yun was about to leave, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the sky. The moment the buzzing sound sounded, the ground cracked and sword chi filled the air. Eh? Seeing this scene, Mu Yun stopped. Isn't this the swordsmanship that I taught Lin Jisho? Could it be him? Mu Yun was suddenly startled. Riding the fierce horse, he headed in the other direction. The swordsmanship that he taught Lin Jisho might exist in the sword domain, but in the South Pole, no one should know about it. If there was no accident, Lin Jisho should be in front of him. Mu Yun thought so in his heart and spurred the horse forward. Boom, the strong rumbling sound was louder and louder. On the other side of the mountain, two figures were supporting each other back to back in a sorry state. Bai Xianxia, I think you've forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. Your cultivation was previously destroyed. Now that your strength has recovered, do you want to be destroyed again? Lin Jisho held his sword with one hand and said fiercely. Since the sect master had come to Mu Yun's mountain peak to ask about Mu Yun, the two of them naturally couldn't sit still. So they came to Bai Luo Celestial Mountain with Fan Wuyin. However, they did not expect that they would meet Bai Xianxia and the others instead. These fellows had regained their strength, and yet, they were acting arrogantly once more. As soon as they saw Xianxia and Xianxia, they would immediately make a move. Bah! Hearing Lin Jisho's words, Fan Wuyin shouted, I'm in this state because of Mu Yun. Now that the two of you are riding on Mu Yun's coattails, you've become Mu Yun's right-hand men. I've been criticized by the sect master. Today, the two of you are unlucky. Today, I'll kill the two of you and make that bastard Mu Yun lose an arm and a leg. Lin Jisho was furious when he heard this. However, at this moment, Bai Songqing, Bai Lishi, and a few other peak 5th stage human immortals were in front of him. Moreover, their strength had recovered. It was not just a normal recovery. Their strength had been completely restored. They were even stronger than before. The two of them were not afraid of a one-on-one battle, but now they were outnumbered. There were 10 to 20 people in front of them. They were no match for them. Damn it. I was careless. I didn't expect these guys to not give up. Fan Wuyan cursed. Our reincarnation party has 1 to 200 Yi disciples now. If we bring them out, Bai Songqing will be nothing. Lin Jisho smiled bitterly when he heard this. Forget it. Even if we die here today, Mu Yun will definitely avenge us. Now, let's kill as many as we can. Alright. Their auras suddenly surged and they were about to charge out. However, just as they were about to charge out, a cloud of dust rolled in and a group of wild horses galloped out. There were dozens of wild horses. It only took a few breaths' time for them to appear in front of him. Seeing this, the two of them stared with their eyes wide open. Double top wild horses. Damn it, we're so unlucky. Run. Bai Songqing was stunned when he saw the wild horses. He wanted to run away. Run? However, at this moment, a cold voice was suddenly heard. You want to kill our reincarnation party's disciples and you still want to run away? A figure sitting on the leading wild horse said arrogantly, do you think you can run away from my people? Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Bai Songqing's face turned pale when he saw Mu Yun. Didn't he disappear? Why did he appear here? This was too much. Bai Songqing immediately withered when he recalled the feeling of being dominated by fear in the Yushan mainland. Retreat. Bai Songqing immediately yelled when he saw this. Run? Do you think you can run away? Mu Yun did not say anything. She stepped on the back of the horse and leaped into the air. She waved her hand. Cries of agony could be heard at this moment. Among the 20 to 30 Yi branch disciples, the strongest was only a 5th grade human immortal. They were no match for the blood guards who were 5th grade and 6th grade human immortals. Blood dyed the ground red. Lin Jisho and Fan Wuyan were stunned when they saw this. They were too powerful. What were these skeletons? Were they puppets refined by Mu Yun? They were too powerful. Brother Mu. Lin Jisho and Fan Wuyan walked toward Mu Yun and cupped their fists. Where have you been these few days? We were so worried. Fan Wuyan smiled bitterly. You're a disciple now. You can't disappear for no reason. I was just delayed in the Bailuo Celestial Mountain for a while. It's fine. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, why did the two of you come out instead of taking care of things on the mountain? Hearing this, Lin Jisho and Fan Wuyan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It's all because of the sect master. She knew that you were missing and looked for you everywhere. She was so anxious. Lin Jisho said sourly, Brother Mu, tell us honestly. Did you do that with the sect master in the 9-story spirit pagoda? Otherwise, why would she care so much about you? That? What? Mu Yun was stunned. Alright, don't play dumb with us. Tell us the truth. Fan Wuyan said seriously, you don't know. You've only been gone for 3 days, but the sect master was so anxious. When she reached the mountain peak, she scolded us. Oh? Mu Yun was surprised to hear that. In his eyes, he didn't seem to be that important to the sect master. Alright, let's go back and think about this. We've discovered a dangerous place this time. I think the entire Antarctic will be in an uproar. Dangerous place? What kind of dangerous place could cause a stir among the 5 iron rank forces and 1 bronze rank force in the entire Antarctic? The 3 of them left the place together, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. When they returned to the sect, Mu Yun naturally got people to settle the twin-top wild horses. These guys were fast and effortless to control. They were indeed very good as transportation tools. Moreover, Mu Yun wasn't worried that they would rebel. Anyone who dared to rebel would die. As for the disciples who had joined the reincarnation party, They were all stunned when they saw that the twin-top wild horses of the 5th stage human immortal realm were actually subdued by Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun was too lazy to explain to them. When Mu Yun took out the 300 blood guards, these disciples were really stunned. Puppets, where did Mu Yun subdue these white bone puppets? Lin Jixio, I'll leave 200 of these puppet blood guards to listen to your orders. They're loyal and are even more obedient than the disciples outside. 205th stage human immortal puppets. Ha ha ha, we've made a fortune. Lin Jixio said excitedly, now, no one will dare to cause trouble on my reincarnation peak. Did anyone cause trouble when I wasn't around? Of course not. Fan Wuyan continued, but some disciples are eager to cause trouble. They're just worried about the faction leader's dignity, so they're suppressing their anger and trying to test you step by step. Well, since that's the case, let them come. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. Mu Yun said solemnly, when I'm around, I'll take back these blood guards. When I leave, I'll place them on my reincarnation peak. Whoever dares to barge in is courting death. With them, even 7th stage human immortals and 8th stage human immortals won't be able to barge in. At least, no one will dare to do anything to you. Good. Lin Jixio, Fan Wuyan, Luo Qing and Luo Yun didn't expect that Mu Yun would obtain such a great opportunity when she went out. They were all overjoyed. How are the 4 of you now? Mu Yun said slowly. The 4 of us have reached the 5th stage human immortal realm, but we've been listening to your guidance. We're not in a hurry to break through. Instead, we're talking about the small heavenly cycle, making further divisions and pointers. Very good. Mu Yun nodded and said, the realm is only the most direct reflection of a martial artist's strength. The real strength lies in the comprehension and control of each realm. Although I'm now a 5th stage human immortal realm, a 6th stage human immortal realm martial artist is no match for me. I can even kill a 7th stage human immortal realm martial artist. This is strength. If you can understand the gap between each realm thoroughly and reduce the flaws in your cultivation, you can do it too. Yes. Now, the reincarnation party was developing step by step. The 4 of them knew that the stronger the reincarnation party was, the more they had to treat it as a proper party. And Mu Yun was the leader of the party, so they had to give Mu Yun the respect and obedience she deserved. Even if Mu Yun treated them as brothers, they still had to listen to Mu Yun. They still had to listen to Mu Yun. Swoosh. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations issue a challenge Yi Gu Shiwei. Seeing Yi Gu Shiwei appear, Mu Yun said to the 4 of them, you can leave first. Yes. The 4 of them left. Mu Yun walked down from her seat and bowed respectfully to Yi Gu Shiwei. Greetings, master. You still know that I'm your master. Yi Gu Shiwei's face was cold as she said slowly, Mu Yun, how dare you? Who allowed you to lead the Yi Sword sect? Don't you know that the Crown Prince, the Warlord, and even Lin Yixin want to deal with you now? Seeing Yi Gu Shiwei's worried look, anxious expression, and angry scolding, Mu Yun felt strange. Master, I've become a disciple. If I want to improve my strength in the Yi Sword sect, it suits my status. I can only go out and train more. Mu Yun said with an aggrieved look, Master can't stop me from leaving the sect just because it's dangerous, right? You can't leave the sect. Yi Gu Shiwei shouted, if you're killed, what will happen to me? Ah? Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. If you're killed, what will happen to me? This sentence, no matter how one looked at it, sounded like a little wife saying coquettishly to her man. Hearing this, Yi Gu Shiwei immediately felt that it was inappropriate. What I'm saying is, if you were to die, my 8th disciple would also be killed. At that time, where would I, Yi Gu Shiwei, put my face? Yi Gu Shiwei coughed and said, you have to understand that as a disciple, many people will be watching you. There's the Crown Prince, the Warlord, and Lin Yixin in the sect. Outside, the Heavenly Master Sword sect and the other 4 major forces will also be watching you. I understand. Alright, if you feel bored in the sect, I can arrange something for you to do. Oh? Yi Gu Shiwei looked at Mu Yun and said slowly, you're a disciple now, but your strength is at the level of a leaf disciple. This doesn't suit your status. From today onwards, prepare to be promoted to a core disciple and become a rank 6 human immortal within a month. I'll arrange 3 matches with you. If you win, I'll reward you. If you lose, I'll punish you. 3 matches? Mu Yun immediately smiled bitterly and said, Master, if you let the Crown Prince, Warlord, and Chao Tiange fight me, then I definitely won't be their match. You're really ambitious. Hearing this, Ye Guxiue reprimanded, Don't you worry, the 3 that I've chosen are all geniuses who have been promoted to core disciples in the past 5 years. They are either 6th grade or 7th grade human immortals. It's up to you to see how far you can go. Hearing this, Mu Yun became even more depressed. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but now it seemed that Ye Guxiue felt that he was too free and wanted to find something for him to do. Core disciples are allowed to challenge each other. I'll give you 3 spots. Within a month, you have to challenge all 3 of them. Furthermore, you have to win every match. These 3 people are called Lu Xiao, Xiao Mei, and Ming Qian. It won't be hard for you to find information about them with the 200 people under your command. Defeat them in a month's time. Otherwise, I have ways to make you behave. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately said, Master, then what's your reward? Don't tell me you're going to reward me? Recently, there's been a rumor in the sword faction that we've been intimate for a long time. Master, don't tell me you really like me? Like you? Ye Guxiue immediately clenched her silver teeth. Master, please don't misunderstand. I said you like me, not like me. Ye Guxiue's face suddenly turned red. She shouted, Shut up. Now, obediently improve your strength in the sect. If I find out that you've gone out again, I plan to break your legs. Mu Yun suddenly felt speechless. This Ye Guxiue wanted to improve his strength, but she didn't want him to go out and take risks. However, didn't she know that flowers cultivated in a greenhouse did not have the ability to withstand storms? Could it be that the previous disciple was protected to death because of this? Mu Yun just thought about it and felt that her head was about to explode. If you defeat 3 people in a month, I'll reward you with immortal artifacts and immortal pills. You can use them to cultivate your own confidence. If you fail, I'll ground you for 10 years and let you stay in the forbidden area. At that time, I won't care what your members of the reincarnation party become. How ruthless. Hearing this, Mu Yun was impressed. Ground him for 10 years? In 10 years, there were too many things he could do. However, Ye Guxiue seemed to have him under control. Alright, you'd better stabilize your realm in the next few days and think about how to break through. Ye Guxiue said, These 3 people are not to be trifled with. Yes. Seeing that Ye Guxiue wanted to leave, Mu Yun hesitated for a moment and finally stopped Ye Guxiue. Master. What's wrong? Ye Guxiue came back to her senses and looked at Mu Yun. During this trip, I came to a dangerous place and found a place called Huangquan City. What? Hearing this, Ye Guxiue suddenly showed a trace of nervousness between her brows. Huangquan City, these 3 words seemed to be deeply embedded in Ye Guxiue's heart, causing Ye Guxiue's entire body to be completely stunned. Where is it? Ye Guxiue stared at Mu Yun and immediately asked. It's in a valley in the Bailuo Celestial Mountain. I found it by accident and broke the array formation and entered it. In the underground tunnel, I found a city. It's very big. You have a certain understanding of array formations? I know a little, but not much. Alright, you don't have to be humble. No one in the entire Antarctic can break the array formation of Biluo Huangquan School. Unless it's an array formation grandmaster, can you break it? Ye Guxiue looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, It seems that I've underestimated you. Hearing this, Mu Yun secretly scolded herself for being stupid. Ye Guxiue was an expert in the Earth Immortal realm. She could see through this. In Huangquan City, I met the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower. I'm afraid that when they return, they'll report this matter to the Heaven Sword Tower. At that time, Huangquan City will reappear in the sky. Ye Guxiue frowned slightly and said slowly, Biluo Huangquan School was even more powerful than Heaven Sword Tower. It's impossible for the 5 iron-level forces to explore it completely. It's good that the Heaven Sword Tower knows about it. But what? But I found a yellowed scroll in Huangquan City. It seemed to be the blue sky underworld map. However, the scroll was covered by an array formation. I'm not strong enough to break the array formation. The disciples of Heaven Sword Tower who are level 9 human immortals couldn't do it either. Blue Sky Underworld Map. Hearing those words, Ye Guxiue was stunned. Next, Ye Guxiue kept pacing back and forth in the main hall. Finally, after an hour, Ye Guxiue suddenly said, "Where is it?" After sending Ye Guxiue off, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Ye Guxiue was really strange. However, what made Mu Yun feel even more strange was Ye Guxiue's reaction. It was truly inconceivable. First of all, Ye Guxiue's attitude was like protecting her own life. No, she was more worried about his life than her own. Secondly, Ye Guxiue's information about Huangquan City. She didn't seem to be surprised at all. The only thing that surprised her was the scroll in Huangquan City. The Blue Sky Underworld Map. Mu Yun could feel that Ye Guxiue cared a lot about the Blue Sky Underworld Map. Originally, Mu Yun didn't want to tell Ye Guxiue about the Blue Sky Underworld Map. However, Huangquan City was exposed. If the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower found out about the scroll, they would definitely report it to the higher-ups of Heaven Sword Tower. At that time, the scroll wouldn't be able to escape. Since that was the case, she might as well tell Ye Guxiue and let him check it out. However, Mu Yun had to think about the 3 opponents she was going to challenge. Lu Xiao, Xiao Mei, Ming Qian. She didn't know the names of these 3 people. Lin Jixio, Fan Wuyan. Mu Yun shouted, and 2 figures suddenly appeared. Seeing the 2 people appear in front of her, Mu Yun said, "Help me investigate 3 people. Lu Xiao, Xiao Mei, and Ming Qian." However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, the 2 people looked at her with strange gazes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing their strange gazes, Mu Yun frowned. "Brother Mu, why are you investigating these 3 people?" "It's all because of Ye Guxiue. She suddenly felt dizzy and asked me to challenge these 3 people. I have to succeed, within a month." Mu Yun was speechless. Within a month? Hearing this, the 2 people looked at Mu Yun, dumbfounded. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Mu Yun was surprised. Lin Jixio said slowly, "Brother Mu, is the sect leader joking with you?" "Huh? Brother Mu, you don't have to investigate these 3 people. Let me tell you about them." Lin Jixio suddenly said, "First, Lu Xiao is a member of the Fighting Spirit Society, Zhan Tianling's subordinate. Zhan Tianling has another name in our Sword sect, Zhan Tianling. He is called Zhan Wang. This person can be said to be one of Zhan Wang's most capable generals. He is a level 6 human immortal and has been promoted to a core disciple. In just a year, he has done a lot for the Fighting Spirit Society. Although he is only a level 6 human immortal, his prestige is extremely high among the core disciples. The second one is Xiao Mei. Let me introduce her." Fan Wuyan chimed in, "This Xiao Mei is said to be a natural seductress. She is a member of the Phoenix Cry faction. She may look weak, but if you underestimate her, you will die a horrible death. Within the sect, she is known as the Venomous Viper. As for the third one, Ming Qian, needless to say, he is a level 7 human immortal and one of the core members of the Underworld Deity Society. He is sinister and gives people a cold feeling." The 2 of them spoke one after another and finished introducing Lu Xiao, Xiao Mei, and Ming Qian. Hearing this, Mu Yun felt a headache coming on. What is this? Challenging 3 people was fine, but the 3 people who challenged him were members of the 3 major parties. Moreover, they were members of the 3 major parties who had a grudge against him. Wouldn't this push him to the opposite side of the 3 major parties? This Ye Guxiue thinks that it is not enough that I have offended the Fighting Spirit Society, the Phoenix Cry Society, and the Underworld Deity Society. He wants me to offend the 3 major parties as well? Mu Yun was speechless. However, looking at Ye Guxiue's expression, he did not seem to be joking. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The next challenge. Lin Jixio and Fan Wuyan were stunned when they heard this. Mu Yun was prepared to do it for real. Are you really going to challenge them? If we really challenge them, the Reincarnation Party will have offended the 3 sections. They will think that you are deliberately picking a fight with them. Lin Jixio said hurriedly. Yes. Fan Wuyan said. The Reincarnation Party can still rely on your name and slowly rise. If we offend the 3 sects, it will be difficult for us to achieve anything. I have no choice. Mu Yun said bitterly. Our leader has ordered that if I fail, I will be grounded for 10 years. I am afraid that the reincarnation party will have been wiped out by the time I come out. Lin Jishou said immediately, I will go now. Fan Wuyan was speechless. Brother Mu, don't blame me for being nosy. Did you rape our leader one day? Me? Rape her? Do you think I have the ability to do that? Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Brat, it's useless to talk about this. Arrange for the blood guards to do their work. I am afraid that there will be very few people willing to join the reincarnation party in the near future. Fan Wuyan also retreated. Mu Yun was in the main hall, racking his brains. In the end, he still could not figure out why Ye Guxiue was doing this. However, at the same time, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the entire Yi Sword sect. The new disciple Mu Yun was going to challenge Lu Xiao of the Combat Spirit Party on the sect challenge stage in 3 days. This sensational news immediately attracted everyone's attention. What the hell? In an instant, the entire Yi Sword sect was in an uproar. Among the core disciples, on the various mountain peaks, many of the core disciples began to move in all directions. At this moment, figures were coming and going in one of the 8 main disciples' mountain peaks. Have you heard? Mu Yun wants to challenge our Battle Spirit Society's Lu Xiao. This guy thinks that he has become a core disciple and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. That's right. Lu Xiao is one of the most capable new combat generals under the warlord. This Mu Yun is too arrogant. That's right. Where is the face of our Battle Spirit Society? That's right. There are so many parties, and there are quite a few famous ones. Yet, he chose to challenge our Battle Spirit Society. I wonder if Lu Xiao will accept this challenge. In front of the palace on the mountain peak, voices of discussion could be heard. At this moment, more than 10 figures were standing in the main hall. The person in the middle had a fervent expression on his face. His emotions were soaring, and he seemed to be very excited. Upon closer inspection, these dozen or so people were all rank 7 and 8 human immortals. It could be said that they were all reputable figures among the core disciples. Big Brother Jean. Below, the young man in the middle said in an impassioned tone, Big Brother Jean, perhaps my outstanding performance in the past year has attracted Mu Yun's attention. He wants to use me to establish his authority. How can we let him do as he pleases? Lu Xiao is here to request for Big Brother Jean. I accept this challenge. Lu Xiao, seeing Lu Xiao's excited look, Zhang Tianling's face, which was like a passerby, revealed a wry smile. Mu Yun suddenly issued a challenge. Of all the people, he chose you. This is very strange. This guy doesn't seem to be such an impulsive person. Zhang Tianling said slowly, he has already accepted our goodwill. Logically speaking, there is no need for him to fall out with us. Big Brother Jean, you're wrong. Zhang Feng, who was beside Zhang Tianling on the left, said, I think this guy has accepted the gift, or he still has resentment in his heart. He wants to challenge our Battle Spirit Society to prove his position. However, this guy doesn't see clearly that our Battle Spirit Society is full of talents. He is simply arrogant. Not necessarily. Zhang Ming, who was on the right, said, this guy doesn't look like someone who is so arrogant that he can't even recognize himself. At this moment, the Battle Spirit duo could not figure out Mu Yun's plan. Big Brother Jean. Lu Xiao, who was below, spoke again. No matter what he is thinking, I can tolerate this kind of provocation, but how can our Battle Spirit Society tolerate it? We must accept this challenge, and we must win. Hearing this, Zhang Tianling rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. This Mu Yun, forget it, forget it. If he wants to challenge, we can't stop him. Lu Xiao, prepare to accept the challenge in the next 3 days. Zhang Tianling waved his hand and said, however, since you have accepted the challenge, you must win it beautifully. Do you understand? I understand. Lu Xiao immediately cupped his hands and left the hall. Not long after, the news that Lu Xiao was ready to accept the challenge spread completely. This time, the entire Yi Sword sect was completely bustling. This was a big event. The newly promoted disciple Mu Yun challenged Lu Xiao, Zhang Tianling's right-hand man from the Battle Spirit Society. This kind of matter was worthy of making the entire Yi sword sect lively. On the other hand, Lu Xiao had accepted the challenge. When Mu Yun heard the news, he continued to cultivate on his own mountain as per normal. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the Yi sword sect, around the challenge platform, there was a sea of Yi disciples and core disciples. This battle seemed normal on the surface, but in reality, there was a big problem. Mu Yun challenged Lu Xiao. No matter how one looked at it, it was filled with the smell of gunpowder between the Reincarnation Party and the Battle Spirit Society. The spectators all had different thoughts. She's coming. At this moment, the crowd parted to form a path. Mu Yan's figure walked over step by step. At this moment, on the challenge platform, Lu Xiao held a long sword and had been waiting for a long time. Mu Yan walked to the challenge platform and looked at Lu Xiao. She cupped her hands and said with a smile, "I have no choice but to challenge senior brother Lu. However, this competition is just to learn from each other. Don't hurt the harmony. Cut the crap." Lu Xiao immediately pointed his long sword at Mu Yun and shouted, "Mu Yun, show me your sword. Although you're a direct disciple and I'm a core disciple, your status is higher than mine. However, on the challenge platform, there's no distinction between status and strength. Yes, let's stop when we're fighting." Mu Yun cupped his hands again. After all, he took the initiative to provoke Lu Xiao. It seemed a little unkind. However, Mu Yun did not want to lose the competition. If he lost the competition, he would be grounded for 10 years. This was not a sin he could bear. "Let's start. Don't talk about your tricks here. Since it's a challenge, let's have a competition between men." Lu Xiao shouted immediately. "All right." Mu Yun walked forward and looked at Lu Xiao with a bitter smile. "This time, the sect leader ordered me to challenge. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Take this." However, at this moment, Lu Xiao was already filled with anger. How could he reason with Mu Yun? He attacked directly without saying anything. "Forget it." Seeing that Lu Xiao was as angry as a rooster, Mu Yun did not explain any further. He took a step forward and punched out. Boom, the two figures collided and separated immediately. With this collision, a loud bang was heard. The two of them were completely engaged in battle. "Why don't you use your sword? Where's your sword principle? Let me see how powerful the sword principle that Mu Yun is famous for is." Lu Xiao roared, "Are you looking down on me? You want to challenge me, but you don't want to use your full strength. All right, as you wish." Mu Yun nodded. With a wave of his hand, the black Yin sword appeared in his hand and he slashed with it. Clang, the sound of the swords clashing immediately made everyone feel that the air was trembling slightly. However, at this moment, the disciples who were watching the battle had already retreated outside and were watching the battle. However, Lu Xiao's attack was fierce and overbearing, but Mu Yun was on the defensive and did not attack at all. Seeing this scene, the crowd could feel it. Mu Yun seemed to be able to defeat Lu Xiao at any time, but he was letting Lu Xiao win. It was really strange. However, Zhang Tianling, who was standing in the distance, saw this scene and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems that Mu Yun did not challenge willingly. Zhang Tianling nodded and smiled. "I did not expect the sect leader to value him so much." Hearing those words, the others were bewildered. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang was heard in the field. Lu Xiao attacked with all his might towards Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun blocked it easily. Instead, Lu Xiao's attack was directly reversed, causing him to almost lose his power and injure himself. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiao's face was filled with grief and anger. "I've lost," Lu Xiao said weakly. "Thank you for letting me win." Mu Yun kept his sword and turned to walk down the arena. "Why did you let me win?" Lu Xiao shouted, "You could have killed me directly. In the challenge arena, life and death are up to the heavens. You don't have to let me win." Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Yun turned around and said slowly, "I haven't had the time to thank you for the congratulatory gift that you gave me. It's not too late to thank you now, right?" In the distance, Zhang Tianling smiled slightly when he heard this. It seems that he was really forced by the sect leader. However, this guy's strength is indeed impressive. He seemed to be just casually exchanging blows with Lu Xiao. I didn't see him use any sword techniques. The look in Zhang Tianling's eyes became even more intense. At the same time, Mu Yun had already walked down the arena. However, Mu Yun suddenly stopped and looked at the crowd. The next challenge, hearing Mu Yun's words, the people present were stunned. Mu Yun still wanted to continue the challenge? The next challenge. Xiao Mei, see you in the challenge arena in 3 days. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. 3 days later, Mu Yun actually wanted to challenge Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was a member of the Phoenix Cry faction and Feng Rui's trusted aide. What was Mu Yun trying to do? Was he going to challenge all the disciples of the major factions one by one? I, Xiao Mei, accept. At this moment, Xiao Mei stood up and bowed. She looked at Mu Yun and said, when the time comes, I hope that junior brother Mu will use your own strength to fight. Otherwise, on the challenge arena, life and death will be up to the heavens. Definitely. Mother-child sword. However, the expressions of the girls from the Phoenix Cry faction changed when they saw Mu Yun's figure leaving. Feng Xian'er immediately snorted, sister, I think this Mu Yun first slapped the Battle Spirit faction's face, then our Phoenix Cry faction's face, and then the Crown Prince faction's face. This is revenge. It seems like we didn't pursue the matter with him back in the Yushan mainland. Instead, he's looking for trouble with us. Feng Xian'er snorted angrily. However, Feng Rui relaxed her brows and looked at Xiao Mei. Mayor, what are your chances of winning? Based on his performance today, 90%. 90%? Feng Rui said slowly, in that case, this pill is for you. I don't need 90%, I need 100% success rate. As Feng Rui spoke, a pill appeared in her hand. Xiao Mei was overjoyed the moment she saw the pill. She immediately put it into her bag and nodded, sister, don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Feng Rui looked ahead and said slowly, the Battle Spirit faction has been trampled. We, the Phoenix Cry faction, will let him know that women are not to be trifled with. Hearing this, the beautiful women beside Feng Rui, who were dressed differently, looked at Mu Yun's departing figure with anger. However, Mu Yun, who had left, was not in the mood to think about this. When he fought with Lu Xiao, he had already held back. Zhang Tianling was not stupid, he should be able to tell. Of course, if the others were not stupid, they should also be able to tell. However, he had repeatedly emphasized that it was the faction master who asked him to challenge, but these people did not seem to believe him at all. Mu Yun could not do anything about this. Since they did not believe him, he might as well treat it as his own improvement. After the battle, Mu Yun returned to his mountain peak. Seclusion. Now, after 59 cycles of immortal qi, his strength had increased to the peak of the 5th stage of the human immortal realm. However, Mu Yun was not in a hurry to condense the 59 cycles of immortal qi into 60 cycles, and then into a major cycle. It was fine if he did not break through, but once he did, he would definitely improve by 2 steps. Within 3 days, the entire Yi Sword sect was bustling with activity. Mu Yun was the first to challenge Lu Xiao. She was a 5th stage human immortal. Facing a 6th stage human immortal, she looked very relaxed. The next one was Xiao Mei from the Phoenix Cry faction. Xiao Mei, this woman, was very famous within the Phoenix Cry party. In private, the core disciples gave her a nickname, Poisonous Viper. It was a very malicious name, but the core disciples felt that it suited the seductive female disciple very well. This person was very famous in the entire Yi Sword sect. He was naturally dissolute and specialized in seducing disciples of the Yi branch for dual cultivation. Generally, the male disciples that she seduced either had their cultivation stagnated or regressed. In the Yi Sword sect, this woman was the bane of their existence. However, day after day, year after year, there were still many male disciples who fell into her hands. Everyone knew that lust was dangerous, but many male disciples just couldn't control their 2 tails of flesh. Therefore, when Mu Yun challenged Xiao Mei, many male disciples in the sect could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They were afraid of Xiao Mei, but they were more afraid that one day, they would not be able to resist the temptation and get into Xiao Mei's bed. If that happened, their cultivation would be completely destroyed. 3 days was not a long time. Mu Yun sat on the mountain peak for 3 days without saying a word. Lin Jishou and the rest did not know what he was thinking. However, the competition was about to begin. On this day, there was a sea of people surrounding the challenge platform. Unexpectedly, the people from the Zhanling faction also came. Lu Xiao lost to Mu Yun, but today, it seemed that he did not care at all. Instead, he came to watch the competition under Zhan Tianling's lead. Looking at the sea of people in the arena, Zhan Tianling's ordinary face revealed a trace of a smile. Lu Xiao, if you don't believe me, we will see the truth today. Zhan Tianling smiled and said, when Mu Yun faced you, he already held back. Otherwise, you would not be able to withstand 3 moves from him. Looks like the disciple that the faction leader recruited is not bad. Brother Zhan, is this guy really that strong? Zhan Feng curled his lips and laughed. After hearing what you said, I want to fight with him. Zhan Feng, you are an 8th stage human immortal. Aren't you afraid that others will say that you are thick-skinned to bully a 5th stage? What's there to be afraid of? Zhan Feng laughed and said, the strength of a martial artist is directly reflected by the realm. However, who knows how many trump cards he has and how strong he is? Hearing this, Zhan Tianling nodded and said, you finally said something right. Hee. Hearing Zhan Tianling's praise, Zhan Feng laughed. However, as he laughed, he felt that Zhan Tianling's words were praising him, but also insulting him. However, at this moment, the crowd was already in an uproar. Mu Yun's figure arrived as expected. However, this time, no one from the Phoenix Cry faction appeared. I'm early? Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. Looking at the time, it was already time. However, it seemed that no one from the Phoenix Cry faction came. Since they had already accepted the challenge, they wouldn't go back on their word, right? However, at this moment, everyone was waiting patiently. Beautiful women always had some privileges, such as the right to be late. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun simply sat cross-legged on the ground and ignored them. Anyway, they would come eventually. Since they didn't appear now, Mu Yun didn't want to be watched by others like a monkey, so she simply sat down and cultivated. Recently, she had become more familiar with the small cycle of immortal qi, but she still wanted to wait a little longer. A large cycle of immortal qi was not as simple as condensing 60 small cycles into one. Mu Yun sat cross-legged. Time passed by slowly. Gradually, the sun turned from noon to setting in the west. The waiting crowd could not wait any longer. Some of them even started to curse at him. However, at this moment, figures slowly appeared in the afterglow of the setting sun. Upon closer inspection, these figures were the disciples of the Phoenix Cry faction. The person in the lead was dressed in a long white dress, showing off her slender legs. Under the rays of the setting sun, it was filled with fantasies. Phoenix Cry faction's disciple, Feng Rui. Beside Feng Rui, there was a girl in a knee-length short skirt. Her footsteps were light and had a trace of quickness, giving off a very strange vibe. Feng Rui's right-hand woman, Feng Xianxia. The other female disciples came in groups, laughing and playing with each other. The sunset portrait of beauty. Seeing this scene, the male disciples all shamefully forgot that this was a competition. Looking at the beautiful female disciples walking over, they immediately whistled and cheered. It really made people wait anxiously. However, the Phoenix Cry faction was one of the 4 super factions of the ES Sword faction, and almost 80% of the ES Sword faction's female disciples were gathered there. Sorry, I'm late. Xiaomei walked up to the arena and looked at Mu Yun opposite her. She cupped her hands and smiled. This smile, coupled with her wriggling slender waist and the snow-white chest exposed, immediately made some of the disciples present howl. It's okay, can we start? Mu Yun didn't care. A smile appeared on her face, and she looked like a modest gentleman. Damn it, you made me wait for so long. You're just a stinky skin. However, in Mu Yun's heart, she had a different appearance and directly cursed. Late? He ate from noon until nightfall. If it wasn't for the faction leader's order, he would have already left. In that case, let the competition begin. Xiaomei smiled faintly, her charm driving people crazy. Okay. After saying that, Mu Yun didn't beat around the bush this time and directly attacked with the blacking sword. When the sword was out, Mu Yun's aura rapidly increased at this moment. The peak of the 5th stage human immortal realm, many people could feel this aura at a glance. Every realm had its own aura and sense of oppression. At this moment, although Mu Yun was at the peak of the 5th stage human immortal realm, his aura and pressure were very strong. However, in front of Xiao Mei, there was no difference, because he was still a 5th stage human immortal. Junior brother Mu, if you want to challenge me, you have to go easy on me. My body is weak. If I'm not a match for you and break it, you have to take responsibility. Xiao Mei's words melted the hearts of many disciples present. Seeing your sister Xiao Mei, don't worry. Your body is weak. I'll help you beat it up, and it will become very strong. Hearing this, Xiao Mei's face turned cold and directly stepped out. Bang bang bang, a series of banging sounds were heard as Xiao Mei unsheathed her long sword. Mother-son sword, one sword was 3 feet and 6 inches long, while the other was like a dagger. Holding the long sword in her right hand and the short sword in her left hand, Xiao Mei directly attacked. Ding ding, immediately, the sounds of battle became light and agile. Clanging sounds could be heard as the two figures were entangled in battle. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt that a good show was about to begin. Xiao Mei's attack looked soft, but the moment the sword wind approached Mu Yun, her entire body tensed up, and her chest and buttocks trembled, creating ripples. In this battle, the spectating disciples were not looking at the battle between the two, but the scene of Xiao Mei's naked body. Seeing this scene, the female disciples of the Phoenix Cry party scolded Mu Yun, and their faces turned red. These lecherous disciples should really dig out their eyes. However, as the two exchanged blows, some of the spectating disciples realized something was wrong. Xiao Mei was also being suppressed by Mu Yun, although they did not want to believe it, it was the truth. Xiao Mei was being suppressed by Mu Yun. This time, Mu Yun's swordsmanship had a strange trajectory. It was very different from the previous battle with Lu Xiao. Brother Zhan, this Mu Yun's swordsmanship is very annoying. Lu Xiao could not help but say, last time, his swordsmanship looked arrogant and domineering, but this time, his swordsmanship has changed. It has become sharper. Zhan Tianling said slowly, this person's understanding of swordsmanship has surpassed all of us. I'm afraid only the Crown Prince can compare to him. He has such a deep understanding of swordsmanship at the 5th stage human immortal realm. When he reaches the Earth immortal realm, he will definitely become a terrifying swordsman like our faction leader. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Like our faction leader. How could it be? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios one major cycle at this moment, the battle between Mu Yun and Xiao Mei was getting more and more intense. One sword to seal immortal. Suddenly, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword, and a strong force spread out. At this moment, Mu Yun's long sword suddenly erupted. The sword pierced out from the middle. However, the moment the sword was drawn out, streaks of sword chi spread out in a circular arc towards Xiao Mei. This sword strike was very tricky, and Xiao Mei felt that her balance was affected. Before Xiao Mei could react, Mu Yun's sword realm enveloped her. Damn it! Xiao Mei held the long sword in her right hand and the short sword in her left hand. She slashed out 3 times and retreated quickly. Bang, 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 after 3 consecutive sword strikes, a series of loud bangs were heard as it completely exploded. However, almost all of them were blocked by Mu Yun's sword realm. Seeing this scene, the crowd gasped for breath for Xiao Mei. That was close. Brat, you're really despicable. Seeing that Mu Yun almost defeated her, Xiao Mei was enraged. However, she clenched her teeth, frowned, and pouted, causing the disciples below the stage to shout loudly. However, Mu Yun did not feel anything at all. All his senses were on the black-yin sword in his hand. At this moment, the immortal chi in the black-yin sword was circulating and connected to his heart. At this moment, the black-yin sword seemed to be connected to his heart and became one with him. Carefree, Mu Yun only wanted to shout in his heart. This peculiar feeling was indescribable and inexplicable. However, it was really happening. Mu Yun did not know the reason, but he still felt extremely carefree. He could take this opportunity to complete the major cycle of chi. With the sword as the center point, he circulated it. The immortal chi in the 59th cycle was connected to the black-yin sword in Mu Yun's hand. This guy is breaking through. Seeing this, Xiao Mei was completely stunned. Mu Yun was actually preparing to break through while fighting with her. If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? This was simply an insult to her. Don't underestimate her, Xiaomei couldn't take it anymore. Falling Phoenix 9 Heaven Sword Slash. With a shout, Xiaomei slashed out with her sword. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun did not panic. She swung her sword backward to meet the attack. Dong, a dull sword hum sounded. The black-yin sword in Mu Yun's hand let out a joyous hum. Black light shone from the sword's body. All right. Mu Yun laughed loudly and slashed out with her sword. The 60th cycle of the immortal qi in his body was completed. Gather. While fighting with Xiaomei, Mu Yun gathered the immortal qi in her body and circulated it. How comfortable, at this moment, 60 cycles were being formed. A great cycle was completely formed. It was a natural breakthrough, a feeling of satisfaction. A 6th tier human immortal, 1 full cycle of immortal energy. The 9th tier of the human immortal realm. From the 1st tier to the 5th tier, every increase in rank was a huge leap. At this moment, Mu Yun was making a leap that belonged to her. From 1 small cycle to 10, it was the 1st tier to the 2nd tier. After 30 small cycles, it was the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier. After that, it would reach 40 small cycles, 50 small cycles, and finally 60 small cycles. After 60 small cycles combined into one, it would become a 6th tier human immortal realm. At the 6th tier human immortal realm, 1 full cycle of immortal energy would be formed. This cycle of immortal energy would be in the body's 4 limbs, bones, 7 meridians, 8 meridians, and even the meridians between the hair. From the 6th tier to the 7th tier, it would be 3 full cycles. For the 8th tier, it would be 5 full cycles. For the 9th tier, it would be 9 full cycles. Under the Guai realm, the human immortal realm would reach the peak and enter the earth immortal realm. The simple numbers, 1, 3, 5, and 9, sounded very simple, but it was too difficult to do. 9 major circulations were equivalent to 540 minor circulations. The amount of mortal yang pills required for cultivation was in the millions, or even tens of millions of them. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not stop after completing a full cycle. Every time he exchanged blows with Xiaomei, there would be an additional small cycle in his body. This time, a full cycle was formed. Mu Yun had already begun to form a second large cycle while fighting with Xiaomei. Comfortable, at this moment, Mu Yun only had one feeling in his heart. With the sword in his hand, each strike was faster than the previous one. Mu Yun's attacks became more and more elegant and smooth. The increase in his cultivation level allowed him to use medium human rank celestial techniques more and more smoothly. On the other hand, Xiaomei was suffering unspeakably. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was transforming. The power of each strike was stronger than the previous one. However, she was in a very sorry state. She felt as if she could not breathe. This feeling really made her frantic and anxious. Damn it. Finally, Xiaomei was enraged. Bang! Suddenly, Xiaomei stood on the spot and stomped her feet on the ground. Crackling sounds could be heard as the clothes on her body were completely torn apart. However, with this explosion, a pink glow appeared under the bright clothes. A pink battle armor appeared on Xiaomei's body. Her voluptuous figure, at this very moment, was wrapped in this battle armor. It was enough to make one's nose bleed. Her upper body was covered in pink battle intent. Her lower body was covered with a warship that reached her thighs. Above her calves, she wore a pair of battle boots. Her snow-white long legs were exposed to the air. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Xiaomei looked extremely seductive and domineering. However, this pink color instantly caused the disciples below the stage to howl like wolves. Xiaomei was angry, however, this anger made almost 1/10 of the disciples below the stage bleed from their noses. All the disciples below the stage had no choice but to bend down. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also stunned. However, at this moment, he was more focused on the circulation of his immortal qi during the battle. Streams of dense immortal qi circulated in his body, forming small circulations of qi in his body. He could clearly feel his strength increasing bit by bit. This was what made him feel the most satisfied. Satisfying. However, at this moment, Mu Yun shouted with a face full of joy. This scene made everyone feel that Mu Yun was looking at Xiaomei's seductive appearance on the stage, and he was feeling satisfied. Xiaomei was a loose woman by nature, but at this moment, she was being teased by Mu Yun while being suppressed by Mu Yun. She could not help but shout angrily. "Satisfying my ass." This shout did not make the surrounding disciples retreat. Instead, it made them feel a different feeling in their hearts. After being scolded, Mu Yun seemed to have realized that he had lost his composure, and he smiled awkwardly. However, this awkward smile angered Xiaomei even more. Wind descends of the 9 heavens. At this moment, the mother-son sword struck out brazenly. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had reached the 6th stage of the human immortal realm. His immortal qi had completed a large circulatory cycle, and he was still condensing small circulatory cycles. Why would he care about this? The Black Yin sword also emitted a joyful aura according to its master's will. The battle escalated again. With the support of the battle armor, Xiaomei's attack increased by several times. However, compared to Xiaomei's improvement, Mu Yun's improvement was more violent. One sword after another, the two figures emitted an intense battle aura. However, every time, Mu Yun's sword slashed Xiaomei's body, leaving clear sword marks on the pink battle armor. If not for the protection of the battle armor, Xiaomei would have been cut into pieces by Mu Yun's sword. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in shock. This time, it was not Xiaomei's seductive appearance that affected them, but Mu Yun's swordsmanship. Sharp? Sharp? Domineering? Flexible? It was hard to say which one it was, but it gave people the feeling that it was all of them. Could it be that this was the unique understanding of the sword of a powerful swordsman who had comprehended the sword Tao and condensed the sword realm? After all, the Es sword sect was a swordsman's sect. All the disciples wanted to make a name for themselves here. From a Iya disciple to a core disciple, and then from a core disciple to a famous direct disciple. From the looks of it, the sect master did not accept Mu Yun as his direct disciple out of a whim. It was pardonable. It was no wonder that the sect master did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with the crown prince and Linishan for Mu Yun, completely ignoring their feelings. This Mu Yun was indeed powerful. Boom, suddenly, while everyone was thinking, a loud boom was heard. On the challenge stage, Xiaomei was panting heavily, her chest rising and falling magnificently. The disciples below the stage were also breathing rapidly. On the other side, Mu Yun held her sword on her back and looked forward, but did not attack again. "It's over." Looking at Xiaomei, Mu Yun said slowly. "No way." Xiaomei shouted. She activated her immortal qi and raised her sword to attack. However, just as she activated her immortal qi, the sword marks on Xiaomei's body suddenly spread out. With a ka-ka-ka sound, the pink armor on Xiaomei's body began to shatter. Seeing this scene, the surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. They all widened their eyes and looked at the stage. However, Xiaomei's outer armor was shattered, revealing her alluring undergarments. Her snow-white skin was even more alluring under the setting sun. The group of disciples had already widened their eyes and looked at the challenge stage. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and turned to leave. He had already reminded Xiaomei out of goodwill. This fellow should have just admitted defeat. Why did she have to embarrass herself? At this moment, Xiaomei was wearing her undergarments. Her snow-white skin under the setting sun made people drool. She could not help but blush as she shouted. "Why?" Mu Yun smiled bitterly. 3 days later, Ming Qian, I, Mu Yun, challenge you. Do you accept or not? Standing 100 meters away from the challenge stage, Mu Yun suddenly turned around and said to the crowd. Ming Qian. He did not know what this person looked like, so he could only shout it out. I, Ming Qian, accept. At this moment, a figure stood proudly in mid-air. He looked at Mu Yun and said slowly, Ming Qian of the Underworld God Party accepts senior brother Mu's challenge. Ming Qian was dressed in black. He had a tall and handsome figure. His hands were behind his back as he looked at Mu Yun and smiled faintly. This sentence shocked the crowd once again. Was Mu Yun really taking revenge on the various parties? First, it was the Battle Spirit Party, then the Phoenix Cry Party, and now the Underworld God Party. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Despicable. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Mu Yun in front of them. It seemed that Mu Yun was trying to establish her authority. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about what the others thought. This battle allowed him to find some feelings. the feeling of breaking through in the battle. This feeling was really comfortable and refreshing. It made Mu Yun feel unusually relaxed and happy from head to toe. What's the background of this Ming Qian? Mu Yun looked at Lin Jixio beside her and said slowly. This Ming Qian is stronger than Lu Xiao and Xiao Mei. He's a 7th grade human immortal. In the Underworld God Party, he's a guy who rarely shows himself. He seems to be doing some private things for Ming Yuan. But in the Underworld God Party, he's a terrifying existence just by hearing his name. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded silently. It seemed that this Ming Qian was not simple. Alright. Recently, there will be some disciples who want to join the reincarnation party. You have to be careful and select a few core members who can sincerely work for us. As for those spies, it's good to keep them for the time being, lest those parties don't give up. Okay. After instructing Lin Jixio, Mu Yun entered her hall and began to cultivate. Cultivate, improve, and cultivate. Right now, Mu Yun desperately wanted to raise his own strength. Under the blue sky celestial mountain, in the huge yellow spring city, the blue sky underworld diagram had always attracted her, and she could not forget it. Mu Yun only regretted that she was not strong enough. Otherwise, she would be able to see through the clues and obtain the blue sky underworld diagram. But during this period, the sect master's side was too quiet. It seemed that after Mu Yun told her about the news of Yellow Spring City, Yi Guxiue was not worried at all. She did not take the initiative to organize the disciples to investigate. The Sword sect had become lively because of his challenge these days. It seemed that they did not get the news at all. Is Yi Guxiue not afraid that the 3 disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower will go back to their own sects and spread the news of Yellow Spring City so that the Heaven Sword Tower will have the upper hand? Mu Yun was very puzzled. But now that she thought about it, it did not seem right. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought came to Mu Yun's mind. But not long after that, she Mu Yun Luo Guxiue's mind. Impossible, impossible. Mu Yun muttered to himself, if she did that, wouldn't it be overturning the heavens? Moreover, with her strength at the Earth Immortal Realm, it's impossible for her to enter by Luo Immortal Mountain. While Mu Yun was lost in thought, the members of the Underworld God Society had gathered on a core disciple peak. Ming Qian, it seems that this Mu Yun is targeting you. What do you think? Lu Xiao and Xiao Mei were defeated by this kid. Now that he has broken through to the 6th stage human immortal realm, he's not easy to deal with. On the mountain peak, many figures gathered around Ming Qian. There's nothing to worry about, Ming Qian said disdainfully. He's just a lucky guy. What's there to be proud of? In this competition, I'll pull out his claws one by one. I'll let him know that offending the Underworld God sect is more terrible than offending the Crown Prince sect. Ming Qian, the sect summons you. At this moment, a figure stood in front of the door. He looked at Ming Qian and said slowly. Ming Qian cupped his hands and entered the main hall in front. In the dim main hall, the figure in front could not be seen clearly. In front of the foggy main hall, a figure sat proudly. Ming Qian. I'm here. Can you win the battle with Mu Yun 3 days later? The slightly hoarse voice sounded very gloomy. Ming Qian cupped his hands and bowed. I won't disappoint you. Good. The figure in the dim light laughed. I haven't become a direct disciple yet, but this Mu Yun is riding on my head. He's even vigorously establishing the reincarnation party. I think he's establishing his prestige this time. At the same time, he'll let the Leaf faction's disciples know that the reincarnation party can protect them. As long as you defeat Mu Yun, the reincarnation party will be nothing. Moreover, Mu Yun's reputation will be ruined. His position as a direct disciple will be an empty title. Ming Qian bowed and said, Dang Xiao, why should the Underworld God sect care about Mu Yun? If it weren't for the fact that the founders of the Crown Prince sect, the Battle Spirit sect, the Phoenix Cry sect, and the 5 Leaf sect were all direct disciples, the Underworld God sect should be one of the 5 great sects. It's just Mu Yun. I will definitely take care of him. I will let them know that the Underworld God Party is the one that can become one of the 5 major parties. The 5 cauldrons set the sky. Mu Yun's reincarnation party is just a joke. Ming Yuan nodded in the darkness and said hatefully, Chao Tianming and Mu Yun must take full responsibility for Ming Xia's death. The Five-Leaf Sect and the Reincarnation Party must repay this hatred. Alright, you may leave. Yes. Ming Yuan's figure in the dark became silent once more. The great hall fell into silence. Compared to the silence on the underworld god sect's side, on the other side, on the mountain peak where Mu Yun was, groups of disciples wanted to join the Reincarnation Party. After the two battles, Mu Yun's reputation had soared. It was only a matter of time before she rose to prominence. Now that there was still a chance, they needed to grab hold of Mu Yun's thigh. It was better to provide timely assistance than icing on the cake. Therefore, before the Reincarnation Party and Mu Yun completely rose to prominence, they had to join the Reincarnation Party. In the future, once Mu Yun rose to prominence, they would be core members. In the Esword sect, they would be disciples of the Reincarnation Party that no one dared to provoke. Many disciples had such thoughts, and Mu Yun could do nothing about it. Now, no matter what, they had to make the Reincarnation Party famous and popular first before choosing the best. Mu Yun could rest assured that Lin Jishou and Fan Wuyan would be in charge of these matters. Father, I'm hungry. Just as Mu Yun was standing on the mountain peak and looking at the bustling scene halfway up the mountain, Little Seven's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Mu Yun only felt a headache. Little Seven's voice was like a curse. Hearing it made his heart bleed. Little Seven, it's not good to eat so much since young. It's easy to become a fat dragon. When you grow up, you won't be pretty anymore. Father, you're lying. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, Little Seven snorted. Father despises Little Seven for eating so much that he can't bear to let Little Seven eat. Boo-hoo. Father despises Little Seven. No, how can I despise you? Mu Yun hurriedly said, Father is afraid that you will get fat from eating so much. Look, what are these? Mu Yun took out the 500,000 Renyang pills that he had saved up and said with a smile, Father saved them all for you to eat. I knew it. Father loves me the most. Little Seven giggled. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single one left of the 500,000 Renyang pills. F***ck. Mu Yun instantly felt the pinch and muttered to himself, I'm so cheap. Why did I take out 500,000 pills? This little fellow had no limit to the amount of food she could eat. She would eat as much as she was given. There was only not enough to eat. There was nothing that she couldn't finish. Mu Yun was speechless. No wonder it was rumored that dragons were greedy by nature. How was this greedy? They were simply preparing rations for their descendants to grow up. Mu Yun felt that he would be eaten by Little Seven sooner or later if he raised a divine dragon like this. Phew. How can such treasures be enough for Little Seven to eat? Mu Yun sighed and said helplessly. However, Mu Yun suddenly thought of something. That's right, he almost forgot about one thing. There were countless natural treasures in Yellow Spring City. Although the restrictions there were strong, how strong could the strongest person in Bilua Huangquan School be? A heaven immortal or a mystic immortal, could they be compared to a divine dragon? Even if he let Little Seven swallow those treasures, Little Seven would definitely not be tortured by the restrictions. Mu Yun secretly scolded himself for being stupid. If he had known, he would have tried it back then. How could a divine dragon be restrained by some restrictions and arrays in the immortal world? I must try it out next time. Mu Yun was certain. However, just as Mu Yun was thinking, a figure passed through the array on the mountain peak and appeared directly in front of him. It was Yi Guxiue. Seeing Yi Guxiue appear, Mu Yun stood up and bowed. Did you tell anyone about what you told me last time? Yi Guxiue immediately asked when he saw Mu Yun. No. Yi Guxiue nodded and said, don't tell anyone about this for the time being. Keep it a secret for now. Otherwise, you might be killed. It was a fatal disaster. Hearing Yi Guxiue's words, Mu Yun immediately understood. The three disciples of Heaven Sword Tower, Qin Yanyu, Meng Yu, and Lu Qian, were most likely dead. He saw that Yi Guxiue had already gone to investigate by Luo Celestial Mountain. I see that you've been very diligent in your recent challenges, and your strength has also improved. Not bad. Yi Guxiue looked At Mu Yun and praised, it shouldn't be a problem for you to break through to the peak of the human immortal realm within 5 years. For the next period of time, you should obediently start to challenge in the sect. The next one should be Ming Qian from the Underworld Deity Party. I'll arrange another challenge for you. That will be Qiu Ran and Xiaoyu from the Crown Prince Party. These two are the Crown Prince's right-hand men. When they join forces, their attacks are very powerful. After you challenge Ming Qian, it'll be their turn. Hearing this, Mu Yun felt that he had been sold. Sect leader, aren't you worried that I'll be defeated by Ming Qian? If you're defeated, you can arrange another challenge. Since you're injured, you can choose to recuperate. After recuperating, you can fight again until you've advanced to the 9th stage of the human immortal realm. Hearing this, Mu Yun almost vomited blood. Advanced to the 9th stage of the human immortal realm, then wouldn't he have challenged all the core disciples of the Sword sect? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Duel with Ming Qian Master, I can reach the pinnacle of the human immortal realm within 5 years, but it doesn't seem right to rely on challenges to do it. Mu Yun hurriedly said, when I reach the 9th stage of the human immortal realm, I'm afraid I'll have challenged all the disciples in the sect. Won't I offend all the factions then? So what? Yi Gushue said indifferently, I'm still the sect master of the Sword sect. Why would I offend them? If you can challenge them one by one now, I'll let you be the sect master. It's not impossible. Hearing this, Mu Yun shuddered. It was not the first time Yi Gushue said this. Could it be that Yi Gushue really had such a plan? Thinking of this, Mu Yun felt a chill in his heart. If Yi Gushue really had such a plan and it was known by others, he would not have any peaceful days in the Sword sect. Master, alright, remember, don't spread the news about the Netherworld city. I have my own plans. Yi Gushue interrupted, prepare well for the battle with Ming Qian in 3 days. If you win, continue to challenge Qiu Ran and Xiaoyu. If you lose, continue to challenge Ming Qian until you win. Yi Gushue disappeared as soon as she finished speaking. Old woman. Seeing Yi Gushue disappear, Mu Yun cursed in his heart. You want me to be the sect master? Do you think I don't dare to do it? If you hand over the Sword sect to me, the entire sword domain will not have peace, especially the 33 heavenly sword sects. Mu Yun snorted and stood on the mountain peak, overlooking the scenery. Today's battle had given him some insights. What he had gained was enough. Now, he needed to digest it properly and use it for himself. He thought about the battle with Ming Qian in 3 days. After making up his mind, Mu Yun sat cross-legged and entered into cultivation again. Although the journey of a warrior was not as boring as meditating and cultivating every day, and one needed to frequently go out to train, Mu Yun's cultivation during this period of time had indeed decreased a little. He could not let this opportunity go. After making up his mind, Mu Yun immediately entered a meditative state. At this moment, the immortal chi in his heart had already completed a great cycle, and he had already reached the level of perfection. At the same time, there were 30 small cycles, which could be considered half a cycle. 1.5 cycles of immortal chi. Such an improvement was all thanks to Xiaomei's angry attack today. Every attack brought him a great boost in his immortal chi circulatory cycle. Mu Yun really wanted to find some time to thank this Xiaomei. News of Mu Yun's victory in the second challenge spread throughout the entire Sword sect. Everyone was looking forward to the third challenge. The third challenge challenged 3 days, time seemed to slow down under everyone's anticipation. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, Mu Yun appeared on the challenge platform. This time, the people from the Battle Spirit Society came to watch the show. Not only the Marshalses, the Phoenix sect S. The disciples of the Sword sect also understood that the major factions were secretly competing with each other. Lu Xiao of the Spirits had lost to Mu Yun, so they wanted to see if Xiaomei of the Phoenix sect would lose. Now that Xiaomei had lost, they wanted to see if Ming Qian of the Underworld Gods Party would lose. Moreover, they wanted to know if Mu Yun would challenge the members of the Crown Prince's party. As more and more layers were peeled off, the number of spectating disciples would only increase. And Mu Yun's fame grew. In the Spirits Party, Jean Feng laughed and said, I heard that many disciples have joined the reincarnation party these days. That's right. Now, everyone knows that the sect master values this eighth disciple very much. I heard that the last time Mu Yun went to the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, the sect master was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Is that so? Of course. Looks like our sect master has never accepted a disciple before. But when he does, he treats them like a treasure. She's not just a precious gem. Some of the reincarnation party's disciples said that our leader looked more like she was worried about her lover. She was so anxious that her face turned red. It can't be, right? The spirits. The more they talked about it, the more they got addicted. However, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Moreover, the reincarnation party was only recently established. There were many disciples who couldn't keep their mouths shut. Of course, part of the reason was because of Lin Jixiu, Fan Wuyan, and the others. They exaggerated the relationship between Mu Yun and their leader so that people would believe that Mu Yun was powerful and would be willing to hug Mu Yun's thigh. Naturally, in the Yi Sword sect, the most gossipy of all was the Phoenix sect. After all, the Phoenix sect was full of female disciples. Feng Xian'er was also chattering non-stop. Did you hear? No wonder Mu Yun is so arrogant. She served our leader well. Is that true? What do you mean by true? Of course it's true. The reincarnation party's disciples saw it clearly. Every time our leader went to look for Mu Yun, she would be shy. When she left, no one knew. She even said that she spent the night on Mu Yun's mountain. Oh my God. Suddenly, all kinds of voices could be heard around the arena. Hearing these words, Mu Yun really wanted to cry. When did this happen? Even he didn't know, but these people seemed to know better than him. The number of people around the arena was more than 10 times the last time. But this time, it seemed that most people came to see Mu Yun's true appearance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Finally, Mu Yun's awkward situation was resolved. Figures rushed over at this moment. The people in the lead were all dressed in black robes and black hair. They looked like netherworld envoys from hell and gave people a gloomy feeling. Senior Brother Mu. The person in the lead had a demonic face with a smile under his black hat. He looked at Mu Yun and cupped his hands with a smile. Underworld God Party's disciple, Ming Yuan. The Underworld God Party founded by this person was definitely on par with the 4 major parties in the entire Yi Sword sect. But the Underworld God Party was not one of the 5 major parties because this Ming Yuan was not a disciple. The Crown Prince, Chao Tianga, Feng Rui, and Zhang Tianling were all disciples of the sect leader. But Ming Yuan was not. So many disciples believed that the Underworld God Party was not one of the 4 major parties. After all, although Ming Yuan was strong, he was also a core disciple. The other 4 were disciples of the sect leader. If something big really happened and caused trouble, the sect leader would naturally side with her disciples. For example, at this moment, when Ming Yuan saw Mu Yun, he had to respectfully call him Brother Mu Yun. Previously, Xiao Mei and the others had called Mu Yun Junior Brother Mu in the hall. This was actually overstepping their status. But at that time everyone was watching the competition. No one cared about this. Now, those who could directly call Mu Yun Junior Brother Mu Yun were only the disciples of the 4 major parties who had appeared. There were also 3 disciples who seemed to have special identities. Mu Yun had also asked around, but she had never heard anyone mention them. Moreover, the 3 peaks did not recruit core disciples or Yi disciples. No one knew what it was like to rope in forces. However, the 4 disciples that appeared now were all dragons and phoenixes among men. The other 3 were probably not simple either. Brother Mu Yun challenged the disciple of our Underworld God Party, Ming Qian. But Ming Qian is a level 7 human immortal, and Brother Mu Yun has just entered the level 6 human immortal realm. Logically, Ming Qian is bullying the weak. But Ming Qian is a core disciple, and Brother Mu is a disciple. You are bullying the weak. So back to the topic, it is reasonable for the 2 of you to exchange pointers. But Brother Mu Yun, don't worry. I have already instructed Ming Qian to be merciful in this battle. Hearing Ming Yuan's words, Mu Yun stood on the spot and only smiled. But in her heart, she was cursing. Ming Yuan had said all the good and bad words, and she had nothing to say. If Ming Qian is merciful, it will be great. Mu Yan cupped his hands and smiled. In that case, I can do my best in this battle. Mu Yan cupped his hands and walked up to the arena. On the other side, Ming Qian nodded and walked up to the arena. Upon seeing this sight, the disciples around the dueling ring immediately dispersed. Level 6 Human Immortal and Level 7 Human Immortal. One was a disciple who had just entered the Level 6 Human Immortal realm. The other was a core disciple who had already entered the Level 7 Human Immortal realm. This competition was going to be very interesting. After all, Mu Yun had defeated Xiao Mei and Lu Xiao in the Level 5 Human Immortal realm. It was not impossible for her to defeat Ming Qian. However, between the 6th and 7th ranks, one needed to circulate one great cycle of immortal qi, while the other needed to circulate 3 great cycles of immortal qi. The difference between the two was insurmountable. Mu Yun's strength was not to be underestimated. Ming Qian's strength was even more unpredictable. If Mu Yun won, the Nether God Party would be slapped in the face. If Ming Qian won, Mu Yun's status as a disciple would be reduced. Everyone had analyzed this battle thoroughly. However, the final result would depend on the battle on the arena. Ming Qian walked up to the arena slowly. Under the black robe, his face looked rather gloomy. I can think that you are trying to save face by challenging Lu Xiao and Xiao Mei. However, in the Nether God Party, you have brought this upon yourself by challenging me. Looking at Mu Yun, Ming Qian spoke first. You did not challenge a level 6 human immortal and came to challenge me. You are really courting death. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Mu Yun coughed and said, Junior brother Ming Qian, it's just a challenge to learn from each other. Why are you so angry? Cut the crap. Since you want to challenge me, you should be prepared to die. Life and death are not allowed on the arena. If your disciple dies in my hands, you can't blame me. You can only blame yourself for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Mu Yun was also angry. He had already made it clear that he was trying to be nice. One would not hit a smiling person. Ming Qian's words obviously did not give him any face. He was really going to shed all pretense of cordiality and become enemies. However, Mu Yun was not afraid of Ming Qian shedding all pretense of cordiality. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. No, since it was difficult to untie the knot, she might as well untie it and tie it even more firmly. Mu Yun made up her mind and attacked directly. On the other side, Ming Qian showed disdain when he saw Mu Yun attack. Clang, Ming Qian charged toward Mu Yun with a long sword in his hand. This sword strike was filled with boundless immortal energy. The entire challenge stage was sealed by Ming Qian's sword peak. Mu Yun was fearless when she saw this. She held the darking sword in her hand and attacked. Hades strike. Immortal sealing with a sword. 2 shouts sounded at the same time. Mu Yun's sword suddenly sped up. However, Ming Qian stopped when he was 3 meters away from Mu Yun. He stopped, puff, the long sword pierced Ming Qian's body, and blood spurted out. Ming Qian cried out in agony as he was sent flying. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This point was really too strange. Mu Yun actually flipped Ming Qian over with a sword at this moment. Flipped over with a sword, this was too ridiculous. Seeing Ming Qian's sorry figure, there was no doubt that the match was over. Mu Yun won. And it was a simple victory with a sword. You cheated. Ming Qian, who had been stabbed in the chest, roared with a pale face. This sword did not take his life, but he did not have the strength to continue fighting with Mu Yun. I cheated? Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Junior brother Ming Qian, there are so many pairs of eyes watching. You can't talk nonsense. I didn't. You cheated. Ming Qian shouted. What happened just now? You used the sword realm. Your sword realm is even more powerful. Mu Yun was speechless when she heard this. Junior brother Ming Qian, comprehending the sword Dao and condensing the sword realm is my own ability. How can you say that I'm cheating? But that's not right. Previously, your sword world could only control 1 cubic meter of space and condense a space with a diameter of 1 meter. This time it has a diameter of 3 meters. You. Hey, hey, hey. My sword realm has improved. Is that not okay? Mu Yun was even more amused. Was this Ming Qian really not here to tease him? Hearing this, Ming Qian was furious. He thought that Mu Yun controlled a 1-meter sword realm, but now, it had actually expanded to 3 meters. He had been caught off guard and had been defeated by Mu Yun with a single strike of his sword. He really couldn't swallow this anger. Done. At this moment, Ming Yuan shouted, "A loss is a loss. Why don't you thank senior brother Mu for his guidance? Big brother Ming Yuan." Ming Qian was completely enraged. "Can't you hear me?" "Yes." Ming Qian immediately cupped his hands and looked at Mu Yun. "Thank you for your guidance, brother Mu." You're welcome, you're welcome. However, the next time you see a swordsman who has comprehended the sword principle, you have to be careful. Don't be restrained by others before you even get close. Otherwise, others won't be like me, who will only stab you and not kill you. I understand." Ming Qian gritted his teeth and lowered his head as he muttered to himself. On the surface, he looked calm, but in his heart, he was completely furious. This Mu Yun was really despicable. Ming Yuan cupped his hands and turned around to leave with the Underworld Deity Society. However, just as everyone was about to leave, Mu Yun's voice sounded again. 1 month later, at this place, I, Mu Yun, will challenge Qiu Ran and Xiayu on the orders of the faction leader. I hope that the two of you will be prepared. Mu Yun's deep voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Hearing this, the entire arena was filled with exclamations. Continue to challenge, from the Battle Spirit Society to the Phoenix Cry Society, then to the Underworld Deity Society, and now, it was finally the Crown Prince Society's turn. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely surprised. This Mu Yun was really trying to regain his face. Hearing this, 2 figures suddenly walked out from the crowd. Senior brother Mu. The 2 people who walked out were Qiu Ran and Xiayu from the Crown Prince Society. Brother priest, you're so strong that we can't compare to you. So, we admit defeat in this match. Qiu Ran cupped his hands and said frankly. Admit defeat. The Crown Prince's subordinates' move immediately confused everyone present. Admit defeat just like that? Would the Crown Prince be willing to lose face like this? Admit defeat? Mu Yun suddenly beamed and cupped his hands. Good, good, good. It's good that you admit defeat. In that case, we don't need to compete anymore. In that case, goodbye. Seeing Mu Yun heave a sigh of relief, she was even happier than winning the competition. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. You're not allowed. However, at this moment, a delicate voice suddenly sounded from above the arena. From today onwards, Mu Yun is not allowed to admit defeat in all challenges. With this shout, everyone was immediately convinced. This voice was none other than Yi Guxue. Yi Guxue appeared at this moment. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples immediately kept quiet out of fear. Damn it, why is this old woman so ruthless? Mu Yun cursed in her heart. 1 month later, Qiu Ran and Xiayu, the 2 of you will fight Mu Yun together. If you win, I will reward you with a high-grade immortal artifact. If you lose, prepare to stay in the dark mystic stone field in the sword sect for a year. Hearing this, Qiu Ran and Xiayu's expressions immediately turned bitter. If they won, they would get a high-grade immortal artifact. It was very tempting. However, if they lost, they would have to stay in the dark mystic stone field for a year. What kind of place was the dark mystic stone field? Immortal chi was dry and chaotic. If they stayed there for a year, their cultivation realm would increase a year slower than the sect disciples. If others were improving while you were regressing, it would not just be a year. This punishment was too ruthless. It was not only ruthless, it was simply ruthless. They could not even admit defeat. Since the sect master had appeared this time, it could be seen that Mu Yun was really ordered to challenge. The sect master was clearly using the disciples who were being challenged as stepping stones to train Mu Yun. Seeing this, everyone's hearts immediately ached. Back then, the sect master did not say that there was such a way to take care of the 7 disciples. Mu Yun's heart was even more bitter. This Yi Guxue was simply forcing him to increase his cultivation realm crazily. Was it that urgent? Moreover, wasn't this Yi Guxue taking care of him a little too much? Did she really take a fancy to him? Mu Yun himself also could not figure out Yi Guxue's thoughts at this moment. However, he knew that there would be another tough battle 1 month later. However, the sect master was obviously biased towards him. She was also helping him to make enemies for him. Everyone, disperse. Yi Gushua's indifferent voice slowly dissipated. However, at this moment, the crowd of disciples was completely boiling with excitement. What was this, nurturing Mu Yun into a top disciple and using them as stepping stones? Those who did not know the truth thought that Mu Yun was just taking revenge on a few parties. However, now that they knew the truth, many disciples were furious. The core disciples were furious. However, the EF faction disciples were happy. Some disciples who were suppressed by the major parties were even happier. If not for anything else, they could finally find a backer. Previously, Mu Yun had displayed extremely strong talent and was accepted as a disciple by the sect master. This caused some people to become restless. However, they were only restless. However, now that the sect master had made it clear that he wanted to nurture Mu Yun well, it was not just restless. This was enough to prove that Mu Yun could build a foundation for his party in the Sword sect. After joining the Samsara party, Mu Yun would protect them. How would the four major parties who had previously bullied them dare to bully them again this time? They could rely on Mu Yun, but Mu Yun could rely on the sect master. With these layers of relationships, it was very possible for the Samsara party to gain a foothold. This time, Yi Gushua's appearance immediately increased the popularity of Mu Yun's Samsara party. When he returned to the mountain peak, Mu Yun discovered that more than 1,000 people had gathered at the foot of his mountain peak. These people were all EF faction disciples. In the entire EF Sword sect, there were more than 60,000 EF faction disciples. After all, those who joined the four major parties and other parties were only a minority. Some people liked freedom and were unwilling to join. Others did not join because they had offended a party. The appearance of the Samsara party gave them a chance to join. How could it not be safe to join such a party established by the sect master? Seeing this scene, Mu Yun could not help but laugh. It seems that this old woman is not completely useless. However, the Samsara party is expanding like this. They are all EF faction disciples. It's not very good if there are no core disciples who can stand up. Mu Yun was also a little worried. Without the core disciples, the strongest person in the Samsara party was himself, a 6th-stage human immortal. A 6th-stage human immortal. Lin Jishou and the other 3 should be enough, right? Mu Yun muttered to himself. Then, Mu Yun called the 4 people up. How's the progress of the 4 of you? Lin Jishou and the other 3 looked at each other, then looked at Mu Yun and said slowly, the 4 of us are all at the peak of the 5th-stage human immortal realm. However, we have been suppressing our realms. According to what you said, we should comprehend more in this realm and make a breakthrough. Oh? Mu Yun looked at the 4 of them and said slowly, in that case, let me test the 4 of you. After saying that, immortal chi condensed into a long sword at Mu Yun's fingertip. Zung, the sound of the sword rang out. Mu Yun directly slashed out with the sword. The 4 figures glanced at each other and immediately separated. Swoosh, 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 in the main hall, sword chi was everywhere. Mu Yun's figure was also constantly dazzled. In the end, the 4 of them begged for mercy while panting. Even a 7th-stage human immortal is not your match. How can we, for 5th-stage human immortals, be your match? Lin Jishou said bitterly, stop, stop. I don't want to fight anymore. That's right. You're obviously bullying us. Fan Wuyan complained, these days, there are too many things going on in the Samsara party. We're so busy that we don't have much time to cultivate. Seeing that the 4 of them were indeed a little tired, Mu Yun nodded and said, I didn't think about this. In that case, the 4 of you, stay in my hall for a few days. I'll give you some pointers and point out some of your small problems. Then, I'll bring you to be promoted to core disciples. Promoted to core disciples, when the 4 of them heard this, they were all elated. If this sentence was said more than a year ago, it would be a dream for the 4 of them. Translator, Transin editor, Transin betrayal is not allowed. Why are you in a daze? Looking at the 4 of them, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, all right, don't be in a daze. The 4 of you are now the top geniuses in the sect. Once you become a core disciple, your status will be different. Of course, we know that. Lin Jixio said again. However, if this happened a year ago, before we met you, it would be unbelievable. It's like a dream. It's still too early to sigh. If you don't fix some of your problems, I won't let you advance. Cultivating immortality, one's physique and comprehension ability would change under the nourishment of immortal qi. Immortal qi was stronger than true origin not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. Once one entered the immortal ocean, one would no longer be a human, but an immortal. This was the most fundamental difference. Now, Lin Jixio, Fan Wuyan, Luo Qing and Luo Yun could be considered as geniuses in addition to their own talents. The contribution of the 9 spirits immortal body pill could not be ignored. Alright, the 4 of you, stop flattering me. I'll explain your problems to you now. The 4 of you should focus on leveling up. If you don't meet my requirements, don't even think about leaving my mountain and establishing your own sect. Becoming a core disciple meant having their own mountain. They could also recruit disciples from the Leaf faction for their own use. Haha. Don't worry. Even if we become a core disciple, your mountain is so powerful. We won't leave. Luo Yun laughed loudly. That's right. The spirit gathering formation in the mountain was made by the sect master himself. It's very powerful. That's right. We won't leave. We might even stay here every day. In the main hall, cheers and laughter could be heard. However, compared to the cheers and laughter in the main hall, the Crown Prince was furious. The sect master personally issued a challenge to him. Who can compare with this kind of honor? At this moment, in the Crown Prince's mountain, looking at the long queue at the foot of Muyun's mountain, the Crown Prince felt like exploding. What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to get rid of him last time? Is it that difficult? Reporting to the Crown Prince, this lad's strength has exceeded our expectations. Back then, he was able to casually kill a rank 6 human immortal. We did not know that. I don't know. What else do you know? The Crown Prince was furious. Hearing this, everyone immediately fell to their knees and kept quiet out of fear. The Crown Prince had never cursed, but today, he actually cursed at someone. It was enough to see the fury in his heart. Forget it. The Crown Prince immediately waved his hand and said, I'm not in the mood to care about this matter now. Let Muyun do whatever she wants. 5 years later, it will be the 5 Great Sects competition to determine the right to control the Dark Mystic Stone Field. At that time, the 5 Great Sects will take out their treasures to compete with their disciples. There cannot be any mistakes in the competition between the top disciples. There are less than 5 years left. If I can't break through to the Earth Immortal Realm, I won't be able to take first place. Damn it, this Muyun. If the heavenly fire and the mystical water belong to me, I can step into the Earth Immortal Realm within a year. But now, it has to be delayed. Recently, I will start my closed-door training. I won't come out until I reach the Earth Immortal Realm. All the affairs in the Crown Prince's party will be handed over to Qin Shuriwei. You all have to obey his orders, understand? I don't want to hear any disobedience when I come out of my closed-door training. After the Crown Prince finished speaking, he turned around and sat on the throne. Looking at the dozens of people in the main hall, he said slowly, You are all my capable subordinates. If I become the sect master of the Iya Sword sect in the future, you will be high-ranking elders. You will enjoy the Renyang pills and immortal swords in the sect, and your cultivation will improve. Isn't that a step to heaven? We will follow the Crown Prince's instructions. We will follow the Crown Prince's instructions. Hearing this, the members of the Crown Prince's party were all jubilant. The Crown Prince's meaning was very clear. If they followed him, their future would be boundless. And this time, the Crown Prince was ready to show his talent in the 5 Great Sects adjudication battle. As long as they could suppress the other genius disciples of the 5 Great Sects, the position of the sect master would be the Crown Prince sooner or later. As for Muyun, she would have to stand aside when the time came. They were very sure of this in their hearts. Just as the whole sect was discussing Muyun quietly led Lin Jixio and the other 3 who had broken through to the 6th stage human immortal realm and were promoted to core disciples. At this moment, on top of Muyun's mountain, Lin Jixio and the other 3 were overjoyed. Being able to become a core disciple was one kind of feeling, but really becoming a core disciple was another thing. Congratulations to the 4 senior brothers. At this moment, in front of the main hall on the mountain peak, 2 people stood in front of Lin Zhixiu and the other 3. One of them had bronze-colored skin, and he looked simple and honest. As for the other person, he looked gentle and weak, like a pale-faced scholar. Gu Yu, Chen Feng, the 2 of you were chosen by the 4 of us from the first 200 people to join the reincarnation party. Lin Zhixiu looked at the 2 and said slowly, this time, the 4 of us have been promoted to core disciples. In the future, we will help Dang Xiu to develop her power among the core disciples. As for the matters of the reincarnation party in the Yi branch, I will leave it to you. So this time, the 2 of you must not disappoint us. Definitely. Yes. Gu Yu and Chen Feng were instantly overjoyed. Don't be nervous. Seeing that the 2 of them were a little nervous, Lin Zhixiu comforted them. Dang Xiu is very easy to get along with, and now the reincarnation party is flourishing. After these 3 battles, we have more than 500 members in the Yi branch. As long as you manage it well and don't betray Mu Yun, Dang Xiu can stop anything for you. But don't blame us for not reminding the 2 of you. Betrayal is what Dang Xiu hates the most. It is simply abhorrent. Lin Zhixiu's words could be said to be Mu Yun's idea, and also his idea. The 4 of them had a deep friendship with Mu Yun through life and death. Therefore, betrayal was simply impossible for them. However, the reincarnation party's motto was that betrayal was not allowed. They had to explain this to every newcomer who entered the reincarnation party in advance. If they felt that the reincarnation party was not good, they could withdraw. However, if they were to betray the reincarnation party, only death would await them even if they had already withdrawn. For senior brothers, don't worry. Gu Yu cupped his hands and replied, I have already offended the 4 major parties. To be honest, the disciples of the 4 major parties are arrogant and despotic, whether in or out of the sect. We have had enough of it. It's just that no one can lead us to fight against them. Therefore, all this time, we have been enduring the humiliation. That's right. Chen Feng looked fair and clean, and his voice was also a little weak. He said, I have also killed a disciple of the Crown Prince party. Joining the reincarnation party today is equivalent to leaving my life in the reincarnation party. In the future, just watch our actions. Good. Hearing their words, Lin Zhixiu patted his shoulder and said with satisfaction. What's so good about it? However, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly appeared. I asked you to join the reincarnation party, not to kill you. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, since we have established a party, we naturally have to unite, support each other, and grow together. Greetings, Dang Xiu. Greetings, Dang Xiu. Seeing Mu Yun appear, the 6 of them bowed respectfully. Gu Yu, Chen Feng? Looking at the 2 of them, Mu Yun said with a smile, good, Lin Zhixiu and the others believe in you, so I naturally believe in you too. Work hard for the reincarnation party and improve your strength. However, remember not to be arrogant and despotic. Of course, if others bully you, you can't let them step on you. As long as it's reasonable, you don't have to be afraid even if they are the core disciples of the 4 major parties. Yes. Looking at the 2 of them, Mu Yun nodded. You guys came at the right time. I asked for some immortal vitality stones from the sect master. It's just enough to increase the effect of the spirit gathering array on my mountain peak. Give me a hand. Yes. Hearing this, Gu Yu and Chen Feng did not show any expression on their faces, but they were extremely shocked. Immortal vitality stones, this kind of jade stone was specially used to strengthen arrays, especially spirit gathering arrays. It had a magical effect on strengthening spirit gathering arrays and gathering immortal qi. In the beginning, they heard from Lin Zhixiu and the others that Mu Yun was a powerful immortal array master. Now, it seemed that what they said was true. However, when they saw Mu Yun take out an immortal vitality stone the size of a bathtub, the 2 of them realized that they were surprised too early. A thumb-sized parting immortal meta stone was a rare item even for core disciples. For Leaf Division disciples, it was something that could only be found by chance. Mu Yun actually asked for such a large piece directly from the sect master. The sect master was really willing to give it away. This entire mountain peak is divided into upper and lower peaks. The upper peak is mainly where I am. I have already set up an array on my own, so this immortal vitality stone will be given to the disciples who live halfway up the mountain to strengthen the spirit-gathering array. What? Hearing this, Gu Yu and Chen Feng were simply dumbfounded. Such a large immortal vitality stone could only be exchanged for at least tens of millions of Renyang pills. Mu Yun actually asked for it to help them form a spirit-gathering array for their cultivation needs. Just this point alone was enough to make them admire Mu Yun from the bottom of their hearts. No one in any party would be willing to do such a thing, however, Mu Yun was willing. As Mu Yun arrived at the palace complex halfway up the mountain, Mu Yun finally arrived in front of a palace. It's here. Standing in front of the palace, Mu Yun waved her hand, and array talismans condensed in her palm. Those array talismans looked very cryptic. To them, they were like ancient god clan characters that could not be understood at all. However, in Mu Yun's hand, they were like jumping elves. The jumping array talismans climbed toward a large palace in front of them. Opening the menorah series of strange talismans covered the entire palace at this moment. The flickering of the array talismans made the light look intoxicating. As Mu Yun's fingertips danced, they gradually realized that the scenery on the mountain peak was changing. Mu Yun's array talismans seemed to have triggered the array talismans in the sky above the palace. Strange objects appeared in the palace. Although they did not recognize those objects, they knew that they were the materials used to maintain the spirit-gathering array on the mountain peak. When constructing an immortal array, the array talismans were only the scaffolding that connected the materials used to construct the array. The most important thing was the materials used to guard the array. The stronger the materials, the more complex the array talismans were, and the more powerful the array would be. Offensive immortal formations, defensive immortal formations, and growth immortal formations were also extremely complicated. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a well-read scholar as she edited the notes in the ancient book. Although the few of them did not understand, they knew that the ancient book was extraordinary when they saw Mu Yun's serious look. Mu Yun's notes were also extraordinary. Gradually, the entire spirit-gathering formation was embedded in the hall before them. It was this spirit-gathering array that was sweeping the immortal chi of heaven and earth toward the mountain peak. When Mu Yun saw this, she waved her hand and placed the parting immortal meta stone at the core of the array. Buzz! In an instant, buzzing sounds were heard. Suddenly, the parting immortal meta stone returned to its original position. The immortal chi of the entire lower half of the mountain peak instantly became more than twice as rich. This was only the beginning. When the parting immortal meta stone took effect, how rich would the immortal chi be? Seeing this, the few of them immediately felt that Mu Yun's understanding of arrays was truly incredible. Just this spirit-gathering array alone was definitely not something that a low-level immortal array master could control. At least a high-level immortal array master, Mu Yun was indeed skilled in immortal arrays. Alright, this time, the immortal chi gathering here will become more and more powerful. Gather all the disciples of the reincarnation party here. Cultivate more often. Leave the matters on the mountain peak to the blood guards. Also, let those double-top savage horses cultivate more. Yes. Right. Mu Yun looked at Gu Yu and Chen Feng as she slowly said, now that Lin Zhixiu and the other three have been promoted to core disciples, the Yi faction disciples of the reincarnation party will be managed by the two of you. However, remember, we have already recruited more than 500 people. Don't expand for now. Test their loyalty first. Understood. Also, any disciple who wants to join the Samsara party in the future must either have a blood feud with the 5 major parties, or have nothing to do with them. But if you have anything to do with them, don't accept them. If there are spies in the Samsara party, you too will be punished. I'll definitely complete the mission. Gu Yu said resolutely. Of course, if you do well, I will definitely reward you. Mu Yun waved her hand and 29 spirits immortal body pills appeared. These 29 spirits immortal body dan are just a small greeting gift. I didn't prepare anything before. Hearing this, Gu Yu and Chen Feng's eyes almost popped out. A small greeting gift, this small greeting gift was too precious. Although the two of them were now tier 5 human immortals, they had not even earned 10 spirits immortal body pills in the past few years in the ES Sword sect, let alone 20. Mu Yun was indeed generous. After instructing the few of them, Mu Yun returned to the main hall at the top of the mountain. She came to the back of the main hall and saw a celestial meta stone the size of an ordinary woodshed, standing in the middle of a formation. A vast amount of immortal chi began to circulate. It almost turned into a liquid state behind the hall. A celestial meta stone. Yi Guxiue is really generous. With such a big stone, cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and remained silent. Time passed by bit. A year had passed by in a flash. In the past year, Mu Yun had continuously challenged the disciples of the Yi Sword faction, including Qiu Ran and Xiaoyu. After his defeat, the Crown Prince faction, the Battle Spirit faction, the Five Leaf faction, the Phoenix Cry faction, the Underworld Deity faction, and even some non-faction disciples had appeared on Mu Yun's list of challengers. Today, Mu Yun was a fierce person in Yi Sword sect. The core disciples could not avoid her, and the disciples of the Leaf faction were envious. The 5 major parties could not do anything to her. Mu Yun kept challenging people, like an imperial envoy in the mortal world, who was following the emperor's orders. Who dared to resist? However, what was strange was that in this year, Mu Yun had challenged 12 people, big and small, but she won every one of them. The first 7th grade human immortals, Xiaoyu and Qiu Ran, were defeated by Mu Yun. This was not the end. In the first half of the year, Mu Yun challenged 7th grade human immortals. She went from 2 to 3, and then to 4. Later, 7th grade human immortals' core disciples could no longer satisfy Mu Yun. Now, Mu Yun was challenging 8th grade human immortals. In the beginning, the 2 of them were not famous 8th grade disciples. Now, they were the most famous 8th grade disciples. And today, it was a challenge that was sometimes held once a month. Around the challenge platform, a crowd gathered. And this time, it was different from the past. Around the challenge platform, small tables were set up. Everyone was sick and tired of watching the challenges this year. Since they had nothing to do, they set up the gambling table here. At this moment, there was not only one gambling table, but a row of several gambling tables. The bets are open, the bets are open. At least 10 Renyang pills, at most 1,000 Renyang pills. A disciple rolled up his sleeves and said enthusiastically, "Bet on Mu Yun or you Man Tian. You can't go back on your words." Today's competition was between Mu Yun and Yu Man Tian. Yu Man Tian was a disciple of the Underworld Deity Society. This person could be said to be a top 8th grade human immortal disciple in the entire Yi Sword sect. Moreover, Yu Man Tian was different from ordinary disciples. This person was the right-hand man of the Underworld Deity Society's leader, Ming Yuan. Mu Yun had already challenged 5 people in this year. So now, her target was already the close confidants of the various major parties. In the Yi Sword sect, the 7 disciples were obviously superior and the strongest. Among the disciples, they belonged to the most tyrannical class. Below these 7 were the confidants of the various major parties and the various factions. These people, except for the 3 Grand Guardians by the Crown Prince's side, were all 9th grade human immortals. The close confidants of the other major parties were all top 8th grade human immortals. For example, the Battle Spirit envoys Zhang Feng and Zhang Ming of the Battle Spirit Society, and the 5 Leaf Blade Ji Kai and Yi Bing of the 5 Leaf Society. They could be said to be second only to the 7 disciples. And Mu Yun, in just a year, had the strength to challenge 8th grade human immortals from 6th grade human immortals. She was really not to be underestimated. Now, in the hearts of many disciples, this 8th grade human immortal disciple could be said to be well-deserved. Most importantly, in the Samsara party, in the past year, the strength of the members of the Samsara party had increased. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had soared to the sky. There were even more than 10 core disciples. Mu Yun's mountain peak had a spirit-gathering array that was more luxurious than the Crown Prince's. The immortal chi was rich and could be compared to the sect leader's mountain peak. This made others envious. The Samsara party had already recruited 1,000 members. They did not want any more, and in this year, there were many disputes between the disciples of the various sections. The members of the Samsara party were ostracized, but in the beginning, no one cared. But Mu Yun's disciple appeared a few times and taught the disciples of the other parties who were looking for trouble a lesson. No one dared to tease the disciples of the Samsara party anymore. Now, many disciples secretly called the Samsara party the sixth major party. In today's competition, Mu Yun would fight against Yu Man Tian. In this battle, as usual, there were disciples who opened a gambling house. In this year's gambling house, almost all of the people who bet on Mu Yun lost. But Mu Yun won every round. But in the next round, many people still bet on Mu Yun losing. There was no choice. Every opponent that Mu Yun challenged really made people feel that it was impossible for this guy to win. But the result was that he won every time, and now, what was even more annoying was that they could not see through Mu Yun's cultivation realm at all. Not only them, but some of the sect elders could not see through it either. Mu Yun seemed to have cultivated a technique to hide his cultivation level, making it difficult for others to see through his cultivation level. Just based on the strength that he temporarily displayed, everyone was sure that Mu Yun had broken through to the 7th stage human immortal realm. This battle was different from the past. The challenger was Yu Man Tian of the Underworld God Party. This guy was very ruthless. However, just as everyone was looking forward to the start of the competition with great interest, a few figures came out in a line. The three people in the lead had completely different auras. The person in the middle had long hair and a long and gloomy aura. His every movement gave people a kind of ethereal and otherworldly immortal demeanor that did not belong to the 5 elements. On the right was a woman who looked rather ordinary. Naturally, her appearance was ordinary, but her temperament was graceful and luxurious. On the left was a young man with a strong body. His long hair was braided into strands and filled with objects that looked like gold coins. Senior brother Tianyang, I didn't expect that there would be such a lively scene in the Sword sect. The woman opened her mouth slightly and said with a smile, challenge? 8th stage against, eh? I can't see through this young man's cultivation. Senior sister Lu, even you can't see through it? The man with the braided hair smiled and said, I thought I was the only one who couldn't see through it. I can't see through it either. The young man in the middle frowned slightly and was also quite surprised. It seems that the Sword sect can't be underestimated. Brother Xiang, why can't we underestimate them? In our Heaven Sword Tower, the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples are all human immortals of the 5th stage to the 9th stage. The Inner Sword Pavilion disciples are all like you, earthly immortal realm experts who have been bestowed with the title Tian. In my opinion, the Sword sect has less earthly immortal realm martial artists than our Heaven Sword Tower disciples. The young man with the braided hair said disdainfully. Alright, Lu Susu, Shin Miao, I brought you here because of the 5th elder. Don't be too ostentatious. After all, this is the Sword sect. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Earth Yang Pil. How is it possible for these mortal forces to develop to such a level? Shin Miao curled his lips and said, Big brother Xiang, I think that these disciples, even those under the command, are no match for me. Junior brother Shin Miao. Lu Susu smiled bitterly and said, You're the disciple of the Sword Pavilion outside the Heaven Sword Tower. Compared to them, you're nothing. Place your bets. Place your bets. At least 10 mortal yang pills, at most 1,000. Mu Yun or Yu Man Tian, come on. At that moment, Shin Miao heard a shout from the front, and he stepped forward. How do I place my bets? Shin Miao looked at the 2 names on the table and asked. Senior brother, Mu Yun and Yu Man Tian are competing to determine the winner. How about we choose one of them and have a bet? Sure. Shin Miao found it interesting. He placed his hand down and started to place his bets. This Yu Man Tian is an 8th stage human immortal. Not bad. That guy is Mu Yun, right? I don't like him. I'll place my bets on Yu Man Tian. 100,000 mortal yang pills. Ah? Hearing this, the disciple trembled and almost flipped the table. 100,000 mortal yang pills, oh my god, how can I afford it? The disciple immediately said, Senior brother, the upper limit is 1,000 mortal yang pills. I can't afford 100,000 mortal yang pills. Can't afford it? If you can't afford it, why are you betting? Shin Miao shouted, Don't tell me you don't want to bet on me because you think I'll win? Shin Miao, don't make trouble. Behind him, Xiang Tianyang smiled and walked up. Okay, I'll place 1,000 mortal yang pills. What kind of poor place is this? You can't even afford 100,000 mortal yang pills. Shen Miao pouted his lips in disdain. The disciple felt that he was being despised and felt unhappy. However, on the surface, he smiled and said, "Senior brother, I can't afford it here, but the other side can." The disciple pointed to the other side and laughed. Shen Miao and the others looked over and saw Lin Jishou and the other side. With Mu Yan's challenges this year, every bet was set up by a disciple. Mu Yan then asked Lin Jishou and the other three to set up a bet. However, every time, Mu Yan's opponents were shocking. Hence, there were very few people who bet on Mu Yan. It was just that recently, as Mu Yan's fame increased, there were more people who bet on her. Hence, the amount of money earned decreased. At this very moment, Lin Jishou and the other three also felt that this gamble might not be able to continue. The four of them sat at the table and chatted casually. "How many moves do you think Brother Mu will use to determine the outcome of this match?" Luo Yun asked in a bored tone. 10 moves? How can there be so many? I'm guessing at most 5 moves. 3 moves, no more. The four of them immediately started arguing. "Why don't the few of us take a look?" Lin Jishou suggested, "Let's bet on a few moves to determine the winner. Whoever receives it closest will win the mortal yang pill. How about it?" Alright. The few of them immediately became excited and began to place their bets. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in their ears. "Can we place bets here?" When that voice sounded, the four of them immediately perked up. Of course, at least 10 pills. There's no upper limit. Lin Jishou immediately smiled and said. That smile was no different from a profiteer's. "Oh? No upper limit?" "Yes, we'll be honest. We'll pay as much as we should." "Alright." Shen Miao smiled slightly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. However, he thought to himself, what a bunch of country bumpkins. No upper limit? Then let's play big. With that thought in mind, Shen Miao suddenly clapped his hands and said, "I'll bet 1 million mortal yang pills. That, Yu Mantian wins." Hua, Shen Miao's voice was neither loud nor soft. However, when everyone heard this number, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. 1 million mortal yang pills, even his direct disciples wouldn't be able to take out such a large sum of money. With a gulp, Lin Jishou immediately said again, 1 million pills? Are you sure? Of course. Good. Lin Jishou clapped his hands as if he was afraid that Shen Miao would go back on his word. He said, I'll register it here. Senior brother, please take out 1 million mortal yang pills. Here. Shen Miao waved his hand and a round pill appeared on the table. However, it was not mortal yang pills. It was Earth yang pills. What was an Earth yang pill? As everyone knew, the Earth Immortal Realm was a gathering of immortal qi in the Dantian. Gathering origin, it meant gathering immortal qi in the immortal's Dantian, which was equivalent to using immortal qi to nourish the Dantian. When martial artists reached the immortal realm, they would circulate immortal qi in their veins to refine their immortal body. It was the same as remolding the body. When the immortal body was refined to perfection, it would begin to gather immortal qi. When it was gathered, the immortal qi of a single source would be many times denser than the immortal qi of a full cycle. This was the difference between an earth immortal and a human immortal. Not only was the body perfect, but the amount of immortal qi stored in the Dantian was also terrifying. At this time, the Earth Celestial Stage martial artists would not be able to rely on mortal yang pills for their daily cultivation. Just think about it, every move of an Earth Celestial Stage martial artist consumed celestial qi, and it was extremely terrifying. When fighting with an enemy, with a wave of their hand, over 1 million mortal yang pills would enter their stomach, and before they could finish swallowing, the enemy would have already killed them. How could they fight? Therefore, the Earth Immortal Realm martial artists needed another type of pill, the Earth Yang pill. Moreover, the Earth Yang pill was no longer a mortal-grade immortal pill. It was an Earth-grade immortal pill. It was like copper and silver in the mortal world. The difference was huge. The refining method of an Earth Yang pill was 100 times more complicated than a human Yang pill. The amount of herbs needed was 10 times more expensive. It was not on the same level at all. Therefore, in the immortal realm, an earth yang pill was equivalent to 10,000 human yang pills. This was an equivalent comparison based on the refining method, ingredients, time, and consumption of an earth yang pill. Generally speaking, very few people would be willing to exchange earth yang pills for human yang pills. After all, this exchange was a loss. This young man had taken out 100 earth yang pills, which was equivalent to 1 million human yang pills. This kind of bet was really extravagant. However, Lin Jishou and the other three were not worried that they could not afford it, because they could not afford it. If this guy had bet on Mu Yun, they would have been terrified. But now, this guy had bet on Yumantian. Yumantian winning? Impossible. Junior brother Shen Miao, seeing Shen Miao take out 100 earth yang pills, Lu Susu smiled bitterly. I'm just playing around. I'd like to see how a poor place like this can afford to pay for 100 earth yang pills. Shen Miao did not care at all. It would be a lie if he said that he did not care. 100 earth yang pills were enough for him to cultivate for 3 months. He felt a little heartache when he took it out like this. However, he was confident that he had a good eye for people and would not lose. He wanted to see how these bumpkins from the Sword sect could afford it. At that time, if these disciples refused to accept the bet, he would have an excuse to teach these bumpkins a lesson. He would let them know that the Sword sect was worthless compared to the Heaven Sword Tower. However, Lin Jishou and the other three were unhappy when they heard this. These people did not seem to be Sword sect disciples. Although they were unhappy, it would be a waste if they did not accept the earth yang pills that were given to them. They had always believed in Mu Yun's motto, if someone gives you money, it would be a waste if you don't accept it. If someone gives you face, it would be a waste if you don't accept it. Let's continue. Lin Jishou said casually, how many moves did you say? 3 moves. The 4 of them ignored him and continued with their own bet. They were already used to having more than 10 matches in a year. It was too difficult for Mu Yun to lose. Moreover, this guy still had many tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, the match in the arena had already begun. Mu Yun held a long sword in her hand. On the black long sword, a black light was shining brightly. On the other side, Yumantian held a thin sword in his hand. It was purple like a poisonous scorpion and looked rather sinister. Mu Yun, it seems that your recent victory has given you a lot of confidence. You dare to challenge me, Yumantian, in a year's time. Yumantian said coldly. He had a head of purple hair and purple lines at the corner of his eyes. I'm sorry, junior brother Yu. I was also forced by the sect master. Moreover, I have already asked the sect master to show mercy. If I lose, I don't need to go to the dark mystic stone field for a year. 3 months is enough. So please forgive me, junior brother Yu. Mu Yun smiled and said humbly. You want me to go to the dark mystic stone field? Dream on. Yumantian growled and attacked. Zeng, with the black Yin sword in front of her, Mu Yun directly used a killer move. This move again. Seeing Mu Yun raise her long sword, everyone exclaimed. In this year, Mu Yun had only used one set of swordsmanship, Celestial Seal Formula. This Celestial Seal Formula only had 4 moves. However, Mu Yun relied on the first 2 moves and various variations to win 12 matches in this year. Until now, no one had seen what the last 2 moves of this set of swordsmanship were. Sword sealing heaven and earth. With a growl, Mu Yun directly slashed with her sword. Zing zing zing, streaks of sword chi spread out, forming a huge net that covered Yumantian. Is it still this move? Yumantian immediately shouted, in this year, I have already seen through this move of yours. It's useless against me. Oh? Is that so? However, Mu Yun did not care. Sword sealing heaven and earth, 1 move of myriad disintegrations. Yumantian thought that he had seen through it, but that was just his own imagination. Purple seal heaven sealing formula. At this moment, Yumantian growled and attacked with his long sword, swish, swish, swish. Sword seals suddenly appeared in front of Yumantian. The sword seals were formed into dots, which then converged into a line, and then converged into a surface. On the surface, there were sharp points that directly pierced towards Mu Yun's sword net. Dong, 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 muffled explosions rang out, and crackling sounds spread out. The two figures completely separated. However, Mu Yan's swordsmanship was broken. Beautiful. Seeing this scene, Shen Miao immediately clenched his fist and said excitedly, I knew it. I didn't see wrongly. This Yuman Tian will definitely win. That's not necessarily true. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations so cool. Big brother Xiang, you're not giving me face. Shenren pouted and said unhappily, although Mu Yun hit his cultivation base, anyone with a discerning eye can see that his immortal qi circulation is not as strong as Yumantian's. Haha, hearing this, Xiang Tianyang smiled bitterly. Mu Yun's realm might not be as good as Yumantian's, but didn't you notice that Mu Yun can integrate almost 100% of his strength into his sword moves? But Yumantian can only do 50%. That's not bad. How is that possible? Lu Susu was also quite surprised at this moment. She knew. A martial artist's realm and strength were two different things. For example, an adult might be able to throw out 100 pounds of strength with one punch, but a teenager could only throw out 50 pounds. A teenager might be able to lift a bundle of 80 pounds, but an adult might not be able to lift it. Of course, this was related to the use of power. What was a genius? It was those who not only improved their cultivation base rapidly, but also could perfectly unleash their strength. That was a genius. It was considered good for an ordinary martial artist to be able to unleash 30% of his strength. Generally speaking, a martial artist who was able to unleash 50% of his strength with his martial techniques was considered a genius. A martial artist who was able to unleash 70% of his strength was considered a peerless genius. A martial artist who was able to unleash 90% of his strength was considered a monster. A martial artist who was able to unleash 100% of his strength was simply indescribable. However, this was also the reason why many geniuses were able to challenge and kill opponents of a higher realm. Yumantian was able to unleash 50 to 60% of his realm's strength, which was enough to call him a genius. However, Mu Yun was able to unleash 100% of his strength. What kind of talent was that? It was simply unheard of. Yes, it's indeed very surprising. Xiang Tianyang sighed. This guy is not an ordinary genius. He's as amazing as those monsters in our inner sword pavilion. Xiang Tianyang was an earth immortal expert after all. He could tell that Mu Yun's swordsmanship was impressive. Her swordsmanship was strong, sharp, and refined. She was even stronger. Junior brother Shen Miao, you might lose this time. Xiang Tianyang smiled bitterly. So what if he's a supreme monster? Shenren harumphed. I think Mu Yun is at most a tier 7 human immortal. Yumantian is at the peak of tier 8 human immortal realm. He's also a genius. This Mu Yun can't defeat him. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianyang could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Is it broken? On the stage, Mu Yun smiled bitterly when she saw Yumantian panting. Then prepared to receive the second move. Falling Sword of Solitude. After saying that, Mu Yun's figure shot up and flew down from midair. This move again. Seeing this scene, many disciples immediately exclaimed. In the past, Mu Yun had relied on this move to be invincible. The key point was that Mu Yun's sword move was the same every time, but the angle, speed, and power of the attack were completely different. It was as if there were thousands of moves in one move. Seeing this move, Yumantian knew that the real challenge had come. I'll let you taste my power. Yumantian roared and slashed out with his sword. Purple Seal Kill. The sword was as fast as lightning. The purple light suddenly condensed and spiraled towards Mu Yun's feet. It's useless. After Mu Yun finished her words, her figure still did not dodge, and she directly attacked. Boom! Suddenly, the condensed purple light shattered under Mu Yun's sword. Mu Yun's long sword slashed down. Purple Abyss Sky Roaring Dragon. At this moment, how could Yumantian admit defeat so easily? He immediately roared and attacked. Dong! A dull sound was heard. Yumantian was blasted away, but Mu Yun's long sword pressed down from midair. You've been fooled, haha, Yumantian slashed out with his sword. Heavenly Dragon Roaring 9 Heavens. As the sword slashed down, crackling sounds were suddenly heard. Swoosh! 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 9 rays of sword chi suddenly sounded at this moment. Sealing sword chant. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was finally willing to use her third move. When the sword was used, the swords that were taken out by the disciples around the challenge stage were buzzing as if they could not control themselves and were about to fly out. At this moment, Mu Yun's beautiful sword wind formed a spiral blade as it rotated. Ding ding ding, the sound of metal clashing was heard. The sword wind swept towards Yumantian at this moment. Puff, suddenly, Yumantian's seemingly brilliant attack was suddenly interrupted at this very moment. His entire body directly fell off the stage. Dong, a dull explosion was heard. Yumantian's entire body fell to the ground, and a crack was formed. The scene suddenly became chaotic. He won again. It seemed like the competition had dragged on for quite a while, but the real fight between the two of them was only 3 moves. He was defeated in 3 moves. Yumantian lost. Although this was the case, the crowd did not feel that surprised anymore. They had gotten used to it over the past year. Every time, they felt that Mu Yun could not win, but in the end, Mu Yun won. It was the same this time. Damn it, he actually lost. Shen Miao saw this scene and immediately shouted, "What a waste." Hearing Shen Miao's words, Xiang Tianyang and Lu Susu smiled bitterly. However, this junior brother had always been arrogant and did not want to admit defeat. They were already used to it. "Senior brother, the competition is over. We will accept these 100 Earth Yang pills." Lin Jishou smiled and took the 100 Earth Yang pills into his arms. 100 Earth Yang pills were worth 1 million Ren Yang pills. They had struck it rich. Wait. Seeing the smiles on Lin Jishou and the rest's faces, Shen Miao snorted and said, "Put it down. Senior brother, the result of the competition has been decided. Yumantian can afford to lose, so why can't you? I told you to put it down. Didn't you hear me?" Shen Miao snorted and said, "The Iya Sword faction is just a subordinate of the Heaven Sword Tower. When your disciples see the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower, they have to bow and kneel. You are just a core disciple. Do you dare to disobey me?" Heaven Sword Tower disciple. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding disciples gradually noticed the conflict and turned their heads to look at them one by one. Lin Jishou replied, "Senior brother of the Heaven Sword Tower, I set up a bet here. I made it clear that you will lose. If you can't afford to lose, why did you bet? Don't you feel like you are bullying me by using your identity as a member of the Heaven Sword Tower? So what if I am bullying you?" Shen Miao sneered and said, "I am bullying you because I think highly of you. I told you to put it down, so you should put it down. I have my reasons." "You, what?" "I'll ask you again. Will you put it down or not?" "No. The winner has been decided. It's useless no matter what you say. I don't believe that the Heaven Sword Tower has such an unreasonable disciple like you." Lin Jishou snorted. "How dare you?" Shen Miao stepped forward and hit him with his palm without mercy. Bang! Lin Jishou had improved a lot in this year, but he was only a level 6 human immortal. Shen Miao was a level 8 human immortal. His palm was unavoidable. Puff! Lin Jishou spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. His face turned pale. "Trash, the disciples of your Iya Sword faction are useless in front of me. Who do you think you are to shout at me? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at the Iya Sword faction?" Just as Shen Miao finished his words, a mocking voice came from behind him. Hearing this, Shen Miao felt amused. Interesting, interesting. There was someone in the Iya Sword faction who dared to talk to him like that. When he turned around, who else could it be but Mu Yun? "Brat, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to win the competition." Seeing Mu Yun, Shinren snorted. "I can afford to lose 100 Earth Yang elixirs, but I will add another 100. Let's have a competition. If I lose, the 200 Earth Yang elixirs will be yours. If I win, the 200 Earth Yang elixirs will be mine. What do you think?" "Nothing." Hearing this, Mu Yun snorted. "You lost the 100 Earth Yang elixirs. Why should I compete with you? Are all the disciples of your Heavenly Sword Tower like you? Do you not have enough brains?" "You," seeing Mu Yun's shameless look, Shinren snorted. Alright, then I, Shin Miao, will take out another 100 Earth Yang elixirs to compete with you. I don't want these 100 Earth Yang elixirs. Shin Miao didn't care about the Earth Yang elixirs, but his face. Although his heart ached for the Earth Yang elixirs, he couldn't bear to lose face in front of these bumpkins. Didn't you understand what I said? Why should I compete with you? Mu Yun snorted. You injured my sword sect disciple. Are you going to let it go just like that? Then what do you want? Compensation. Mu Yun was speechless. Do you deserve to be beaten so much? Alright, I will compensate him with 5 Earth Yang elixirs. Is that enough? As soon as Shin Miao finished speaking, he flung his hand. The 5 Earth Yang elixirs fell to the ground and rolled around. Contempt, it was utter contempt. Seeing this, Mu Yun put her hands behind her back and walked out slowly. She picked up the Earth Yang elixirs one by one. However, seeing Mu Yun swallow her anger, many sword sect disciples couldn't help but want to scold her. Get lost. Suddenly, before the disciples could speak, Mu Yun flung her hand. The 5 Earth Yang elixirs instantly turned into powder and flew toward Shin Miao. Everyone was elated when they heard him shout "Get lost." They thought that Mu Yun was going to pick up the Earth Yang elixirs on the ground and put them away. However, they didn't expect Mu Yun to pick up the 5 Earth Yang elixirs, crush them, and throw them at Shin Miao's face. This action could only be described with one word, cool. Mu Yun's move was only a few steps away from Shin Miao. Shin Miao didn't expect Mu Yun to crush the Earth Yang elixirs into powder at this time and throw it at his face. He didn't defend against this move at all. Puff. 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 All the powder landed on his body. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 9 Heaven's Sword Strike. So what if she was a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower? Could she be so arrogant in the sword sect? Mu Yun's move immediately captured the hearts of many girls. Wow, so cool. I thought he would grovel and accept it. I didn't expect him to throw it out so coolly. A female disciple said enviously. Yeah, I didn't realize that Mu Yun is so manly. Good job, the reincarnation party is not recruiting now, or I would definitely join. Suddenly, the crowd was in high spirits. While the sword sect was in high spirits, Xiang Tianyang and Lu Susu, who were standing behind Shin Miao, thought, it's over. Seeing the arrogant expression of the sword sect's disciples, Shin Miao was completely enraged. How could he be willing to endure such humiliation? In his eyes, the sword sect was just a dog of the Heaven Sword Tower. Whatever the master told the dog to do, the dog should obey unconditionally, but now, this guy was acting recklessly. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shin Miao was furious and threw out a punch. Step back. After instructing Lin Jixio and the others to step back, Mu Yun stepped forward and swung her long sword. Dong, suddenly, a dull explosion was heard, and the two figures separated as soon as they made contact. It was obvious that Shin Miao was at a disadvantage when he used his fist against the sword. Again. This time, Shin Miao did not hold back and directly swung his sword. The sword in his hand was 3 feet and 6 inches long, and it was emitting a faint green light. On the blade, there was a little strange light. Upper-grade immortal weapon. Seeing Shin Miao's sword, the high-level disciples of the surrounding parties were immediately surprised and stepped back. At this moment, they did not want to care about Mu Yun. This guy had been in the limelight for the past year. They could not wait for the Heaven Sword Tower's disciples to kill Mu Yun. Slash! Shinran shouted in a low voice and directly attacked Mu Yun. Humph, you're just an 8th-grade human immortal. The sword sect is not a place for you to behave atrociously. How arrogant. Shin Miao was even more furious. You're just a 7th-tier human immortal. Not even the crown prince of the sword school dares to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? Shin Miao growled as he took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. Boom, the two figures immediately flew into the air. This is great. Let's see if this Mu Yun can still be so arrogant. Inside the Phoenix Cry party, Feng Xian'er snorted and said proudly. Xian'er, when Feng Rui saw this scene, she smiled bitterly and said, although this Mu Yun is despicable, the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower are too arrogant. If Mu Yun can teach this Shen Miao a lesson, that would naturally be excellent. What are you afraid of? Feng Xian'er pursed her lips and said, this kid won't do. I'll go teach that Shen Miao a lesson. Does he really think that there's no one left in our sword sect? You? Feng Rui covered her mouth and chuckled, Xian'er, your strength is about the same as that Yumantian, right? Are you sure Mu Yun can't do it, but you can? Sister, you're making fun of me. On the other side, Yumantian stood beside Ming Yuan and watched this scene. Ming Yuan said slowly, Yumantian, can you deal with this Shen Miao? This subordinate is no match for him. Yumantian said shamefully, this subordinate was already defeated by Mu Yun alone. This Yumantian, this subordinate knows that this subordinate is no match for him. Then what do you think of Mu Yun? This subordinate doesn't know. At this moment, the disciples of the major parties were standing at the side and watching the show. Mu Yun had improved very quickly in this year. Every time she fought, her skills would shock everyone. They wanted to see just what kind of strength Mu Yun had. This time, this Shen Miao should be no match for Mu Yun, right? In the field, the two people's fighting postures looked more and more fierce. Every move was aimed at taking the opponent's life. Sealing sword chant. With a low shout, the long sword in Mu Yun's hand slashed out directly. This was the third move of the Divine Seal formula. This time, it seemed that Mu Yun was going for the kill and brought out her true skills. Seeing this scene, many sword sect disciples watched carefully to see how Shen Miao was going to deal with this. When everyone's eyes fell on him, a rumbling explosion sounded at this moment. Everyone was stunned. This Shen Miao directly attacked with his long sword without dodging and actually wanted to take it head-on. Ninth Heaven Sword Slash. With one slash, Shen Miao's speed was extremely fast at this moment. The power of this slash was beyond everyone's understanding. It was very strong, boom boom boom, a series of sword cries sounded. This slash directly broke through Mu Yun's inescapable net. Not only that, Shen Miao took advantage of the momentum and moved even faster. Great! Lu Susu secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the scene. It was not that she did not see Mu Yun's swordsmanship just now. In comparison, if Shen Miao wanted to break through this move of Mu Yun's, he was indeed a little lacking. However, she did not expect that Shen Miao actually succeeded in cultivating their sect's ninth heaven sword slash. Senior brother Xiang, junior brother Shen's ninth heaven sword slash is getting more and more proficient. Lu Susu looked at Xiang Tianyang and said joyfully. Yes, it seems that junior brother Shen has indeed been cultivating hard recently. Yes. In the field, the two figures immediately separated when they collided. Brat, what other skills do you have? Shen Miao immediately shouted, your sword sect only has this little trick. Why are you in such a hurry? Mu Yun said jokingly, this is just the beginning. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's warm up first. Warm up? I'm afraid you'll die before you can warm up. Shen Miao sneered. Is that so? Mu Yun smiled slightly, and the indifference in her eyes deepened. Immortal sword, immortal sealing stamp. With a slash of the sword, Mu Yun's aura changed drastically at this moment. At this moment, crackling sounds could be heard. Mu Yun's sword slashed out quickly. As the immortal sword spun a few times, sword seals appeared directly. Bang bang bang, the earth-shattering sword seal was directly broken apart. At this very moment, the thumping sound seemed to be pounding on the hearts of every disciple present. Boom, however, at this moment, Shen Miao moved. With a move of his sword, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The sword aura in front of him converged into a sword screen, blocking in front of him. It's the ninth heaven sword slash of the ninth heaven sword slash. Lu Susu said in surprise, junior brother Shen actually mastered this move. I didn't expect junior brother Shen to be as proficient in swordsmanship as the fourth elder's grandson. Xiang Tianyang was also very surprised at this moment. The ninth heaven sword slash was a rather famous martial technique of the heaven sword tower. There were very few disciples who could master the last move. Even if they had mastered the last move, there were very few who could perform it as powerfully and swiftly as Shen Miao. At this moment, Shen Miao was able to do this. It was indeed very surprising. It seems that in this battle, junior brother Shen is, boom, however, at this moment, before Lu Susu could finish her sentence, a boom sounded in midair. Puff, the sound of blood spurting was heard. Shen Miao fell directly to the ground. His limbs floated unsteadily, and his face was pale. Above him, Mu Yun drove her sword down and pointed it directly at Shen Miao. This attack was directly launched to kill Shen Miao. How dare you? Seeing this scene, Xiang Tianyang's expression changed, and he immediately rushed out. Although Shen Miao was an Outer Sword Pavilion disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower, he was the grandson of the fourth elder after all. This time, he was brought out to broaden his horizons. If he was killed, it would be terrible. As soon as Xiang Tianyang attacked, everyone immediately felt a huge pressure sweeping over. Earth Immortal Realm, at this moment, the disciples only felt a strong pressure that made them breathless. This kind of aura was simply too tyrannical. As Xiang Tianyang attacked, he directly struck out with his palm. That palm gathered into a palm print and directly attacked Mu Yun. Damn it! Seeing Xiang Tianyang attack at this moment, Mu Yun cursed in a low voice and condensed her sword realm. Buzz, suddenly, the speed of Xiang Tianyang's palm print was more than 10 times slower. Mu Yun saw the direction of the palm print clearly and directly dodged, changing the trajectory and landing on the ground, dodging the palm print. Boom, suddenly, the sound of heaven and earth shattering was heard in the mountain range. There was nothing to say about the strength of an Earth Immortal's attack. At this moment, Lu Susu helped Shen Miao up and said fiercely, "Bastard, how dare you hurt him?" "Why not?" Mu Yun held her sword in front and sneered. "This guy wants to kill me. Do I need to show him mercy? As a disciple of the Yi Sword sect, do you know that you should obey the orders of the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower? Didn't your sect master tell you? Don't tell me that the disciples of the Yi Sword sect, Yi Gu Shiwei, need to listen to the orders of the disciples of the Inner and Outer Sword Pavilions? Don't you think too highly of yourselves?" However, at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded in midair. As soon as the shout sounded, a figure suddenly appeared. Dressed in white, he appeared between the two sides like a startled swan. Seeing this person, Xiang Tianyang immediately cupped his hands and said, "Disciple Xiang Tianyang greets Senior Yi of the Yi Sword sect." "No need." Hearing this, Yi Guxiue snorted and said, "Xiang Tianyang, you're so arrogant. Even if that old man Tian Junyu came personally, he wouldn't act so recklessly. Are you juniors used to being arrogant?" "I don't dare. It's just that junior brother Shen and junior brother Mu had some misunderstanding." "I think you're very daring." Yi Guxiue snorted and said, "Mu Yun is my disciple. I, Yi Guxiue, only have 8 disciples in my life. Not to mention you, even if Tian Junyu dares to touch my disciple, I, Yi Guxiue, will make the Heaven Sword Tower pay the price." Hearing this, Xiang Tianyang felt even more bitter. Yi Guxiue established the Yi Sword sect the shortest time among the 5 major sections. However, this woman was the most unpredictable. A disciple she took in 1,000 years ago was killed. This woman chased him all over the sword domain and killed the culprit. However, he didn't expect that Mu Yun was actually Yi Guxiue's disciple. The 8th disciple. This Yi Guxiue had taken in another disciple. No wonder this kid looked so strange. "Xiang Tianyang, why did you come to the Yi Sword sect?" Yi Guxiue said indifferently, "Isn't it your 5th elder, Ying Tianxiong, who usually comes? Where's that old man?" "Senior Yi, this matter is of great importance. Therefore, the elders decided to let me send a message to invite the sect leaders and sect leaders of the major sects to the Heaven Sword Tower to discuss an important matter. This matter is related to the Bailuo Celestial Mountain." Bailuo Celestial Mountain. Hearing this, Yi Guxiue frowned. Mu Yun was also slightly stunned. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Yi Valley Senior Yi, please come as promised. This disciple will take his leave. Xiang Tianyang cupped his fists and left with a smile. "Senior brother Xiang." Shen Miao's face was pale as he clutched his chest. "That brat, let's just forget about it. Let's go." At this moment, Xiang Tianyang didn't say anything. He glared at Shen Miao and left. "Junior brother Shen, let's go." Lu Susu also spoke at this moment. "Mu Yun, I'll remember you. This isn't over." Shen Miao looked at Mu Yun with a pale face and said fiercely. However, Mu Yun ignored him. If it wasn't over, so be it, Mu Yun sneered in her heart. This Shen Miao really overestimated himself. The rest of you, come with me. However, at that moment, Yi Gushue suddenly spoke. These few people naturally referred to the few disciples who were present. Sword sect, on the peak of the sect master's mountain. Yi Gushue stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the mountains in front of him that were shrouded in immortal qi. After a long while, Yi Gushue suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Yun, Feng Rui, Zhang Tianling, and Chao Tianga. Are the three of you my disciples? Yi Gushue looked at the three of them and said indifferently, even if my Sword School is a common iron rank force and is under the control of the Heavenly Sword Tower, all of you are my disciples. Why are you afraid of 2 outer Sword Pavilion disciples and 1 inner Sword Pavilion disciple? Master, we didn't. Zhang Tianling cupped his fists and said. Didn't? Yi Gushue shouted. Then let me ask you. Why were you watching from the sidelines when Mu Yun attacked today? Could it be that Mu Yun was the only one who heard Shen Miao's arrogant words? Or is it that Xiang Tianyang's earth deity level made you afraid? Master, shut up. Yi Gushue looked at Zhang Tianling, Chao Tianming, and Feng Rui and shouted, the Crown Prince is currently in seclusion, and the other 3 senior brothers also have important matters to attend to. The 3 of you can be said to be the leaders of all the disciples. If you don't set a good example, how can the 10,000 years of foundation of the Sword sect be assured in handing it over to you? Master, don't be angry. Master, please calm down. Master, please calm down. The 3 of them immediately kowtowed to the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. After all, Yi Gushue was the sect leader of the Sword sect. She was able to stabilize the Sword sect in the South Pole by herself. This was enough to show how powerful she was. In the entire South Pole, the other 4 iron-level forces did not dare to covet the Sword sect for thousands of years because of Yi Gushue. Even the Heavenly Sword Tower was fearful of the sect master before them. The 3 of you better think about how you are going to explain to me. Yi Gushue calmed down and said slowly, I have taken you in as my disciples for thousands of years, and now you are still in the level 9 human immortal realm. The Crown Prince is trying his best to break through the shackles of the human immortal realm and step into the earth immortal realm. The 3 of you, I think you are too distracted to manage your own sect. Why don't the 3 of you train in the One Leaf Valley for a period of time? One Leaf Valley, hearing this, the 3 of them suddenly changed their expressions. They were very frightened, but they did not dare to refute. Looking at the 3 of them at this moment, and even a little bit of fear, Mu Yun knew that the One Leaf Valley was very dangerous. It was different from other places in the Sword sect. What are you waiting for? Without my order, don't leave the valley. After Yi Gushue finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the 3 of them immediately flew away. Mu Yun. Disciple is here. Mu Yun did not expect that Yi Gushue, who usually looked very gentle, would be like a hag when she was angry. She immediately responded respectfully. What realm have you reached now? Yi Gushue said discontentedly, what's the point of showing off your cultivation realm? You're so secretive that even I can't tell. However, according to the strength you displayed, you should be above level 7. Disciple doesn't want to show off too much. I hope Master won't blame me. You're hiding evil intentions. Yi Gushue snorted and said, in my opinion, in this Sword sect, the confidants of the various major parties are no match for you. It's not good to let you challenge their disciples. In that case, you should also enter the One Leaf Valley. Ah? What ah? Mu Yun immediately cupped her hands and said, Master, it's not that I don't want to go, but I don't know anything about the One Leaf Valley, so, won't you know once you enter? Yi Gushue said coldly, you can enter with Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga. Let me tell you, you can't leave the valley before your realm improves. Disciple obeys. Mu Yun cupped her hands obediently. Let me ask you. However, after Yi Gushue finished speaking, it was a long while before he said in a somewhat bashful manner, Kid, you have comprehended the sword principle. How did you go from controlling the 1-meter sword world to the 3-meter sword world within a year? Ah? Brat, what ah? Ye Gushue coughed and said embarrassedly, Master just wants to see how you did it to strengthen and improve the sword realm, so that you won't encounter any problems during your cultivation in the sword realm. Oh. Although Mu Yun pretended to be dumb on the surface, he was laughing in his heart. This Ye Gushue was really interesting, Mu Yun coughed, looking like he had learned something, and said slowly, Master, this disciple really has some areas that I don't understand about condensing a sword realm. Oh? Tell me about it. As everyone knows, swordsmen start with sword intent. The so-called sword intent is a kind of integration between swordsmen and swords, using the power of the sword to improve oneself. After sword intent is sword momentum, and sword momentum is the integration of swordsmen and swords into one, triggering the momentum of heaven and earth. However, this momentum relies on the sword as the inheritance. After the sword force, it is the sword heart. In between, it is the sword heart that the swordsman trains himself as a sword. Disciple sword heart is the nirvana sword heart. Everything returns to nirvana and nothingness. Sword intent, sword momentum, and sword heart can be said to be the gradual improvement of the 3 levels of swordsman. Every step is a threshold, but the most obscure one is the sword principle. Mu Yun walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the immortal aura lingering around the mountain. She said slowly, there are 10 major domains in the immortal world, and each domain is a heaven and earth. Tao is the existence that every immortal pursues with all their might. It is illusory, tyrannical, and unfathomable. 3,000 great Taos, one path, one will. Truly touching the Tao is the beginning of an immortal's path to heaven. Therefore, disciple has been cultivating and strengthening the sword principle, treating it as the beginning of my integration with swords. The sword realm can be said to be the most direct manifestation of the sword principle. Disciple's sword principle concept may be above master's, but because disciple's strength is limited, the sword realm is only 3 meters in diameter, while master's sword realm is probably over 100 meters in diameter. Therefore, the strength of the sword realm is not only related to the comprehension of the concept, but also related to one's strength. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said, Master, disciple has always comprehended the sword Tao, and I've always treated myself as a drop of water, a leaf, and an inch of earth in the world. Thus, I've transformed myself into a sword and swam, lay, and roamed the world. Back then, disciple comprehended the sword heart in the lower realm, and no one could stop me. However, when I came to the immortal world, disciple realized that the sword principle is just the beginning of being a swordsman. Otherwise, in the 10 major domains of the immortal world, the ferocious demon race and the strange demon race can each occupy a domain. The 33 heavenly sword sects can establish a domain with the sword. It is enough to see that in the immortal world where heroes exist side by side, the supreme position of the sword is. And the sword realm reflects the strength of the sword principle. It is inseparable from the swordsman himself. Mu Yun stood at the edge of the cliff and spoke leisurely. When he talked about the exciting part, even he himself yearned for it. Ye Gushue, who was standing at the side, was already in a daze. Every word that Mu Yun said left a lingering aftertaste in his mind. Because these words were not comprehended by him at all. They were imparted to him by his master, exterminating heavenly flame, on the path of sword cultivation in his previous life. Mu Yun gradually forgot himself as he spoke, and Ye Gushue also forgot himself as he listened. However, when he thought of exterminating heavenly flame, Mu Yun felt a little guilty in his heart. In his previous life, his master, who had devoted his life to imparting sword skills to him, could only watch as he died. Later on, even when he became a peerless immortal king, he still could not avenge his master. 33 heavenly sword sects, this enmity and hatred could not be forgotten for thousands of lifetimes. Exterminating heavenly flame. Who didn't know this name in the immortal world tens of thousands of years ago, but in the end, why did you stop talking? Seeing that Mu Yun had stopped talking, Ye Gushue still wanted to continue and said, what's next? Seeing Ye Gushue's anxious look, Mu Yun coughed. However, when he saw Mu Yun suddenly stop talking, Ye Gushue also knew that he had lost his composure. Yes, your comprehension is very good, and your direction is also very good. In the future, come to my mountain peak every once in a while and talk to me about what you have comprehended during this period of cultivation. Do you understand? Yes, master. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said slowly, then, Master, about One Leaf Valley, you must go. On the way down the mountain, Mu Yun could not help but scold. Old woman, you are really bad to the bone. I told you so much about my master's comprehension for no reason, and you still want me to go to some One Leaf Valley. You have no conscience. Mu Yun walked on the road and kept wailing. On the other side, Yi Guxiue looked at Mu Yun's figure as he went down the mountain, and his eyes revealed a serious expression. Why? Yi Guxiue's eyes were a little misty as he muttered to himself, why is his comprehension so similar to his? At this moment, Mu Yun walked down the mountain. The flowers that he had talked about with Yi Guxiue just now were sealed in the memories of his previous life. In addition, from his rebirth until now, his mind had also been filled with many sword techniques and sword comprehension that he had learned from the first God Emperor in the space-time fortress of the picture of celestial extermination. Combining them together with Mu Yun's own comprehension, it was naturally profound. However, this time when he talked about it again, Mu Yun could feel that his comprehension of the sword principle had also increased a little. It seems that when I go back, I will temporarily go into seclusion and comprehend some of it. I should have an even greater comprehension of the sword principle. Mu Yun muttered to himself and left the mountain peak. Senior brother Mu, bad news. At this moment, a figure ran over hurriedly. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations once spit it out in the past year, Chen Feng and Guyu took over Lin Jixio and the other three's jobs. They did their best to manage the reincarnation party's disciples, and Mu Yun treated them like her own children. Senior brother Lin and the Crown Prince party are fighting. Fighting? What's the reason? Mu Yun waved her hand and said, let's talk as we walk. Didn't senior brother Lin just win 100 Earth Yang pills? Some of the core disciples of the Crown Prince party took a fancy to senior brother Lin's Earth Yang pills and wanted to exchange for 10 or 100,000 Ren Yang pills. Senior brother Lin didn't agree, but they didn't give up. The two people in the lead are Song Nan and Han Bei. They are the strongest subordinates of the Crown Prince aside from the three Grand Protectors. They are from the Crown Prince's faction. That's not right. Mu Yun was confused. In the past year, he had kept a high profile in the sect. The major parties understood that he was following orders, so they did not make things difficult for his reincarnation party. He had heard of Song Nan and Han Bei. Their strength was about the same as Yuman Tian's, and they hadn't caused trouble for a long time. Mu Yun didn't know what they were thinking. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Jixio and the others were furious. Song Nan, I think you've forgotten about Brother Mu's challenge. Why don't we let Brother Mu challenge the two of you next time? Don't use Mu Yun to pressure us. One of the two people in front of Lin Jixio harumphed, Lin Jixio, 100,000 mortal Yangdan, I won't exchange them for 10 Earth Yangdan, 100, give them all to me. Dream on. Lin Jixio snorted. You can be arrogant now, but let's see how arrogant you can be when senior brother Mu returns. Do you think we'll wait until he returns? The other man, who was a little plump, snorted. Lin Jixio, we've given you a chance. If you don't give it to us, don't blame us. As he spoke, the man took a step forward and charged at Lin Jixio. Go. Go? Go your ass. However, just as the two of them were about to charge forward, a kick suddenly came from behind them, and a figure suddenly appeared. Are you trying to find fault with me? Mu Yun's figure appeared behind the two of them and immediately shouted. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun appear, Song Nan was stunned. Why are you back so soon? If I don't come back, I'll wait for you to steal the Earth Yang pill from my reincarnation party's disciple? Mu Yun snorted and kicked him. Go. However, Song Nan and Han Bei both knew that Mu Yun had only challenged Yuman Tian today. Now that the two of them had joined forces, why would they be afraid of Mu Yun? Do you think you're very powerful just because the two of you are working together? Mu Yun immediately flew up and fought the two of them head-on. Bang bang, two deep voices sounded. Mu Yun immediately stood still. However, on the other side, Song Nan and Han Bei kept retreating, barely managing to stabilize themselves. How could this be? How can this guy be so strong? Seeing this scene, the two of them were stunned. Why not? Mu Yun hooked her finger and smiled. The two of you, immediately take out all the Earth Yang pills on you and apologize. Otherwise, dream on. Seeing that Mu Yun still wanted to exploit them, Song Nan and Han Bei instantly roared and drew their swords to attack Mu Yun. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Seeing that the two of them still wanted to fight, Mu Yun immediately drew her sword and slashed it. Bang bang, two loud bangs suddenly sounded at this moment. Mu Yun drew her long sword, and the sword realm condensed. The two of them suddenly seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. Swoosh swoosh, Mu Yun did not say anything and took the interspatial immortal rings from the two of them. Lin Jishou, check how many Earth Yang pills they have. Okay. Every time Mu Yun made a move, she would help them regain their dignity. Lin Jishou, Fan Wuyan, and the other two were very excited. If not for Mu Yun's terrifying increase in strength in the past year, they would not have been able to live so smoothly in the Yi Sword sect. Seeing that Mu Yun took the Earth Yang pills by force, Song Nan and Han Bei instantly felt their faces turn red. This guy was really too despicable. Why are you not convinced? The blacking sword glowed faintly. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and snorted. Recently, the few major parties and the reincarnation party could be said to be living peacefully. Since Mu Yun established the reincarnation party, she had been nurturing the Iya disciples and promoting them to core disciples. She had never competed with the other major parties for disciples' resources. Everyone had been minding their own business. Moreover, the leaders of the various parties also knew how important Mu Yun was to the sect leader. Therefore, they tried their best not to cause trouble for each other. But today, Song Nan and Han Bei were enlightened and actually wanted to take the Earth Yang pills. Just a few 100,000 Earth Yang pills. Just a few 100,000, hearing Lin Jishou's words, Song Nan and Han Bei instantly wanted to vomit blood. Forget it, forget it. Look at the long swords in their hands. They are worth a lot. Take them. Mu Yun said indifferently. How dare you? We are the Crown Prince's men. How dare you? Hearing this, Song Nan and Han Bei completely panicked. They did not expect that Mu Yun did not use her full strength in the battle with Yuman Tian today. Why not? Mu Yun laughed and said, just because you are the Crown Prince's men? Lin Jishou and Fan Wuyan are my men. How dare you humiliate them? Everyone in the Yi Sword sect knows about their relationship with me. You humiliating them is the same as humiliating me, Mu Yun. Leave the swords and get lost. Mu Yun shouted and did not give them any face. This matter concerned Lin Jishou and his reincarnation party's reputation. Naturally, he would not give them any face. Brother priest, please calm down. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded to stop them. A figure soared through the air and arrived. It was Qin Shiyue, one of the 3 grand guardians of the Crown Prince party. Qin Shiyue, what's wrong? In the past year, Mu Yun had naturally learned about the more famous core disciples of the Yi Sword sect. After all, they might be the one to be challenged tomorrow. I apologize to Brother Priest. Senior Brother Mu, please don't take offense. You think I'll apologize just because you say so? Lin Jishou snorted. If Senior Brother Mu did not appear, the 200 Earth Yang pills would have been snatched away. At that time, it would be difficult to get them back. Senior Brother Mu, you mean, I said it. Mu Yun looked ahead and nodded. I only want the immortal swords in their hands as an apology. Qin Shiyue, I know that the Crown Prince party has deep roots and is powerful in the Yi Sword sect. However, do you believe that I can completely destroy the foundation of your Crown Prince party among the Yi disciples? Hearing this, Qin Shiyue was stunned. He believed it. This was because Mu Yun had been developing his influence among the Yi disciples. In the entire Samsara party, there were more than 1,000 disciples, but there were only a dozen core disciples. The other disciples were all Iya disciples. However, Mu Yun's Iya disciples accounted for more than half of the Iya disciples in the Samsara party. They were the cream of the crop. Even the 5-leaf party, which had stronger Iya disciples, was no match for them. Mu Yun had prepared for a long time. Now, he was doing his best to nurture the Iya disciples in the Samsara party and make them core disciples one by one. At that time, Chao Tiange had thought the same. However, Chao Tiange had not been able to do so. Therefore, they did not take Mu Yun's method to heart. However, Mu Yun's current prestige and reputation among the Yi lineage's disciples was absolutely unmatched. Previously, the Samsara party had announced that they would recruit another Yi disciple. In the end, more than 10,000 people had signed up in the Yi sword sect. This number was simply 1 in 10,000. This sword, I'll give it to you. Qin Shiwei immediately cupped his hands and looked at Song Nan and Han Bei. Imperial Protector Qin. Imperial Protector Qin. They did not expect Mu Yun to really be willing to give it to them. Song Nan and Han Bei were dumbfounded. Giving the sword to Mu Yun was equivalent to them losing face in front of Mu Yun. In the future, they would be reduced to a laughingstock in the entire Yi sword sect. Do you still remember what the Crown Prince said before? Qin Shiwei shouted, when he's not here, I'll handle all the matters in the Crown Prince's party. Have you forgotten? Hearing this, Song Nan and Han Bei clenched their fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Their faces were ashen. We'll give it to you. Song Nan and Han Bei snorted and threw out their swords. Mu Yun, remember, you have to protect this sword for us. Sooner or later, we'll take it back. Mu Yun, will only poop out what I've eaten. I won't spit it out. Seeing Mu Yun's arrogant look, Song Nan and Han Bei were instantly enraged. Let's go. Qin Shiwei shouted again. Both of them were unwilling, but when they thought of the Crown Prince's words, they did not dare to refute and left angrily. Senior brother Mu, we've offended the Crown Prince's party again. Lin Jishou smiled bitterly. It's not the first time. Mu Yun said slowly, this time, the Crown Prince is in seclusion. It seems like he won't show up until he reaches the Earth God realm. This Qin Shiwei is really tolerant. How about this, Lin Jishou, spread the news that the reincarnation party is starting to recruit disciples. Mu Yun nodded and said, just say that we'll accept anyone who comes. However, you have to be careful. The old members will be divided into the inner circle, and the new members will be divided into the outer circle. Now, no matter what, let's recruit these disciples and strengthen the reincarnation party's reputation. I'd like to see what the other members think. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'll be going to One Leaf Valley during this period. I'll leave the reincarnation party's affairs to you. If the core disciples dare to interfere with the affairs of the Leaf Branch disciples, let me know immediately and spread the news. Okay. Lin Jishou smiled. However, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Where did you say you were going? One Leaf Valley. F***ck, what are you going to do there? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the smile on Lin Jishou's face turned into horror. What's wrong? Is One Leaf Valley very scary? Seeing Lin Jishou's horrifying reaction, Mu Yun felt a chill run down her spine. Was it that scary? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Dancing God on the tip of a blade, don't tell me you don't know? Lin Jishou was speechless. One Leaf Valley, on the surface, is a place for our Yi sword sect disciples to train, but secretly, it's a place to imprison disciples. It's said that every year, there are at least a few dozen people who go crazy or lose their minds in there. It's that scary? Mu Yun was also shocked. He had heard that One Leaf Valley was a place for the sect to train and punish disciples. It was a double standard, but it was a fact. However, he did not expect that this place could drive people to their deaths. No wonder Zhang Tianling and the rest were so afraid of this place. Why? Don't tell me you want to go in? Lin Jishou looked at Mu Yun and asked strangely. Yes. Mu Yun smiled. Since it's a place for training, of course I want to go and see what's going on. Are you crazy? Lin Jishou shouted. That's a place of Azura. It's very scary. What if you go in and go crazy? I won't. I'm just going to take a look. If I can't do it, I'll come out. Come out? Lin Jishou smiled bitterly. You'll have to wait for at least a month before the exit opens. Otherwise, why do you think disciples would go crazy? A month. Hearing this, Mu Yun really wanted to curse. Merely, at this moment, it was useless to say anything. Yi Guxiwei had steeled his heart to allow Chu Feng to enter. It seemed that he had to prepare well. The Yi sword sect was vast, and there were countless mountains and forests in it. At this moment, in the depths of the Yi sword sect, in front of a valley, several figures stood still. 4 figures, each with different postures. Upon closer inspection, it was Mu Yun, Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga. One Leaf Valley. Looking at the words written on the side of the valley's entrance, Zhang Tianling smiled bitterly. I really don't want to enter this place in my life. That's right. Chao Tianga said helplessly. I remember the last time I went in was 100 years ago. That time, I almost went crazy. It's meaningless to say this now. Mu Yun, it's your first time entering. Protect yourself. Feng Rui. If you die inside, don't implicate the 3 of us. Mu Yun Feng Rui. Die inside, couldn't this woman hope for something better from him? Alright, let's go. The 4 figures entered the valley. At the same time, 2 figures stood on a mountain peak at the entrance of the valley. One of them was wearing a long white dress. Her aura was calm and steady. She was Yi Guxue. Beside Yi Guxue, Lin Yishan stood with his back bowed. His eyes flickered with a low light. Elder Lin Jishou. Yes. Of Yi of that. That's Lu. That's Lu Fengyu. SSS. T's Yuns S. Yes. Hearing those words, a sinister glint appeared in Lin Yishan's eyes. A crafty smile appeared on his face as he flew down. With a wave of his hands, a loud rumbling sound echoed in the air. At the same time, a bizarre glow rose from the entrance of the valley, and a formation silently materialized, sealing the entrance of the valley. Mu Yun, you'd better die inside this time so that I don't have to kill you. The corners of Lin Yishan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His entire person was like a peerless god of death, incomparably arrogant. He had been cultivating in seclusion for more than a year and had finally broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. Only when he came out of seclusion did he realize that Mu Yun had done so many earth-shattering things in the past year. He originally wanted to break through to the Earth Immortal stage and kill Mu Yun. Wouldn't that be an easy task, but he didn't expect that Mu Yun had already advanced to the point where she could defeat an 8th-grade human Immortal Realm martial artist. Even if you're a genius, as long as you haven't reached the Earth Immortal Realm, it's easy for me to kill you. If you have the ability, don't leave the One Leaf Sword sect. The corners of Lin Yishan's mouth curled up, and a sinister killing intent quietly bloomed. At this moment, Mu Yun and the other 3 had already entered the One Leaf Valley. Stepping into the valley, Mu Yun looked around. It was a long passageway, and there were cliffs on both sides. She couldn't see the end of the passageway. Other than that, there was nothing special. But at this moment, Zhang Tianling and the other 2 were nervous. Is it that scary? Mu Yun muttered in confusion. What do you think? Feng Rui said unhappily, you'll know later why this place is called Hell by the inner disciples. Swoosh, 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 just as Feng Rui finished speaking, in the valley, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out in front of the 4. Those air-piercing sounds carried an unstoppable aura. In front of them, rays of golden light bloomed, causing one to feel dazzled. Clang, at this moment, Feng Rui suddenly raised the long sword in her hand and took a step forward. There was originally nothing in front of her, but the moment Feng Rui's long sword slashed out, a clang exploded, and a golden longsword appeared in front of Feng Rui. That golden longsword wasn't there before. Dong, just as Mu Yun was surprised, a piercing pain came from his abdomen. A dull thud rang out, making people feel as if their heads were about to explode. Mu Yun only felt as if a sharp sword was about to pierce through his body. Most importantly, he didn't see it at all. What the hell? Mu Yun's face turned pale, and his expression changed. Junior brother Mu, this is the danger of One Leaf Valley. In this valley, attacks have no form, and we can only defend ourselves by relying on sound. Relying on sound? Mu Yun was stunned. So that was the case. This valley was really strange. Swoosh, just as Mu Yun nodded, an air-piercing sound suddenly sounded. Mu Yun directly slashed out with his sword. Ding, in front of him, a golden light collided with the darkened sword, and the tip of the sword collided with the tip of the sword, perfectly matching. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. The judgment was correct. Continue, delighted, Mu Yun directly slashed out with the darkened sword. Using sound to judge the location of the attack in front of him was testing his judgment. Relying on his hearing and true soul's perception to judge. If he was wrong, he would be attacked. If he was right, he would be able to advance courageously. No wonder so many disciples were driven crazy. Maintaining such a high-strung state for a month would definitely make one's mind and body exhausted. However, Mu Yun was slightly delighted. This kind of test was really a rare kind of training for him. The combination of hearing and true soul's power to increase his reaction speed. Although it consumed a lot of soul power, this kind of increase in reaction speed had significant effects. Mu Yun thought in his heart and completely calmed down. In the entire valley, he seemed to have forgotten the existence of Feng Rui and the other two and directly took a step forward. Swoosh, his ears moved slightly, and a subtle air-piercing sound was almost imperceptible, but Mu Yun felt it. He slashed out with his sword, he directly slashed out with the darking sword. With a clang, the golden light in front of him dissipated, and Mu Yun took another step forward. Seeing this, Xianxia and the other two looked at each other and were instantly stunned. Mu Yun's reaction was so fast. In that attack just now, the sharp golden aura in front of Mu Yun was still 3 meters away from him. However, Mu Yun had already figured it out and directly broken through. Amazing, it was just that Mu Yun ignored the three of them at this moment. Gradually, he felt that he had grasped a kind of concept. It was very mysterious and indescribable. However, he could indeed grasp his sword steadily under that kind of feeling, see the enemy in front of him, and feel the threat in front of him. Everything was so mysterious. Mu Yun directly slashed out with his sword. His speed exploded, and he actually stopped defending and attacked directly. This kid is crazy. Feng Rui shouted, the deeper we go, the more dangerous it is inside, and the attacks are also different. He can't possibly think that this is the only kind of attack in this One Leaf Valley, right? Who knows what this guy is thinking? Chao Tiange also smiled bitterly. However, in this year, his changes are comparable to ours in 100 years. I'm really not surprised that he did something like this. This kid died here and angered Master. It's best if he doesn't implicate us again. Feng Rui snorted and did not say a word. He pulled away from the two and continued forward. This valley passageway was a few hundred meters wide. 4 figures stood separately in it, and it seemed very spacious. At this moment, Mu Yun was alone in front. The darking sword in his hand slashed out from time to time, and his entire body was also undergoing all kinds of changes. That kind of change looked very strange, but it also gave people a very strange feeling. It was like a swan dancing gracefully at the bottom of a frozen lake. This feeling was very strange, but it was real, and it surprised the three of them. A dancing god on the tip of a knife. At this moment, Mu Yun gave them such a feeling. She was not resisting, but enjoying it. This kid, the three of them immediately looked at each other, dumbfounded. At this moment, Mu Yun had already distanced herself from the three of them by dozens of meters. She walked to the front and slashed out with her sword. Sword sealing heaven and earth. Falling sword solitary sky. Sealing sword chant. Immortal sword sealing immortal seal. The 4 sword moves of the immortal seal art were executed skillfully in Mu Yun's hands, and people could not help but want to clap and cheer. However, it was obvious that there was no audience watching at this moment. Comfortable. Mu Yun only felt comfortable after executing a set of sword moves. It was indeed very comfortable, it was a feeling of contentment. I originally thought that this place would be very dangerous. I didn't expect it to be an excellent place to hone my swordsmanship and improve my understanding of the sword Tao. Mu Yun muttered to herself, there are all kinds of attacks in all shapes and sizes. Who opened up this One Leaf Valley? It's really too ingenious. Mu Yun smiled slightly and felt very comfortable in her heart. A set of sword moves was executed in one go. It had been a long time since she felt this way. Continue. Looking ahead, Mu Yun directly took a step forward. The darking sword seemed to sense its master's excitement, and the light on it became even brighter. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations tailor-made. It was no longer the powerful metal energy. Instead, it was the wood energy that made people feel vigorous and full of vitality. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental attack, Mu Yun instantly felt elated. He immediately stood up and rushed out. This is the best training ground. Although it's not as wonderful as the space-time fortress in the painting of extermination of deity, it's indeed very comfortable to increase one's strength. Mu Yun muttered to herself, since that's the case, I'll practice a few more sword techniques and immortal techniques here. Mu Yun blocked in front of her with the blacking sword. In her mind, she began to search for the cultivation techniques and secret manuals from her previous life. Got it. Suddenly, Mu Yun's eyes lit up and she took a step forward. Dark Spirit Finger. Mu Yun muttered in her heart. She carried the blacking sword behind her back and pointed with her finger. One finger becomes a mountain. As he pointed his finger out, a tyrannical power suddenly spread out at this moment. Bang bang bang, a series of bangs sounded at this moment. Mu Yun pointed with her finger. Like the pressure of a mountain, it spread out in a large area. The illusory attacks in front of her were all pushed back by the immortal chi condensed by her finger. Mu Yun was overjoyed when he saw this. Double finger kill seal. She pointed with both hands at the same time. Her thumb and middle finger bent, and the 6 fingers on both hands pointed out. Bang 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 bang, 6 explosions rang out. Mu Yun's finger had directly destroyed 6 of the formless wood spirit attacks that were coming at him. There's more. Mu Yun jumped and pointed with her 3rd finger, Dark Spirit Finger Immortal Seal. This time, Mu Yun spread out her hands and all 10 fingers exploded. Bang bang bang, explosions continued to ring out as Mu Yun's figure disappeared amidst the billowing dust and smoke. Disappeared? Seeing this, Feng Rui and the other 2 were stunned. How could she disappear? Let's go. Zhang Tianling immediately shouted in a low voice. He wanted to follow and see what Mu Yun was up to. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, but at this moment, how could he leave? As he took a step forward, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out, directly blocking his path. This guy, Zhang Tianling, could only smile bitterly. They were working hard and moving forward with great difficulty, but Mu Yun had already left them dozens of meters behind. Now, they did not know where she had run to. This brat is really despicable. Feng Rui snorted and said, I think this guy has quite a lot of secrets on him. He's simply a freak. Who doesn't have their own secrets? Chao Tiange smiled and said, forget it. I'll just focus on improving my strength. I can't see through this guy, and I don't want to see through him. Chao Tiange laughed bitterly. He stood where he was and drew his sword. Even though this place was capable of driving one insane, the 3 of them were, after all, the direct disciples of rank 9 human immortals. Thus, it wouldn't be an issue for them to hold on for an entire month. What the 3 of them did not know was that Yi Gushui had already given the order that they were not allowed to go out until they reached the Earth Immortal Realm. During this period of time, the 3 of them fought and advanced. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing at the forefront. This damned place is really unfathomable. Mu Yun was speechless. The attack from behind just now was very powerful. But now, after he had continued to move forward for a few hundred meters, he felt that this place was really strange. His current attacks were simply too weak. Such an attack was simply unable to force out his most powerful potential. Mu Yun pointed with his finger and slashed with his sword. But every attack was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no ripple at all. The soft power made him feel at a loss. Something's not right. However, as he was moving forward, Mu Yun suddenly realized something. From metal to wood, the Tao of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Could this area be water? The softness of water could destroy people without leaving a trace. Mu Yun suddenly became energetic. It was not that the attack in front had weakened, but that he was confused by the attack here. Camouflage, Mu Yun immediately sneered in his heart. Coincidentally, the 3 of them are not here. I can use the power of my 9 elements heavenly gathering technique. I don't care if it's metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, or blood. Isn't it easy for me to restrain any attack with my 9 elements heavenly gathering technique? Mu Yun directly slapped out with his palm. 9 Serenity's flaming body technique. This palm immediately surged with waves. With the power of the 9 elements heavenly gathering technique, the power of this palm was boundless. 9 serenities shattering the firmament. Suddenly, Mu Yun slashed out with his sword again. The tyrannical power was released at this moment. Mu Yun's entire body instantly dashed out in a frenzy. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard. Suddenly, what seemed to be a quiet lake in front of them turned into stormy waves at this moment. Like a calm sea, stormy waves were set off at this moment. That's right. Mu Yun sneered and directly rushed out. The attack just now seemed weak, but in fact, it was like boiling a frog in warm water, wearing down his combat power. This place was really strange. Mu Yun raised his sword and moved forward again, layers and layers, one pass after another. The scenery in the valley did not change at all, but the invisible attacks were constantly changing. Finally, when Mu Yun walked out of the range of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attacks, Mu Yun felt that the front suddenly became different. This was a place with no clear boundaries. But when he took a step forward and when he took a step back, it felt like he was in 2 different worlds. It was a very strange feeling. Mu Yun looked ahead and felt that this place was really unreal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Mu Yun could see with his naked eye that the entire space in front of him looked completely different. It was like ripples of water, and it felt soft. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yun directly stepped in. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. At this moment, with Mu Yun as the center, all the attacks came from all directions. Space attack? Mu Yun was stunned. He took a step forward. Swoosh, 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 the empty blade attacked at this moment. Invisible space blades shot out completely under Mu Yun's heaven's eye. At this moment, in Mu Yun's mind, the pale yellow heaven's eye in the celestial extermination painting suddenly opened. Bang, 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 suddenly, the palm-sized space blades shot out by Mu Yun were like a school of fish, rolling in the blue ocean. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately took a step forward and waved his hand. Space spin. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. This time, the space blades in front of him started to spin, forming a huge net and directly condensing together. Space spin and empty blade could be said to be Mu Yun's 2 most hidden trump cards now. Empty blade, when facing a large number of people, would definitely have an unexpected effect. After all, who would have thought that he, a mere human immortal, could use a space attack, and space spin was used to trap the enemy and strangle them. It was the most suitable. These 2 attacks relied on the powerful function of Heaven's Eye. This Heaven's Eye was simply like a top immortal artifact, with endless power. Unfortunately, Mu Yun's realm was too low, and he could not figure out the deeper effects. Otherwise, with his current realm, it was not impossible for him to kill an Earth immortal. This place is simply tailor-made for me. Mu Yun laughed heartily. The 5 elements attack, the mystery of space. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the Sword sect. To other disciples, this place was a fatal attack, but to him, it was the best training ground. His finger techniques and sword techniques could be strengthened. The 9 nether flaming body art and 9 nether heaven-shattering dome could also be used with the origin energy formed by the 9 elements' heavenly strength to increase their power. The space spin and empty blade attacks were even more overbearing. Such a mystical place truly made one linger on and forget to return. Dead land? Driven crazy? Haha. As Mu Yun laughed heartily, he felt that he had completely released all the worries in his heart. This place was the most suitable place to increase one's strength. Time passed day by day. Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tiange counted the days and calculated that it was a month's time before they could leave this place. On this day, the 3 of them went directly to the exit. However, at this moment, the exit was already sealed by an array. What's going on? Feng Rui's expression was ugly as he said, the 1 month's time is up. Who knows? Could it be that the sect master has forgotten about us? How could it be? Even if she forgot about us, it's impossible for her to forget her precious disciple. That Mu Yun, swoosh, as the 3 of them were talking, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Elder Lin. Seeing Lin Yishan's figure, the 3 of them only cupped their fists. They were disciples. Even if Lin Yishan was a core elder, they did not take him seriously at all. Have the 3 of you broken through to the Earth Immortal realm? Lin Yishan appeared and looked at the three of them with a smile. Elder Lin, why do you have to say such nonsense? Just look at our realms. Don't you know that we haven't broken through yet? Xianxia said calmly, if it's so easy to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm, why would Elder Lin be trapped in this realm for 1,000 years? Hearing Xianxia's mockery, Lin Yishan was not angry. He only smiled and said, the sect master has ordered that the three of you must break through to the Earth Immortal Realm before you can leave this one-leaf valley. Otherwise, continue. What? Hearing this, the three of them were instantly enraged. Lin Yishan, don't talk nonsense here. If we break through to the Earth Immortal Realm here, get the sect master here. We'll ask her. That's right. What is this place? Breaking through to the Earth Immortal Realm here, isn't it courting death? That's right. Hurry up and let us leave. 1 month's time is up. The three disciples' tone suddenly became unfriendly. Lin Yishan's status was at most the same as theirs. Although Lin Yishan had broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm, the three of them were more talented than Lin Yishan. They would definitely become Earth Immortal Realm experts in the future. However, looking at the three of them, Lin Yishan was not in a hurry. This is the sect master's order. If you're not convinced, go and argue with her yourselves. I'm just following orders. The three of you, go in immediately. Don't come out until you're an Earth Immortal. Lin Yishan shouted immediately. He was now a Tier 1 Earth Immortal. His status in the sect was more than twice as high as before. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Gathering of the 5 sects. Seeing that Lin Yishan didn't seem to be joking, the three of them looked bitter. The sect master was really angry last time. They were in trouble. If they were to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm here, they might die here if they weren't careful. The three of them looked gloomy and stopped talking. Why are there only the three of you? Lin Yishan looked at the three of them and said indifferently, where's Mu Yun? Didn't he enter with you? Who knows where that brat went? Feng Rui said impatiently, Lin Yishan, if I find out that you tricked us, I won't let you off. Feng Rui turned and left after saying that. It seemed that the sect master had really made up his mind this time. It was just that the three of them had to suffer. As for Mu Yun, how would they know where Mu Yun went? During this 1 month, Mu Yun was still inside at first. Later on, they couldn't see Mu Yun's figure anymore. During this 1 month, the place they were most likely able to enter was the location of the spatial ripples in the valley. However, they were unable to enter that location. They didn't see Mu Yun there either. They didn't even know if he was dead or not. I don't know, Lin Yishan frowned when he saw that the three of them didn't seem to know where Mu Yun was. This brat, could he have died in there? Lin Yishan couldn't help but look forward to it. If Mu Yun really died in there, it would be great news. It would save him the trouble of being discovered by the sect master if he tried to kill Mu Yun. Elder Lin. Xianxia smiled and said, Elder Lin, don't expect Mu Yun to die in there. I think Mu Yun is like a fish in water here. He's probably advancing very quickly. Even if you ask him to leave now, he might not. Eh? How was that possible? Even he didn't dare to say that he was like a fish in water when he entered the depths of this place. Although it was a training ground, it squeezed out one's potential. Otherwise, it wouldn't be used to punish some disciples. But how could Mu Yun be like a fish in water here? Lin Yishan had no idea what the truth was. However, just as he was about to ask the three of them again, the three figures had already left. Damn it! Lin Yishan snorted, his eyes filled with anger. Is this brat dead or not? The sinister look in Lin Yishan's eyes grew even more intense. Of course Mu Yun wasn't dead. At this moment, Mu Yun was deep in One Leaf Valley. Mu Yun wasn't sure how deep it was. However, to him, this place was indeed a place where he was like a fish in water. It was the most suitable place for him. Empty blade, Mu Yun muttered to herself, using space to quickly cut and form a sharp blade. Right now, I can't control space. The void blade that I use relies on Heaven's Eye. The Heaven's Eye carries the tyrannical power of the law of space. A single glance is like an entire world. The law of space in this world seems to be even more tyrannical than the law of space in the immortal world. That's why I can rely on the Heaven's Eye to release the void blade to release such a powerful force. Mu Yun understood a little. However, I can also use the void blade in Heaven's Eye to understand the law of space in the immortal world. Mu Yun was instantly enlightened. That's right, why couldn't he do that? He could rely on the more powerful law of space in Heaven's Eye to comprehend the tyrannical power of the law of space in the immortal world. Perhaps, even if he couldn't travel through space, under such circumstances, if he could control the law of space in the immortal world and manipulate the flow of space to form a sharp blade, it might be a powerful attack. Mu Yun had been meditating here for the past few days, thinking about the tyrannical power of the void blade and how to use it. How could he be faster and more accurate? However, he could find another way and study the tyrannical power of the void blade himself. After making up his mind, Mu Yun began to cultivate again. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect controlled the powerful sword domain and dominated a region. In the sword domain, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was undoubtedly a tyrannical existence. Below them, there were 4 gold rank forces. There were many silver rank forces under these 4 gold rank forces. Below the silver rank forces were the bronze rank forces. There were hundreds of bronze rank forces under the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, and the forces in the sword domain were clearly divided. There were also hundreds of common iron rank forces. In addition to the forces that weren't even ranked, there were thousands of them, big and small. They formed a strict hierarchy of forces. Heaven Sword Tower was one of the bronze rank forces under the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. In the South Pole, Heaven Sword Tower was the king of a region. The Es Sword sect, Heavenly Master Sword sect, Sword Washing Pavilion, Star Moon Sword Mansion, and 9 Stack sect were the 5 common iron rank forces under the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Naturally, below these 5 common iron rank forces, there were also some forces that weren't even ranked. However, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect didn't care about these at all. There were 2 major conditions to become a common iron rank force. First, it had to have an Earth Immortal overseeing it. Second, it had to pay enough tributes to the bronze rank forces on time. Some forces also had Earth Immortal martial artists, but they couldn't pay enough tributes. Therefore, these forces couldn't even be considered common iron rank forces. These forces weren't recognized by the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, and could be wiped out by common iron and bronze rank forces at any time. Some forces even died as long as they existed. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect relied on this strict hierarchy to become the pinnacle of power in the entire sword domain. Once there was a war between the 10 domains of the immortal world, the gold and silver rank forces would have to be at the forefront. It was like a country in the mortal world, where the vassals would risk their lives for the king, and they couldn't resist. Because of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect's strong suppression, they couldn't resist even if they wanted to. At the same time, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect didn't care who became a common iron rank force, and only cared about the tributes. Therefore, it wasn't uncommon for common iron rank forces to fight and devour each other. Naturally, it was the same for bronze and silver rank forces. However, this kind of situation was rare among gold rank forces. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect had 4 gold rank forces, and they were firmly established in the 4 directions of the sword domain. They had tens of thousands of years of foundation, and no one could shake them. Needless to say, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was the most superior force. Therefore, bronze rank forces had an absolute advantage over common iron rank forces. As the overlord of the South Pole, the Heaven Sword Tower, as a bronze rank force, had enough power to suppress the 5 common iron rank forces. The Heaven Sword Tower was located in the center of the South Pole, and it ruled over the entire South Pole. The 5 great forces surrounded the Heavenly Sword Tower in a circle. In the immortal world, all the major sects chose to be built in the mountains. There was no other reason than the vast immortal chi in the mountains, which was very suitable for cultivation. The Heaven Sword Tower was no exception. The mountains where the Heaven Sword Tower was located were called the Heaven Sword Mountain Range. This mountain range stretched on for thousands of miles. The immortal chi was rich, and it was like a blue river. It was truly a land of immortals. At this moment, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The person in the lead was Yi Guxue, the leader of the Es Sword faction. Yi Guxue was dressed in a white dress, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She looked like an otherworldly fairy, holy and inviolable. The Heaven Sword Mountain Range is indeed a place rich in immortal chi. It's many times more powerful than our sword faction. An elder sighed. Yes, if this place can become the foundation of our sword faction, the strength of our faction will be at stake. Elder Feng, be careful with your words. Hearing this, Yi Guxiue said indifferently, don't forget our relationship with the Heavenly Sword Tower. Yes. Elder Zhang nodded immediately. Haha. Yi Guxiue, long time no see. At this moment, a burst of laughter could be heard. A group of people suddenly appeared. The person in the lead was tall and had an imposing appearance. His every movement gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Liu Beidian. Yi Guxiue said stiffly when she saw the person. Leader Liu, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved again? Yi Guxiue looked at Liu Beidian and smiled with cupped fists. However, that smile appeared to be very forced. Haha, isn't it the same for you, Leader Yi? Liu Beidian could not help but smile. Liu Beidian, the leader of the Nine Stacks sect, was a well-known figure in the South Pole. Long time no see, both of you. Why are you standing outside and chatting? At this moment, another group of people arrived. The men in this group were unusually handsome, and the women were also very beautiful. The group was led by a man and a woman. The man appeared to be quite demonic, while the woman appeared valiant and formidable. Starry sky. Full moon. Yi Guxiue and Liu Beidian cupped their fists when they saw the two people. These two people were the famous leaders of the Star Moon Sword Mansion. The Star Moon Sword Mansion was one of the 5 mortal forces. It was rumored that the leader of the mansion had comprehended the Star Moon Sword technique on a meteorite. Therefore, most of the people in the Star Moon Sword Mansion practiced dual cultivation. That was why their strength improved so quickly. Starry Sky cupped his fists and smiled. Long time no see, both of you. Looking at Leader Yi and Leader Lu's attitude, it's been a long time since we last met. You've improved so much that I blush with shame. Full moon, don't make fun of us. I, Liu Beidian, am no match for you and your wife when you join forces. Liu Beidian said hurriedly. Haha. Liu Beidian, you've just arrived and you're already acting like a gentleman. Aren't you ashamed? The laughter seemed to spread far and wide, but in the next moment, a group of people had arrived in front of them. The leader of the group was a man who was over 2 meters tall. He had a full beard and was dressed in martial attire. He had a powerful figure and a rough appearance. He really gave people the impression that he was a simple and honest man. Leader Tongzhong, your loud voice has turned into a sissy today. I'm really not used to it. However, as soon as the burly man arrived, a light female voice sounded again. The figures that came gracefully descended from the sky like fairies from the 9 heavens. My master? Xianxia, you slut, you're still as hot as ever. The muscular man called Tongzhong immediately changed his tone and laughed loudly. Tongzhong, that mouth of yours will bring you into the coffin sooner or later. Alright, when the time comes, I'll die on your stomach. I'll be happy even if I die. The two of them looked like they were about to start fighting at any moment. Yi Guxiue stepped forward and said, Sect Leader Tongzhong, you are still the sect leader of the Heavenly Master Sword sect. You should at least be modest and learn from Xingman Tian. Otherwise, how can you please a woman? Xianxia, from the way you're dressed, if any of the disciples saw you, they would definitely think of you as a coquettish little fairy. Be careful that they don't miss you in their dreams every night. Yi Guxiue, your mouth is getting better and better. The leaders of the 5 major sects were all gathered outside the Heaven Sword Tower. They were all familiar with each other, so it was natural for them to tease each other. Seniors, please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Just as the groups of people were standing outside the mountain gate, a figure cupped his hands and walked out from within the formation. This person's figure was robust, and he was dressed in brocade and satin. He was as graceful as an immortal, and he looked exceptionally handsome. Tian Junyu, that old bastard, not only did he not come out to greet us, but he even sent a brat to greet us? Tongzhong immediately snorted, looking displeased. The other sect leaders were also displeased. Although they were under the control of the Heavenly Sword Tower, the few great sects were all famous existences in the South Pole. At this time, the Heaven Sword Tower only sent a disciple to welcome them. Even the elders didn't come out. This was indeed looking down on them. Seniors, please calm down. The young man cupped his hands again and said, Seniors, my master has been waiting in the main hall for a long time. It was this junior who invited himself to come and welcome you. I wanted to see the glory of all of you. I didn't expect to make all of you unhappy. It's this junior's fault for not thinking things through. My master? Brat, is your master that old bastard Tianjunyu? Yes. The young man nodded. Well, this Tianjunyu has never had a disciple in his entire life. Now that he's here, he's actually interested in talent. How rare. I'd like to see what this old ghost is thinking. Come, let's go and ask that old thing Tianjunyu. All right. Immediately, the leaders of the 5 major sects led their respective elders into the Heaven Sword Tower. Surrounded by mountains, jade waves flowed, immortal energy rich, the climate mild. This place was truly magical. The group continued forward and entered the mountain range. The disciples coming and going all had extraordinary strength and bearing. This also made the sect masters of the 5 major sects realize that in the South Pole, the forces under their command were far inferior to the Heaven Sword Tower. Seniors, please. When they arrived at a valley, the young man smiled warmly, cupped his hands, and invited the 5 of them in. Once they entered the valley, they were greeted by the fragrance of grass and flowers. At this moment, a stone platform had been built in the valley. On the stone platform, figures were either standing or sitting, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Master, the 5 seniors are here. The young man walked forward and cupped his hands. Haha. All right, ganger, come here. On the stone platform, a figure laughed heartily and stood up. He was quite happy. This person looked like a middle-aged man. He looked gentle and weak, and his figure was slightly plump. He did not look like the master of a tower. He looked more like the uncle next door. He looked very ordinary, however, it was this ordinary-looking person who made the 5 major sects in the South Pole bow down to him. Greetings, Tower Master Heaven. Yi Guxiwei and the other 4 immediately cupped their hands and bowed. Tianjunyu was the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower. In the Heaven Sword Tower, he was a supreme existence. The 5 major sects were at most his subordinates. When they met, they had to bow to him. Get up. Everyone, please take a seat. Tianjunyu waved his hand. His voice was gentle, but it could be heard by the entire valley. The 5 sect masters walked to their respective tables and looked at the delicious food on the table. Their expressions did not change. At their level, they did not need to eat. However, the delicacies on the table in front of them were all made from the meat of immortal beasts. They were delicious after a lot of craftsmanship. These things were equivalent to miraculous elixirs, and to them, they were also great supplements. This is Tianjunyu's last disciple. Ganger, please formally greet the seniors. Tianjunyu said with a smile. Hearing this, the young man who had just received the 5 people cupped his hands and smiled. Seniors, my surname is Ren, and my name is Gang. I became the Tower Master's disciple 2 years ago. In the future, I hope to receive your guidance in the South Pole. Ren Gang. Hearing this name, everyone present was stunned. You're Ren Gang? Tong Zhong was slightly stunned. He laughed and said, in the past 2 years, I've heard that a peerless genius has appeared in Heaven Sword Tower. He has made rapid progress. It's you. No wonder Tower Master Tian asked you to receive us. You're really a young hero. I see that your bone age is not old, but you've already reached the Earth Immortal Realm. You're indeed a peerless genius. Yi Guxiwei also praised him. Tower Master Tian is really lucky. You've met a peerless genius. Xing Man Tian teased. Seniors, I'm flattered. At this moment, Ren Gang cupped his hands and sat down. Haha. Tianjunyu laughed and said, Yi Guxiwei, I've heard that a peerless genius has appeared in Iya Sword Sect recently. His name is Mu Yun. Why didn't I see him today? Mu Yun, hearing this name, Ren Gang was stunned. But soon, he steadied himself with a smile on his face. This guy offended the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower last time. I've already punished him by sending him to Iya Valley. He can't come out. Yi Guxiue was even more nervous. Mu Yun had gained Tian Junyu's attention. This was not a good thing. Haha, if there's a chance, bring me to see this young man. I have something to ask him. Hearing Tian Junyu's words, Yi Guxiue was even more stunned. Tower Master Tian, I wonder why you've asked us to come here. Everyone should know that Antarctica is the most remote place in the entire Sword Realm. But 10,000 years ago, there was a famous force, Biluo Huangquan School. Hearing Tian Junyu's words, everyone's faces immediately became serious. Biluo Huangquan School had long been a legend in Antarctica. Biluo Celestial Mountain could be said to be famous in the entire Antarctica. This place also got its name because of Biluo Huangquan School. This time, Tian Junyu inexplicably mentioned such a place, which surprised everyone. A year ago, the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower were lucky enough to find traces of Biluo Huangquan School. It's in Biluo Celestial Mountain. So this time, I've asked all of you to come here to explore Biluo Huangquan School. Explore Biluo Huangquan School. Hearing this, the sect masters of the 5 major sects were suddenly interested. Everyone knew that the Jadefall Netherworld sect had the foundation of a bronze rank force, or even more. It was too shocking for them to disappear completely in one night. Everyone was curious about the secrets behind it. May I know where the ruins of Biluo Huangquan School are? Lu Baidian asked. Huangquan City. As Tian Junyu's words fell, everyone was in an uproar. Huangquan City was the core location of Biluo Huangquan School. This location could be said to be the location of all the secrets of Biluo Huangquan School. It was actually discovered by the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower. In fact, I'm ashamed to say that this place was not discovered by the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower, but by the disciples of other sections. And the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower all died inside. I only found this place after 3 disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion died. Tian Junyu's voice gradually became cold. And when I checked the bodies of the disciples, I gradually found something interesting. As Tian Junyu spoke, his eyes fell on Yi Guxiue. Sect Master Yi, when you go back this time, why don't you let my disciple go with you to Yi Sword Sect and see your monstrous disciple? I have some questions to ask him. Tian Junyu's words suddenly changed, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Tian Junyu seemed to be very concerned about Mu Yun. Could it be that the person who discovered Huangquan City was Mu Yun? At this moment, Tong Zhong, Xingman Tian, Yu Yuan, Shi Qingyi, and Lu Baidian all looked at Yi Guxiue. Of course. Yi Guxiue nodded silently. Alright, everyone. Since that's the case, we'll gather at Biluo Celestial Mountain in a month's time. At that time, you can arrange for your disciples to accompany you. This time, we'll give them a chance to temper themselves. The sect leaders nodded their heads in agreement. But Yi Guxiue was a little absent-minded. Why did Tian Junyu want to find Mu Yun? Could it be that Mu Yun did something in Huangquan City? After drinking and eating to their heart's content, the sect masters left Heaven Sword Tower. Ren Gangang, dressed in green, led a few Heaven Sword Tower disciples and followed Yi Guxiue to Yi Sword Sect. Senior Brother Ren, this time we are under orders to bring Mu Yun back. This kid made me suffer greatly last time. This time, Senior Brother Ren, please give me face and teach this kid a lesson. Ren Gangang responded indifferently. The person who spoke was Shen Miao. Last time, he was beaten up by Mu Yun. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. This time, they were under orders to invite Mu Yun to Heaven Sword Tower. Along the way, if Mu Yun was chased away, she would die. At that time, they would be able to punish Mu Yun however they wanted to punish Mu Yun. This time, Shen Miao deliberately asked for such a mission. It was all for revenge. This time, with Ren Gangang around, it would be extremely difficult for Mu Yun to overturn this situation. Yi Guxiue was in front, but her heart was in turmoil. If Tian Junyu knew something about Mu Yun but she did not, then it would be troublesome. This brat must be hiding something from me. Yi Guxiue said to herself indifferently, see how I will teach you a lesson when we get back. At this moment, Mu Yun did not know these things at all. She was still in seclusion in Iya Valley. But this seclusion, Mu Yun only felt that she had gained a lot. Whoosh, in that strange space, Mu Yun waved her palm, and the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The space rotated, forming a sharp blade that directly pierced through the ground. Space blade. A glimmer of light appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios, what is this? Finally, he comprehended the spatial blade again. Although it was just a small amount of power, he did not rely on the heaven's eye to display it. It was something he comprehended himself. If I practice in the future, I'm afraid I'll soon be able to control the law of space. Mu Yun was extremely confident. Buzz, however, at this moment, a buzzing sound was heard in the air. A ray of light flashed at Mu Yun's waist. Eh? Lin Jisho's call for help? Mu Yun was slightly startled and said slowly, this guy, if there's no big problem, he won't call for me. It seems like there's a problem. After saying that, Mu Yun's figure flashed and disappeared from the mysterious space. Walking towards the exit of the valley, Mu Yun realized that Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga were still in the valley and had not left. It's been more than a month, and the three of them are still here? Mu Yun did not care about the three of them and directly left the place. The three of them naturally also noticed Mu Yun. Was that Mu Yun just now? This kid really didn't die. He actually rushed into the deepest part of the valley. Looking at him, his strength has improved again. Chao Tianga smiled bitterly. When he first found out about Mu Yun, he was only a first-stage human immortal. However, the current Mu Yun already had strength comparable to his. It was really shocking. This guy. If he wants to go out now, he should wait until we break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. Feng Rui snorted, he caused us so much trouble. That's right, this kid still doesn't know that the exit is sealed. I think he'll turn back soon. At the same time, Mu Yun had already arrived at the exit of the valley. However, his figure was blocked by the barrier. Mu Yun, you really didn't die. Lin Yishan had been waiting for a long time. Ever since he found out from Zhang Tianling and the other two that Mu Yun was not dead, he had been waiting here. Waiting for Mu Yun to appear. Now, it seemed that Mu Yun was really not dead. Lin Yishan. Seeing Lin Yishan, Mu Yun was also stunned. After not seeing him for a long time, this old man actually broke through to the Earth Immortal Realm. Mu Yun, just stay inside and cultivate. The faction leader has given the order that unless Zhang Tianling and the others have broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm, none of you are allowed to come out. Lin Yishan said arrogantly. Bullshit. Mu Yun snorted and said, what does their breakthrough have to do with me? Who do you think you are? Lin Yishan shouted, this is our sect's most dangerous place. The formation is here, you can just stay inside and wait. Formation, Mu Yun sneered and said, trapping me with an array? Lin Yishan, you Lin Yishan. Ishan of Ishan did Ishan of Ishan. Boom. 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 Boom, Ishan Mu to Ishan sy dash. Seeing that Mu Yun wanted to force her way in, Lin Yishan immediately sneered. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Yishan was completely stunned. Mu Yun's figure actually bypassed the restraints of the formation and walked out of the valley step by step. Damn it. Seeing that Mu Yun was about to leave the formation, Lin Yishan immediately shouted, Mu Yun, you disobeyed the sect master's orders and disregarded the sect's rules. This old man will teach you a good lesson today. As soon as Lin Yishan finished speaking, Mu Yun rushed out, and the two figures collided. Boom, suddenly, the entire entrance of the valley was filled with deafening booms. Swish swish swish, at this moment, three figures appeared at the entrance of the valley. It was Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga. This fellow. Why did he go out? Who knows? Could it be that he broke out of the formation? Seeing Mu Yun appear outside the formation and fight with Lin Yishan, the three of them were puzzled. That said, although they were confused, Mu Yu and Lin Yishan had actually started to fight. This fellow must be crazy. No matter what, Lin Yishan was an Earth Immortal expert. Human immortals and Earth immortals, one was human and the other was Earth. This kind of power was simply undefeatable. Mu Yun was indeed a little arrogant. Humph. Lin Yishan did not use his sword but fought with Mu Yun with both hands. Mu Yun, I know that you must have received Lin Jisho's call for help. Let me tell you, the Crown Prince has already come out of seclusion. He has broken your mountain's formation and captured Lin Jixio and the rest. If you really care about their lives, then hand over the heavenly fire and mutant water. Otherwise what? Mu Yun clenched the dark-green sword in her hand and snorted. Do you think the sect master will allow you to mess around? To tell you the truth, the sect master has gone to the Heaven Sword Tower and will not be back for a while. When she returns, the Crown Prince will have already stepped into the Earth Immortal Realm. Will he be punished too harshly for dealing with a few core disciples? On the other hand, if you, the leader of the Reincarnation Party, are unwilling to protect your own disciples, I think, the Reincarnation Party will not survive in the Sword sect. Despicable. Looking at Lin Yixin, Mu Yun immediately shouted, I think you and the Crown Prince are in cahoots. Today, you're taking advantage of the fact that the sect master is not around, right? So what if I am? If that's the case, Mu Yun immediately snorted and took a step forward. Then you can go to hell. Suddenly, a blood-red bead in Mu Yun's hand exploded. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the entire valley was filled with rumbling explosions, causing the entire entrance to tremble. Lin Yixin did not say anything and immediately retreated. This explosion was truly earth-shattering. Even Zhang Tianling and the other two were instantly dumbfounded. What was that? Thunderbolt bullet, such a powerful thunderbolt bullet. Where did Mu Yun come from? The three of them did not doubt that if the three of them were caught off guard by this bead, it would be enough to take their lives. At this moment, Lin Yixin's figure suddenly appeared. However, his clothes were tattered, and he looked really miserable. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Although he did not suffer much injury, Mu Yun's move had truly stunned him. This bastard. At this moment, Mu Yun was nowhere to be seen in the arena. If I catch you, you'll definitely die. As soon as Lin Yixin finished speaking, his entire figure instantly transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Meanwhile, in the valley, Feng Rui, Zhang Tianling, and Chao Tianga looked at each other, dumbfounded. Looks like there's a big show to watch. It's a pity that the three of us are trapped here and won't be able to see it. The Crown Prince has broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm, and the Crown Prince party will probably become even more powerful. The three of us should also work hard to raise our realms. Otherwise, in the future, there will be no place for the three of us in the Sword sect. The three of them immediately looked at each other and nodded. The sudden appearance of Mu Yun had increased the pressure on the Crown Prince, causing him to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. At this time, Mu Yun's cultivation was also constantly improving, and gradually, she was about to surpass them. Meanwhile, on the other side, on Mu Yun's mountain peak. One by one, the figures of the Reincarnation Party's disciples were repelled. At this moment, in front of the main hall on the mountain peak, a figure in a black robe stood proudly. Can't you all be more honest? The black-robed man looked at the crowd below with disdain and snorted. Just a bunch of crows. Mu Yun thinks that she can gain a foothold in the Sword sect just because she controls most of the powerful disciples of the branch? She's just arrogant and conceited. In the Sword sect, the most important thing is the core disciples. Even if the Reincarnation Party has thousands of Stage 5 human immortal disciples, can they withstand the 100 core disciples of the Mingxian Party? You're overestimating yourself. Ming Yuan looked down and said indifferently. Ming Yuan, don't be complacent. Lin Jixio said hatefully. If Mu Yun knows that you attacked the mountain peak while he's not here, what do you think he will do? What can he do to me? Ming Yuan snorted. The sect leader is not here, the Crown Prince is in seclusion, and Mu Yun is trapped in the One Leaf Valley at this moment. Are you still hoping that he will come to save you? Let me tell you, Elder Lin is over there holding Mu Yun back. Unless Mu Yun hands over the heavenly fire and the heavenly water in the One Leaf Valley, you will die without a doubt. Today, I, Ming Yuan, will force Mu Yun to hand over the heavenly fire even if I have to break the sect's rules. Ming Yuan said fiercely. Now, I'll capture the four of you and bring you to the One Leaf Valley. Let's see if Mu Yun can watch you die without doing anything. No need. I'm here. I'll save you the trouble. However, just as Ming Yuan finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. The moment the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, a figure suddenly descended. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression was one of indignation. It was not the crown prince, it was Ming Yuan. It seemed that Lin Yishan and Ming Yuan had put on a good show. However, the two of them probably did not expect that he would actually break the One Leaf Valley's array formation. Mu Yun, why did you come out? Are you surprised that I came out? Looking at Ming Yuan, Mu Yun snorted. Ming Yuan, you trespassed on my disciple's mountain peak and violated the sect's rules. Since the sect leader is not here now, then I, as his disciple, will temporarily do the sect leader's job and kill you. Kill me? Ming Yuan laughed out loud. You want to kill me? Yes, I want to kill you. Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. At this moment, the disciples of his reincarnation party were all gathered here. Fear was written all over their faces. They did not seem to have expected that Ming Yuan would be so bold as to directly rush up the mountain peak where Mu Yun was at this moment. Mu Yun saw fear and worry in their eyes. Therefore, this time, Mu Yun knew that he had to establish his authority. Ming Yuan's life was the most suitable for him to establish his authority. Ming Yuan, a ninth-stage human immortal, was it very terrifying? At least in Mu Yun's eyes now, it was nothing. Without another word, Mu Yun took a step forward. At this moment, 3 black lines rose from the blacking sword. This sword kept increasing its grade as his cultivation level increased. It was now a superior grade immortal weapon, coupled with his current cultivation level. It was not difficult to kill Ming Yuan. Sealing Sword Chant. Mu Yun directly used the 3rd move of the immortal seal art. He attacked with his sword at an extremely fast speed. You're courting death. Seeing that Mu Yun really wanted to kill him, Ming Yuan snorted and took a step forward. The two figures instantly collided. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 9th grade human immortal. This battle could be said to be a battle between the two major factions. Ming Yuan did not want to do this, but Lin Yishan came to him and he could not refuse. And he had no way to refuse. The Underworld God Party did not have a position among the 4 major parties. Besides, the Crown Prince had been in seclusion recently and could break through to the Earth Immortal realm at any time. Ming Yuan was still in the same spot. But Mu Yun was catching up with him step by step. Under such circumstances, he had to be anxious. So when Lin Yishan came to him and asked him to join forces to deal with Mu Yun, he agreed without hesitation. Time did not wait for him. If he waited any longer, Mu Yun would turn around and crush him completely. Besides, Mu Yun and Chao Tianming had killed his brother, Xianxia. He could not forget this hatred. Therefore, there was bound to be a battle between the two of them. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud explosion on the mountain peak. 2 figures flew back and forth, not distinguishing between you and me. One was the disciple of the reincarnation party, the disciple of the sect leader. The other was the disciple of the Underworld God Party, who had been famous for many years and had established his own reputation in the Sword sect. Both of them were in high positions now. In the sect, even the elders did not dare to offend them, let alone the other core disciples. What should we do now? On a mountain peak far away from where Mu Yun was, the battle spirit envoys of the battle spirit party, Zhan Feng and Zhan Ming, looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Dang Shou is now punished in the Yi Valley. What should we do? What can we do? Let's just watch the show. Zhan Ming said helplessly, Dang Shou is not here. We can't mess around. Besides, the Crown Prince and the Phoenix Cry Party are all silent. Why should we join in the fun? Okay. At the same time, the Phoenix Cry Party and the Five Leaf Party were also quiet. On the Crown Prince Party's side, Qin Shiriwa looked at the other side from afar with confidence. Imperial Guardian Qin, are we just going to watch? Otherwise what? Qin Shiriwa sat on the stone chair leisurely. She looked into the distance and said, when the two major factions fight, it would be best if one of them dies. At that time, let's see what the faction leader will do. Wouldn't it be better to just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? Once the Crown Prince breaks through to the Earth Immortal realm, both Mu Yun and Ming Yuan will have to bow down to him. Looking into the distance, Qin Shiriwa muttered, I didn't expect that those two idiots would actually start fighting among themselves. Boom boom boom, at this very moment, the battle between the two in the sky was becoming more and more dangerous. However, Mu Yun was obviously determined to kill her. It was even more impossible for Ming Yuan to back down. The two of them both had the intention to kill each other. Mu Yun, you want to fight with me? Dream on. The abyss sword appeared like a ghost. Every move caused the entire mountain to tremble. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Immortal sword, immortal sealing stamp. With a slash of the sword, sword seals fell from the sky. Rumbling sounds rose and fell one after another. This time, Mu Yun did not hold back. The sword realm appeared from time to time, catching Ming Yuan off guard. Up until now, Ming Yuan had been stubbornly keeping his mouth shut. However, he was increasingly surprised by Mu Yun's means. This fellow was too suspicious. 8th grade human immortal. Ming Yuan looked at Mu Yun and said in shock, "You've broken through to the 8th grade human immortal realm? Make a guess?" Mu Yun chuckled and said, "No matter what realm I'm in, you won't be able to escape death today. In your dreams. Are you still waiting for Linishan? He can't stop me. It's been so long and he still hasn't appeared. Don't you know what this means?" Mu Yun mocked. He didn't intend to join forces with you at all. He just pushed you out to be his shield and reduced you to a chess piece. You still want him to come out and save you now? Humph, even if he's not here, Mu Yun, do you dare to kill me? Why wouldn't I dare? Mu Yun sneered and said, "You're just a piece of trash now. Compared to my potential, you're nothing." You don't believe me?" Mu Yun shouted, "To tell you the truth, my current realm is 9th grade human immortal." As soon as she finished speaking, a completely different aura erupted from Mu Yun's body. 9th grade human immortal, everyone present was a core disciple with high status and authority. Mu Yun's aura was the same as that of a 9th grade human immortal. There would be no mistake. How could this kid? Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. A 9th grade human immortal. What realm was Mu Yun in a year ago? 6th grade. In a year, she had advanced by 3 grades. What kind of speed was this? It left everyone dumbstruck, completely stupefied. His realm had risen. You, Ming Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun had actually reached the 9th grade human immortal realm. What was going on? How could this kid? Not only Ming Yuan, but everyone present was dumbfounded. All the disciples in the entire Yi Sword sect seemed to have seen a rising star. Good job, Mu Yun. Lin Jishou couldn't help but clench his hands and howl excitedly. Could he not be excited? The reincarnation party looked glamorous now, but in terms of core disciples, they lacked a strong foundation. Not to mention the core disciples, even the top party members had always been criticized. Mu Yun's strength was only equivalent to some of the core members of each party, and could not be compared to the other party members. Now, Mu Yun had leaped to the 9th grade human immortal realm. This was simply a huge improvement, and it was unbelievable. Now, do you still have the confidence to be my opponent? Mu Yun's Heiyin sword shone brightly, and her whole body suddenly flew up. Dragon Phoenix Hegemon Sword Art, Dragon's Roar. With a slash of the sword, a deafening dragon's roar was completely heard at this moment. Puff, suddenly, before Ming Yuan could react, the dragon's roar caused him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Well done, Xiaoqi. Mu Yun immediately exclaimed excitedly. Dragon Phoenix Hegemon Sword Art, Dragon's Roar, Phoenix's Death. This was the dragon's roar. When the sword was slashed out, it caused the sound to vibrate and emit a powerful wave force. However, Mu Yun's sword could not cause such a powerful sound wave attack to Ming Yuan. It only added the roar of the little dragon, Xiaoqi, to mix up the real and the fake as an attack. Even if Xiaoqi had not hatched, this 7-colored heavenly dragon was not something a human immortal realm martial artist could resist. Ming Qian's breath was directly knocked down by Mu Yun's sword, and he completely lost his momentum. A 9th grade human immortal, powerful sword technique, and domineering understanding of the sword Dao. How could he win? You dare to kill me? Ming Qian immediately shouted, no matter what, I am still a core disciple. If you kill me, the sect leader will not let you go. But for you, the sect leader will not kill me. Mu Yun snorted and directly took a step forward. Her sword was out, and the shadow moved. Elder Lin, save me. At this moment, Ming Qian shouted loudly, and his eyes were filled with despair. Mu Yun was too powerful. He was no match for her at all. Following Ming Qian's roar, Lin Yishan's figure did not appear. Mu Yun's sword still fell. Mu Yun, you are too presumptuous. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from the peaks of the 8 disciples. With a whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ming Qian and blocked the attack. The Crown Prince appeared out of nowhere and directly blocked Mu Yun's attack with a blow. Ming Qian panted heavily, and his face was completely pale. Mu Yun really wanted to kill him. He was just a hair's breadth away. Mu Yun, how dare you kill a core disciple? The Crown Prince immediately snorted. However, with this snort, everyone felt that the entire Yi Sword sect seemed to be trembling. Earth Immortal Realm, the Crown Prince was in seclusion and had a breakthrough. Immediately, the people of the Crown Prince's party filed out under Qin Shiyue's lead. At this moment, the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade disciples of the Human Immortal Realm appeared and surrounded Mu Yun. Are you bullying me with numbers? Mu Yun did not care with the blacking sword in her hand. She found a rock and sat down. It seems that Lin Yishan did not dare to appear. The Crown Prince is so warm-hearted. Mu Yun, where do you think the Yi Sword sect is? Do you not care about the sect rules when you attack? Do you think your disciples can kill a core disciple? The Crown Prince said coldly. Crown Prince, don't forget that you were only a disciple. What I, Mu Yun, do has nothing to do with you, right? You, seeing Mu Yun's smug smile, the Crown Prince's face turned pale. How dare you? However, at this moment, a shout was heard. A figure in a Taoist robe appeared at this moment. It was Lin Yishan. Ming Qian's face turned pale when he saw Lin Yishan. This Lin Yishan had tricked him and almost killed him. However, now was not the time to settle the score with Lin Yishan. Lin Yishan appeared, looked at Mu Yun, and shouted, Mu Yun, you tried to kill a core disciple, Ming Qian, and violated the sect rules. Today, I will take you down. Are you blind? Mu Yun sat on the ground and snorted. Ming Qian tried to kill the core disciples on my mountain peak. Where did you go, Lin Yishan? How dare you scold me? So what if I did? Mu Yun stabbed her sword into the ground and said mockingly, Lin Yishan, if you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. You didn't kill me in the Yushan continent, so don't even think about killing me in this lifetime. Let's not talk about killing Ming Qian now. If there's a chance, you, Lin Yishan, will definitely die in my hands. Let me tell you, you have to live well. Don't die in the hands of others. You. Hearing Mu Yun's arrogant words, Lin Yishan immediately snorted. Mu Yun, you're dead. Dead. Why are you nagging here? Why don't you make a move? Mu Yun laughed and said, is it because of the feeling just now? Is it uncomfortable? Are you afraid that I'll take you by surprise and do it again? Lin Yishan's face turned red when he heard Mu Yun's words. Mu Yun's attack just now was indeed terrifying. If that explosion landed on him now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Being able to withstand it once did not mean that he could withstand it a second time. Translator, Naibo Studio HU. Crown Prince, Mu Yun is arrogant and unbridled. She has already violated the sect's rules by wanting to kill a core disciple. Crown Prince, as the commander of the disciples, please assist me in killing Mu Yun. Lin Yishan said, looking at the Crown Prince. Haha, however, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Lin Yishan, no matter what, you are an Earth Immortal Elder. Are you afraid of a mere 9th stage human immortal disciple? Aren't you ashamed? I'm not afraid of you. Lin Yishan snorted. Elder Lin, why waste your breath on him? The Crown Prince stood up and looked at Mu Yun. He shouted, this kid harbors evil intentions. Even if he becomes an Earth Immortal expert in the future, he won't do his best for our Yi Sword sect. Let's join hands and kill him directly. All right. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Lin Yishan's face immediately lit up. With 2 Earth Immortal experts joining hands, Mu Yun would still die without a burial ground. Shameless. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun gripped the black Yin sword tightly in her hand with a sullen expression. Mu Yun, the sect master protected you last time. This time, the sect master is going to the Heaven Sword Tower. Do you still want someone to protect your life? Lin Yishan said disdainfully, if you admit your wrongs, then hand over the heavenly flame and mutant water. The two of us will detain you. At the end of the day, it's all for the heavenly fire and the heavenly water. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun sneered, why do you have to be so hypocritical? If you want it, come and get it. I'll give it to you. Stubborn. Seeing Mu Yun teasing them, the crown prince snorted and struck out with his palm. Dragon's cry. With a swing of her sword, the sound of a sword chime rang out. Mu Yun's figure immediately charged out. However, a strong sword hum rang out. With a dull thud, Mu Yun's figure bounced back instantly as if she had collided with an iron plate. Upon seeing this, Mu Yun was stunned. He was actually bounced back. Did you see that? This is the strength of an Earth Immortal Realm martial artist. Mu Yun, you're no match for us. The Crown Prince chuckled and pulled his hand back. A martial artist at the Earth's celestial stage would gather origin energy in his dantian and gather celestial chi. The eruption of his body and celestial chi was a qualitative change. This was not something that the immortal chi in the heavenly cycle could compare to. You're too proud. Seeing the Crown Prince's sneering expression, Mu Yun attacked again with her sword. Phoenix's demise. Boundless grief began to fill the air. Supremacy extermination palm. However, at this moment, Lin Yishan took a step forward and struck out with his palm. Bang bang bang, in an instant, a series of bangs resounded in the entire area. When Lin Yishan's palm landed, all the sword aura that had condensed in front of Mu Yun immediately dissipated. The power of this palm directly extinguished Mu Yun's aura. An Earth Immortal was so powerful. Kid, do you still have any ability to resist now? Seeing that Mu Yun's two attacks had been neutralized with the black Yin sword in her hand, Lin Yishan immediately laughed out loud. The rest of the crowd was also dumbfounded at this moment. Earth Immortal, this was an Earth Immortal. Mu Yun, who looked insufferably arrogant just now, was also suppressed to the point that she could not breathe. However, Mu Yun stood on the spot and was not moved at all. It was not that he did not have the strength to fight back against an Earth Immortal. Void Blade, Void Spiral, and Origin Energy attacks were all powerful techniques. However, at this moment, he did not want to expose these in front of everyone. However, if the two of them continued to force him, then he would have no other choice. Mu Yun, surrender. Lin Yishan snorted and took a step forward. His palm turned into a claw and grabbed at Mu Yun. With this grab, the world around Lin Yishan seemed to be completely distorted. The strong repulsive force caused the surrounding disciples to continuously retreat. However, facing Mu Yun, there was a strong suction force. Old thing, you forced me to do this. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately shouted and took a step forward. At this point, there was nothing to hide. Mu Yun took a step forward and waved the long sword in her hand. However, gradually, the long sword seemed to be mixed with a very strange power. 2 against 1, and 2 Earth Immortals bullying a human immortal. Does the Xianxia sword sect like to bully the weak? However, just as Mu Yun was about to use her origin energy, a figure appeared out of nowhere. A figure appeared in front of Mu Yun. He was dressed in green and had his hands behind his back. The corners of his long robe swayed with the breeze. This person looked elegant and graceful. With his hands behind his back, he stood between Mu Yun and Lin Yishan and looked ahead. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Mu Yun recalled the voice and felt that it was quite familiar. However, she could not remember where she had heard it before. Who are you? When this person appeared, Lin Yishan immediately felt that his attack had all missed. Such a person stood out to protect Mu Yun at this moment, which made him feel very strange. You don't need to know who I am. The young man smiled and said, the two of you are bullying a 9th grade human immortal. Isn't this too much? Could it be that this method is popular in the Xianxia sword sect? What the Xianxia sword sect does is not up to you to interfere. Lin Yishan shouted, immature brat, how dare you interfere in the Xianxia sword sect's affairs? You are courting death. As soon as Lin Yixin finished speaking, he directly grabbed with his hand. Can't we talk nicely? The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Instead, he gently reached out with his hand. Bang, the surging power from the bottom of one's heart directly collided. Puff, in an instant, Lin Yixin directly stepped back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Earth Immortal Realm. This young man was also in the Earth Immortal Realm, and his strength seemed to be more than twice as strong as Lin Yixin. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Who was this person? You are courting death. Lin Yixin took a step back and his face was slightly pale. He shouted, Who are you? Since when did you have the right to interfere in the sword sect's affairs? How dare you? However, at this moment, a violent roar was heard. In the sky above, figures floated down. The person in the lead was Ye Guxue. Lin Yixin, what are you doing? Ye Guxue floated down and looked in front, and could not help but shout. Sect leader. Seeing Ye Guxue appear, Lin Yixin was annoyed. Ye Guxue went to the Heaven Sword Tower. How could she come back so quickly? It was impossible. Master, if you didn't come back, I would have been killed. Mu Yun withdrew her power at this moment and looked at Ye Guxue. She said unhappily, I didn't expect that as a direct disciple, I could be killed at any time in the sect. Sigh. How sad. Hearing this, Ye Guxue felt that the one who almost died was not Mu Yun, but her. Lin Yixin, how dare you? Ye Guxue suddenly shouted, Mu Yun is my direct disciple. Do you understand what a direct disciple is? In the sect, except for me, no one can punish him. Why did you do it? Sect leader, this person almost killed the core disciple, Ming Qian. Lin Yixin, you can't just leave things hanging. Why did I kill Ming Qian? If he didn't come to my mountain to cause trouble, why did I offend him? Mu Yun interrupted. Sect leader. At this moment, the crown prince also walked forward and said with a smile, Mu Yun disregarded the sect rules. That's why I joined forces with Elder Lin to subdue Mu Yun. I didn't want to kill him. He almost died. Isn't it too unkind of you to say that? Crown Prince. Mu Yun snorted. Sect leader, enough. Ye Guxue frowned and said, both of you, back down now. Mu Yun is my direct disciple. In the sect, except for me, no one is allowed to deal with him. If anyone disobeys this order, they will be sentenced to death. Ye Guxue's words caused an uproar. These words were obviously protecting Mu Yun. What exactly did this Mu Yun have that made Ye Guxue protect her like this? Sect leader. Sect leader. Hearing this, the crown prince and Lin Yixin's expressions changed completely. This was a slap to their faces in public. Enough. Ye Guxue shouted, didn't you hear what I said? Yes. In the end, Lin Yixin gritted his teeth and replied with cupped hands. The crown prince could only remain silent. Suddenly, Lin Yixin's gaze landed in front of the young man who just appeared. He pointed at the young man and snorted. Sect leader, this person is not a disciple of the sword sect, but he interfered in our affairs. Please punish him. Punishment? Ye Guxue's face turned sullen when he heard this. Lin Yixin. Ye Guxue's tone had completely changed. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Ye Guxue shouted, this is the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower's Tower Master, Tianjunyu. Do you know that he was invited to the sword sect this time? What? Tianjunyu's last disciple, why did he come to the sword sect? Lin Yixin's body trembled, and his face was instantly filled with smiles. Young hero, this old me has offended you. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please don't take offense. Tianjunyu's last disciple's status was almost the same as the sect leaders of various sections. He even fought with him just now, he was simply courting death. It's fine. The young man smiled slightly. It's just that as an elder of the sword sect, Elder Lin, you should care more about your disciples and not covet your disciples' treasures. This sentence could be said to be a direct slap to Lin Yixin's face in public. However, Lin Yixin could only accept it at this moment. After all, the other party was Tianjunyu's last disciple. He could not afford to offend him at all. This Mu Yun has outstanding talent. I'm also happy for Sect Master Yi that the Sword Sect has such a genius. The young man smiled again. This time, I came to the Sword Sect for Mu Yun. You can't hurt her. Otherwise, how can I explain it to Master? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man slowly turned around. Ren Gang Gang. However, the moment the young man turned around, Mu Yun exclaimed in her heart. Who else could this person be but Ren Gang Gang? Back in the pale yellow small world, Ren Gang Gang and Chou Qian were the two great protectors under her father, Mu Qingyu. Moreover, the two of them had once gone to the Blood Alliance and helped her manage the Blood Alliance's affairs. They had put in a lot of effort. The last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower's Tower Master, Tianjunyu, Mu Yun suddenly felt that she could not wrap her head around it. However, at this moment, Ren Gang Gang turned around and looked at Mu Yun with a smile on his face. However, a voice suddenly sounded in Mu Yun's mind. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio want to recruit you. That figure was filled with surprise and astonishment. However, Ren Gongong's expression did not change when he looked at Mu Yun on the surface. Alright, let's disperse. Yi Guxiue waved his hand and said, recently, the core disciples will be going out to train. Everyone, be prepared. Do not slack off. Going out to train, hearing Yi Guxiue's announcement, many disciples were puzzled. The core disciples going out was a collective effort. There had never been such a thing in the Sword Sect. Could it be that there was a new discovery in the 9-story spiritual pagoda? Mu Yun, come with me. Yi Guxiue looked at Mu Yun and said calmly. Then, the group of elders left with Yi Guxiue. Mu Yun stood on the spot and smiled bitterly. It seemed that Yi Guxiue had targeted him again this time. Yi Guxiue led the group of elders, Ren Gang Gang, and Mu Yun out of the place. The others looked at each other. What was going on? Why would the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower come to the Sword Sect? Moreover, he seemed to have come especially for Mu Yun. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun was also a little confused at this moment. Ren Gongong's appearance in the Sword Sect was not purely to meet him, right? However, with apprehension, Mu Yun still followed Yi Guxiue into the sect master's mountain peak. Mu Yun, let me introduce you. This is the last disciple that the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tianjunyu, has just accepted. His name is Ren Gang Gang, and he came especially for you this time. Came for me? Mu Yun was stunned. He did not do anything. Was it worth Ren Gang Gang coming for him? Moreover, it was obvious that Ren Gang Gang did not come purely to see him this time. He was following the Tower Master's orders. Otherwise, Yi Guxiue would not have made such a grand introduction. Make your preparations. Follow Ren Gang Gang to the Heaven Sword Tower today. Yes, Master. Although Mu Yun was puzzled in her heart, she still maintained her composure and cupped her hands in response. Then, Yi Guxiue gave Ren Gang Gang a few more instructions and arranged his daily life. Then, he asked someone to bring Ren Gang Gang out. Master, what's going on? Mu Yun was very puzzled. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Yi Guxiue snorted, it's all because of you. Me? What did I do? Mu Yun was confused. Let me ask you, did you enter Yellow Spring City? Moreover, he even killed a few Outer Sword Pavilion disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower. Yi Guxiue said indifferently. Yes. It seemed like Yi Guxiue already knew about this matter, then there was no need to hide it. Alright, then I'll ask you again. Yi Guxiue scoffed, do you know how to kill and destroy the evidence? It's just a few Outer Sword Pavilion disciples. I didn't think too much about it. Mu Yun was speechless. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't think too much about it, but that he didn't have the time. When he killed Feng Kong and the others, Qin Yanyu, Meng Yu, and Lu Tao brought a group of people in. He didn't have the chance to clean up the corpses. Stupid. Yi Guxiue scolded, can't you use your brain when you do things? Sect Master, it's just a few Outer Sword Pavilion disciples. Could it be that Tianjunyu knows about this matter? Mu Yun didn't believe it. If Tianjunyu was so powerful, wouldn't the entire South Pole be right under his nose? No matter what anyone did, they wouldn't be able to escape his detection. I don't know. Yi Guxiue said a little anxiously, but don't worry too much about this matter. Maybe Tianjunyu just admires your talent. Who doesn't want to take in a monstrous talent for their own use? Mu Yun was speechless in his heart. It seemed that he wasn't worried at all. On the other hand, Yi Guxiue was worried out of her wits. Even her tone changed. Alright, this Rengangang is also a peerless genius. In 2 years, his reputation has risen in the entire Heaven Sword Tower. His strength has improved even more than yours. You should communicate with him more. Stay in the sect for a few more days before leaving. First, you should sound him out. Yes, sect master. Mu Yun looked up at Yi Guxiue and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Get out of here. Yi Guxiue said angrily. Mu Yun smiled helplessly and left directly. Yi Guxiue seemed to be really angry. However, was his life really that precious in her eyes? Could it be that, as the outside world said, this Yi Guxiue had taken a fancy to him? Mu Yun's body trembled, and he left directly. At this moment, Yi Guxiue was really furious. Meeting Mu Yun could be said to be the most unlucky thing in her life. This kid was obviously a troublemaker. He had a fearless attitude. But this time it was the Heaven Sword Tower. How could she protect Mu Yun? But thinking of that woman's words, Yi Guxiue's body trembled again. Now that Mu Yun was targeted by Tianjunyu, whether it was good or bad, she still did not know. If this guy died, her life would not be long. But at this moment, Mu Yun did not have such worries. Walking out of the main hall where Yi Guxiue was, Mu Yun found that Rengangang was waiting for him. Junior brother Mu Yun, this Iya sword sect is quite different from the Heaven Sword Tower. I wonder if you can show me around? Rengangang said with a smile. Of course. Mu Yun was not shy and smiled slightly. The two figures went down the mountain together and walked in the forest of the Iya sword sect. I was really shocked when I heard Mu Yun's name. I didn't expect it to be you. Rengangang said calmly as he walked on the road. I was also shocked when I saw you. Mu Yun said with a smile, the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower's Tower Master, Tianjunyu. In the future, you may be the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower. You're really something. No matter how good you are, you're just a peerless genius. You're called a demon. Sure enough, the Temple Master was right. You're a shining star. No matter where you go, you can't hide your light. Rengangang smiled bitterly. You're still talking about me. You're now an Earth Immortal. Look at me. I'm an Earth Immortal because of a coincidence. Otherwise, my current realm is not as good as yours. A coincidence is also a strength? The two of them looked at each other and laughed heartily. Forget it. I'm really uncomfortable talking like this. Junior brother Mu, how about we go to your mountain to look at the scenery? Please. The two figures immediately walked towards the mountain where Mu Yun was. Senior brother Mu. Senior brother Mu. Seeing that Mu Yun had returned safely, Lin Jixio, Fan Wuyan, and the others were very excited. Mu Yun looked at them and said slowly, this is Rengangang. You heard it just now. But don't be shy. He's a good friend of mine in the mortal realm. Brother Ren. They greeted each other one by one. Lin Jixio, bring me some good food and wine. I'll have a chat with Brother Ren. Okay. Lin Jixio immediately started to get busy. Mu Yun brought Rengangang to the main hall. Not bad. You're indeed Yi Guxiue's favorite disciple. The mountain is built in a unique way. The immortal qi is rich. It's comparable to the sect master's mountain. Haha. Yi Guxiue didn't do this for me. It's just a little trick I did. Hearing this, Rengangang was stunned. Then, he laughed and said, I knew it. Back then, you were a genius who combined alchemy, weapon forging, and formation. It shouldn't be a problem for you in the immortal realm. Why are you here this time? Rengangang smiled and said, of course, I'm here for you, young master. Mu Yun was stunned when he heard the word young master. They were in the immortal realm. Renganggang's current status was higher than her, but he called her young master. Where's my father? I haven't found the hall master yet. However, it should be fine for him to enter the immortal realm. He still has his own things to do. His own things to do, Mu Yun really realized that her father was becoming more and more strange. Back then, he lived in the small southern cloud empire and kept a low profile. Until now, he had always maintained a mysterious aura that was hard to fathom. Sometimes, Mu Yun even felt that her father's so-called inheritance of Heavenly Lord Misery Sea was just a pretense. In short, as she improved step by step, she discovered too many contradictions. Young master, don't worry. The Hall Master is very resourceful. Even in the immortal realm, he will achieve something. At that time, no one will dare to humiliate you. From Ren Gongong's words, it was not difficult for Mu Yun to hear his admiration for her father. This guy and Cho Chien were her father's most fanatical believers. Moreover, if the Hall Master has any instructions, he will definitely contact me. Therefore, I'm just waiting for the Hall Master to contact me. I understand. Mu Yun nodded and said, then why are you here this time? For you. Ren Gangang chuckled and said, last time, Xiang Tianyang told our Tower Master about your matter. The Tower Master cherishes talent, so he wants to recruit you. Recruit me? Mu Yun was stunned. He originally thought that it was because he had killed Feng Kong and the others. He did not expect this to be the reason. What about Yellow Spring City? This place is also because 3 disciples who are very likely to become Inner Sword Pavilion disciples died in the Heaven Sword Tower. Died? Mu Yun was stunned. His guess was right. At that time, he was the only one who knew about it. Later, Yi Guxiue only knew about it after he told her. It seemed that Yi Guxiue had really made a move. That's why the Tower Master discovered Yellow Spring City. Ren Gangang continued, after the Tower Master found out about this, although he was furious, his anger dissipated when he found out about Yellow Spring City. The death of 3 Outer Sword Pavilion disciples in exchange for Yellow Spring City was worth it. It seems to be worth it, but Yellow Spring City is full of strange things. I'm afraid this time it might be in vain. Young master, have you entered it before? Mu Yun nodded and said, that place is very strange. Anyway, I don't want to go there, but maybe these big shots have a way. Let's just wait and see. Tian Junyu likes me? Even if I'm a little outstanding, it's not enough to tempt him, right? It's not enough. The southernmost point, the Triple Heavenly Alliance, is a silver-ranked power that rules over the Sovereign's Abyss. It has 5 bronze-ranked powers under it, namely the Heavenly Sword Tower, Azura Palace, Heavenly Medicine Alliance, Raging Flame Sect, and Thieving Sky Valley. Ren Gangang continued, the 5 bronze rank forces have to hand over tributes every year. However, the Triple Heavenly Alliance is a silver rank force. The rules of tributes aren't the same as the ES Sword Sect's 5 common iron rank forces tributes to Heaven Sword Tower. Everyone has their own rules. Oh? Rules? That's right. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance has set up a competition between the 5 great bronze factions. Every 5 years, they will select the most outstanding disciples from the 1st to the 5th to compete with each other. The 1st to the 5th will compete with each other. If the tributes are divided into 15 portions, the 5th place will hand over 5 points, the 4th place will hand over 4 points, and so on. Therefore, in the competition every 5 years, the bronze rank forces will rack their brains to fight for the 1st place and raise their sex ranking. It's actually like this? Mu Yun was also a little surprised. In that case, the strongest force will hand over the least amount of tributes. Over time, won't they improve the fastest? Haha, as a silver rank force, how could the Triple Heavenly Alliance not know this? Ren Gangang smiled and said, however, this is also the ingenuity of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. They aren't afraid of the 5 bronze rank forces surpassing them. Instead, they choose the survival of the fittest method to strengthen themselves. The stronger the 5 bronze rank forces are, the stronger the Triple Heavenly Alliance will be. In the eyes of the 9 Immortal Pavilion, the gold rank force above them, they will naturally be more important. I see, Mu Yun also gradually understood. This Tripolar Heavenly Alliance was like raising 5 lions. They let the 5 lions show their sharp claws. Whoever was stronger would have more meat to eat, and whoever was weaker would be eliminated. Survival of the fittest. However, no matter how strong the 5 lions were, they were only lions in his eyes. The chains that tied the lions were always in his hands. On the other hand, this kind of competition could make these 5 lions grow stronger and make him, the master, be more valued by the big boss behind him because of the improvement of his lions. This sword domain's management method of progressing step by step was truly brilliant. What's the ranking of the Heaven Sword Tower over the past hundreds of years? 4th or 5th? Ren Gangang smiled bitterly and said, only the Heavenly Medicine Union is occasionally weaker than the Heaven Sword Tower. The other 3 bronze rank forces, Azure Palace, Raging Flame Sect, and Thieving Sky Valley, are all very powerful. That's why the Tower Master has always been very anxious. Over the years, he has been constantly nurturing his disciples. I see, he had thought that the Heaven Sword Tower had the Sword Sect and the other 5 iron-level factions, and that they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the South Pole. But now, it seemed that the Triple Heavenly Alliance, which controlled the Sovereign's Abyss, was even more ruthless. So what you're saying is, Tian Junyu is anxious. He saw my talent and wants to recruit me? Yes. Hearing this, Mu Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. It was not because of what happened in the Yellow Spring City. It seemed that Ye Guxiue was just scaring himself and gave him a fright. But I still don't understand. Your Heaven Sword Tower has plenty of Inner Sword Pavilion disciples who are stronger than me. You don't have to come to me, right? Ren Gangang smiled bitterly and said, young master, you still don't understand. This competition is not only about strength, but also about talent. It's just that I don't know how to compete. But the Tower Master has been very anxious recently. All right. Mu Yun nodded and said, in that case, I'll accompany you. Thank you, young master. Don't keep calling me young master. I'm not a young master now. Ren Gangang cupped his hands and said, you're the Hall Master's son. Naturally, you're my young master. Ren Gangang really worshipped his father, Mu Qingyu, to the point that he had no bottom line. But in other words, her father's charm was indeed very great. Father is really unpredictable. Mu Yun sighed in his heart. By the way, young master, Shin Miao came with me this time. There might be a little trouble on the way. This guy still hasn't given up. Mu Yun smiled and said, don't interfere in this matter. I'll deal with him. Yes. Ren Gangang stayed in the Sword Sect for 3 days. On the 3rd day, he left the Sword Sect with Mu Yun. Ye Guxue's eyes were full of worry. Mu Yun did not want to expose his current relationship with Ren Gangang, so he might as well let Ye Guxue worry. However, Mu Yun's departure immediately caused a storm in the Sword Sect. Why did Heaven Sword Tower send a closed-door disciple to take Mu Yun away? Some people said that it was because Mu Yun offended the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower last time. This time, they were angry and came to find trouble with Mu Yun. Some people also said that Heaven Sword Tower took a fancy to Mu Yun's monstrous talent and wanted to rope in Mu Yun. Anyway, there were different opinions. Compared to the heated discussion in the Sword Sect, the Samsara party was rather quiet. Under Mu Yun's instructions, the Samsara party now had more than 2,000 members. There were hundreds of core members, and they were all reliable. This time, Mu Yun only told Lin Jixio and the other 3 the truth. Taking this opportunity, he could test the loyalty of the new members. At the same time, Mu Yun had already left the Sword Sect with Ren Gangang and rushed towards the Heaven Sword Tower. From Ren Ganggang's words, Mu Yun found out more information. The area ruled by Heaven Sword Tower was tens of thousands of miles wide, and it was called the South Pole. As a bronze-level force, Heaven Sword Tower had 5 mortal-level forces, Iya Sword Sect, Heavenly Master Sword Sect, Shijian Pavilion, Xingyue Sword Mansion, and 9 Stack Sect. However, Heaven Sword Tower was under the jurisdiction of the silver-level force, Triple Heavenly Alliance. As a silver-level force, Triple Heavenly Alliance had countless experts, Sky Immortals, and Earth Immortals. It was the overlord of the God's Abyss. The South Pole was only a part of the southern part of the God's Abyss. Triple Heavenly Alliance was a silver-level force, and it was under the jurisdiction of the gold-level force, 9 Immortal Pavilion. 9 Immortal Pavilion was one of the 4 gold-level forces under the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. The southern part of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect was under its jurisdiction, and the area under its jurisdiction was called the Southern Sword Region. Mu Yun now had a rough idea of where he was. The southernmost part of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. That's right, the southernmost part. Knowing this, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. What else could he say? How unlucky. Out of the 10 major regions of the immortal realm, the Sword region was in the south, and the Cloud Alliance was in the north. Putting aside the fact that one was in the south and the other in the north, he actually ran to the southernmost part of the Sword region. One was in the south, the other was in the north. If he wanted to return to the Cloud region and enter the Cloud Alliance, he still had to cross the Sword region, then pass through the most chaotic land of extreme chaos in the center of the immortal realm, and then pass through the north to reach the Cloud Alliance. It was easy to say, but there were thousands of miles between them. Even if he was an Earth immortal or Sky immortal, he might die halfway if he wasn't careful, let alone a human immortal. And even if he reached the Cloud Alliance, he might not even be able to enter the Cloud Alliance before he was killed. Was he going to shout that he was the reincarnation of the leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun? Who would believe that? Mu Yun suddenly felt a headache coming on. There was still some distance between the Heaven Sword Tower and the Yi Sword sect. The group continued on their journey, stopping from time to time. After a day, they had only covered half of the journey. Let's call it a day. Let's rest. Ren Gangang led the team and said. Okay. Shin Miao smiled and said, Senior brother Ren, this place is just right. Everyone is tired. During this day, Shin Miao followed the team obediently and didn't do anything to Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry. Well, junior brother Shin, I'll take a few people with me to explore the surroundings. At the same time, I'll see if there are any immortal beasts with delicious meat. It just so happens that I have some good wine with me. Let's have a good drink. Okay. Seeing Shin Miao nod, Ren Gangang said again, you guys stay here and prepare the ingredients. I'll be back soon with a few junior brothers. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Gangang brought his senior and junior brothers with him. In the forest, only Mu Yun, Shin Miao, and a few other Outer Sword Pavilion disciples were left. You, the three of you, go and guard the surroundings. Seeing Ren Gangang and the others leave, Shin Miao immediately ordered the 3 Stage 8 human immortal realm disciples. Yes. Zui Ming, Xiu Wei, both of you are Stage 9 human immortals. Is this kid confident in dealing with you? Shin Miao looked at the 2 people beside him and said in a low voice, Ming Qian was defeated by him. Junior brother Shin, don't worry. The 2 people beside Shin Miao nodded and said, although Mu Yun is a Stage 9 human immortal, he's a Stage 9 of the Yi Sword sect. How can he be compared to us? If the 2 of us attack, he'll definitely kneel and beg for mercy. Okay. Shin Miao nodded and said, teach this kid a lesson. After this, I'll plead for my grandfather and ask for the energy-gathering immortal elixir for you. Thank you. Along the way, Mu Yun had been thinking about how to improve her realm and how to improve her strength step by step to get out of the sword domain. In her previous life, her swordsmanship master, Mie Tianyan, died because of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect of the sword domain. As the leader of the Cloud Alliance, she was the leader of a domain. If the Cloud Alliance and the 33 Heavenly Sword sect went to war and both sides lost, the other domains would definitely be eyeing her covetously. Hence, she couldn't take revenge. Because she wasn't strong enough. But this time it was different. According to Ren Gangang, if she improved her strength and talent in the sword domain, she might be able to become a disciple of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect in the end. At that time, as long as she could improve her strength step by step, it wouldn't be impossible to sow discord between the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and the 4 subordinate gold rank forces and cause internal strife in the sword domain. It wasn't that there weren't any benefits to returning. At least, she could use this unknown identity to stir up a storm. But these were just plans now. If she really wanted to implement them, she still needed to plan step by step. In that case, she would start from the first step. She would help the Heaven Sword Tower stand out in the competition between the 5 bronze rank forces. Step by step, who could say for sure what realm she could reach by then? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio hurry up and take it out, he still remembered that in his previous life, that imposing figure had greatly improved his swordsmanship. Yuner, the swordsmanship that I will teach you today is called the Nine Heavens Sunset Slash. Look carefully, you're not cut out for swordsmanship. You're so stupid. Yuner, among my 3 disciples, you're the stupidest one. You're so stupid. Every sentence was Mia Tianyan scolding her. But now that she recalled it, Mu Yun missed it endlessly. Master, I miss you very much. Scold me more, Mu Yun felt bitter in her heart. Swoosh, however, just as Mu Yun was thinking, an ear-piercing sound came from behind her. Without another word, Mu Yun bent his body and pointed his finger out. Clang, the clanging sound of a sword rang out. Mu Yun's hands caught the long sword that was coming at her. Humph! A snort came from behind. The long sword turned around and broke free from Mu Yun's hands. A figure quickly retreated. Your reaction is quite fast. Shen Miao said indifferently as he stood behind Mu Yun. Shen Miao, it's you again. Mu Yun smiled when she saw Shen Miao. Wasn't the lesson last time enough? Bah! Shen Miao looked at Mu Yun and shouted, stop pretending. This time I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Who do you think you are? Who do I think I am? It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Mu Yun said with a gloomy face, I think you're itching for a beating. Zuiming, Shuwei, subdue this kid. Shen Miao snorted. I was wondering why you were so confident. It turns out that you invited 2 helpers. Mu Yun smiled and said, Shen Miao, you didn't do anything along the way. I'm afraid you're feeling very uncomfortable. Do whatever you want to do now. I want you to die. Shen Miao shouted. Immediately, the 3 of them formed a triangle and trapped Mu Yun's figure. Ignorant. Just looking at the 3 of them, how could Mu Yun be afraid? Right now, his strength had skyrocketed. He was now a grade 9 human immortal. Just one more step and he would be an earth immortal. In his eyes, these 3 people were just a motley crew. Dragon's cry. With a swing of the sword, a roar mixed with a dragon's cry instantly reverberated between heaven and earth. Scram! Mu Yun slashed with her sword, and Zue Ming and Xiao Wei immediately let out a muffled groan and retreated in a sorry state. But on the other side, Shen Miao's attack arrived. However, Mu Yun's expression did not change. She immediately punched out. Bang, a low thud was heard. Shen Miao was immediately punched in the abdomen by Mu Yun. However, as he retreated, he was restrained by Mu Yun. Bang bang bang, Mu Yun did not hold back and punched Shen Miao's abdomen one after another. Puff puff, Shen Miao immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood, his face deathly pale. This Mu Yun simply turned the world upside down. He clearly remembered that when he saw Mu Yun previously, Mu Yun did not have such terrifying strength. How long had it been? Did this guy really have monstrous aptitude? Shen Miao's face was pale, and his thoughts were in a complete mess. Scram! However, while Shen Miao was pondering, Mu Yun directly punched out. Boom, Shen Miao's body flew out completely. He was instantly battered and exhausted. He crashed and broke dozens of giant trees repeatedly before stabilizing his body. On the other side, Zue Ming and Xiao Wei were completely dumbfounded. This Mu Yun was simply a monster. What do we do now? Zue Ming looked at Xiao Wei and said blankly. What can we do? Let's see, Xiao Wei was also stunned. This Mu Yun was simply a monster. Shen Miao, how do you feel now? Do you want to have a taste of my power? Mu Yun's figure suddenly appeared beside Shen Miao and said indifferently. No. Shen Miao hurriedly waved his hand and said with a pale face, I was wrong. You're a great person who doesn't hold a grudge against a lowly person like me. But I already forgave you the last time. Mu Yun was in a difficult position. I have Earth Yang pills on me. 1,000 Earth Yang pills. I'll give them all to you. Then, why aren't you taking them out? Here. Shen Miao immediately took out the Earth Yang pills. 1 Earth Yang pill was worth 10,000 mortal Yang pills. 1,000 pills were worth 1,000,000 mortal Yang pills. To the ES Sword Sect's disciples, it was definitely a windfall. It was the same for Mu Yun. Seeing Shin Miao's trembling appearance, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Very good. This time I'm a guest at the Heaven Sword Tower. If you want to deal with me, I'll be able to fend you off in the Heaven Sword Tower." Good, 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 good? Ah? No, 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 I mean. Shut up. Mu Yun punched Shin Miao's head. Without another word, she turned around and sat down to rest. This Shin Miao kept looking for trouble. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would really think that he was easy to bully. It just so happened that when he was recalling the past, this Shin Miao had bumped into the muzzle of a gun and was courting death. Swoosh 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 sounds broke through the air as Ren Gang and the others returned after a short while. When they returned, they naturally brought back some prey. Among immortal beasts, there were some whose meat was delicious and had great effects on martial artists. Therefore, even after reaching the immortal realm and being able to abstain from eating, some people would still enjoy the delicious meat of the immortal beasts. One was to improve his cultivation, and the other was to satisfy his taste buds. Immortal cultivators consumed elixirs every day to improve their cultivation. No matter how delicious the elixirs were, they would not be able to feel any pleasure from eating them. At this moment, Ren Gang returned and saw Mu Yun sitting on the ground. On the other side, Shin Miao and the others were far away. From time to time, they would glance at Mu Yun. In his heart, he knew that Shin Miao and the others had already taken action. But in the end, it seemed that they also knew. How was it? Well, this should be a 9th grade rainbow Xiantian deer. This thing runs fast and its meat is delicious. Even without seasoning, the taste is still top-notch. I asked you about Shin Miao. Who asked about your meat? Ren Gang was speechless. What else? Mu Yun looked at Shin Miao's side and said with a smile, "I accepted his apology and gave him 1,000 Earth Yang pills." 1,000? Ren Gang was slightly taken aback and said with a wry smile, "This time you really extorted everything from him. When I saw the Heaven Sword Tower, this guy probably won't let you go. Don't he have you, his last disciple?" Mu Yun said indifferently, "I heard that Tian Junyu has only taken 3 last disciples in his life. You're the 3rd. And he also said that Tian Junyu wants to betroth his beautiful daughter to you. In this way, even if the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower isn't you, it has to be you. Don't talk nonsense." Ren Gang said with a smile, "The Tower Master is very scheming. I'm just pretending to be polite. When I see the Temple Master, I'll naturally leave with him." TSK. You keep calling him Temple Master. Is my father so attractive? Even so, I can't delay your marriage. Wrong. Ren Gang suddenly said seriously, "Without the Temple Master, there won't be us. Cho Chien and I are the owner's people in this life. If the Temple Master wants me to die, I won't live. Even if I have to kill my wife and children, I won't hesitate." Hearing Rengongon's bewitching words, Mu Yun only felt helpless. Her father, Mu Qingyu, seemed simple in the beginning. He was just a small Mu family patriarch. Now, it seemed that he was becoming more and more confusing, but Mu Yun didn't have the mood to think about this. Anyway, her father was also in the celestial world. They should meet when the time came. Meeting Ren Gang was an unexpected surprise. Back then, the Blood Alliance members were Zhou Zijin, Xing Wuji, Elder Channy, Elder Su Jingqi, and Elder Wan Daofu. Yi Qiu and Xian Yueling. Senior Diwen, Patriarch Heaven Devouring, and Heavenly King Luo. Cold Blood, Blood Wan and his son, Feng Yuer, Elder Wan Goe, and Mo Wuqing. In addition, her 3 good disciples, Miao Xianyu, Qi Ming, and Moyang. This large group of people had all arrived in the celestial world. But she didn't know where they were now. Especially Xiaoyun and Wang Xinya. Thinking of them, Mu Yun's heart softened. The 2 of them were the ones Mu Yun was most worried about. Qin Mengyao had the Ice Phoenix soul. Coupled with her powerful innate talent, she should be able to protect herself in the celestial world if she used it properly. But the one Mu Yun was most concerned about was Yun Lang, that good disciple of hers. Now, she didn't know if he was dead or not. "Young master, what are you thinking about? Are you worried about the palace master?" Seeing that Mu Yun was silent, Ren Gang smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry. The palace master previously said that it's about time to enter the celestial world. So, everything is within the palace master's calculations. He will be fine. Oh? Father said something like that? Yes. Ren Gangang smiled and said, so, after coming to the celestial world, I just kept a low profile and increased my strength, waiting for the palace master's summons. Yes, seeing Ren Gongong's trust in her father, Mu Yun nodded. This father of his seemed to be quite capable, but Mu Yun didn't care much in her heart. No matter how powerful Mu Qingyu was, could he be more powerful than him, the master of a region? Thinking of this, Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh. After eating, everyone hurried on with their journey again. But this time, Shen Miao and the others lagged far behind the group and didn't dare to move forward. Every time Mu Yun turned around, Shen Miao quivered and pretended to look elsewhere as if nothing had happened. He was really scared. Mu Yan's innate talent was definitely monstrous. In the entire Heaven Sword Tower, there wasn't a single person with monstrous innate talent. If Mu Yun was valued highly by the Tower Master, even if he was the grandson of the fourth elder, he wouldn't be able to dissuade Mu Yun. Shen Miao was on tenterhooks the entire way. It wasn't until the outlines of majestic mountains appeared in front of everyone that the worry in Shen Miao's heart slowly dissipated. Looking ahead, towering mountains rose and fell one after another. Between the mountains, immortal energy flowed. White clouds, blue sky, and immortal beasts flew. It was a magnificent scene of the celestial world. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio arriving at the Heaven Sword Tower. We're here. Ren Gangang looked ahead and smiled. The Heaven Sword Tower was located in the center of the South Pole. It was like the heart of the South Pole, commanding all the iron-level forces around it. At this moment, everyone came to the front and looked at the buildings between the towering mountains. They were tall and mighty, making people yearn for them. This is it. Ren Gangang landed and walked to the front of the mountain gate. In front of the Heaven Sword Tower's mountain gate, a mountain peak seemed to have been cut by a sword. Only half of it was left. On it were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Heaven Sword Tower. The entire mountain gate was continuous. When one's soul power scanned it, it was immediately blocked. Obviously, there was a sect protecting array. Senior Brother Ren. Ren Gangang appeared outside the mountain gate, and someone immediately came forward and bowed to greet him. Yes, this is Mu Yun from the Yi Sword Sect. I invited her here on Master's orders. I've received the news. Please. The disciple guarding the mountain looked at Ren Gangang with incomparable respect. Ren Gangang led Mu Yun and the others into the mountain gate. This Heaven Sword Tower was a main road that had been opened up between the mountains and steep ridges, leading straight to the inside. The main road in the center was paved with hard rocks that were as white as the moon. It was very comfortable to step on them. Along the 2 sides of the main road, one could see pavilions on both sides of the mountain peak. They looked very exquisite and majestic. Some pavilions were even built on the mountainside. They stood in the air, but they were as stable as rocks. Just from the atmosphere of the sect alone, the Heaven Sword Tower was indeed more than 10 streets ahead of the Yi Sword Sect. Shen Miao and the others had already left, and Mu Yun was led by Ren Gangang all the way forward. Coming and going, Mu Yun discovered that the outermost buildings were still too early to be surprised. As they walked further in, this was what was called majestic. The section just now was where the disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion live and cultivate. This section is where the disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion live. Ren Gangang explained, the Heaven Sword Tower is divided into the Outer Sword Pavilion and the Inner Sword Pavilion, as well as the servant disciples. Those below the 5th tier human immortal realm are the servant disciples. Those from the 5th tier to the 9th tier human immortal realm are the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples. Those who have reached the Earth immortal realm are the Inner Sword Pavilion disciples. Based on this division alone, it could be seen that the Heaven Sword Tower, as a bronze-ranked organization, was more tyrannical than an iron-ranked organization like the Yi Sword School. The Heaven Sword Tower has more than 100,000 odd job disciples, 40,000 to 50,000 Outer Sword Pavilion disciples, and 6,000 to 7,000 Inner Sword Pavilion disciples. Most of them are Tier 1 to Tier 5 Earth Immortals. As for the disciples who have surpassed the Level 5 Earthly Celestial Realm, those who have enough potential will be groomed by the sect to become disciples of the Sword Tomb. In the entire Heaven Sword Tower, there are only a few dozen disciples of the Sword Tomb. As for those who do not have enough potential, they are assigned as outer elders. In the Heaven Sword Tower, there are a total of 5 powerful elders, 2 deputy tower leaders, and 1 tower leader. However, these 5 elders are also divided into different sects. But it's meaningless to tell you about these things. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Let's hear it." Since the young master wants to hear it, let me tell you. Ren Gangang smiled and said, "In fact, this phenomenon exists in every sect. In the Heaven Sword Tower, the tower leader, Tian Junyu, is unique and supreme. His words are always unique, so naturally, no one will object to it. The 2 deputy tower leaders are Chen Siren, deputy tower leader Chen, and Fen Tianxiang, deputy tower leader Xiang. Under deputy tower leader Chen Siren, great elder Luo Hai and second elder Zhuiyun are 2 people. Under deputy tower leader Fen Tianxiang, third elder Qiao Ding Tian, fourth elder Shen Tu, and fifth elder Ying Tianxiong are 3 people. As for deputy tower leader Chen Siren, she supports the first disciple, Qin Tianyu. Deputy tower leader Fen Tianxiang supports the second disciple, Feng Ruoqing. I see. Mu Yun nodded and suddenly laughed. Then it seems that you, the third disciple, have no basis and can only be bullied by others. Haha. I didn't have any expectations for the position of tower leader. These people's fights have nothing to do with me. Ren Gangang smiled and said. You're quite open-minded. The 2 of them continued to move forward. Little junior brother. At this moment, a beautiful figure swept across the sky. She was dressed in green gauze, had a graceful figure, and her long hair was casually tied behind her head with a light string. She looked like a pretty girl from a humble family. Senior Sister Tian. When Ren Gangang saw this person coming, he cupped his hands and replied. You're still calling me Senior Sister Tian. I told you last time that you can call me Xianxia in the future. If you call me Senior Sister Tian again, I won't be polite to you. You're not my opponent now. The woman in green pretended to be angry. Heavenly Master. Xianxia, let me introduce you. This is Mu Yun from Yi Sword Sect. Master asked me to bring her here. Ren Gangang coughed and said. You're Mu Yun? The woman looked around Mu Yun and nodded. 9th grade human immortal, I don't see anything special. Why did father find such a guy? Xianxia, alright, I know. Tian Xianxia waved her hand and said, Junior brother Ren, I haven't seen you for a few days. I'm here to see how your sword skills are. Send this guy to father and come to my Yusho Peak to find me. Why not? Tian Xianxia saw Rengonggong's hesitation and immediately took a step forward and wrapped her arms around Rengonggong's arm. Her beautiful body was almost glued to Rengonggong's body. She snorted, forget it. I'll go with you. Father makes you do this and that every day and doesn't let you rest. He's really hateful. Even if he took my savior as his last disciple, he can't order you around like this. Seeing this woman's appearance, Mu Yun could roughly guess. Ren Gangang probably saved Tian Xianxia. In addition, Tian Junyu saw that Ren Gangang was talented and took him in as a disciple. She just didn't know how Ren Gangang saved the beauty. Xianxia, stop fooling around. This is serious business. Ren Gangang smiled bitterly. Mu Yun's talent is monstrous. Since the Tower Master summoned her, he naturally has a request. Monstrous talent? I don't believe it. Let me test him. Tian Xianxia released her hand and looked at Mu Yun. She directly struck out with her palm. This palm strike was simple, but the tyrannical pressure swept toward Mu Yun. Under this palm strike, Mu Yun felt that her breathing had become slow. Earth Immortal Realm, and it was not only first grade. Without saying a word, Mu Yun directly formed a sword with her palm and struck out. A tyrannical sword Dao concept burst forth, and the sword realm condensed, directly blocking Tian Xianxia's figure. With his 9th grade human immortal realm, it was undoubtedly impossible for him to imprison Tian Xianxia's figure. However, it was not a problem for him to slightly obstruct her. Suddenly, Mu Yun directly used her palm and sword, and once again transformed into a palm shadow, and directly struck out with her palm. 9 Nether shatters the firmament. This palm strike, Mu Yun used origin energy. If he only used immortal energy to receive Tian Xian'er's attack, even 10 of him would not be enough. Bang! Suddenly, a bang sounded, and Mu Yun's figure fell back. Her heavy footsteps shattered the ground under her feet. On the other side, Tian Xian'er stood on the spot and looked at Mu Yun in surprise. Eh? Seeing that Mu Yun only fell back and was not injured, Tian Xian'er was stunned. Not bad, not bad. It seems that father looked for you. You are quite capable. Tian Xian'er looked at Mu Yun and praised, it's hard for you to stay in the Yi Sword sect. I think it's better for you to come to our Heaven Sword Tower and be an external Sword Pavilion disciple. It's better than being a core disciple of the Yi Sword sect. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Xian'er. I appreciate it. Mu Yun cupped her hands and replied. Forget it, forget it. You don't look like you can join our Heaven Sword Tower with ease. Let's go. Father and a few elders are in the meeting hall. I'll take you there. Okay. Ren Gangang led Mu Yun and followed behind Tian Xian'er. I didn't expect you to be a hero saving a beauty. Not bad. Mu Yun teased as they walked. Are you okay? Ren Gangang looked at Mu Yun and said with a wry smile, what hero saving a beauty? I was just saved by someone. It's fine. However, Tian Xian'er is not just a little bit good to you. If you have the heart, what's the harm in marrying her? I'll agree on this matter on behalf of father. When father finds trouble with you, you can tell me that you're not afraid of him. Seeing that Mu Yun still had time to joke, Ren Gangang knew that he should be fine. He could only smile bitterly. The three of them attracted a lot of attention as they walked. Fortunately, they arrived in front of the main hall in a short while. Standing outside the hall, they could vaguely hear waves of quarreling coming from inside. Father. However, Tian Xian'er did not care at all. She pushed the door open and entered the main hall. Xian'er, don't be ridiculous. Can't you see that I'm discussing important matters with a few uncles? The figure of a middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table fell into Mu Yun's eyes. This person was dressed in a gray robe and looked as steady as a mountain. However, his eyes were shining brightly. When Mu Yun looked at this person also stared at Mu Yun. The moment she was stared at by this person, Mu Yun felt that her entire body was being looked at from head to toe. However, all of Mu Yun's secrets were in the chart of celestial extermination in her mind. The powerful concealment function of the chart of celestial extermination was impossible to be discovered by this person. Presumably, this middle-aged man was the master of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu. Father, junior brother Ren was ordered to bring Mu Yun from the Yi Sword sect here. Didn't he rush over to see you? Tian Xian'er snorted. Look at your attitude. Gang gang. Tian Junyu looked at Ren Gangang and his tone softened a lot. He said slowly, take Mu Yun away first. I'll go there later. Yes. Ren Gangang received the order and immediately left. Father, you go too. Hearing Tian Junyu's words, Tian Xian'er stomped her feet and left immediately. Walking out of the door, Tian Xian'er's face was full of anger. On the other hand, Ren Gangang did not have any emotions. This is too much. Father asked you to come. Now that he has something to do, he asked you to take her away. Tian Xian'er snorted. He doesn't take you seriously at all. Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. To be precise, this matter was Ren Gangang and had nothing to do with her. This little girl was quite angry. The master has many things to do. It's only right. Brother Mu, I'll take you to my mountain peak to have a seat. Ren Gangang said indifferently. Forget it. Translator, Nyoibo Studio can't deny your mountain peak doesn't even have a few odd job disciples. Your mountain peak is desolate. Why don't you come to my Yusho peak? I'll treat you to some tea. Tian Xian'er's expression instantly improved as a smug smile appeared on her face. Let's go. Seeing that Ren Gangang and Mu Yun were not moving, Tian Xian'er immediately pulled Ren Gangang up. The three of them were about to leave this place. Junior sister Xian'er. However, just as the three of them were about to leave, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. Several figures appeared in front of the main hall. The person in the lead wore a golden crown on his head and silver boots on his feet. His every movement gave off an air of superiority. Eldest senior brother. Xianxia nodded in response. Senior brother Qin. Little junior brother is here too. The young man seemed to have just noticed Rengangang. He smiled and said, is he the one you brought with you to the sword sect? The young man looked at Mu Yun and sized her up carefully. He's just a 9th-tier human immortal. Why is Tower Master so interested in him? Could it be because this guy has monstrous talent? However, there isn't much time left until the competition between the 5 great bronze forces begins. What can this kid do? The young man looked at Mu Yun with disdain. Upon hearing this, there was no expression in Mu Yun's eyes, but in her heart, she was cursing the 18 generations of ancestors of the person in front of her. Eldest senior brother, you're wrong. This is a competition between the 5 major forces, and it doesn't just depend on strength. Talent is also of utmost importance. Father naturally has his reasons for doing this. Xianxia defended herself. Alright, eldest senior brother. We still have matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. Xianxia immediately pulled Rengangang out of the hall. The young man stood in front of the palace. His originally smiling face was now filled with anger. Senior brother Qin, this Rengangang has only been here for 2 years. He's nothing in our Heaven Sword Tower. A disciple snorted and said, how dare you put on an act in front of eldest senior brother and fight over a woman with eldest senior brother? You're courting death. 2 years? The young man snorted and said, but now, Master has put Rengangang in charge of the affairs of the Odd Job disciples and the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples. It's obvious that Master wants him to establish his authority in the Heaven Sword Tower step by step. Junior sister cares a lot about him. If he becomes Master's son-in-law in the future, will I, Qin Tianyu, still have anything to do with the Heaven Sword Tower? Of course not. Another disciple hurriedly said, now that Vice Pavilion leader Chen is supporting you, together with the first elder and the second elder, how could he possibly compete with you? The core of our Heaven Sword Tower is still the Inner Sword Pavilion disciples and the dozens of Heavens chosen in the Sword Catacomb. Those people all support you. Yes. Qin Tianyu nodded and said slowly, my main opponent this time is my good junior brother Feng Ruoqing. This kid is still too inexperienced to fight with me. When we enter Netherworld City this time, we must work together to make this kid disappear completely. I can't allow one opponent to slowly rise while the other is still rising. Yes, Master. On the other side, Xianxia led Rengangang and Mu Yun out of the main hall and to her own mountain peak. Yusho Peak, at a glance, it was indeed Yusho Peak. Looking at that Qin Tianyu makes me angry. He just joined the sect a few hundred years earlier than you and is so smug. You've only been in the sect for 2 years. How many years has he been in the sect? He's always showing off. Xianxia snorted and said, Rengangang, you have to work hard and surpass him. My father is really too much. He's making you manage the affairs of the Odd Job disciples and the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples every day. You have no real power at all. Xian, alright, I won't say any more. There's a saying in the lower realm, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. I'll go make you a cup of good tea. Wait here. As Xianxia spoke, she led the 2 of them to a pavilion to sit down and then left. Mu Yun laughed at this moment. Young master, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how lucky you are. Not only did you save the beauty, but you also won the beauty's heart. I think that Tianjunyu is quite good to you? Hearing this, Rengangang could only smile bitterly. Master is indeed quite good to me, but, this kind of good, I keep feeling that there's a conspiracy behind it. Mu Yun nodded and said, forget it. Whether it's the Sword sect or the Heaven Sword Tower, it doesn't seem that simple. The 2 of them sat on the mountain peak and looked at the scenery in silence. By the way, Rengangang, did my father tell you how to contact him? Mu Yun suddenly asked. No. The temple master usually takes the initiative to contact Cho Chi-yen and me. As for how to contact him, we don't know either. Hearing this, Mu Yan also frowned. This damn father of hers was always so mysterious. What was he up to? What are the two of you talking about? It was just that the two of them were chatting when a figure suddenly appeared. In the sky, a figure turned into a stream of light and suddenly appeared. Greetings to the Tower Master. Greetings to the Tower Master. Seeing the person who came, Ren Gangang stood up and greeted respectfully. Mu Yan also followed suit. Alright, get up. Tian Junyu waved his hand and sat down. He looked at Mu Yan with his eyes. As expected of an extraordinary talent. When Xiang Tianyang came back and explained to me the last time, I felt that it was incredible. Now that I think about it, it's really amazing. To advance several grades in a year, you're a genius. Tian Junyu praised. Tower Master, you flatter me. Compared to Brother Ren, I'm still a lot worse. You can't say that. Gonggong's advancement is different from yours. Tian Junyu only said this and did not say anything else. Mu Yun, I'll get straight to the point since I've invited you here this time. Tian Junyu said slowly, Feng Kong was killed by you, right? Hearing this, Mu Yan's heart thumped. Tian Junyu knew, how could it be? You don't have to deny it. Tian Junyu said, and a mirror appeared in his hand. This is also a coincidence. I found this mirror, and it just so happens that there's a scene on it. Tian Junyu took out the mirror, and the scene flashed. It was the scene of Mu Yun killing Feng Kong and the others. Damn it. Mu Yun was surprised. He was too careless. It was just that at that time, when Qin Yanyu and the other two appeared, he did not have time to destroy the corpses. Otherwise, this situation would not have happened. At that time, Feng Kong and the others, as soon as Mu Yun opened his mouth, Tian Junyu waved his hand and stopped him. I don't want to hear the reason, only the result. Of course, since I'm willing to talk to you about this matter, I don't want to discuss it with you. For this matter, even if I kill you, I can't bring Feng Kong and the others back to life. So, you have to compensate me. Compensate? Mu Yun was a little confused. It's simple. You leave the Yi Sword sect, enter the Heaven Sword Tower, and become my disciple, Tian Junyu's disciple. How about it? If it were anyone else, this would definitely be a great honor. However, Mu Yun was not very surprised. Instead, he thought carefully. Become Tian Junyu's disciple and become the fourth last disciple? This did seem to be a supreme honor. However, he was just a level 9 human immortal. In the Yi Sword sect, among the core disciples, he was considered the strongest. However, in the Heaven Sword Tower, there were thousands of disciples in the Inner Sword Pavilion, all of whom were in the Earth Immortal realm. Which one of them was not stronger than him? Tian Junyu liked him so much. What? Do you still need to think? Tian Junyu's face became cold, and he said slowly, now, this is the only way you can go. Otherwise, Master. Ren Gangang said at this moment, Brother Mu is Yi Gushua's disciple after all. Master, please reconsider Yi Gushua's madness back then. Mu Yun is Yi Gushua's disciple. Isn't Feng Kong a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower? Tian Junyu raised his voice. Father, how can you do this? At this moment, Tian Xian'er's voice suddenly sounded. Feng Kong was not a good person in the Outer Sword Pavilion. Looking at this scene, it was Feng Kong who ran amok. He used others as a pathfinder and died because his skills were not as good as others. Tian Xian'er's words made Mu Yun look at her in a new light. Xian'er, father, what I said was right. Tian Xian'er said unhappily, Father, you're always so rigid about the sect's form, but you don't ask. If the disciples of the sect rely on the sect and don't contribute to the sect and let the sect be proud of them, how can the sect develop and become stronger? Is our Heaven Sword Tower destined to be a bronze-level force in this life? We can also become a silver-level force, or even a gold-level force, and rule the sword realm. It's not impossible. How dare you? The moment these words came out, Tian Junyu immediately fell silent like a cicada in winter. How could he say something like that? Xian'er, Ren Gangang also gave Tian Xian'er a look at this moment. If such words were said, the entire Heaven Sword Tower might be destroyed if they were not careful. Father. Xianxia said helplessly, okay, I won't say any more. However, our Heaven Sword Tower has to continue to grow stronger. We can't have as many disciples as we have this year, right? Junior brother Ren is gifted with intelligence and talent, and he's your last disciple. You should at least take care of him. What kind of future can he have if you let him manage the servant disciples every day? Hearing this, Mu Yan's praise for Xianxia just now disappeared. Xianxia was right, but in the end, it was all for Ren Gongong's sake. Enough. Tian Junyu's expression changed, and his aura changed. He snorted and said, there's no room for discussion. Mu Yan killed my Heaven Sword Tower's disciple. She must pay. Either be my disciple, Tian Junyu, or die. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the area immediately became cold. Xianxia and Ren Gangang were also silent. Master. Ren Gangang said slowly, I don't think this is difficult. Although Mu Yan entered the Yi Sword sect, and Yi Guxiue is her master, there have been many examples since ancient times. Why don't we let Mu Yan become your disciple again? As a disciple of Heaven Sword Tower and a disciple of the Yi Sword sect, what do you think? Hearing this, Tian Junyu's expression softened. Ren Gangang continued, Heaven Sword Tower is an ordinary iron force after all, the overlord of the South Pole. Mu Yan has entered Heaven Sword Tower. Even if she's still a disciple of the Yi Sword sect, she can still fight for our Heaven Sword Tower. What do you think, Master? Otherwise, if you kill Mu Yan, Feng Kong won't be able to live. Instead, it will make Yi Guxiue angry. What will happen? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. How could he show his strength? The moment these words came out, Tian Junyu fell silent. There was no benefit in killing Mu Yan. However, he did not feel comfortable letting Mu Yan join the Heaven Sword Tower and let Mu Yan have the status of a disciple of the Yi Sword sect. Master, as long as we are sincere and let Mu Yan see our sincerity, the Yi Sword sect will belong to us if he becomes the sect master of the Yi Sword sect in the future. It had to be said that Tian Junyu's interest was piqued. Mu Yan, as the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, I will take a step back. Tian Junyu spoke again, once you join the Heaven Sword Tower, I will make you a disciple of the Inner Sword Pavilion. At the same time, you will also be a disciple of the Yi Sword sect. I will let you have two identities. Now that I have taken a step back, okay. Mu Yan nodded at this moment. However, I will make it clear in advance that I will not do anything to betray the Yi Sword sect because of the Heaven Sword Tower. Of course, I will also not betray the Heaven Sword Tower because of the Yi Sword sect. Mu Yan knew that she had no way out. If she did not agree, she would die. Ren Gangang had already mediated. Otherwise, Tian Junyu might not have given her this condition at all. However, I have one more condition. Tian Junyu spoke again. I want you to be a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. As a disciple of the Inner Sword Pavilion, you have to show them some strength, and show them. Mu Yan immediately understood who Tian Junyu was referring to. How do I show them my strength? This is simple. Tian Junyu smiled slightly and said, you just need to defeat the top 3 disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion of the Heaven Sword Tower. Defeat the top 3 disciples? No problem. No. However, just as Mu Yan nodded, Ren Gangang and Xianxia immediately stopped her. Master, the top 3 disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion of the Heaven Sword Tower are all able to challenge those of a higher level. Mu Yan is up against the 3 of them. That's right, father. You're making things difficult for me. Ren Gangang stopped them because he was worried about Mu Yan. Xianxia, on the other hand, felt that this request itself was contradictory. Let Mu Yan deal with the top 3 of the Outer Sword Pavilion? What a joke. As a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower, she naturally knew about the top 3 in the Outer Sword Tower. Although they were all rank 9 human celestials, the gap between them was huge. Seeing that Mu Yan had agreed while Ren Gangang and Xianxia were against it, Tian Junyu immediately snorted and said, he has already agreed. What are you two afraid of? Go. Without another word, Tian Junyu took Mu Yan and left Yuxiu Peak. Oh no. This time, this monstrous talent Mu Yan is going to be finished. Xianxia could not help but say bitterly. Mu Yun might not be finished. Xiang Tianyang never speaks carelessly. Since he said that Mu Yun has monstrous talent, then it must be true. In fact, in Ren Gonggong's heart, Mu Yun was not only monstrous talent, but also a monster among monsters. However, although he believed in Mu Yun, he was not confident in his heart. Because he was recently in charge of the affairs of the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples and the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples, he had some understanding of the top 3 of the Outer Sword Pavilion. Each of them was more ruthless than the other. Even if Mu Yun could defeat one of them, if the 3 of them fought one after another, Mu Yun might not necessarily win. Let's go. As soon as Ren Ganggang had this thought, he immediately became impatient. Junior brother Ren, you seem to care a lot about this Mu Yun, yes? Ren Ganggang did not hide in front of Xianxia and said, I once met him in the lower realm. Ah? Then tell me, what do you think of this guy? Incredible. Ren Ganggang smiled bitterly and said, he gives people the feeling that he is incredible. It has always been like this. He can do things that others can't do. He can also do things that others can't think of. Ren Gonggong's words came from the bottom of his heart. Mu Yun's incredible made him feel magical. Really? Xianxia felt incredulous. If Mu Yun was really so powerful, then why would he be willing to stay in the Yi Sword sect? Wouldn't reaching the Heaven Sword Tower be a better place for him to display his talent? The current him is like a dragon flying in the shoal. One day, he will soar into the sky and soar in the 9 heavens. Ren Ganggang seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Xianxia. However, at this moment, a martial arts field in the Outer Sword Pavilion was already packed with people. At this moment, Tian Junyu, as the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, personally summoned the disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion. Naturally, they rushed out one by one, wanting to see what was going on. What's going on? Why did the Tower Master summon us all? I don't know, but who is that young man beside the Tower Master? I don't know him, I've never seen him before. Could it be because of the incident in Huangquan City? No way, didn't he say that it would be in a month? The disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion were immediately alarmed. The disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion naturally appeared one by one. Not long after, the huge martial arts field was already filled with tens of thousands of people. It's him? Qin Tianyu was standing on a mountain peak at this moment. When he saw the noisy scene, he could not help but say in surprise, why is this kid with the Tower Master? What does the Tower Master want? Eldest senior brother knows this person? As soon as Qin Tianyu finished speaking, a figure slowly walked over. This person was dressed in a blood-red robe, and he looked extremely dangerous. There was a smile in his eyes that would make one feel fear. Fengruoqing, don't you know? Master specially asked Ren Ganggang to go to the Yi Sword sect to summon this person. Oh? He is Mu Yun. Looking at the scene in the martial arts field, Fengruoqing, who appeared, was also a little surprised. For a moment, they could not figure out what the master wanted to do. Quiet. At this moment, seeing that almost everyone had gathered, Tian Junyu suddenly spoke. In an instant, the crowd in the martial arts field, which was originally noisy, suddenly became silent. There was no sound. Tian Junyu nodded, looked at the crowd, and shouted, Xing Wei, Tang Xianling, Zhao Wen, the 3 of you come out. As soon as Tian Junyu shouted, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the middle of the martial arts field. You go down. Looking at Mu Yun beside him, Tian Junyu said faintly. Now, the 3 of you, starting from Zhao Wen, will fight with Mu Yun one by one. If you win, I will reward you with a lower Earth Grade Immortal Pill, a lower Earth Grade Immortal Weapon, and a lower Earth Grade Immortal Technique. If you lose, there will be no punishment. Tian Junyu said solemnly, let's start now. What? Hearing this, the crowd was suddenly in an uproar. Lower Earth Grade Immortal Pill, lower Earth Grade Immortal Weapon, and lower Earth Grade Immortal Technique. These rewards were enough to make every Outer Sword Pavilion disciple go crazy. The Outer Sword Pavilion disciples were all level 5 human immortals to level 9 human immortals. Lower Earth Grade Immortal Pills, Immortal Weapons, and Immortal Techniques were luxuries for them. As soon as the Tower Master finished speaking, many disciples immediately went crazy. They could not wait to fight with Mu Yun. Tower Master. However, just as Tianjunyu finished speaking, a shout was heard. From the crowd, a figure walked out. Tower Master, this disciple's name is Tang Wenyong, ranked 5th in the Outer Sword Pavilion. This disciple saw that Mu Yun was a level 9 human immortal. This disciple is also a level 9 human immortal. Tang Wenyong volunteered and said, this disciple is not talented. I think that this matter is not worthy for the top 3 of the Heaven Sword Tower to fight. This disciple can do it. Hearing this, Tianjunyu was stunned. He just felt that Tang Wenyong was right. Moreover, even if Tang Wenyong lost, it would be good to let Zhao Wen, Tang Xianling, and Xingwei know Mu Yun's strength. When the 3 of them fought with Mu Yun later, they would also pay attention. Although he hoped that Mu Yun would win and establish Mu Yun's prestige, he did not want the 3 disciples to lose too badly. Otherwise, it would be bad for the reputation of the Heaven Sword Tower. Thank you, Tower Master. Tang Wenyong could not wait. He really could not wait. He thought that he was a genius. In fact, the top 10 disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion were all at the 9th stage human immortal realm. Everyone was at the same level, so what they competed in was talent. Whoever's talent was stronger would naturally be able to unleash the most tyrannical strength. Tang Wenyong thought that his talent was extraordinary. In the Outer Sword Pavilion, only the top 4 disciples were his opponents. It was just that the 4th disciple was not here today, so he immediately jumped out. If he defeated Mu Yun, the 3 rewards would all be exciting. This Tang Wenyong really knows how to jump out to take advantage of others. At this moment, Zhao Wen snorted and said, this Mu Yun, I heard that she is a disciple of the Sword sect. Even if she is a 9th stage human immortal, how strong can she be? Originally, this reward should be mine, but this kid jumped out. Damn it. He may not win. Tang Xianling laughed and said, maybe he jumped out to embarrass himself? That's right. I think this Mu Yun is not simple. Xingwei said in a muffled voice, you two have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Don't worry, Xingwei, we will not trouble you to take action. Tang Xianling, who was ranked 2nd, laughed and said. That's right. Tang Xianling, don't laugh. You will not have the chance to take action. Zhao Wen laughed and said, now, I just hope that this Tang Wenyong will not win. Otherwise, the Earth-level inferior immortal elixirs, Earth-level inferior immortal artifacts, and Earth-level inferior immortal techniques will all be gone. At this moment, in the middle of the field, 2 figures were already standing still. I am Tang Wenyong, please advise me. Mu Yun, please advise me. After the 2 of them greeted each other, Tang Wenyong immediately rushed out without saying a word. In his eyes, the Mu Yun in front of him was no longer Mu Yun, but the immortal elixirs, immortal qi, and immortal techniques that were placed in front of him. It made his breathing heavier, and he was completely overjoyed. Yellow Sand Tyrant Claw. With a deep shout, Tang Wenyong took a step forward, and his entire body's aura suddenly rose. It was not difficult for Mu Yun to determine that this person's control of martial skills was definitely a genius. He could probably exert about 55% of the martial skill's actual effect. He could indeed be considered a genius, however, it was not enough. Seeing Tang Wenyong rush over, Mu Yun knew that this guy had contempt for her, so he took the initiative to enter the field. Since that was the case, then she would show this person some power. Don't talk nonsense, let's just kill. Mu Yun thought in her heart, took a step forward, and struck out with her palm. 9 Nether Flaming Body Art. A killing move was directly blasted out. Boom boom boom. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. He flew into the sky. As the crowd exclaimed, they saw a figure flying in a parabola like a stone. With a scream, he disappeared from the center of the martial arts field. Tang Wenyong flew into the sky. Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. One move, Tang Wenyong, ranked 5th in the Outer Sword Pavilion, flew into the sky. At this time, everyone's expression changed when they looked at Mu Yun. This guy came from the Sword sect. How could he be so powerful? As far as they knew, the disciples of the Sword sect were at most on par with the top 10 disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion. How could this Mu Yun be so terrifying? In the entire Sword sect, The only one who could have such strength was the crown prince. When did this Mu Yun appear? At this moment, Mu Yun did not care what these people thought. Since Tian Junyu wanted him to establish his power and then announce that he had accepted him as an inner sword pavilion disciple, then he would establish his power. Zhao Wen, are you sure you can deal with him? Tang Xianling looked at the center of the martial arts field and said indifferently. Stinky brat, you've only learned some claptrap moves. This move is probably a show for us to see. Zhao Wen snorted and said, I don't believe this guy. He is so strong. Tang Wenyong is a genius. Although he is weaker than us, this guy can't be defeated with one move. Seeing this scene, the three people's faces turned ugly. Zhao Wen. At this moment, Tian Junyu spoke. Seeing that Mu Yun defeated Tang Wenyong, who was ranked 5th, in one move, Tian Junyu was also very surprised. It was just that while shock was shock, looking at Tang Wenyong's disgraceful appearance, Tian Junyu was extremely furious. After all, he was ranked 5th and had a reputation. This Tang Wenyong was really a disgrace. Zhao Wen took a step forward and came to the center of the martial arts field. Brat, don't tell me you used your trump card to defeat Tang Wenyong? Zhao Wen looked at Mu Yun and sneered, however, it's not that easy to deal with me. However, upon hearing those words, Mu Yun completely ignored her. She stood where she was and looked to Zhao Wen. Pretending to be aloof. Zhao Wen snorted and said, since that's the case, I'll let you see the consequences of pretending to be aloof. Zhao Wen directly attacked with his sword. He would not be like Tang Wenyong, who was all brawn and no brains, and failed due to carelessness. Gale Sword Howl. Zhao Wen directly slashed out with his sword. His talent was slightly stronger than Tang Wenyong's. When this sword slashed out, its power spread out in all directions, and its aura rose. However, in Mu Yun's eyes, although Zhao Wen's swordsmanship wasn't full of flaws, it could only be considered average. Now that he had comprehended the level of the sword realm, his understanding of sword arts was not only a combination of what he had comprehended in his previous life, but also the tempering he had experienced in the space-time fortress in this life. This greatly improved his swordsmanship. Therefore, Zhao Wen's swordsmanship really did not enter his eyes. The black Yin sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and Mu Yun directly slashed out with his sword. It was a sword without any fancy moves, and there was no elegance to speak of. There was only the aura of this sword slash. An aura that was in harmony with heaven and earth. The tyrannical aura spread out at this moment, causing everyone present to feel that Mu Yun seemed to have become one with the sword at this moment. Is this the mystery of the sword Dao? Tian Junyu saw this scene and nodded silently. Mu Yun comprehended the sword Dao. This alone was enough to surprise people. Although he was the tower master of the Heaven Sword Tower, the sword Dao was also an artistic conception that he pursued. The reason why the sect master of the Yi sword sect, Yi Gu Shue, was able to establish the Yi sword sect thousands of years ago and become a large mortal sect, which was feared by others, was because of this woman's sword Dao. Advancing and retreating with the great Dao of heaven and earth, this was something that no one could compare to. It seems that this kid is indeed a monstrous talent. He comprehended the sword Dao at the human immortal realm. When he reaches the earth immortal realm, the power of his sword Dao will increase, and he will probably rise rapidly. Tian Junyu thought in his heart. At this moment, the two of them had already begun to fight. Zhao Wen's attacks were like a storm that was about to come. The storm-like attacks made people feel as if a great building was about to collapse. However, on the other side, Mu Yun remained unmoved. She was as steady as a mountain. Step by step, she slashed out with her sword, and her aura did not change at all. No matter what the wind blows from all directions, you will not let go of the rock. Seeing this scene, everyone only felt that it was wonderful beyond words. For a moment, the onlookers realized that Mu Yun's sword did not have any sword skills at all. It was just the simplest moves, such as stabbing, slashing, and so on. However, it was this that made Zhao Wen unable to resist. To be precise, Zhao Wen could not find any gap that could tear apart Mu Yun's defense. She even felt that Mu Yun's attacks were unavoidable. It was too strange. Zhao Wen was completely dumbfounded. This feeling was really too strange. Damn it. Zhao Wen's several attacks were all resolved by Mu Yun. He even had to take the initiative to defend against Mu Yun's attacks. How could he not be angry? Mu Yun, what kind of strange method are you using? Zhao Wen's anger surged in her heart, and her face flushed red. There's nothing strange about it? However, Mu Yun asked in return, why? Is there something wrong? Seeing Mu Yun's teasing smile, Zhao Wen was even more furious. This fellow was definitely doing it on purpose. I don't care what method you used. If you want to fight with me, then show me your true strength. Are you sure? However, Mu Yun flipped her long sword and held it in front of her as she looked at Zhao Wen. Of course. I'll satisfy you. Mu Yun did not say anything else. She raised her sword and moved forward. Sword sealing heaven and earth. With a slash of her sword, Mu Yun's aura suddenly increased at this moment. Falling sword lonely sky. After the first slash, Zhao Wen's expression changed, and he hurriedly resisted. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's second slash had already arrived. Sealing sword chant. After the third slash, Zhao Wen's entire body was defending against the second slash. Immortal sword, immortal sealing seal. After the fourth slash, Mu Yun withdrew her sword and turned around. At this moment, the third and fourth slashes overlapped, and Zhao Wen was completely at a loss. Ding ding, the crisp sound of a sword rang out, and Zhao Wen's entire body kept retreating. Seeing Mu Yun's fourth slash coming, the third slash already gave him a headache. How could he block this slash? Helpless, Zhao Wen kept retreating. However, the sword momentum became more and more intense. Zhao Wen's expression suddenly changed, and he no longer maintained his demeanor. He spread his legs and completely ran away. He couldn't win, this attack was stronger than the previous one, and it almost made him fall into despair. However, when Zhao Wen ran, the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower were stunned. He ran, what was this? Seeing Zhao Wen's actions, the disciples immediately looked at each other. Humph. However, when Tian Junyu saw this scene, he snorted coldly. Trash. At this moment, Zhao Wen knew that he had escaped from the crowd, so he stopped. Seeing everyone's gaze on him at this moment, his face immediately turned hot. It was too embarrassing. Tang Xianling, you go. At this moment, Tian Junyu looked at Zhao Wen and felt anger rising from the bottom of his heart. Such a guy was actually ranked third in the Outer Sword Pavilion. It was simply a disgrace to Heaven Sword Tower. Tang Xianling walked onto the martial arts field at this moment and looked at Mu Yun, his heart was in turmoil. In fact, he was only a little stronger than Zhao Wen. He was only a little stronger. However, looking at the current situation, this Zhao Wen lost to Mu Yun, and he was not optimistic either. Please advise me. Tang Xianling walked in front of Mu Yun, cupped his hands, and smiled. Please. Seeing this person's courteous appearance, Mu Yun also cupped her hands politely. One would not hit a smiling person, this Tang Xianling in front of him did not look so overbearing. He was not bad. It's just a spar. I hope Brother Mu will show mercy. At this moment, Tang Xianling's address had changed. You're exaggerating. Mu Yun cupped his hands together again and said with a smile. The two of them stood in the field and greeted each other. Tang Xianling took out his long sword. His movements were very slow, as if he was dragging out the process of the competition. Seeing this, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. He held the blacking sword in his hand. He wanted to see what this Tang Xianling wanted to do. At this moment, Tang Xianling moved. He attacked with his sword and went straight for Mu Yun. However, that sword appeared to be as light as a feather. It was as if there was no strength behind it at all. Clang, Mu Yun's expression did not change. He directly attacked with his sword. However, when the two swords collided, there was a thump. Mu Yun did not use too much strength, but Tang Xianling's entire body kept retreating. Eh? Seeing this, Mu Yun was stunned. What was this guy trying to do? Was he that weak? Mu Yun was puzzled. Again. Tang Xianling was neither arrogant nor rash. Instead, there was a smile on his face. Mu Yun was relieved. Could it be that this guy wanted to put on a show with him? That way, he would be able to win the competition beautifully without being criticized by Tian Junyu. When Mu Yun thought of this, he was relieved. Since Tang Xianling wanted to play, then he would play with him. With his sword out, Mu Yun's speed also decreased. Seeing this, a touch of pride suddenly appeared in Tang Xianling's eyes. In an instant, Tang Xianling attacked with his sword. However, this time, Tang Xianling's speed suddenly increased. The long sword directly slashed out at an extremely fast speed. Eh? Seeing Tang Xianling's sudden attack, Mu Yun was stunned. This guy, he did it on purpose. You're using your cleverness in the wrong place. Seeing Tang Xianling suddenly attack, Mu Yun's figure immediately retreated. Want to run? You can't run away. Tang Xianling looked at Mu Yun and suddenly shouted in a deep voice. He took a step forward. Boom, boom, boom. However, at that moment, Mu Yun attacked with his sword as he retreated. It turned out that this guy was just putting on an act. His real intention was to attack him. A smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. It turns out that you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Mu Yun chuckled. His entire face was suddenly filled with a mocking smile. You saw through it. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Last Disciple. As soon as Tang Xianling finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a violent force exploded in the entire martial arts field. Dong dong dong, in an instant, four majestic sword cheese rose into the air around Mu Yun. It's our Heaven Sword Tower square kill sword. This Tang Xianling actually mastered an inferior Earth-rank celestial technique. Mu Yun will definitely lose this time. Seeing Tang Xianling's move, the crowd shouted in surprise. Square kill sword. At this moment, Mu Yun stood where he was, motionless. He wanted to see what this so-called four corners absolute kill sword that everyone was exclaiming about was capable of. Sword chi surged in Mu Yun's hand as she held the sword in front. 3 rays of light suddenly lit up on the blackened sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of swords rang out. Mu Yun's sword was faster than the previous one. More and more sword blades appeared in front of her. Boom, suddenly, the sword chi in front of Mu Yun exploded when it condensed into an explosive state. A rumbling sound rang out and reverberated in the surroundings. Mu Yun's entire body exploded. Rumbling noises instantly spread out at this very moment. The sword shadows surrounding Mu Yun were instantly defeated. Pfft, Tang Xianling immediately retreated. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately exclaimed in surprise. How did Mu Yun do it? She killed Tang Xianling with one sword. It was simply unfathomable. Brat, what did you do? Tang Xianling's expression changed drastically. This move should have directly defeated Mu Yun. How did this happen? What did you say I did? Mu Yun sneered. You even used such a despicable method. How shameless of you to call yourself the second in the outer sword pavilion. You, hearing this, Tang Xianling's face turned pale. Ah. Tang Xianling completely went crazy and rushed toward Mu Yun. Scram. Mu Yun snorted and slashed out with her sword. A clanging sound rang out, and Tang Xianling's entire body retreated in a sorry state. With a plop, he fell to the edge of the martial field. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Mu Yun directly exploded, and Tang Xianling was completely defeated. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd fell silent. He had nothing to say. This Tang Xianling's defeat was also clean and neat. Why was this Mu Yun so powerful? At this moment, Tian Junyu was very happy. This Mu Yun was more powerful than he had expected. His monstrous talent was indeed extraordinary. Xing Wei. Tian Junyu looked at the last person and said, It's your turn. Yes. Xing Wei heaved a sigh of relief and stepped onto the stage. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Xing Wei looked at Mu Yun, and his expression did not change. He said indifferently, but it's a pity that you can only use these 2 moves. You will definitely lose this round. So confident? Of course. Xing Wei said complacently, Zhao Wen and Tang Xianling are just geniuses, but I am a peerless genius. How can you be my opponent when compared to me? Is that so? Hearing this, Mu Yun stood on the spot and straightened the blackened sword in front of her. She already did not want to be long-winded. Whether it was Zhao Wen or Tang Xianling, they were really too long-winded. These guys thought that they were geniuses, and each of them was arrogant. This kind of competition really made Mu Yun feel bored. 9 nether shatters the firmament. suddenly, Mu Yun directly attacked with her sword. This sword, one horizontal and one vertical, looked very ordinary. The two sword shapes intersected and formed a cross slash that directly slashed out. Fallen Hero Sky Sword. When Xingwei saw Mu Yun attack, he naturally did not hold back and directly swung his sword. Zung, the sound of the sword rang out, and Xingwei completely exploded at this moment. Boom, suddenly, the long swords clashed, and the sound of the swords exploded. Xingwei's sword radiated a dazzling light that completely covered Mu Yun's 9 nether shatters the firmament. However, accompanied by the sound of the explosion, the speed of Mu Yun's cross slash became faster and faster, and the majestic power on the entire sword completely exploded. The power of this sword was completely displayed at this moment. Suddenly, following the strong rise of Mu Yun's sword move, the long sword in Xingwei's hand burst out a dazzling light at this moment. Under this dazzling light, Mu Yun's sword was completely hidden. However, Mu Yun still stood on the spot without moving. Buzz, in an instant, the black-yin sword in Mu Yun's hand shone brightly, and a black light rose and exploded. In the next moment, sword shadows flew in Mu Yun's mind, and the sword in her hand also completely rose at this moment. Boom, the sound of an explosion was heard, and Mu Yun leaped into the air, heading straight for Xingwei. At this moment, all of Xingwei's attacks turned into nothingness. In front of him, there was only Mu Yun and Mu Yun's sword that was flying towards him. One move to break all moves. At this moment, Mu Yun gave off such a feeling. Get lost. However, Xingwei did not give up. He waved his long sword and continued to attack. However, at this moment, he clearly felt that the long sword in his hand was no longer under his control. How could this be? Xingwei was panicking. As a swordsman, he could no longer control the sword in his hand. Wasn't this terrifying? You've lost. However, Xingwei no longer needed to be afraid. A cold voice sounded behind him, and a black long sword was placed directly on his neck. That oppressive cold air was flowing between his neck. Lost. Lost, Xingwei was in a daze. He was a peerless genius, but he still lost to Mu Yun. Moreover, it seemed that his attacks were mighty and domineering, but under these attacks, Mu Yun's tyrannical defense. He did not even manage to shake Mu Yun at all. He lost too miserably, Xingwei roared in his heart. Seeing this scene, Tian Junyu's eyes completely lit up. The talent that Mu Yun displayed was very powerful and amazing. This kind of talent was amazing. Mu Yun was born for the sword. Great! At this moment, Tian Junyu was overjoyed. He even forgot that Mu Yun defeated the top 3, and he lost face. At this moment, he only saw Mu Yun's achievements. She was indeed very powerful. Moreover, she was a swordsmanship genius who had comprehended the sword principle. Mu Yun, from today onwards, you are Tian Junyu's last disciple. As soon as Tian Junyu's words fell, the whole place was in an uproar. Last disciple. The Tower Master actually wanted to accept this disciple of the Yi Sword sect as his last disciple. What was going on? Last disciple? Mu Yun was also stunned. That was not what he said just now. He only wanted him to be an inner sword pavilion disciple. How did he become the last disciple now? Mu Yun was about to speak, but Ren Gangang flew over at this moment. Congratulations, brother Mu. From now on, you will be my junior brother. Ren Gangang patted Mu Yun and said directly. Accept it first. If you refuse in front of everyone, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this Heaven Sword Tower today. Hearing Ren Ganggang's words, Mu Yun nodded. He was not a lawless person. Tian Junyu wanted to accept him as his last disciple because he saw his potential. If he did not agree, Tian Junyu would definitely execute him immediately. Tian Junyu would not allow such a talented disciple to grow up in the Yi Sword sect. In a few hundred years, no one in the Heaven Sword Tower would be a match for him. At that time, the Yi Sword sect would ride on the Heaven Sword Tower's head. What should he do then? But Tian Junyu could not bear to kill him. Hence, Tian Junyu recruited him as a disciple. But fortunately, Tian Junyu did not force him to leave the Yi Sword sect now. But in this way, he would be a disciple of the Yi Sword sect and the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. With 2 identities, he was afraid that he would not be able to please either side. Mu Yun had no choice. At this moment, this was the only way. the crowd gradually dispersed, but the shock in everyone's hearts did not dissipate for a long time. In a roundabout way, Mu Yun actually became the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. The 3 last disciples had now become 4? Damn it! Qin Tianyu suddenly snorted. Originally, there was Ren Gangang, and now there is Mu Yun. What is the Tower Master thinking? Eldest senior brother, why are you so impatient? Feng Ruoqing smiled at this moment and said, there was Ren Gangang before, and now there is Mu Yun. It's nothing. One competitor is still a competition, so is 2. You are quite open-minded. Otherwise what? The Heaven Sword Tower is still the Tower Master's Heaven Sword Tower. If I'm not open-minded, am I going to be the Tower Master's enemy? Feng Ruoqing, don't talk nonsense here. Qin Tianyu snorted and said, let me tell you. You and I have seen the Tower Master's support for Ren Gangang in these 2 years. This Mu Yun has a monstrous talent. She is not our match now, but in the future, eldest senior brother is so impatient. Feng Ruoqing laughed and said, aren't we going to Huangquan City soon? Who knows what will happen in Huangquan City? What do you think, eldest senior brother? Huangquan City. Qin Tianyu froze for a moment and gradually understood what Feng Ruoqing meant. His eyebrows slowly relaxed. Huangquan City was where the Biluo Huangquan school used to be. There were countless dangers in it. Who knew what would happen? That was right. Qin Tianyu looked at Feng Ruoqing and said, second junior brother, you are so scheming. I admire you. Eldest senior brother, why are you playing dumb? I think even if I don't say it, you will do the same. When the time comes, you have to be careful. Don't cause new trouble before you solve the problem. Second junior brother, you too. Qin Tianyu said with a fake smile, a rank 9 human immortal. This guy is invincible. It seems that only an Earth immortal can. Eldest senior brother, think about it carefully. I will take my leave. Feng Ruoqing clasped his hands and turned to leave. At this moment, on a mountain peak in the Heaven Sword Tower. At the peak of the mountain, a squarish pavilion stood proudly. The tower was divided into 3 floors. At this moment, in a room on the 3rd floor, Mu Yun stood in the middle of the room and looked at Tian Junyu in front of her silently. Hee. No wonder Ye Guxue accepted you as his disciple. You are a monstrous talent and a genius in the way of the sword. Not to mention in the iron level forces, even in the silver level forces, you are a popular genius disciple. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio A magical place. However, looking at Tian Junyu's expression, Mu Yun felt as if she was being targeted by an old fox. This feeling was very uncomfortable. What's wrong, brat? Aren't you happy that I accepted you as my last disciple? Tian Junyu saw Mu Yun's expressionless face and immediately said, are you worried about Ye Guxue? Don't worry, she's overjoyed. Overjoyed, I hope Ye Guxue is overjoyed. Alright. Tian Junyu sat down, looked at Mu Yun, and said slowly, I've already discussed with the leaders of the various iron level forces. We'll arrive at Yellow Spring City in a month and investigate. Mu Yun, you've been there before. You should know something, right? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, this place is extremely dangerous. The entire city looks like a city of the dead. Mu Yun considered her tone and said slowly. A city of the dead. As soon as she said this, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped a few degrees. What do you mean? There are natural treasures everywhere in that place. They're powerful spirit treasures that make people green with envy. However, it seems that living people can't take them away. Mu Yun said slowly, at that time, I followed Feng Kong and the others into the city. A few of the Heaven Sword Tower disciples took the treasures and immediately died. There were also disciples from other sects who turned into skeletons. It seems to be a kind of curse. What you're saying is too mysterious. Tian Xianxia smiled and said, curse? I think those treasures must have been enchanted with arrays, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Tian Xianxia began to size up Mu Yun. I know that guy Feng Kong knows nothing about formations. It seems like you're quite familiar with formations. I know a little. Mu Yun said slowly, however, Yellow Spring City is indeed strange. Moreover, since I'm also a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower now, I have reason to ask you to be careful. In the sword domain, the iron level forces have earth immortals overseeing them. The bronze level forces have sky immortals overseeing them, and the silver level forces have mystic immortals overseeing them. You should know this better than me. Back then, outsiders said that Biluo Huangquan school had the strength of a bronze level force, but I know that's not all. Oh? Tell me about it. Tian Junyu, said Mu Yun. In Biluo Huangquan school, there are hundreds of heaven immortals, and even mystic immortals. Immortals. Heaven immortals. Hearing this, Tian Junyu is? Tian Junyu's is. He knew what Xian immortals were. That was an existence that he could only look up to. There were Xian immortals in Biluo Huangquan school, which could be ranked as a silver level force. Why would they hide in Biluo Immortal Mountain? Also, Biluo Huangquan school's treasure, the blue skies yellow springs diagram. You saw him? Upon hearing this, Tian Junyu couldn't wait any longer. Seeing Tian Junyu's nervous look, Mu Yun nodded. His guess was not wrong. That day, Junyu was heading for the blue skies yellow springs diagram. In fact, the 5 major iron-ranked forces were willing to join hands this time. Firstly, it was for the secret treasures, and secondly, it was for the Heaven Fall Underworld diagram. Yes. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she frowned. Tower Master, you should be in Yellow Spring City. Did you not see it? Mu Yun was puzzled. No. Tian Junyu was even more puzzled at this moment. In Yellow Spring City, at the intersection of 2 streets, there is a huge stone platform. Above the stone platform, there is a light yellow picture scroll. Didn't you see it? I saw the stone platform, but I didn't see the light yellow ancient picture. This time, it was Mu Yun's turn to be surprised. How could it be? Impossible, Mu Yun was stunned. How could she not see the blue skies underworld diagram? It was right there. Mu Yun, what do you mean? At this moment, Tian Junyu finally snapped out of his daze and said. I saw the blue skies underworld diagram there. How could it not be there? Could it have been taken away by someone? Mu Yun was puzzled. Suddenly, Mu Yun opened her eyes. That's right. Mu Yun said, after I entered that day, I saw 3 disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower enter. At that time, I was only a 6th stage human immortal. The 3 of them were 9th stage human immortals. Their names were Qin Yanyu, Meng Yiyu, and Lu Qian. However, after Mu Yun finished speaking, Tian Junyu, Tian Xian and Ren Gonggong's expressions changed. What's wrong? Seeing the strange expressions of the 3, Mu Yun was puzzled. Ren Ganggang smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother Mu, these 3 are all dead. Previously, I had been investigating their whereabouts, but I didn't see them for a long time. Later, after I found Feng Kong's body, I found the 3 of them together. Dead. Mu Yun was shocked on the surface. However, in her heart, she suddenly understood. The 3 of them should have been killed by Yi Guxue. In that case, could it be that Yi Guxue also took the blue skies underworld diagram? Impossible. How could it be? Even if Yi Guxue was in the Earth Immortal realm, how could she break the formation of the stone platform by herself? That formation was something that even a formation grandmaster would not be able to break. Only a formation grandmaster would be able to use it. Could it be that Tian Junyu was lying? Tian Junyu found the bodies and took the blue skies underworld diagram away? No, it was not Tian Junyu who found the bodies. If it was really taken away by Tian Junyu, it was impossible that there was no news in the Heaven Sword Tower. Who could it be? Could it be someone from the Netherworld City? At this moment, Mu Yun could only suspect Yi Guxue, Tian Junyu, or that unknown person. Other than that, he could not think of anyone else. Mu Yun was completely silent. At that time, the blue skies underworld diagram was in front of him, but he could not take it away. That formation, even if it was him, would take at least several months to break it. However, Qin Yanyu and the others were there at that time, so he could not take it away. Later, he told Yi Guxue about it. Later, Tian Junyu knew about the Netherworld City. Someone must have done something in between the 2, although Mu Yun did not know who it was. The fact was that the blue skies underworld diagram was gone. Thinking of this, Mu Yun was unhappy. So, the blue sky's underworld diagram has been taken away? Tian Junyu said indifferently. Forget it, it seems that those who are fated will get it, and those who are not fated will be helpless. Tian Junyu waved his hand and said a little dispiritedly, Gang take Mu Yun to rest. Prepare to enter the Heaven Sword Pavilion tomorrow to cultivate. Yes. Ren Gangang cupped his hands and left indifferently. Suddenly, only Tian Junyu was left in the room. Tower Master. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared in the room. Suejin, do you think this guy took it away? I don't think so. The shadow's voice was cold, and he said slowly, this guy is only a level 9 human immortal. At that time, he was only a level 6 human immortal. Qin Yanyu and the other two were level 9 human immortals, and they had more than a dozen level 7 and level 8 disciples with them. He alone was no match for them. Moreover, those wounds looked like they were all killed by a sword. Qin Yanyu and the others had no ability to resist at all. Tian Junyu sighed indifferently and said, so, this guy is not a suspect. Who could it be? It's not difficult to find out. The South Pole is our Heaven Sword Tower's place. If there is any abnormal reaction, we will know immediately. The shadow said slowly, the most important thing now is to find the treasures in the Netherworld City. If we can get them, the Heaven Sword Tower will be promoted to a silver force in no time. Okay. Tian Junyu nodded and said, tell all the disciples above level 5 human immortal to get ready and go to the Netherworld City. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow disappeared and the room returned to silence. On the other side, Ren Gangang and Tian Xian left the mountain with Mu Yun. Senior brother Ren, what is the Heaven Sword Pavilion that the tower leader mentioned? Mu Yun asked, puzzled. Hee, the Heaven Sword Pavilion is a good place. Tian Xian jumped out at this moment and said with a smile, the Heaven Sword Pavilion is an important place of our Heaven Sword Tower. It has wonderful benefits for the improvement of one's cultivation realm. Yes. Ren Gangang nodded and said, it seems that the tower leader is really training you as his last disciple. The two of us entered the immortal realm at about the same time. Although my cultivation realm is higher than yours now, my talent is actually not as good as yours. The reason why I can improve so quickly is because of the Heaven Sword Pavilion. Oh? So mysterious? Of course not. Tian Xian interrupted and said, junior brother Ren is too humble. His talent is also very good. Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. Tian Xian's love for Ren Gangang could be felt from thousands of miles away. The three of them chatted as they walked. In the end, Mu Yun followed Ren Gangang to the mountain peak he was at, Gonggu Peak. When the two of them arrived at the mountain peak and saw that Ren Ganggang's mountain peak looked rather bleak everywhere, Mu Yun naturally made fun of him. Late at night, the two of them looked up at the starry sky and chatted at the top of the mountain. The hall leader has always had high hopes for you. In fact, when you were in Baiyun City a few years ago, the hall leader began to care about you at all times. It's just that at that time, for some reason, the hall leader had been watching silently and allowing everything to happen. However, later on, your talent was outstanding and incomparably magical. The hall leader saw you in a new light. The path that he had originally prepared for you was all let go and let you explore it on your own. After conversing with Ren Gangang, Mu Yun increasingly realized that Ren Gangang was not simple. However, at the same time, Mu Yun felt that the matter of time simply did not work at all. In Zhongzhou and the 3,000 small worlds, Mu Qingyu's identity as the hall leader had existed for hundreds of years. However, in Baiyun City, Mu Qingyu had grown up from a young age. How could this be? Could it be that Mu Qingyu had a doppelganger technique? However, Mu Yun could not figure it out and could not estimate it. However, now it seemed that Mu Qingyu still doted on his son very much. However, sooner or later, he would reappear in the immortal realm as the leader of the Cloud Alliance, the identity of his previous life. At that time, if Mu Qingyu knew that he had taken over his son's body and that his son had died long ago, what would he think? Mu Yun was a little distressed. By the way, I asked you during the day, what exactly is the Sky Sword Pavilion? A magical place. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Sky Sword Pavilion, what do you mean? Mu Yun asked curiously. The Heavenly Sword Tower is a pavilion. From the outside, this pavilion doesn't appear to be anything special. However, upon entering, one would feel as if they had entered a different world. Moreover, the flow of time inside is different from the outside. It's much faster. A year outside might be a month inside. A year outside might be a month inside. This surprised Mu Yun. This was simply changing the rules of the celestial realm. The heavenly sword tower was actually able to do this? Haha. Actually, this is also the strength of the Heaven Sword Tower's ancestor. When the Heaven Sword Tower was established, it relied on this to climb from a non-rated force to an ordinary iron force, and then to a bronze force. Mu Yun nodded and said, just from this point alone, it's indeed very rare. Now that you mention it, I really want to enter tomorrow to find out what's going on. While the two were talking, on the other side of a majestic mountain, Qin Tianyu was seething with anger. Tomorrow. This kid will enter the Sky Sword Pavilion tomorrow. Qin Tianyu was furious. I've been in the Heaven Sword Tower for 100 years, and I've only entered the Sky Sword Pavilion twice. However, this guy has the opportunity to enter the Heaven Sword Tower as soon as he arrived. What is Master trying to do? For hundreds of years, he only took me and Feng Ruoqing as his last disciples. However, in the past 2 to 3 years, he took in Rengangang, and now there's Mu Yun. Bang, with a slap, a huge rock in front of Qin Tianyu shattered into silver powder. Senior brother Qin, these two kids seem to have known each other for a long time. Could it be a conspiracy? A disciple said sinisterly, if the two of them join forces, although they won't be able to shake your position in the future, it'll still be troublesome. These two people must be dealt with carefully. We can't let them grow. Qin Tianyu snorted and said, back then, Feng Ruoqing won the support of the 4th elder and the 5th elder when I wasn't paying attention. Then, he was valued by that old man Xiang Fan Tian and was regarded as my equal. Senior brother Qin Tianyu is right. While Qin Tianyu was furious, Feng Ruoqing on the other hand, Feng Ruoqing was much calmer. Senior brother Feng, Rengangang is extremely popular now. He has a great reputation among the servant disciples and the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples. Now that Mu Yun has appeared, I'm worried. Of what? I'm worried that the two of them together, they are Qin Tianyu. Qin Tianyu Qin, Mu Yun. Qin Tianyu Yun heard Qin, studio. Joining hands to deal with me? Studio Tianyu studio have mean studio Nanyu studio li nen li mu mu. Who doesn't know that Qin Tianyu has feelings for Tian Xian'er? But in the past 100 years, has Tian Xian'er ever paid any attention to him? On the contrary, she is rather concerned about the newcomer, Rengangang. If they want to deal with someone, they should be dealing with Qin Tianyu. Moreover, Qin Tianyu is a narrow-minded person. How could he allow the two of them to grow? Right now, in the Heaven Sword Tower, he has the support of Vice Pavilion Master Chen Siren. In addition to the strong support of the Great Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder, I think he will be the one who can't help but make the first move. When the time comes, they will fight. I will just watch from the side. Feng Ruoqing had a calm and leisurely attitude as she said with a slight smile, but only this way is interesting. Otherwise, Qin Tianyu's pressure alone will all be on me. I won't feel good. Feng Ruoqing looked into the distance with a hint of a smile. The next day, early in the morning, Mu Yun and Rengangang appeared outside the Sky Sword Pavilion of the Heaven Sword Tower. A bridge was built between the two mountains. In the middle of the bridge, a pavilion stood high in the sky. The pavilion looked squarish and was built on the bridge between the two mountains. It was hundreds of meters tall. Looking from below, it looked like a different world. This is the place. Rengangang smiled and said, this time, you are the one who will enter. I will send you here. As for the inside, when you reach the top of the mountain, someone will tell you how to enter. Okay. Mu Yun followed the mountain peak and climbed up. When she reached the mountainside, Mu Yun looked at the steep mountain terrain and climbed up step by step. The entire mountain peak seemed to rise and fall. Standing on one mountain peak and looking at the other, Mu Yun only felt that her mind was much more open. Interesting, this place did look a little strange. Not long after, Mu Yun reached the mountainside. Looking at the Sky Sword Pavilion on the stone bridge in the middle of the mountainside, Mu Yun strode over. However, as soon as he stepped onto the stone bridge, the scenery around him changed drastically. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately became alert. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Streaks of shadows charged towards Mu Yun. She was no longer on the bridge, but in a strange space. In this space, it made people feel that the ore was floating, and it did not seem real at all. However, when the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, black figures appeared in front of Mu Yun. These figures all held long swords in their hands as they surrounded Mu Yun. Do I still need to go through a test to enter the Sky Sword Pavilion? Looking at those shadows, Mu Yun was stunned. However, those black figures did not care about Mu Yun at all. They directly slashed out with their swords and charged towards Mu Yun. A black-robed figure moved, and the rest of the black-robed figures jumped. Clang, 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 the sound of swords could be heard, and Mu Yun's figure immediately retreated in a sorry state. However, this scene made Mu Yun feel that something was wrong. These black-robed figures did not have a trace of life aura. It was very strange. Boom, suddenly, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword. With a loud explosion, the black-robed figure in front of her suddenly disappeared and turned into a black mist. It is indeed fake. Mu Yun had confidence in her heart, and she immediately raised her sword and attacked. It seemed that this test was the same as the Divine Space Treasure Cave in the picture of extermination of deity. In the Divine Space Treasure Cave, Mu Yun needed to obtain what she wanted, and she needed to complete the challenge of the Guardians to obtain it. However, the strength of the Guardians of each treasure was different. The strength of these black-robed figures and those Guardians were too far apart. Mu Yun was not worried at all. She walked forward step by step with her sword. Finally, when the last black-robed figure fell, Mu Yun's figure appeared in front of the pavilion. The scene in front of her completely disappeared. However, at this moment, Mu Yun realized that when she looked behind her, there was nothing strange. It was as if nothing had happened. Hee. Little fellow, your understanding of the realm is not bad. Your swordsmanship is also very sharp. Just as Mu Yun turned around, a figure appeared in front of her like a ghost. It was an old figure with a stooped body. He was wearing a black robe, and he looked like a piece of rotten wood moving on the ground. Greetings, Senior. After all, Mu Yun was a celestial king in her previous life, and she still had some eyesight. Such an old man was guarding the Sky Sword Pavilion. In the Sky Sword Pavilion, he was definitely a hidden expert. Follow me. The old man turned and walked into the pavilion. He said slowly, Don't call me Senior. Just call me Elderly. Elderly. Mu Yun followed behind Elderly and walked into the pavilion. From the looks of it, you just entered the Heaven Sword Tower not long ago, right? Yes, the Tower Master just recently accepted me as his last disciple. Oh? Last disciple? Elderly was slightly surprised. In the past 2 years, Tian Junyu's desire to accept disciples has been greatly aroused. He accepted 2 last disciples in a row. This disciple is not talented, so I'm not among them. Don't be modest. Elderly said slowly. When I saw you break the Misfortune Heart 9 mystic formation just now, your thoughts were meticulous and decisive. It seems like, you have the charm of the Way of the Sword. Hearing this, Mu Yun was secretly surprised. This elderly could tell that she had comprehended the Way of the Sword just by looking at her sword moves. She was not simple, just now, she did not use the Way of the Sword at all. Although this old man's strength is not very good, after all these years, I still have a discerning eye. Elderly seemed to have seen through Mu Yun's thoughts and said with a smile. Alright, this is the way up. Let me tell you, this Heaven Sword Pavilion is divided into 9 floors. The first floor adapts to the changes of a realm. The 5th floor is for geniuses, the 7th floor is for peerless geniuses, and the 9th floor is for monstrous geniuses. As for the benefits of entering, you can experience it yourself. But this old man is telling you, don't force yourself. If you enter a floor that does not match your talent, your strength may not increase but decrease. Thank you, Elder. Hearing this, Mu Yun directly went up the stairs. Mu Yun arrived at the first floor and sat down cross-legged. He needed to first see what this so-called floor that decided the entrance could stay on based on their talent was. This was the first time he had heard of such a place. The celestial realm was vast and boundless, and he did not know much about the world. Mu Yun had just sat down cross-legged when the scene in her mind changed drastically, as if her soul had left her body. The scene in front of her turned into a battlefield. Mu Yun's figure stood in the middle of the battlefield. In front of her, hundreds of armored soldiers roared and charged over. Mu Yun raised his sword and was about to kill them. However, at this moment, the scene in front of Mu Yun changed drastically. The hundreds of soldiers instantly transformed into demons as they charged over. Mu Yun's arm that was holding the longsword suddenly realized that he could only use 10% of the sword's full power at this moment. Most importantly, all of the strength in his body had completely disappeared at this very moment. How can this be? Could this be the test? Mu Yun was horrified, but those soldiers were already charging over. He could only face them head-on. Bang, with a bang, Mu Yun slashed out with his sword. Normally, it would not be a problem to kill these hundreds of people with one slash, but at this moment, he could only use 10% of his original power. This slash only killed one demon soldier in front of him. Without another word, Mu Yun did not have time to think. He could only slash out with his sword again. Bang, 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 on the battlefield, the ground was covered in blood, but only Mu Yun alone withstood the attacks of hundreds of people. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun's final slash landed, and more than 100 soldiers completely disappeared. Mu Yun sat on the ground. Suddenly, the scene changed drastically. Mu Yun's figure appeared on the first floor of the pavilion again. Phew, after exhaling, Mu Yun slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him was still the same. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. First stage. Earth Immortal. With a flip of his palm, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recover. What he consumed was not his immortal chi or soul power, but his essence, energy, and spirit. Old Tortoise, this place is very strange. This time, Mu Yun licked his lips and chatted with Old Tortoise. What's strange about it? Old Tortoise curled his lips in disdain. This place is actually at best a martial arts arena to test one's talent. A martial arts arena to test one's talent? Mu Yun was even more puzzled. Kid, you're really getting worse and worse. Guei scolded. You could only use 10% of the sword move's power just now because this first level is not suitable for you. It doesn't match your talent. I see. In my opinion, you might as well go straight to the 9th level. Isn't that too eye-catching? Mu Yun shook his head. Isn't this too eye-catching? Get lost. Guei scolded. You're just wasting your time here. Go straight to the 9th level. Time is very precious here. You might be able to break through to the Earth Immortal realm if you take this opportunity. Thank you for your kind words. Before Guei could finish speaking, Mu Yun had already dashed straight to the 2nd level. Passing through the 2nd level, the 3rd level. Mu Yun went straight to the 9th level. At the same time, outside the pavilion, Elderly was walking on the stone bridge. He held a broom in his hand and gently swept the ground. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura spread out from Elderly's stooped body. A pair of muddy old eyes looked up at the top of the pavilion. This kid, however, the light in Elderly's eyes only flashed for a moment before it disappeared. Then, he began to sweep as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Mu Yun went straight to the 9th level. She sat cross-legged. The scene changed. Once again, the figures of armored soldiers appeared around Mu Yun. However, this time, Mu Yun immediately cursed when he saw it. F***ck. Mu Yun could not help but curse. What is this? Mu Yun was completely shocked. Armored soldiers had indeed appeared before him. Merely, as those armored soldiers ran, they transformed into beautiful women. The most important thing was that these beauties were not wearing anything. They held spears, swords, and sabers in their hands. This scene looked extremely strange. One after another, naked beauties wielding swords and spears charged forward. This scene was extremely strange. Most importantly, there were close to 10,000 of them in total. What the hell is that? Mu Yun immediately cursed. Raising her long sword, Mu Yun immediately charged out. He didn't care if they were naked beauties or naked men. These people wanted to kill him. Moreover, they were all illusions. A hint of killing intent appeared in Mu Yan's eyes. At this moment, with a sweep of the longsword, he immediately felt the complete devastation of his power. This is the power that belongs to me. Mu Yun was overjoyed. This feeling was what he yearned for the most. Mu Yun unleashed his sword strike after sword strike. At that moment, he wantonly spread the pleasure in his heart. Even if there were tens of thousands of demons in front of him, he would still press forward, kill. Time ticked by again. Finally, Mu Yun slowly breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. Indeed, it's satisfying. Mu Yun said with a smile, I didn't expect that in the first level, my power would be suppressed and unable to fully release it. It would be such an unpleasant feeling. Do you feel better now? You should take a good look at your aura. This is indeed an incredible place. Your talent is high enough, and with the compatibility of this place, you should be able to advance your cultivation by leaps and bounds. That's right, Guai said. Alright, then let's prepare to break through to the Earth Immortal realm here. Mu Yun nodded and sat down cross-legged. Once he sat down, the entire Sky Sword Pavilion was completely silent. Mu Yan's entire body stretched out at this moment, feeling the rhythm of his surroundings. It was very comfortable and made him forget to go back. Gradually, in the 9th level of the pavilion, wisps of immortal chi entered Mu Yan's body and nourished every meridian, every bone, and every cell in Mu Yan's body. This feeling was very comfortable. Mu Yan began to guide the 9 major circulations of immortal chi in his body into one. 99 Guai. This one was at the Dantian. To be precise, a martial artist's Dantian had already been gathered. However, the 99 Guai gathering in the Dantian this time was very different. This time, after the 9 major circulations of immortal chi, it stayed in the body and gathered into a source. This source was the elixir source. It could gather an endless stream of immortal chi. After the 9 major circulations of immortal chi gathered in the Dantian, it would form the elixir source. This caused the gathering of immortal chi to change from quantitative to qualitative. This change was a qualitative change for a martial artist. Mu Yun was in the process of such a change at this moment. The Dantian gathered immortal chi and condensed the elixir source. Mu Yun's body was changing bit by bit at this moment. Gradually, his abdomen began to change. Rays of light gathered, and those rays of light gradually became stronger and transformed. A spot of light suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's Dantian. That spot of light was extremely weak at first, but gradually, it changed from the size of a sesame seed to the size of a mung bean, and then to the size of a soybean. These layers of changes were particularly eye-catching. Mu Yun could deeply feel the benefits of this change. Immediately, his entire body emitted layers of unique aura. The immortal chi after the 9 major circulations of immortal chi gradually flowed towards his Dantian. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire being had become completely different. The change in his aura made him look ethereal and otherworldly. Yuan gathered in the Dantian. Immortal chi entered the Dantian and condensed into Genesis chi. This Genesis chi gathered into core spirals. Core spirals were the symbol of an Earth Immortal Realm cultivator. The immortal chi circulating in one core spiral was simply as powerful as 9 major circulations of immortal chi. This step of accumulation and metamorphosis was supposed to be extremely dangerous and difficult. But at this moment, the chi vortex in Mu Yun's Dantian gradually increased in size and gradually gathered in the entire Dantian. What was different from ordinary people was that the core spiral that Mu Yun gathered at this moment filled the entire Dantian. It was vast, deep, and incomparably powerful. This was the tyrannical aspect of a cultivator with monstrous talent. It was different from ordinary people. Mu Yun's monstrous talent didn't come from his own body. Instead, it came from his pursuit of perfection and perfection in every realm he crossed. Therefore, when he reached the Earth Immortal Realm, his core spiral was powerful and unfathomable. It gathered hope and formed a core spiral. The core spiral in Mu Yun's Dantian expanded and was constantly filled. After 9 major circulations of immortal chi, another core spiral appeared. One after another, after a total of 81 major circulations of immortal chi, Mu Yun finally heaved a sigh of relief. Core spiral. Success. Mu Yun exhaled slightly, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. A comfortable feeling spread throughout his entire body. He clenched his fist, and crackling sounds could be heard instantly. At this moment, a core spiral was spinning and raging in his body. With a raise of his hand, the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was the Earth Immortal Realm. Gathering the core origin and condensing the core spiral, the power condensed by Mu Yun in the first core spiral was 9 times that of an ordinary grade 1 human immortal. Powerful. This feeling of power increase made Mu Yun want to cry out in joy. It's been a long time since I felt such a substantial increase in power. Mu Yun clenched his hands and smiled. This kind of increase in power is really delightful. Brat, you'd better hurry up and stabilize the strength of your core spiral. Guai chuckled. This place can barely be considered a holy land for cultivation. You don't have many chances to enter this place. Every time you stay here, 1 day outside, should be 90 days here, which is 3 months. It's less than a month outside, but if you can stay here for a month, it'll be 90 months outside, which is about 7 to 8 years. 7 to 8 years is enough for you to increase your cultivation here. Wonderful. Mu Yun was immediately overjoyed. The improvement of the Earth Immortal Realm was not as simple as the improvement of the Human Immortal Realm. In the Human Immortal Realm, the immortal chi was used to control the body. The improvement of 1 minor circulations of immortal chi would gradually evolve into major circulations of immortal chi. However, in the Earth Immortal Realm, to condense a core spiral, it required 9 major circulations of immortal chi, which was 100 times more than that of a grade 1 human immortal. Naturally, the improvement of one's strength was not as simple as that of a grade 1 human immortal. Since I have 7 to 8 years, there's no need to rush. The feeling of breaking through to grade 1 Earth Immortal Realm is very comfortable. I can improve greatly here, and I'm not in a hurry to break through to grade 2. Stabilizing my grade 1 Earth Immortal Realm is the most important thing. Mu Yun knew where his advantage was. His cultivation experience in his previous life could help him avoid many detours at this moment. He was very familiar with condensing a core spiral in the grade 1 Earth Immortal Realm. The operation of the core spiral, the improvement, the expansion, the perfect release of immortal chi, and the most powerful force. He only needed to explore these steps step by step. Moreover, in this 9-story pavilion, he did not need to worry about the nourishment of immortal chi for each step of improvement. He did not even need to take Earth Yang pills. With such improvement, the Sky Sword Pavilion was indeed the magical place that Ren Gangang had described. Without saying anything, Mu Yun continued to cultivate. He stabilized his core spiral, and his strength increased. Time passed slowly. At the same time, outside the Sky Sword Pavilion. On the stone bridge, Elderly was still sweeping the ground casually. However, his eyes were looking up from time to time. This Tian Junyu took in a good disciple 2 years ago. This time, he has a monstrous talent. No, even if he has monstrous talent, he can't be so perfect on the 9th floor. He should be a heavenly sage. I can't believe he met him. Looking at the situation, 1 month in the outside world is equivalent to 7 to 8 years in the 9th floor. I'm looking forward to seeing how much he can improve when he comes out. Elderly muttered to himself. The turbidity in his eyes dissipated. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Check. The chaos was caused by the news of Yellow Spring City's exploits spreading like wildfire. After all, after the 5 ordinary iron-level forces knew about this matter, the entire South Pole, more or less, those unrated forces, and even some idle immortal cultivators, more or less got the news from their own channels. The South Pole was bustling with activity. The 5 iron-level forces were well prepared. However, only disciples above the 5th stage of the human immortal realm could participate. The disciples of the iron-level forces who had not reached the 5th stage of the human immortal realm were pounding their chests and stamping their feet. This was a rare opportunity for them to train themselves. Unfortunately, they could not participate in such a great opportunity. However, some of the disciples knew their limits. Biluo Huangquan School was a bronze-level force 10,000 years ago. Not only was it powerful, but Huangquan City was the core of Biluo Huangquan School. There were many treasures there, but the danger was even greater. In any case, many people in the South Pole were eager to give it a try. 1 month passed slowly, however, For Mu Yun, who was in Sky Sword Pavilion, this 1 month was like 8 years. For 8 years, Mu Yun did not move from Sky Sword Pavilion. On this day, Elderly was still standing outside the Sky Sword Pavilion, sweeping the ground casually. However, he would look at the pavilion in front of him from time to time. With a creak, the doors of Sky Sword Pavilion swung open. A figure walked out slowly from the shadows into the sunlight. He was dressed in black, and his long hair was tied up. There was a strand of hair on his forehead that swayed with the wind. His deep eyes were as bright as the night sky. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a fit body. There was an inexplicable smile on his face. It was Mu Yun. Elderly. Seeing Mu Yun, Elderly nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. It seems like you have broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm. You have overcome such a big obstacle in 8 years. Not bad." Hearing this, Mu Yun only smiled. If Elderly knew that he had not only broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm, but also improved his strength, he would be so surprised that he could not close his mouth. However, Mu Yun could now hide his cultivation so that others could not see through it. Not to mention Elderly, even Tian Junyu would not be able to see through it. The power of the Chart of Immortal Extermination was not something that Earth Immortals and Heavenly Immortals could see through. 3rd stage Earth Immortal Realm. In 8 years, Mu Yun had not only stabilized his cultivation, but also improved his cultivation. And he had reached the 3rd stage of Earth Immortal Realm. However, he was only displaying the strength of a 1st-level Earth Immortal. Otherwise, Tian Junyu would probably treat him as a freak if such an increase in strength was too shocking. For the human immortal realm to rise once a year, that was already terrifying enough. As for the Earth Immortal Realm, to be able to make a breakthrough once every 10 years was already considered a genius. However, in 8 years, Mu Yun had broken through to the Earthly Immortal Realm and even reached the Tier 3 Earthly Immortal Realm. This kind of improvement was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, in Mu Yun's Dantian, 3 core vortexes were spinning continuously, absorbing the immortal chi of heaven and earth to improve his strength. This was the strength of an Earth Immortal Realm cultivator. Even if a cultivator did not cultivate, the core vortexes in his Dantian would spin automatically to remind him of his cultivation level. It was just that this kind of improvement was very slow. "Alright, it's almost time. You should go to the front and meet up with the rest," Elderly said with a smile. "Thank you, Elderly." Mu Yun bowed and left. Now, he was the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. He had a high position and was also the disciple of Ye Guxue of the Yi Sword faction. However, these two identities brought him both glory and trouble. When he walked down the mountain, Rengangang was already waiting for him at the bottom of the mountain. "How is it? Heaven Sword Tower. It's mysterious, right?" "Yes." Mu Yun nodded and said, "It's very powerful. If I can cultivate there, my cultivation level will be unparalleled." Hee, Rengangang laughed and said, "After entering the Heaven Sword Tower once, you will have to pay a huge price. Moreover, the second time you enter the tower, the effect will be much smaller." "I see." Mu Yun was also puzzled. The Heaven Sword Tower had a magical place. If all the outstanding disciples were to enter, wouldn't they be able to produce many Earth Immortals? It would only be a matter of time before they become a silver-level force. It seemed that there was no such good thing in the world. "Let's go." The disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion, the Inner Sword Pavilion, and some of the Sword Tomb's disciples have all gathered. I have to manage all the disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion alone. I'm too busy. Come and help me. Me? Yes. Rengangang said matter-of-factly. You're the last disciple now. Your position is higher than those disciples of the 5th stage Earth Immortal Realm and above. It's more than enough for you to manage all the disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion. But what? Rengangang could not wait. There are tens of thousands of disciples from the Outer Sword Pavilion going this time. I can't manage all of them alone. Those disciples are very arrogant. When Rengangang arrived at the martial arts field of the Heaven Sword Tower, there was a sea of people. This was just a selection of disciples. If all of them were to go, the total number would be more than the disciples of the 5 iron-level forces. There were about 20,000 people from the Heaven Sword Tower alone. The other 5 iron-level forces had about a few thousand people each. There were tens of thousands of people in this camp. In addition to the strength of the rogue cultivators and mediocre martial artists in the entire South Pole. It seemed that this trip to Netherworld City would really be a grand event. All the disciples of the Outer Sword Pavilion, stand over here. Line up and get ready to set off. Compile the list. If you're not on the list and you're found to be going without permission, you'll be punished according to the sect rules. Ren Gangang came to the front of the crowd and shouted. Then he threw a quaint yellow book to Mu Yun. Copy all the number plates of these disciples onto this book. I'll leave these people to you to compile the list. Ren Gangang did not have time to say more. He left immediately, walked to the other side, and started to get busy. Mu Yun took the book and could only smile bitterly. Alright, everyone, start to put your number plates on it and start compiling the list. Mu Yun held the heavy quaint book with both hands and walked forward. The disciples lined up neatly and put their number plates on the book one by one. The book immediately emitted a green light, which meant that the disciple had passed. After all, many disciples who were not selected wanted to be in the queue for the trip to Netherworld City. This check was also necessary. This guy is the new last disciple, Mu Yun? At the back of the queue, a few figures were fighting. One of them, a man with long purple hair, sneered. Jin Yuan, this guy is personally chosen by the Tower Master. Although logically speaking, a 9th grade human immortal should be an Outer Sword Pavilion disciple like us, this guy is chosen by the Tower Master. You'd better not provoke him. Humph, it's just a coincidence. The purple-haired man called Jin Yuan laughed and said, I know that this guy only won the top 3 of our Outer Sword Pavilion. I'm about to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm. I'd like to see what this guy is capable of. After saying that, Jin Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. The others also began to laugh mischievously. Jin Yuan's strength was very strong. In the Outer Sword Pavilion, he was also ranked in the top 10. Moreover, he had recently obtained an opportunity and his strength had greatly improved. Naturally, his heart was bursting with pride. Most importantly, this guy had a lover who was a genuine Earth Immortal Realm expert in the Inner Sword Pavilion. That was why Jin Yuan didn't care about anyone in the Outer Sword Pavilion. Now, it seemed that there would be a good show to watch. Compile the list and put up your number plates. Mu Yun walked among the crowd and shouted in boredom. The disciples lined up one by one, put their number plates on the list and passed the check. Compile the list and put up your number plates. As Mu Yun walked, she looked at the man in front of her and said, I've already checked. There's no need to check. The man who spoke was Jin Yuan. He wanted to see what Mu Yun could do to him. You've checked? Mu Yun looked in front of her and behind her. She narrowed her eyes and said, Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Are you deaf? Jin Yuan said disdainfully, I said that I've already checked. Can't you hear me? Fine, I'll ask you again. Are you going to check or not? I think you're really deaf. I said that I've already checked. Alright, next. Mu Yun did not say anything and walked to the next person. Not checking, Mu Yun did not care to check this guy. Haha, seeing Mu Yun admit defeat, Jin Yuan laughed loudly and his face was full of pride. Just a coward. I thought you were very powerful. Jin Yuan's laughter came from behind. Mu Yun ignored him and continued to move forward for the check. Hey, you, stop right there. However, as Mu Yun moved forward, Jin Yuan's voice suddenly sounded behind her. However, Mu Yun turned a blind eye to Jin Yuan's voice and continued to check. I said stop right there. Did you hear me? Seeing that Mu Yun actually ignored him, Jin Yuan immediately shouted. He took 2 steps forward and threw a punch behind Mu Yun. Bang, a low explosive sound rang out, followed by a cracking sound. Before Jin Yuan's fist could land on Mu Yun, Jin Yuan's knees bent with a plop and he fell to his knees. His face was pale, and he could not help but grit his teeth and cry out in pain. Eh? Why are you kneeling? Mu Yun turned around and looked at Jin Yuan. She said with a surprised expression, Didn't you already check? Why are you kneeling for me? You don't have to thank me. As the last disciple, this is my duty. Thank you? I'll thank your grandma. Jin Yuan struggled to stand up and shouted, "Check for me now." Jin Yuan took out his number plate and shouted sternly. "Check?" Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It was useless to kneel on the ground. How could he not know that this guy was deliberately playing with him just now? However, how could there be such a good thing in the world? Mu Yun looked at Jin Yuan and smiled slightly. "Didn't you say that you've already checked?" I remembered wrongly. I didn't check." "Hurry up and check for me now." "Can you afford to delay my important matters?" Jin Yuan ordered arrogantly. "I can afford to delay." "Of course, I can afford to delay." Mu Yun did not mind and said, "It's okay, you don't have to check anymore." "No need to check." Jin Yuan's expression changed. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Mu Yun smiled and said, "Didn't you say that you've already checked? So, you don't have to check anymore." "No need to check." Jin Yuan was just joking just now to see Mu Yun's reaction. When he saw that Mu Yun was easy to bully, he did not say anything. However, he still had to check. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave Heaven Sword Tower and participate in the trip to Huangquan City. "Are you playing with me?" "I'm playing with you?" Mu Yun smiled. "Weren't you very happy just now? Now, continue to be happy. Don't expect me to check for you today." "How dare you?" Jin Yuan growled and reached out his hand to snatch the book in Mu Yun's hand. Bang! However, Jin Yuan was a 9th-grade human immortal and wanted to snatch the book from Mu Yun's hand. It was simply a fool's dream. The crowd did not see how Mu Yun did it. They only heard a bang and Jin Yuan's body knelt on the ground again. It was still the same pit, and the same posture. "It's useless to kneel on the ground. I won't let you check." Jin Yuan was completely enraged. "Did you think that it was fun to play with me just now? Then continue to play. Let me tell you, Jin Yuan, today, I'm here. Don't even think about passing the check." Mu Yun said proudly. How could he not know that this guy was obviously playing with him? However, a mere Outer Sword Pavilion disciple was not qualified to play with him. "You sure talk big." Just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a delicate voice suddenly sounded. The moment the shout rang out, the crowd gradually opened up a path. A figure slowly walked out. This person was wearing a long silver dress with a brand new set of armor on the outside. Her curvaceous figure was rather alluring under the cover of the armor. Seeing this person appear, Jin Yuan hurriedly stood up. "Rui, this Mu Yun is abusing her power to bully others. Brother Yuan, are you all right?" The beautiful woman who had appeared looked at Jin Yuan and asked with concern. Her jade-like hands gently caressed Jin Yuan's face as her entire body pressed against Jin Yuan's. "It's fine. This Mu Yun won't let me check." Jin Yuan immediately felt wronged. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun felt like vomiting. This Jin Yuan and this woman were complete opposites of roles. "Mu Yun, I know that you have become the last disciple of the Tower Master, but you don't have to humiliate others like this to improve your reputation, right?" The silver-armored woman said indifferently. "Humiliate others?" Mu Yun chuckled. "Since you said so, I will humiliate him." Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, "Does this guy not have eyes? As the last disciple, my status in this Heaven Sword Tower is the Tower Master's disciple. Not to mention a mere Outer Sword Pavilion disciple, even Inner Sword Pavilion disciples have to bow and call me brother priest when they see me. Who does Jin Yuan think he is? If I want to check him, I will. If I don't like him and don't check him, what can you do to me? What can you do to me?" As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Rui's face flushed red, and she could not say a word. She had seen what had happened just now. She originally wanted to make a joke and give Mu Yun an excuse to bully the weak, but she did not expect this guy to not fall for it. "Damn it. What? You have nothing to say?" Mu Yun snorted and said, "If you can't afford to offend someone, don't offend them. Just don't flatter yourself. There are so many people. I checked them one by one, and they are all fine. You are the only one with a problem. You jumped out and asked for a slap in the face. If you are not courting death, who is?" As soon as Mu Yun finished scolding, she turned around and continued to check. "Stand in line." When I am in front of you, just take out your number plate and give it to me, Mu Yun said. This time, the line instantly became uniform. Some disciples, even if there were dozens of people in front of them, took out their number plates and began to wait. Mu Yun, you are going too far. At this moment, Ruier shouted in a low voice. She took a step forward and attacked Mu Yun from behind. Again. Feeling the wind whistling behind her, Mu Yun turned her hand and stretched out her palm. Mu Yun slapped away Rui'er's attacking palm with one hand and took the opportunity to grab Rui'er's slender hand. She pulled Rui'er into her arms and placed her palm on her waist. It smells good. Mu Yun smiled and said casually. You are shameless. How am I shameless? You are the one who threw yourself into my arms. What does it have to do with me? Mu Yun smiled and said, however, your man is right beside you. I don't think it is good to seduce other men so blatantly. Ruier flew into a rage out of humiliation. Just as she was about to throw a punch, she realized that she could not break free from Mu Yun's grasp even though she was a level 1 Earth Immortal. You have reached the Earth Immortal realm? Ruier looked at Mu Yun in surprise. What? The surrounding crowd was also amazed. Mu Yun's speed of improvement was so fast, level 1 Human Immortal Realm. She had reached the level 1 Earth Immortal Realm after entering Sky Sword Pavilion for a month. Seeing the astonishment in the crowd, Mu Yun touched her nose and let go of Ruier. She smiled and said, I have said that I am the last disciple. My status is equivalent to that of the 5 core elders of the sect. Even if I am not an Earth Immortal Realm, you can't be so presumptuous. Her gaze fell on Jing Yuan and Mu Yun said again, Jing Yuan, today, I, Mu Yun, am here. Don't think that you can get past me. After saying that, Mu Yun turned around and left to continue her inspection. However, she felt that it was troublesome. From the Sword sect, she gathered her prestige step by step and became one of the 8 core disciples. Now, she had a second identity and joined Heaven Sword Tower. Now, it seemed that no one took her, the last disciple, seriously. Could it be that she wanted to establish her prestige again? However, Mu Yun also knew that even if she did not provoke others, others would come to provoke her. At that time, even if she did not want to accumulate her prestige, it would slowly be established. Under such circumstances, she might as well face whatever came her way, whether it was the Sword sect or Heaven Sword Tower. As long as Yigu Shiwei and Tian Junyu wanted to nurture him, he would be happy to succeed. It didn't take long for the team to complete their inspection. Jing Yuan's complexion had completely turned the color of pig liver. It was over. How was he going to enter Yellow Spring City after this? It was all Mu Yun's fault. Brother Yuan, don't be afraid. This Mu Yun is arrogant and conceited. Ruier is not her match, but many senior brothers in the Inner Sword Pavilion can subdue her. Many people want to deal with her in Yellow Spring City this time. Yes. Jing Yuan said with a bitter face, Ruier, you have to help me teach this Mu Yun a lesson. Brother Yuan, don't worry. This guy will definitely die. After the inspection, the majority of the troops were ready. Tian Junyu did not give any speech this time. The troops set off directly for the Bailuo Celestial Mountain in the south. The entire South Pole was surrounded by the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, forming a circle. Therefore, the disciples of the 5 major factions that surrounded the South Pole often entered the Bailuo Celestial Mountain. This time, the location of Yellow Spring City was close to the southernmost Sword sect. At this moment, the Sword sect was also ready. Yigu Shiwei stood in front of thousands of disciples and elders and said, this time, you must be careful when you enter Yellow Spring City. This place is a dangerous place left behind by the Biluo Huangquan school in the past. It's extremely dangerous. I don't expect you to make any contributions, but I hope that you won't make any mistakes. Don't clash with the disciples of other sections. Of course, if they bully you wantonly, you must know to defend your dignity. As soon as Yigu Shiwei finished speaking, the troops immediately became enthusiastic. Dignity? Lin Yishan stood at the side and whispered, Mu Yun has already betrayed our Sword sect and joined the Heaven Sword Tower. Our Sword sect's face has been lost. Elder Lin, don't speak nonsense. Yigu Shiwei shouted, Mu Yun is my direct disciple. Now that Tian Junyu has taken a liking to Mu Yun, there's nothing wrong with taking him in as a disciple. I can only say that the disciple that I, Yi Guxue, choose has extraordinary talent. It's his honor to be chosen by the leader of a bronze-ranked faction. It's also the honor of our sword sect. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect will also recruit talented disciples from the various gold-ranked and silver-ranked factions every once in a while. It's an honor. Hearing this, Lin Yishan fell silent. Mu Yun was indeed the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower now. His status was even higher than his. But this kid. Not only did he join the Heaven Sword Tower, he even occupied a position in the Sword sect. This was simply intolerable. However, the Crown Prince was the most annoyed. In the past, Mu Yun was like an ant in front of him. But now, this guy had reached the top in a single step. Now, according to his status, he still needed to call Mu Yun's senior brother Mu. How could he tolerate this? This time, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The Crown Prince's eyes burned with anger. Alright, get ready to set off. Yi Guxue waved his hand and immediately gave the order. To be honest, when Mu Yun was invited to the sword sect by Ren Gang, her heart was in turmoil and she had no confidence at all. But later, when she heard that Mu Yun had become Tian Junyu's last disciple, she felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. She couldn't wait for Mu Yun to just leave the sword sect and enter the Heaven Sword Tower. She really liked Mu Yun's talent. But when she thought of that terrifyingly beautiful woman, she felt as if a sword was hanging over her head. That sword was Mu Yun's life. Now, there was someone who shared this mystery with her. If Mu Yun really died, even if any woman wanted to kill her, the Heaven Sword Tower would not be able to escape. It was always reassuring to have someone to share their grief with. When the sword sect set off, the other 4 iron-level forces were already on their way. After all, they were a little further away. At this moment, the Heavenly Master Sword Sect group had already set off in a grandiose manner. As the sect leader, Tong Zhong naturally led the group in front with an imposing aura. And beside him stood a delicate and pretty woman. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Another meaning. Xianxia, you've made great progress in the past year. I've accepted you as my personal disciple. I hope you can make great progress and do well for me. Thank you, sect leader. Luo Jianxua bowed and nodded. Since the last time she entered Yellow Spring City with Mu Yun and was planted with the seal of life and death by Mu Yun, she couldn't sleep at night after returning to the sect. But later on, Mu Yun had taught her the insights of sword cultivators, and after a few exchanges, she had comprehended sword intent. Her cultivation realm improved by leaps and bounds. Later, Tong Zhong took a fancy to her and accepted her as his personal disciple. He even cleansed her body and helped her improve her cultivation realm. She jumped 4 levels and reached the level 9 human immortal realm. However, back then, when Tong Zhong wanted to cleanse her body, he was actually checking her body to see if there was any possibility of a spy. In the end, Tong Zhong didn't find anything. Instead, he praised her for her excellent constitution and was very satisfied. This surprised Luo Jianxua even more. Even her sect leader didn't see through the seal of life and death set by Mu Yun. This fellow was truly unfathomable. Most importantly, she felt that her cultivation realm improved too quickly in the past month. Moreover, this improvement was driven by something. Her cultivation realm seemed to be driven by the seal of life and death. Could it be that this guy improved my cultivation realm by relying on the connection between me and the seal of life and death? Luo Jianxua wondered. It seemed that she would know what was going on when she saw Yu Qinglan and Huan Qingsha. No need to guess. I've reached the level 3 Earth Immortal Realm. That's why your cultivation realm improved so quickly. Mu Yan's voice suddenly sounded in Luo Jianxua's mind. Luo Jianxua was startled and looked at Tong Zhong in front of her. No need to look. Mu Yan's voice sounded again. She said slowly, no one will find out. My cultivation realm improved along with yours. Previously, the seal of life and death didn't have an obvious effect because I was only at the human immortal realm. But now that I've reached the earth immortal realm, some of the mysteries of the seal of life and death have begun to be displayed. In this trip to Yellow Spring City, you only need to improve your strength. Call for me if you're in trouble. Thank you, Master. By the time Luo Jianxue finished speaking, Mu Yun's voice had already disappeared. Luo Jianxue was shocked. The dark seal of life and death actually had such a miraculous use. Back then, Mu Yun did not make it clear to them. Mu Yun's strength once again made her feel incredulous. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. It really works. Mu Yun walked among the troops with an encouraging look on her face. Of course. Guai chuckled. The 9 spirits heaven-seizing steel is unfathomable. If you collect all 9 of them in the future and successfully refine the Immortal Blood Codex, the power of your bloodline will be triggered. You'll be the strongest immortal emperor in the entire immortal world. There are only 3 of them now, but they have endless miraculous uses. As your realm improves, you'll gradually be able to control some of the uses of these 3 9 spirits heaven-seizing steels. The 300 blood guards and Luo Tianqing have also improved tremendously during this period of time. You can combine the dark seal of life and death with your bloodline, and then trigger the resonance between your bloodline and the 9 spirits heaven-seizing steel. Slowly, the powerful functions of the 9 spirits heaven-seizing steel will allow you to continue to rise. Mu Yun nodded. Originally, the dark seal of life and death that he had learned was just a contract used to control. However, Guai told him that if he used his bloodline as a bridge, and combined it with the 9 spirits heaven-seizing steel and the dark seal of life and death, it would produce a powerful effect. As expected, he tried it. Luo Jianxue, Huan Xianxia, and Yu Qinglan all improved tremendously. Luo Tianqing's blood guards also improved tremendously. In the chart of deity extermination, these blood guards were all attached to the 9 spirits heaven-seizing steel. Originally, the dark blood skeletons were dark red in color, but now, the color had been removed, leaving only the color of bones, just like Luo Tianqing's. Although they had a trace of gray dust, it was obvious that they had kicked out many impurities in their bones, and their strength had improved greatly. The one who had changed the most was Luo Tianqing. The gray color on his body had also disappeared, and he had turned white. His white bones looked crystal clear, as if his entire body had been painted. It gave people the feeling that he had taken on a new look. Luo Tianqing, what realm do you feel yourself at now? Haha, Luo Tianqing suddenly laughed and said, I feel that my whole body is filled with power. I'm at least a tier 5 earthly immortal, even stronger than when I was at my peak. This steel is a divine steel. Tier 5 earthly immortal, Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. It seemed like he had really gained a lot this time. After Lin Fan's cultivation base had increased, the blood guards had also improved tremendously. Guai, you're right. This 9 spirits heaven-seizing steel is really a divine item that can steal the heavens and earth. Of course. Kid, your realm is still low. What can you do with it? Guai snorted and said, in the future, your realm will improve even faster. If that's the case, the Heaven's Eye is also a divine item. I'd like to see the magical value of this thing. Don't worry, you'll see it. Guai laughed and said, Kid, you've been blinded by stones. The 9 spirits heaven-seizing steel and the Heaven's Eye are enough for you to dominate. However, you've neglected the most powerful thing. The most powerful chart of deity extermination. Mu Yun curled his lips and said, when have I neglected you? Old tortoise, we've been through life and death together. When will you give me the right to control the chart of deity extermination? That way, I won't have to defeat the white-robed guard every time I need a treasure. Otherwise, all the treasures in the divine space treasure cave of the chart of deity extermination will belong to me. I'll go into seclusion for 100 years and become a celestial king again. I'll rule the celestial world and avenge you. I'll avenge your former master. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Guai suddenly fell silent. Ahem. Alright, let's stop bragging. If you don't want to give it to me, I won't. I don't mind. Anyway, every challenge has a great effect on improving my talent. Without the chart of deity extermination, Mu Yun would not have been able to cultivate the heavenly sage aptitude through the challenges in the divine space treasure cave. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. Guai spoke at this moment. His tone was unprecedentedly heavy as he said slowly, the chart of deity extermination is not something you can control. The strange places inside are not only the divine space treasure cave and the spacetime fortress. When your realm increases in the future, you'll discover more. At that time, you'll know how terrifying the chart of deity extermination is. Ever since Mu Yun was determined to fight for the chart of deity extermination, he knew how powerful the chart of deity extermination was. Along the way, without the chart of deity extermination, he would have died countless times. I understand. Mu Yun nodded and said, sooner or later, I'll make you give me the chart of deity extermination willingly. At that time? I'll definitely reconstruct your body. Let's see what you look like when you're so boring. Haha, brat. Along the way, with the chart of deity extermination, Mu Yun had become more like a close friend. There were some things that Guai was not willing to say, and he would not ask too much. Although he would occasionally scold Guai, he understood in his heart. The more he knew, the more burden it would be on his martial heart. As the large group moved forward, everyone finally arrived at the Bailuo Celestial Mountain. After 2 days of marching, the location of the Bailuo Celestial Mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although it was not everyone's first time at the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, it was a completely different experience this time. Because of the existence of Huangquan City, everyone felt a sense of danger when they saw the Bailuo Celestial Mountain this time. Haha. Tower Master Tian, we meet again. Heaven Sword Tower's large group appeared. The vanguard group was faster and arrived first. At this moment, within the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, the sect masters of the major forces had already arrived. Tong Zhong, Shi Qingyi, Xing Man Tian, Yu Yuan, Lu Baidian, and Yi Guxue were among them. Seeing the various sect masters, Tian Junyu clasped his hands and smiled slightly. Logically speaking, the Yi Sword Sect, Heavenly Master Sword Sect, Shi Jian Pavilion, Xingyue Sword Mansion, and Nine Stacks Sect, these 5 iron-level forces were under his jurisdiction. They were considered superior and subordinate. It was just that the hierarchy was not so strict. This must be Mu Yun, the last disciple that Tower Master Tian recently accepted, right? Tong Zhong looked at Mu Yun and laughed heartily. You're indeed a talent. At this moment, Tong Zhong deliberately ignored the fact that Mu Yun was a disciple of the Yi Sword Sect and spoke directly. His smile was full of sinister intent. Tong Zhong, you're wrong. Tian Junyu looked at Mu Yun and said with satisfaction, Mu Yun was originally Sect Master Ye's disciple. I've taken away his beloved. However, I've discussed it with Sect Master Yi. In the future, Mu Yun will be the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu, and also Yi Guxue's disciple. He will have status in both sects. In the future, if Mu Yun's strength is so strong that he can command the Heaven Sword Tower, it's not impossible for me to give him the position of Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower. At that time, if Sect Master Yi also has the same intention, the Heaven Sword Tower and the Yi Sword Sect will become one. That might not be a bad thing. Tian Junyu's seemingly unintentional words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. On the Heaven Sword Tower's side, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing's expressions changed slightly. If this Mu Yun really became the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, wouldn't that mean that the latecomer would surpass him? What position would the two of them have? On the other side, in the Yi Sword Sect, the Crown Prince, Feng Rui, and the others were sullen. If Mu Yun became the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, how would they establish themselves in the future, especially the Crown Prince? He and Mu Yun were sworn enemies. If Mu Yun rose to prominence this time, even if he became the Yi Sword Sect's Sect Master in the future, he would still be inferior to Mu Yun. He would be ridden by Mu Yun every day and would have to call her Tower Master Mu whenever they met. It was a fate worse than death. Such a situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. However, these words had a different meaning to Yi Guxue. Mu Yun becoming the leader of the two major forces of the Heaven Sword Tower and the Yi Sword Sect, then wouldn't the Yi Sword Sect be merged into the Heaven Sword Tower in the future? At that time, it wouldn't be a sect, but a branch. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Who else could it be other than her? Heaven Tower Master, you must be joking. Yi Guxue cupped his hands and smiled. If Mu Yun really has such good fortune, how can we let him be the Sect Master of Yi Sword Sect? Wouldn't that be looking down on Heaven Sword Tower? Yi Guxue's words indirectly rejected Tian Junyu's words. They were all old foxes who had lived for a lifetime. Who didn't know what the other was thinking. However, Mu Yun took Tian Junyu's words as a test. Pass on the position of Heaven Sword Tower leader to him. This guy must be joking. The position of Heaven Sword Tower leader was an extraordinary position. How could it be passed on so easily? Even if Tian Junyu was willing, the 2 deputy pavilion masters and the 5 elders would probably join forces to push him down. Tower master, I can't accept your kindness. How is it wrong? Upon hearing this, Tian Junyu said proudly, I've heard from elderly that Mu Yun has the potential of a heavenly sage. After staying in the 9th level of Sky Sword Pavilion for a month, he managed to break through to rank 9 Human Celestial and reach rank 1 Earth Celestial. I think everyone should know what heavenly sage quality means. In the future, if Yuner can become a powerful Xian immortal, Heaven Sword Tower can also be promoted to a silver force. Yuner, you have to work hard. Don't let me and your master Yigushua down. Tian Junyu's words immediately ignited the atmosphere. Heavenly sage quality. There were countless geniuses in the 33 heavenly sword sects. There were also many peerless geniuses. However, those with heavenly sage quality were rare. No one knew if there were any disciples with heavenly sage quality. Now, a bronze rank force like the Heavenly Sword Tower had actually appeared. It was simply shocking. Moreover, these words were said by Tian Junyu. Who would doubt it? Hearing those words, the crowd's thoughts gradually changed. Many people began to reevaluate their relationship with Mu Yun. Heavenly sage quality was not something they could afford to offend. Mu Yun was vexed at this moment. Tian Junyu had exposed almost all of his foundation. In this way, he wasn't establishing his strength. Tian Junyu was making enemies for him. Mu Yun's Heaven Sword Tower. Among the 5 mortal forces, other than Iya Sword Sect, the other 4 mortal forces would. How could they let such a genius like him emerge from Heaven Sword Sect? Mu Yun, Tian Junyu, Sect. After all, any ordinary iron force would dream of being promoted to a bronze force. But at this moment, Tian Junyu was all smiles. He did not care about this at all. Originally, he had only been full of expectations for Mu Yun. Now, he was 100% set on Mu Yun. Li Bi Studio then Tian Elder. Studio Li, then Elder Studio Elder. However, the 5 major iron-ranked forces all had different thoughts in their minds at this moment. Tian Yun down. Or, Tian Yun's Tower Yun, Sect then Towers. How could they? But at this moment, Tian Junyu was here. What else could they say? At this moment, the forces of the various major forces had set up camp and began to settle down. There were still some people from Heaven Sword Tower who had yet to arrive, and they needed to wait. Mu Yun also found Lin Jishou and the others. When the few of them gathered again, they naturally talked about everything. Not bad, Brother Mu. Now that you've become the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower, you can't forget about us. Lin Jishou chuckled. Don't worry, I will never forget you. Mu Yun said with a smile. What did the Iya Sword Sect say about this? Fan Wuyan continued, right now, there's a group of people in the Iya Sword Sect who feel that being the direct disciple of the sect master and the last disciple of the Heavenly Sword Tower is an honor. But there's another group of people who say that you've betrayed your morals and joined Heaven Sword Tower. You want to annex Heaven Sword Tower and Iya Sword Sect and merge them into one. Haha, as expected. Mu Yun said with a wry smile. But you don't have to worry. Lin Jishou said with a proud smile, the sect master is very supportive of this. He thinks that you brought honor to Iya Sword Sect. Yigushua, Mu Yun could not help but be stunned. Logically speaking, she should be the one who was the most annoyed, however, Mu Yun really did not understand this master of hers. For a moment, she did not know what to say. You guys stay in Iya Sword Sect and reorganize the reincarnation party. If anyone is not convinced, just tell me. Now, no one in Iya Sword Sect is a match for me. Mu Yun said confidently at this moment. Brother Mu, you're not just a Tier 1 Earth Immortal now, right? Lin Jishou asked cautiously. Yes, I've reached Tier 3 Earth Immortal. If the Crown Prince, Feng Rui, Chao Tianga, and the others are enlightened, they will know what to do. In the immortal realm, whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. Mu Yun nodded and said, this time, no matter what they say, you guys just do what you're supposed to do. Also, Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, and Huan Xianxia have made great progress. You can rest assured and communicate with them more. Hearing Mu Yun's words, they were all stunned. These three are now my confidants. Hearing this, the four of them looked at each other in disbelief. Amazing. Mu Yun, a Tier 3 Earth Immortal, could indeed dominate the entire Sword sect. In Sword sect, this kind of strength is indeed tyrannical. But in Heaven Sword Tower, it's nothing. Mu Yun nodded and said, the reincarnation party still needs to grow stronger. Since Yi Gushue wants me to develop Sword sect, why should I refuse? In the immortal realm, not only do we need to increase our strength, but we also need to have a strong foundation in order to do great things. Good. That's right. This time, Brother Mu has the support of Heaven Sword Pavilion. Who in Sword sect dares to provoke us? That's right. Seeing that the four of them were in high spirits, Mu Yun hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, there's one thing that I'd better say and consider your opinions. Mu Yun said slowly, I think you all know about the recent progress of Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, and Huan Xianxia. Yes, these three women are said to be peerless geniuses. They have been specially trained by Heavenly Master Sword Sect and Sword Washing Pavilion. Well, I was puzzled at first. Now I know that it's Brother Mu's doing. But Brother Mu, you're biased. You let the three of them improve so quickly that you forgot about us. Looking at the four of them, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, it's not that simple. Recently, I've reached the earthly immortal realm. I can use some of my skills. These three people's strength improved greatly because they signed the life and death seal with me. Mu Yun said again, I also need to discuss this with you. Now, you can improve step by step or sign a contract with me. It's all up to you. Of course, I'm not saying this because I don't believe you. I'm just giving you a reference. I'll sign it. Lin Jisho nodded and said, the life and death seal is such a great benefit. Of course I'm willing to sign it. Moreover, if we follow you in the future, if you die, even if we're alive, we'll be at the mercy of others. That's right. In that case, it's better to live and die with you. The four of them nodded immediately. They couldn't wait for the great improvement of their strength. Most importantly, if they followed Mu Yun, their cultivation was too low. Sooner or later, they would be left behind by Mu Yun. At that time, even if Mu Yun became a peerless immortal emperor, they wouldn't be able to be so close to Mu Yun. Even if they didn't reach Mu Yun's cultivation realm, they should at least maintain the same pace as Mu Yun. This seal can be released at any time. When your cultivation realm has improved to a certain level because of my bloodline, I'll release it with you when I'm in danger. Actually, there won't be any danger. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and said slowly. However, I can form seals now, but I can't release them. So, if I die in a short period of time, you might. How can you die? Lin Jisho smiled and said, moreover, if you're facing a life and death threat, we should be the ones walking in front of you. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Mu Yun nodded again. In that case, I won't say any more nonsense. This time, I'll find a suitable opportunity to form seals with the four of you. Okay. The four of them were naturally excited when they heard this. Mu Yun instructed them a few more things before preparing to leave. Sect Master. Sect Master. However, just as Mu Yun was about to leave, Yi Gushue walked over. Sit down. Yi Gushue said indifferently when she saw Mu Yun stand up and prepare to leave. Mu Yun smiled awkwardly and sat down again. Sect Master, are you angry with me? Mu Yun asked slowly as she looked at Yi Gushue. Angry? Yi Gushue smiled bitterly in her heart. She couldn't be happier. Of course not. Yi Gushue said slowly, if you can become the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, I will definitely support you with all my strength as long as you still acknowledge me as your master. After sending Lin Jisho and the others away, Yi Gushue spoke. Mu Yun, someone doesn't want you to die. They don't even want you to encounter any danger. However, the path of cultivation is extremely difficult. How can I protect you? Someone doesn't want me to die. Mu Yun was taken aback when he heard this. No one knew her identity in the immortal world. Her old friends who came to the immortal world with her didn't seem to have the ability to make Ye Guxiue bow her head, right? Seeing that Mu Yun was playing dumb, Ye Guxiue didn't mind. That person said that if you die, I will definitely die. I can see that you have a lot of romantic debts. Romantic debts. Hearing this, a beautiful figure appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Bright eyes, white teeth, and a curvaceous body. Especially the 2 times when she was raped, Mingyue Xin, her, how could it be? Mu Yun was shocked. No wonder Ye Guxiue didn't intend to make a move that day, but she did in the end. No wonder Ye Guxiue wasn't angry when he joined the Yi Sword sect. It was this woman's doing. In the end, it was all thanks to this woman that he was able to advance from Stage 1 Earth Immortal to Stage 3 Earth Immortal in 7 to 8 years in the Sky Sword Pavilion. That day on the Yushan continent, when he joined with Mingyue Xin, she left a ball of essence energy in his body, which also helped him to advance in his cultivation during this period of time. You know who it is? Yes. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio helped me kill a person. Seeing that Mu Yun seemed to be reminiscing about the past, Ye Guxiue said again, Mu Yun, your realm has improved tremendously. Although I can't see through your realm, I know that your potential is limitless. Ordinary people can't compare to a heavenly sage aptitude. If you really want to be the leader of the Heaven Sword Tower, I can help you. Mu Yun was stunned by Ye Guxue's words. It didn't seem like Ye Guxue's heartfelt words. Why? You don't believe me? Ye Guxue smiled. The Yi Sword faction, I don't mind giving it to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Promise you one thing? Mu Yun, however, was stunned. What is it? Please ask the beauty behind you to kill a person for me. Kill a person? Who? Jian Nantian. Ye Guxue said without hesitation. Hearing this, Mu Yun felt his head buzzing. Jian Nantian, this name would always appear in his countless dreams when he was pleasantly surprised. Jian Nantian, the leader of the 33 Heavenly Sword faction, the overlord of the 33 Heavenly Sword faction, with his strength and reputation, he was an overlord even in the 10 realms of the immortal world, let alone the entire sword domain. Kill him. If he could kill someone in his dreams, he would have died hundreds of times. Kill him? Mu Yun laughed out loud and said, Sect Master, are you here to make fun of me? Ye Guxue frowned when he saw Mu Yun laughing. I'm not making fun of you. Ye Guxue said indifferently. I want you to kill this person. You can't, but the person behind you can. Even if that person can't do it now, he definitely can in the future. I'm here to make a bet with you. You can be the leader of the Yi Sword faction. I can also help you become the leader of the Heaven Sword Tower. I don't care even if the Yi Sword faction merges into the Heaven Sword Tower in the future, as long as you can kill him. Sect Master. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and said slowly, Jian Nantian? Do you know who this person is? The sect leader of the 33 Heavenly Swords sect, the overlord of the Sword Realm, one of the top 10 domains in the Immortal Realm. He is known as one of the top 10 peerless experts in the Immortal Realm who are most likely to become immortal emperors. I, a mere earthly immortal, am not even an ant in his eyes. The person behind me, Mu Yun smiled. Even if she has reached the peak, how strong can she be? Jian Nantian, do you know how many immortal kings there are in the 33 Heavenly Sword sects? Hearing those words, Ye Guxue started to frown. He appeared to have become a bit more gloomy. You seem to hate him? Mu Yun said slowly. The grudge of killing my father is absolutely irreconcilable. Ye Guxue said indifferently, forget it, forget it. Since you are not willing to help, then take it as if I never said anything. Ye Guxue's expression was bleak. He was like a deflated balloon. Wait. Seeing that Ye Guxue was about to turn and leave, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. I can't fulfill your condition, but we can be friends. Mu Yun suddenly said, which made Ye Guxue unable to understand. Because we have a common enemy. A common enemy? Ye Guxue was confused by Mu Yun's words. You want to kill Jian Nantian, and so do I. Because, the grudge of killing my master is also absolutely irreconcilable. The grudge of killing my master? Looking at Mu Yun, Ye Guxue's face was full of suspicion. You have a grudge against Jian Nantian for killing your master? This time, it was Ye Guxue who was shocked. As far as I know, when you entered the immortal realm, it seems that you only went to the dark mystic stone quarry and the sword sect. You didn't go to other places. Everyone has their own secrets, just like you, sect leader. You secretly took the heaven underworld diagram for yourself. I think, if I don't ask, you won't tell me, right? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Yi Guxiue was suddenly shocked. Sect leader, don't be nervous. If I wanted to say this, I would have said it long ago. Mu Yun smiled and said, I thought that the heaven underworld diagram wouldn't be of much use to me. On the contrary, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Although she said that, Mu Yun's heart ached. If he had the heaven underworld diagram, he would be able to see through it sooner or later. Do you think I'll believe you? Yi Guxiue sneered. I won't tell anyone that you have the heaven underworld diagram. This is the beginning of our cooperation. The sect leader of the sword sect is mine, and so is the tower master of the heaven sword tower. Mu Yun smiled and said, since you want to kill Jian Nantian, and I want to kill Jian Nantian too, then we can cooperate. Didn't you refuse just now? That's because I don't want to use other people's means. Mu Yun nodded and said, in this life, the person who will kill Jian Nantian must be me, Mu Yun. Looking at Mu Yun's wanton and insolent appearance, Yi Guxiue was silent. Who is your master? He is a great person. Mu Yun's face darkened and said, the current me is not worthy to mention his name. However, this hatred will never be forgotten. Seeing the hatred on Mu Yun's face, Yi Guxiue seemed to have found someone who resonated with her. Her heart was also filled with hatred. The two of them looked at each other and did not speak again. For some reason, after discovering that Yi Guxiue wanted to kill Jian Nantian, Mu Yun found this master pleasing to the eye for the first time. Since we have made an agreement, I will abide by it. The Crown Prince and Linishan of the sword sect are no longer your opponents. You don't have to kill them. Then let's see if the two of them can realize this. Seeing Mu Yun's slight smile but hiding her killing intent, Yi Guxiue knew that if the Crown Prince and Linishan really found trouble with Mu Yun, the two of them would be the ones who would suffer. However, Mu Yun was determined to kill them in her heart. Even if the two of them did not find her, she would find them. Yi Guxiue did not stay for long and left directly. After a while, Ren Gangang finally arrived. Your beautiful master didn't make things difficult for you, did she? Ren Gangang teased. With Tian Junyu around, would she make things difficult for me? Mu Yun smiled and said. Looking at the two of you chatting happily, could it be that she wants you to inherit the position of sword sect master? That's not it. Mu Yun smiled and said, it's just that the two of us made a plan. Oh? What plan? Kill Jian Nantian. Hearing those words, Ren Gangang was completely dumbfounded. However, after that, he burst out laughing. Young master, don't make fun of me. Ren Gangang laughed and said, Jian Nantian, the sect master of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect? We have no enmity with each other, why would we kill him? Hearing this, Mu Yun just smiled and did not explain. Even if he stood in front of the world and said this, he would only be a joke. Jian Nantian, in the sword domain, the existence of the first celestial king, who had stood proudly in the immortal realm for tens of thousands of years, who could shake him, buzz. Just at this moment, a low buzzing sound came from the large group. The group began to assemble, the large group began to gather and prepare to enter Huangquan City. This time, the entrance to the valley had already been opened by the experts of the Heaven Sword Tower. Everyone, this time, if we find the Heaven Underworld map of the Biluo Huangquan School, I hope you can help me obtain it. Tian Junyu said proudly, in this way, the martial artists of the South Pole will not be oppressed by the other bronze-level forces in the abyss of the Dominator. No problem. The sect masters of the iron-level forces immediately nodded in agreement. In that case, let's all enter. Tian Junyu shouted, and the large group set out. At this moment, in addition to the tens of thousands of martial artists of the 5 iron-level forces gathered by the Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 major iron-level forces, in the South Pole, among the large and small cities and mountains, some martial artists of the sects and families were also coveting the map. However, the Heaven Sword Tower was the overlord of the South Pole, and the 5 major iron-level forces were also well known. Therefore, these people were also waiting, waiting for all the martial artists of the 6 major forces to enter, and then they would enter. The law of nature was also suitable for the relationship between the martial artists of the immortal world. The Heaven Sword Tower was a fierce lion, and the 5 major iron-level forces were jackals and wolves. The other forces were hyenas at best. When finding prey, the lion always had the privilege of enjoying it alone, and then the wolves would enjoy it. The hyenas could only eat the leftovers. If there were a large number of hyenas, they could also force the lion to retreat. However, the lion of the Heaven Sword Tower was too tyrannical. Even if all the hyenas united, they were no match for it at all. Therefore, they could only watch from the sidelines. At this moment, Mu Yun was walking in the group, looking at the martial artists from various large cities and mountain sects around her, and she was puzzled. Brother Ren, these forces, as long as the Heaven Sword Tower is willing to leave some elders to guard this place, I'm afraid they won't dare to follow in, right? Mu Yun said. That's true. Ren Gangang said with a faint smile, it's just that the Heaven Sword Tower is like a lion, and the 5 major iron-level forces are jackals and wolves. And these small families and forces, there is no lack of ancestors in the Earth Immortal realm, and they also want a share of the pie. If that's the case, why should the Heaven Sword Tower stop them? Wouldn't it be better to give us, the little lions, some opportunities to train? Hearing this, Mu Yun understood. However, I'm afraid that these hyenas might join forces and eat the little lions while the lion is not paying attention. Young master, why are you confused here? Ren Gangang said with a smile, immortal cultivation is full of danger, and life and death are up to fate. If the little lions don't take them out to train these hyenas, how can they grow into lions? Actually, this is also a battle between the major forces. There are open and covert struggles everywhere, and this is the case in the immortal world. Mu Yun nodded. The sword domain used this kind of feudal system, which was similar to the imperial court in the mortal world, and the benefits were endless. Moreover, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect had gathered almost all the most outstanding geniuses in the entire sword domain, so they were not worried that someone would seize their position as the overlord. Once a force with such strength appeared, they only needed to raise their arms and order the other forces to attack together, and everything would vanish like smoke in thin air. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect, which was high and mighty like an emperor, had such strength. As the troops passed through the layers of formations that had been opened, a huge blood-red city soon appeared in front of everyone 10,000 meters underground. Netherworld City. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. Re-entering Yellow Springs City. Mu Yun looked at the scale of Netherworld City and still felt shocked. It was not as if he had never seen such a vast city before. What shocked him was that someone was able to deceive everyone and build such a shocking city under the noses of the Heavenly Sword Tower and the 5 mortal-ranked forces without anyone noticing. It was really shocking that this kind of money came from the former Biluo Huangquan school. Unfortunately, Heavenfall Netherworld City appeared 10,000 years ago, and at that time, it happened to be the time of his death and rebirth. Otherwise, he would have risked his life to see what kind of person the school head of Biluo Huangquan school was. The army continued to advance. At this moment, everyone stood in a line and saw the majestic blood-red city. The elders of the major sects felt their hearts surging. There were treasures they wanted in there. As for the disciples, some of them were excited, while others were terrified. If they had come alone, they definitely wouldn't have the guts to do so. A city that could hold tens of millions of people, filled with blood and bloody mist, was like hell. How could people not be afraid? At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in the middle of the group. She could not help but feel excited. From the fact that he mentioned the Blue Skies Yellow Springs diagram to Yigushue's silence, Mu Yun knew that Yigushue had indirectly admitted that she had taken the Blue Skies Yellow Springs diagram. However, the last time he was here, he had only walked along the main street in the middle. He didn't know what was in the depths. At this moment, it was time for him to get to the bottom of it. Young master, did you come here alone last time? Ren Gangang exclaimed as he looked at the blood-colored city wall. Yeah. Impressive. Ren Gangang exhaled and said slowly, if it were me, I would absolutely not dare to enter such a city. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. At that time, he didn't know that there were these damned things inside. Everyone, there are countless treasures in Heavenfall Yellow Springs City, but you can't take them without permission. Otherwise, you'll be cursed by this place and die. Hearing Tianjunyu's words, everyone present looked at each other in silence. They didn't know whether Tianjunyu was telling the truth or not. However, whether it was true or false, they would know once they entered. The majestic army entered the depths of Yellow Spring City. Looking at the huge mouth that suddenly opened, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. However, there were many of them, so they were not afraid. One figure after another entered Yellow Spring City. At the same time, the various small clans and factions that had followed behind looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. What a marvelous city! The eyes of an old ancestor of a family were filled with anticipation. That's right. The Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 iron-level forces might not be able to take everything in the city. We might be able to find some opportunities here. The warriors of the various clans and small factions were also shocked. Gradually, everyone entered Yellow Spring City. However, after entering the city, everyone realized that they were surprised too early. In the entire city, there were huge buildings everywhere. It was shockingly majestic and magnificent. Elixir Pavilion, Weapon Pavilion, Restaurant. Looking at the city that had everything they could wish for, the scenery that was completely similar to the city they lived in, everyone was shocked. So many elixirs. Some disciples couldn't resist the temptation and rushed forward to take them in handfuls. When one person took them, many others couldn't resist their greed and began to take them from their own space in the immortal realm. At this moment, they had completely forgotten Tianjunyu's previous instructions. However, at this moment, the various sect leaders did not refuse. Tianjunyu was the same. In fact, he was also very puzzled. These were all what Muyun told him. However, he wasn't sure whether it was true or not. Since these people didn't believe it, it wasn't a bad idea to use them as a test. Seeing that the various sect leaders didn't refuse, some disciples who couldn't hold back also became restless. Lin Jixio, tell the people of the reincarnation party that no one is to make a move. Yes. At this moment, it was inevitable that some of the tens of thousands of people in the army would not listen to the advice. After seeing that some of the disciples took the elixirs without any accidents, the other disciples couldn't help but start to make a move. Suddenly, a miserable shriek was heard. Everyone immediately turned their gazes to the front. They saw that a disciple's body began to decay. At this moment, his flesh and blood turned into dust and disappeared, leaving only a body of bones. Save me, save me! One of the disciples suddenly started to shout loudly. As he shouted, the bodies of many of the surrounding disciples began to decay. Their flesh and blood directly disappeared. However, after maintaining their initial consciousness, these disciples' eyes suddenly turned red. One by one, they rushed out and killed their companions. Kill! In the crowd, someone shouted. The whole crowd suddenly became restless. I've said that none of those things can be touched. You were careless. Tianjunyu shouted at this moment. However, in a short while, hundreds of people couldn't help but take the elixirs. At this moment, hundreds of disciples disappeared and hundreds of skeletons appeared. Some of the surrounding disciples didn't understand what was going on, and were immediately crushed by their fellow disciples who had been turned into skeletons. When they came to their senses, dozens of people had been seriously injured. At the same time, the crowd was surprised to find that the strength of the disciples who were originally stage 5 and stage 6 human immortals didn't increase much after turning into skeletons. However, their defense greatly increased. It would be very difficult to break the bones of the bone men with a single slash. Even if some of the disciples with higher cultivation broke the skeletons and chopped off some skeletons' arms and legs, the skeletons could still attack flexibly. Under such circumstances, everyone looked at each other, and they were all dumbfounded. How could this be? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Fourth brother. I'm here. Hearing Tianjunyu's shout, Muyun flew forward. What's the matter? Tower Master, I've already said that these things seem to be special in the Yellow Spring City and can't be touched. Unless we find the main hub of the Yellow Spring City and break it, I'm afraid that these treasures will be unsealed and will not cause harm to people. These skeletons are not much stronger than before, but their defense has increased several times. Hearing this, Tianjunyu snorted and waved his hand. Whoosh, a gust of wind sounded. In front of the crowd, the skeletons turned into dust in an instant and drifted away with the wind. This was the strength of the celestial immortal realm. As the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu's personal strength was beyond doubt. Let's move forward. Tian Junyu said indifferently, I think this time, everyone should not doubt what I said. Everyone nodded with lingering fear in their hearts. Some disciples felt lucky that they had suppressed the greed in their hearts. The 6 forces gradually entered. Finally, along the main street, they came to the intersection of the 2 main roads in the Yellow Spring City. In the center, Tian Junyu saw a stone platform and was immediately shocked. Sure enough, Mu Yun was right. There really was a stone platform here. But at this moment, there was nothing on the stone platform. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun had already known, so she didn't care. Tian Junyu took Mu Yun and stepped onto the stone platform. Fourth brother, you have some understanding of formations. Can you see anything from the remnants of this great formation? Tian Junyu looked at Mu Yun and asked. It was unknown how Tian Junyu thought of the term fourth brother, but he suddenly called him that. But there was no way to change Tian Junyu's call, so Mu Yun didn't refute. Tower Master, I saw this formation when I came here before. Only an immortal formation Grandmaster would be able to break it. Mu Yun whispered, I won't hide it from you, Master. With my current realm, I can at most break the formation set by a celestial formation Grandmaster. As for the formation set by a celestial formation Grandmaster, I can't break it. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Tian Junyu had a whole new level of respect for Mu Yun. A celestial formation Grandmaster, even the Heaven Sword Tower didn't invite a celestial formation Grandmaster to set up the sex formation. Mu Yun said that she could break the celestial formation set up by a celestial formation Grandmaster. Forget it. Tian Junyu said indifferently, it seems that this heaven underworld diagram has been taken away. I have no chance. Tower Master, why are you discouraged? Mu Yun said again, if we can find the key to break the formation in the entire Netherworld city this time, what we can gain will be much more precious than a heaven underworld diagram. Yes. Tian Junyu nodded and looked at the crowd, everyone, this Netherworld city can accommodate tens of millions of people. It's extremely vast. If we gather together, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find anything. Let's split up and search. If we find a special place, we'll think of a way together to break the cursed formation in this city. Tian Junyu's words were exactly what the crowd was eager to hear. With the Heaven Sword Tower around, no one could let go. It was more comfortable for everyone to split up and search for their own things. Hearing Tian Junyu's words, everyone immediately split up and did their own things. The entire Netherworld city could accommodate tens of millions of people. Tens of thousands of people split up into groups of 3, 2, or a group of people. Naturally, they quickly dispersed. The 4 of you, go and search for something on your own. Tian Junyu looked at Qin Tianyu, Feng Ruoqing, Ren Ganggang, and Mu Yun and nodded, this time, those bastards outside probably can't hold it in. Kill as many as you can. Take it as a form of training yourselves. Yes, sir. The 4 of them immediately split up. At the same time, the sect masters of the 5 iron level forces didn't leave. The 6 of us should stay together and see what's strange in this city. Tian Junyu smiled slightly and said, let those juniors make trouble by themselves. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations I am hungrier. Yigu Xue, Tong Zhong, Lu Baidian, and the others were the leaders of the 5 mortal level forces. They were all old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. They knew what each other was thinking. Tian Junyu kept them by his side because he was worried that they would discover something first and take it for themselves. Now that he let his disciples search for it, Tian Junyu was naturally not worried that something would happen to his disciples since the combined strength of the Heaven Sword Tower's disciples was stronger than the 5 mortal level forces. On the contrary, the disciples of the 5 mortal level forces would definitely be bullied by these people. However, since Tian Junyu had spoken, they naturally could not refute him. The 6 of them continued to go deeper. On the other side, Mu Yun was allowed to go. Naturally, he was free to do whatever he wanted. In front of Tian Junyu and the other sect leaders, he naturally could not use many tricks. However, at this moment, it was nothing. Father, father. Little Seven's excited voice suddenly sounded. Father, where is this place? I smell a lot of delicious food. Little Seven, those things are all cursed. You can't eat them. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Little Seven immediately shouted, I want to eat them. Father must have found the treasure and is unwilling to let me eat it. Little Seven's figure turned into a seven-colored flow. He turned around and Mu Yun immediately stood in front of a pill pavilion on the street. In the blink of an eye, all of the medicinal pills in the pill pavilion vanished. They all fell into Little Seven's stomach, smacking her lips. Little Seven still looked as if she hadn't had enough. It's over. Mu Yun was not sure if these curses would work on Little Seven. Little Seven. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Mu Yun asked nervously. Ah. Little Seven's exclamation gave Mu Yun a fright. Ah, Little Seven kept shouting, Father, I'm hungrier. Looking at Little Seven's shocked expression, Mu Yun was completely speechless. Good, good, good. However, Mu Yun suddenly felt extremely happy. Since you don't have any problems eating, then go ahead and eat. Mu Yun laughed and said, you can eat until you're full, until you explode, until you can't eat anymore. Really? Little Seven was extremely excited. Oh yeah. Little Seven's dragon egg shone brightly, as if she had discovered a new continent. When Mu Yun saw this scene, she also felt relieved. But be careful, don't let those people discover you, or else, Father, don't underestimate Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi is very powerful. Those people won't be able to discover Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi chuckled and turned into a seven-colored stream of light, disappearing without a trace. I think you're addicted to being a dragon daddy. Guei pursed her lips and said, she's a seven-colored heavenly dragon. She was born as a divine beast. If she's raised by an adult seven-colored heavenly dragon, she'll blow a large number of immortal emperors to death. You really treat her like a child. Aren't I just worried? Mu Yun snorted and said, I'm not a divine dragon. How can I give her treasures and let her become a dragon princess in one step? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Guei also felt that it made sense. She muttered to herself, a divine dragon was raised into a loach by you. I really admire you. I reckon her real parents will find you and skin you alive on time. Mu Yun naturally did not take Guei's teasing words to heart. Little Seven went to look for things that interested her. Mu Yun naturally took a good look around Yellow Spring City. The last time he came, he only walked along the main road. This time, he could see what was so special about other places. Mu Yun turned and entered a passageway. She looked at the small shops on both sides of the street and slowly sized them up. The entire city looked no different from a city where ordinary people lived. The only difference was the style of this city. It was basically blood red everywhere. The shops facing the street looked like they had blood pythons. The entire shop looked like it was doing business with the dead. Mu Yun walked back and forth, but there was nothing stylish about him. After a few turns, Mu Yun came to a passageway. After going around and around, she entered a few shops. Mu Yun began to search carefully. However, she did not find anything special. Mu Yun, however, found many figures. Everyone looked at the priceless good things in this city and wanted to take them. However, when they thought of the figures they saw previously, they were terrified and did not dare to take them. However, when she passed by a street, Mu Yun heard a dispute, but she steadied herself. Can you Heaven Sword Tower disciples be so overboard? A delicate shout rang out, causing Mu Yun to stop. You're not convinced? A lazy voice made Mu Yun stop in her tracks. Heaven Sword Tower is the boss of Shijian Pavilion. You have to do whatever Heaven Sword Tower tells you to do. That lazy voice sounded somewhat familiar. Now, quickly pick up this thing and see what it is. Otherwise, I'll take your life immediately. No one dares to take the things in Huangquan City. If you want to know what it is, take it yourself. You still dare to talk back? That lazy voice raised a few notches, sounding extremely angry. You guys, hold this little girl down. I'll let her know what a real man is. I'll see if you say it. Mu Yun's expression became inexplicable when the voice raised. She finally remembered where she had heard this voice before. Jin Yuan, walking out of the street, she saw a few men blocking the entrance of an alley. Among them, two figures were surrounded. Those two people were Yu Qinglan and Xianxia. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun's figure appear at the corner of the street, Yu Qinglan and Xianxia immediately exclaimed. Mu Yun? Jin Yuan was immediately furious when he heard this name. He shouted, not to mention Mu Yun, even if Xianxia is here, I'm not afraid. How dare you use Mu Yun to suppress me? Who does he think he is? He's just a dog of Heaven Sword Tower and Iya Sword Sect. A dog without any loyalty. Oh? If I'm a dog, then what are you? However, as soon as Jin Yuan finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. An indifferent voice sounded behind him. Jin Yuan was suddenly dumbfounded. This voice was so familiar, he turned around and saw Mu Yun appear behind him. Jin Yuan immediately screamed as if he had seen a ghost and fell to the ground. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun, Jin Yuan immediately shouted, why are you everywhere? Jin Yuan composed his expression and suddenly became very confident. Are you alone? Seeing that Mu Yun was alone, Jin Yuan's confidence was completely restored. I'm alone. Haha, Jin Yuan laughed and said, if you're alone, then you're dead meat. Jin Yuan looked at Mu Yun and suddenly burst into laughter. Chendong, Lu Ran, senior brothers, this is Mu Yun. He humiliated me before and almost made me unable to leave the sect. Senior brothers, help me kill him. I'm very grateful. Jin Yuan suddenly took a step back and spoke to the two young men in front of him. Is that him? Looking at Mu Yun, the two disciples immediately grinned. This guy thinks that he's the last disciple of the Tower Master and broke through to the Earth Immortal Realm with the help of the Heaven Sword Pavilion. He's very arrogant. Chendong, you can't say that. No matter what, he's still the last disciple of the Tower Master. You have to be more polite. Poof, poof, originally, the two of them were talking back and forth in an eccentric manner. However, suddenly, there were two poof sounds. Blood spurted out, and the two of them fell to the ground. Blood spurted out, and the two corpses fell directly onto Jin Yuan. Noisy. Looking at the two corpses, Mu Yun shook her wrist and said indifferently. You. Seeing this scene, Jin Yuan's fingers trembled. He looked at Mu Yun and could not say a word. Didn't I not let you pass? Looking at Jin Yuan, Mu Yun spoke. It seems that you still have some foundation in the Heaven Sword Tower. I didn't expect you to escape. Of course. Jin Yuan snorted at this moment. Mu Yun, I know you're arrogant because you've been promoted to the last disciple. I won't tell anyone that you killed Chendong and Lu Ran. But do you dare to kill me? My father is Jin Shanggu, the elder of the Sword Pavilion in the Heaven Sword Tower. Mind your own business. We'll mind our own business. As Jin Yuan spoke, he was about to step aside and walk past her. The three people behind him also stood where they were and did not dare to move. I'm sorry. Mu Yun laughed at this moment. Your well water has already touched my river water. One of us is destined to die. As her laughter died down, Mu Yun directly attacked. Jin Yuan wanted to resist, but he did not have the strength to do so. Even Chendong and Lu Ran, who were level 1 Earth Immortals, were directly killed by Mu Yun. He was only a level 9 human immortal. How could he be her opponent? Not long after, there were only a few corpses left in the alley. Greetings, Master. Yu Qinglan hurriedly knelt on one knee. Seeing this scene, Xianxia also did not dare to be careless and knelt down to kowtow. Get up. Mu Yun looked at the two and waved her hand. Congratulations, Master. You've entered the Heaven Sword Tower and your strength has greatly improved. You've reached the Earth Immortal Realm. Looking at Yu Qinglan, Mu Yun also laughed. I think the two of you are doing well now. Your strength is remarkable. You've been valued by the Sword Washing Pavilion and have been carefully cultivated. Master's dark seal of life and death is very powerful. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Mu Yun waved her hand and flames spread out. In the alley, the corpses began to burn. However, the burned corpses were bleeding. But at this moment, the blood spread along the ground. But it only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. It seemed to have merged with the floor. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun showed a thoughtful expression. Why did the two of you have a conflict with Jin Yuan? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Bloodstone Rune. It's all Jin Yuan's fault. Yu Qinglan snorted and said, the two of us found something strange, so we came here to observe. But when we met them, they were unreasonable and asked us to show them the stones. We can't touch anything in Huangquan City, so we won't take it. So, stones. Hearing Yu Qinglan's words, Mu Yun looked into the alley. There were some blood-red stones on the ground. That said, those stones appeared to be very complicated. However, upon closer inspection, they appeared to be a series of characters. Rune, Mu Yun frowned. She forgot that there were two people beside her. She looked at the rune and frowned. Yu Qinglan and Xianxia saw that Mu Yun seemed to have found something, so they did not dare to disturb her. They stood aside and watched Mu Yun carefully. He looked at it for an hour. I know. Mu Yun abruptly raised his head, and a glint appeared in his eyes. When she looked up and saw Yu Qinglan and Xianxia standing beside her, Mu Yun immediately said, you two be careful. Don't be provoked again. Call me immediately if there's a problem. Okay. Mu Yun stopped talking. She looked ahead and walked out of the alley. She took 10 steps forward, then turned left and walked 100 steps before she stopped. Seeing Mu Yun leave, Yu Qinglan and Xianxia were confused and did not know what to do. Sister Yu, Mu Yun, is so strange. Xianxia could not help but say. This person has the talent of a heavenly sage. Even in the 33 Heavenly Swords sect, it's rare. But have you noticed that he is very strange? We've seen his proficiency in formations last time. We've also seen his comprehension of sword essence. But sister, don't you find it strange? Where did he learn these? Hearing this, Yu Qinglan was also confused. Indeed, Mu Yun knew a lot, but where did he learn it from? Thinking of this, Yu Qinglan was also puzzled. Moreover, the pavilion master did not see the mark he planted on us last time. When the pavilion master accepted me as a disciple of the inner pavilion, she checked me from head to toe, but she did not find it at all. Xianxia said with lingering fear, in fact, at that time, I was afraid that the pavilion master would find it. The life and death seal has improved us a lot. According to Mu Yun, this is the power of the bloodline. Bloodline can have such a bloodline? The immortal realm is. Is the truth be told, we did not even see the realm. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It seems that we are still too weak. If it weren't for the seal of life and death, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter Yellow Spring City. Let's studio. Let's hand. Mu Yun. Let's see. Let's studio. Mu Yun. If Mu Yun, studio of studio. On the other side, Mu Yun came to a loft after making many turns in the street. The loft looked very ordinary, but Mu Yun's eyes sparkled when she looked at the loft. That's right, she was right, Mu Yun's eyes flashed. At this moment, her eyes were full of shock. She stepped into the loft. Mu Yun walked up the stairs step by step and entered the 3rd floor of the loft. In a room, the decoration looked very ordinary. There were no flaws. Mu Yun walked to the 3rd floor of the 4-story loft. Looking at the long corridor on the 3rd floor, Mu Yun smiled. She walked 70 steps forward and slowly stopped. It's here. Looking at the room in front of her, Mu Yun slowly pushed the door open. Mu Yun's eyes lit up when she saw the floor in the room. A few blood-red stones were lying quietly in the corner of the floor. Mu Yun walked forward and looked at the blood-red stones. As expected. Looking at the arrangement of the blood-red stones, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. Mu Yun walked forward and looked at the stones carefully. 7 stones correspond to 7 gates. The Gate of Life. Only the Gate of Life can unlock this array formation. Mu Yun smiled and directly started. You're the one. With a move of her palm, Mu Yun directly touched the slightly strange stone. She circulated her immortal qi and moved her fingers. It was extremely difficult to move the blood-red stone. However, Mu Yun was not discouraged. She continuously circulated her immortal chi before moving the stone. It was only a finger's distance, but it took Mu Yun almost an hour. It's done. Seeing the 7 blood-red stones on the ground showing a new arrangement, Mu Yun's eyes lit up with great interest. Then, she walked down the loft. Mu Yun looked at the streets, and the smile in her eyes deepened. Mu Yun strolled to a pill loft and walked in. There were hundreds of brocade boxes of various sizes in this pill loft. Mu Yun didn't say anything and directly put all the brocade boxes into her bag. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was full of confidence. After taking the pills, the entire pill loft was empty. However, nothing happened. Mu Yun was still Mu Yun, standing on the same spot. As expected. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to have confirmed something, and she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She was just experimenting just now. Now, it seemed that the results of the experiment were correct. 7 Deaths Formation. Mu Yun already had confidence in her heart. There was a formation set up in this street area. It was the 7 Deaths Formation. Mu Yun had only heard of this array formation a few years ago. It was refined with the blood of living people to open this array formation. The tyrannical spiritual energy of the array formation was contributed by the blood of living people. Anyone who entered this array formation and changed anything without permission would turn into a skeleton just like before. That was the result of their blood being sucked dry in an instant. Mu Yun only reacted when she discovered so many blood-colored stones piled up on the ground. It seems that this Yellow Spring City isn't a huge array formation, but a collection of small 7 Deaths formations. I'm not in a hurry now. I'll break one 7 Deaths formation and obtain the things in this street. Then, I'll break another one. Mu Yun discovered this point and was ecstatic. There were probably at least thousands of such arrays in the entire Yellow Spring City. A single formation controlled a block of land. Most importantly, each and every spirit formation had its own independent rotation. However, the several thousand spirit formations were all related to one another in terms of coefficient. If she wanted to break the array formation in the entire Yellow Spring City, she had to find the life gate in the city. However, Mu Yun was too lazy to do this now. He didn't need to break the entire array formation. All he needed to do was to break open each of the small formations and obtain the valuable items within. If he searched one by one, he would obtain all the thousands of arrays. That would be a huge fortune. However, he needed to be careful now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he was discovered. Luo Tianqing. Mu Yun summoned Luo Tianqing and said slowly, "Take 300 blood guards with you. Put on clothes and disguise yourselves as humans. Collect all the immortal pills, immortal artifacts, and valuable items in this area. Remember, once you're discovered, hide immediately." "Yes, Master." Mu Yun chuckled. These blood guards were all from the Blue Sky Netherworld sect, so they were very familiar with Netherworld City. He had already broken the restriction on this street, so he naturally wanted to take away all the good things in one go. However, Luo Tianqing had a strange expression when he was summoned by Mu Yun. Mu Yun actually found the key to this array formation. Even he didn't know that there was such a strange existence in Yellow Spring City. After a short while, the 300 blood guards gathered again. However, at this moment, the 300 blood guards' hands were piled with all kinds of treasures. Immortal pills, immortal artifacts, materials for refining arrays, immortal herbs for refining pills, immortal herbs, and some rare metals. He had made a fortune with all these. Mu Yun felt that he had finally found the opportunity to make a fortune in this treasure trove of Yellow Spring City. Even an immortal array master might not be able to discover each small array formation in this 7 Deaths array. Even if they did, they might not be able to break it. The 7 Deaths array in the entire Yellow Spring City was a large-scale array. It was formed by at least several thousand small 7 Deaths arrays. Who could break it, unless it was an immortal array master? In this way, he would be as comfortable as a fish in water in this place. Mu Yun finally experienced that feeling. Everyone was searching blindly and mindlessly, but he found a corner of the Golden Mountain and began to slowly uncover the true face of the Golden Mountain. Continue. Mu Yun smiled and went to the next block. However, to prevent being too crowded and being noticed, Mu Yun deliberately ran to the other side of the street that was more than 10 blocks away. Mu Yun wandered aimlessly on the street and realized that this place was exactly the same as before. The only difference was that the position of the key to break this small array formation had changed. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun couldn't help but be surprised. The Immortal Array Master who set up this array formation was definitely a Grandmaster-level Immortal Array Master. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Grandmaster-level Immortal Array Master. Not to mention the entire South Pole, even the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver-level force that ruled the Abyss of Sovereigns, couldn't discover this array formation. As for gold-level forces, they must have Immortal Array Masters. However, how could a gold-level force in the Southern Sword region come to this remote South Pole and specially break this array formation? The higher-ups of Biluo Huangquan School had painstakingly found such a hidden place and built such a vast city. Unfortunately, man's plans were better than heaven's. If it were other people, they might only be able to look at this array formation and sigh. However, he just had to meet Mu Yun, who was capable of breaking through these miniature 7 deaths absolute killing arrays. However, with his current strength, even if he found the core of this netherworld city's array formation, it would be difficult for him to break it. Continue. Mu Yun stood in front of another block and waved his hand. His eyes were full of joy. Swoosh! 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 300 blood guards rushed out again. Mu Yun stood on the side of the street and looked at the surrounding scenery. He had a carefree and happy feeling that he was the only one sober when everyone was drunk. However, this was the truth. Boom. However, not long after the 300 blood guards rushed out, a loud boom suddenly sounded. Oh no! Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Of course, she was willing. The blood guards must have been discovered by someone if there was a rumble in this place. Mu Yun rushed out without a word and arrived in front of a restaurant. 2 blood guards rushed over at this moment. What's going on? Mu Yun said with a frown. The 2 blood guards knew through their souls, Master, there's actually someone hiding in this restaurant. Kill without mercy. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he walked into the restaurant. Bang, there was a loud bang, and there was a rumbling noise above the restaurant. Mu Yun did not say a word and directly appeared in the restaurant. However, when he saw that figure, Mu Yun's expression turned strange. It's you. It's you? Looking at Mu Yun, that person also had a nervous expression. Mu Yun, although there is a grudge between us, this person is covered in blood blisters, wearing a hat, and a veil. He's definitely not from the Yi Sword sect. How about we join forces to kill him and then settle our grudges? The person who appeared in front of him was Lin Yishan. However, Lin Yishan was facing a blood guard in front of him at this moment. After Mu Yun's increase in strength and the 9 spirits heaven capturing tablets absorption, the 300 blood guards had their impurities removed. Their bones were gray, and their strength had improved greatly. Although they had not reached the Earth Immortal Realm, they had the defensive power of an Earth Immortal Realm martial artist. Lin Yishan could clearly feel that he could not break the man in the blood-red robe in front of him at all. Moreover, when he occasionally saw the blood-red eyes of the man in the blood-red robe, Lin Yishan felt that this place was very strange. Sorry. Mu Yun said with a smile. How can I help my subordinates to deal with you? Mu Yun said with a smile in her eyes. Your subordinates. Lin Yishan was shocked when he heard that. The blood guard suddenly raised his head. Although only a pair of eyes were revealed, Lin Yishan was shocked to discover that those eyes contained a blood-red color. They were empty and fleshless. Bone Man, Lin Yishan was completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun, you're actually friends with the Bone Man. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Yishan's nervous look, Mu Yun smiled and said, Elder Lin, why are you so flustered? If you are willing, I can also turn you into my skeleton. My Bone Man. Lin Yishan felt his scalp go numb. Mu Yun had actually subdued these skeletons. How was that possible? This guy, how could he? Elder Lin, please believe me. Mu Yun slowly sat down. She looked at Lin Yishan and slowly said, I have already discovered the secret of this place. If you don't believe me, as Mu Yun spoke, an immortal pill appeared in her palm. She opened her mouth and swallowed it. Not only can I take these pills, but I can also consume them without any problems. Seeing this scene, Lin Yishan was completely dumbfounded. You, Lin Yishan said you 3 times in a row, his fingers trembling. I'll fight it out with you. Lin Yishan now understood that Mu Yun would not let him live after telling him all this. However, he was a stage 1 earth immortal after all. He had been accumulating for thousands of years, and his foundation was much deeper than Mu Yun's. Moreover, he had advanced to stage 1 earth immortal earlier than Mu Yun. It was not a problem for him to fight his way out. You want to fight your way out of here? I'm too lazy to fight with you. Mu Yun clicked her tongue. 2 whooshing sounds could be heard, and 2 blood guards appeared again. The 3 blood guards formed a triangle and charged toward Lin Yishan. Seeing this scene, Lin Yishan's heart sank to the bottom. Mu Yun went to the Heaven Sword Tower. How did she become so mysterious? He was no match for Mu Yun now. Elder Lin, let me ask you. Back then, in front of the 9-story spiritual pagoda in the Es Sword sect, you forced Wu Ji Ao Tian to the bottom of the pagoda. Have you ever thought that this day would come? Mu Yun said slowly, Wu Ji Ao Tian's revenge is still fresh in my mind. Although I don't need to be calculated with you now, Wu Ji Ao Tian can't die in vain. You have to pay the price. After Mu Yun finished speaking, the 3 blood guards' killing intent intensified. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, at this moment, whooshing sounds could be heard. They went upstairs quickly. Mu Yun was very familiar with the 4 people in the lead. Feng Rui of the Phoenix Cry faction, Chao Tianga of the 5 Leaves faction, Ming Yuan of the Underworld Deity faction, Zhan Tianling of the Battle Spirit faction. Mu Yun, what are you doing? Ming Yuan of the Nether God faction appeared and immediately shouted when he saw Mu Yun. The 4 of you, quickly joined forces and kill this child. This person betrayed my Es Sword sect and joined the Heaven Sword Tower. He wants to kill me. Quickly kill him. Old fart. Hearing Lin Yishan's shout, Mu Yun immediately scolded jokingly, so you were talking to me for a long time just now because you invited help. It's just that the helpers you invited aren't very good. Seeing the 4 of them arrive, Mu Yun did not care at all. At this moment, he was facing the 4 of them without fear. He had not stayed in the Sky Sword Pavilion for 7 to 8 years for nothing. Mu Yun, don't mess around. Feng Rui looked at Mu Yun and said slowly, no matter what, Elder Lin is an elder of the Sword Sect. If you kill him, the sect master will pursue this matter. Pursue this matter? Mu Yun smiled and said, simple. If no one says anything, won't they not pursue this matter? So, you want to kill all of us to silence us? Ming Yuan sneered. Mu Yun, it seems that after entering the Heaven Sword Tower, your confidence has increased greatly. However, don't forget that although the Heaven Sword Tower is powerful, you're not the powerful one, Mu Yun. Oh? Is that so? However, as soon as Ming Yuan finished speaking, Mu Yun flicked her palm. Her fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Ming Yuan. At this moment, Ming Yuan could not resist at all. Mu Yun grabbed him by the neck and brought him closer to Mu Yun. He stood on his toes and breathed with difficulty. Seeing this, everyone understood that Mu Yun was not just an earthly celestial realm cultivator. The difference between the underworld abyss in his hands was like that of an eagle and a chick. You're not just a first-grade earth god. Ming Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Who told you that I'm a first-grade earth god? Mu Yun grabbed Ming Yuan in front of her and said indifferently, I think your underworld deity society should have disbanded long ago. Now, the Crown Prince is just a piece of trash in my eyes. His Crown Prince faction will be finished sooner or later. The Es Sword faction will definitely fall into my hands. I'll kill you first and disband the underworld deity society. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she exerted force with her palm. Crack, Ming Yuan was completely silent. With a plop, Ming Yuan's corpse fell to the ground. Suddenly, the flesh and blood on the corpse disappeared, leaving only a set of white bones. Seeing this, Feng Rui, Chao Tianga, and Zhan Tianling trembled. Mu Yun was too powerful. She was ruthless, killing without any hesitation, not giving any face at all. Such a person was simply terrifying. I, Zhan Tianling, am willing to disband the Battle Spirit Society. Gu Yi will join the Reincarnation Society and be under Senior Brother Mu's command. At this moment, Zhang Tianling suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Seeing this, Feng Rui and Chao Tiange cursed in their hearts. This Zhang Tianling's ability to act according to the circumstances was really great. Before the two of them could react, this fellow had already begun to surrender. Get up. Mu Yun looked at the three of them and said slowly, we are all senior brothers of the same sect. Ming Yuan, Lin Yixin, and the Crown Prince all wanted to kill me, so I had to eliminate the root of the problem. The three of you have no direct grievances with me, so why do you have to do this? Hearing this, Zhang Tianling was even more fearful. Senior brother Mu, in the future, you will be the leader of the Yi Sword faction. Naturally, we will do our best to support you. When Mu Yun heard this, although she knew that it was flattery, she still felt very pleased. She had to admit that Zhang Tianling's appearance was ordinary, but his way of doing things was indeed skillful. Since the three of you are sincerely bowing to me, I can't refuse. Mu Yun said slowly, in that case, the three of you can work together and kill Lin Yixin. Amazing, hearing Mu Yun's words, the three of them were shocked. This move of Mu Yun's was indeed very impressive. Letting the three of them work together to kill Lin Yixin, this matter was set in stone. Senior brother Mu, it's not that we are not willing to serve you, but… Lin Chong. Lin Yixin is a stage 1 Earth Immortal, and the three of us have not broken through. This is simple. Mu Yun smiled slightly and waved her hand. Give me your hands. I will sign a contract with the three of you. The three of you will definitely improve your strength, and killing this old man will be a piece of cake. Contract, the three of them immediately became spirited. Mu Yun not only wanted them to obey her verbally, but also to make them completely unable to resist her in this lifetime. Why? Are you not willing? Mu Yun saw that the three of them were silent and suddenly spoke. Swoosh, 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 the moment Mu Yun finished speaking, the figures of blood guards suddenly appeared. These blood guards were all stage 9 human immortals, and their defense was comparable to that of an Earth immortal. The three of them were not willing, and the result was obvious. Of course we are willing. Zhang Tianling was still the first to speak. Since we have decided to surrender, we naturally believe in everything senior brother Mu does. After Zhang Tianling finished speaking, he stretched out his hands. Mu Yun smiled slightly and a drop of blood appeared on her fingertip. A buzzing sound rang in Zhang Tianling's mind. Soon, Zhang Tianling felt that there was a special mark in his true soul in his mind. He wanted to see that mark, but he could not see it. He wanted to feel it, but he could not feel it either. However, it really existed. What kind of seal was this? Zhang Tianling was surprised. Mu Yan's improvement made him feel incredulous. However, Mu Yan's methods made him feel even more incredulous. This guy, where did he get these strange methods from? What about the two of you? Mu Yan looked at Feng Rui and Chao Tiange and smiled. We are willing to obey. Feng Rui and Chao Tiange bowed and stretched out their hands. What else could they do now? If they did not obey, they would die. Who would be willing to accept the fact that their 1,000 years of hard work had all turned into mist and disappeared without a trace? It was better to stay alive. As long as they were alive, there was hope. If they were dead, there would be nothing left. However, at this moment, Lin Yixin saw this scene and was completely dumbfounded. Translator, Henyi Translation's editor, Henyi Translation Ju broke the array. Lin Yixin's heart was about to shatter. He took the opportunity to summon the four of them just now because he wanted to join forces and kill Mu Yun. But now, Ming Yuan was killed by Mu Yun directly, and Chao Tiange and the other two actually submitted to her. Submitted, Lin Yixin was completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun, stop. Lin Yixin shouted, I submit. I'm willing to submit. Lin Yixin immediately retreated to the side and said hurriedly. Submit? Mu Yun looked at the smile in Lin Yixin's eyes and sneered. I don't care if you submit. Kill. Immediately, the blood guards swarmed forward and rushed out. On the other side, Zhang Tianling, Chao Tiange, and Feng Rui clearly felt an additional force in their bodies. That force flew out from the bottom of their souls. It was this force that made them feel as if their hearts were about to jump out at this moment. It was fine if that was all. They could feel that they seemed to have an inexplicable connection with Mu Yun. It was as if a line suddenly appeared in the air and connected them to Mu Yun. It was just that the power of this line was in Mu Yun's hands. Sensing this, the three of them immediately looked at each other and cupped their hands at Mu Yun. Alright, since you're my people now, you can take whatever you want in this block. Mu Yun smiled. Hearing this, the three of them immediately felt their hearts sink to their bones. Senior brother Mu, we have already submitted to you and even signed a contract with you. Why do you still want to kill us? Zhang Tianling said with a bitter face. Kill them? Hearing this, Mu Yun knew that the three of them had misunderstood. Mu Yun chuckled and said, you don't believe me, right? Mu Yun sat down, picked up a teapot on the table, poured a cup of water, and drank it in one gulp. Senior brother Mu, seeing that Mu Yun was actually not afraid of death as she took out a cup of tea from the table and drank it in one gulp, the three of them immediately looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Do you see it now? Looking at the three of them, Mu Yun said slowly, you can touch and take whatever you want in this street. Just be careful not to be discovered by others. You broke the formation? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, don't worry. I have already grasped some of the secrets in Huangquan City. I have already broken through these places. You don't have to worry. Hearing this, the three of them were dumbstruck. Where did this Mu Yun come from? Zhang Tianling laughed bitterly. Senior brother Mu, you're not from the lower worlds, right? Is he a disciple from the 33 Heaven Sword sect who came down to gain experience? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Alright, there's not much time left. Hurry up. Otherwise, you won't be able to obtain anything good after my blood guards have finished collecting them. Yes. The three figures immediately left. And at this very moment, Lin Yishan was covered in blood, looking extremely wretched and deranged. Mu Yun, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Lin Yishan was really forced into a desperate situation at this moment. Become a ghost? Mu Yun smiled and said, Elder Lin, I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to become a ghost. As her words fell, Mu Yun directly swung her palm. Crackling sounds rang out, and Lin Yishan's screams were completely annihilated. After dealing with Lin Yishan, a hint of relief appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. Wu Jiaoyan, although you and I had a grudge in the past, you relied on me. Now, I can be considered to have avenged you. In Mu Yun's heart, one matter had finally been settled. After dealing with Lin Yishan, Mu Yun led the blood guards and started searching again. On the other side, Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tiangu were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Looking at the treasures in front of them, the three of them felt as if they were dreaming. Can we really take these treasures? Feng Rui felt as if she was in a dream. Of course. Chao Tiangu smiled and said, all along, we have underestimated Mu Yun. The Sky Saint aptitude is indeed terrifying. In just a few years, Mu Yun has left us far behind after hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. This guy has been enduring himself in the Sword sect. Now, he has really risen overnight and is incomparable. Zhang Tianling smiled bitterly and said, it seems that we were all deceived by him before. Do you think that he joined the Heaven Sword Tower because he still wants to control the Heaven Sword Tower in his hands? Feng Rui suddenly said. How is that possible? Zhang Tianling and Chao Tiangu immediately shook their heads. The Heaven Sword Tower is a bronze force after all. In the entire sword domain controlled by the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, there are only 100 bronze forces. This guy, but as he spoke, Zhang Tianling could not continue. How was that possible? How was it impossible? If it was a few years ago, would they have thought that Mu Yun would be able to subdue them in just a few years? But now, in front of Mu Yun, they could only bow their heads and submit to her. Under the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, there were 4 gold forces, dozens of silver forces, hundreds of bronze forces, and thousands of iron forces. Mu Yun spent a few years to be able to control the Sword sect in her hands. Although it was unknown why Yi Guxiue was willing to guide Mu Yun, the fact was that Yi Guxiue was willing to hand it over to Mu Yun. And now, Tian Junyu of the Heaven Sword Tower had taken a fancy to Mu Yun's Sky Saint aptitude and had taken her in as his last disciple. If Mu Yun was given enough time to grow, Mu Yun might be able to become the controller of the Heaven Sword Tower, a bronze force. At that time, who could say for sure what the outcome would be? Forget it, forget it. Zhang Tianling waved his hand and said, "It's better for us to take one step at a time and cultivate well to improve our realm. This mark, unless we surpass Mu Yun, it's impossible to break it. I'm afraid that even if we surpass Mu Yun, it's impossible to break it." "Are you really confident that you can surpass him?" As soon as he said this, the three of them smiled bitterly. Time passed by slowly. It had been a few days since they entered Huangquan City. However, no one knew what the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 sect masters of the Iron Forces were doing. The disciples could only start exploring on their own one by one. In the past few days, Mu Yun was having a great time. Every day, she would find a street with 5 people and enter it to investigate the array. Then, she would send out the blood guards to start searching. During this time, Mu Yun naturally summoned Luo Jianxia, Huan Qingsha, Yu Qinglan, and a few people from the reincarnation party. When someone passed by, they would look back and forth as if they were watching a show. When there was no one around, they would immediately act like bandits and take whatever they saw that was valuable. Under such circumstances, everyone was naturally overjoyed as they had gained a lot in the past few days. Zhang Tianling and the other two seemed to have forgotten that Mu Yun had made a contract with them. They happily followed behind Mu Yun. Although Mu Yun had taken most of their gains in the past few days, they were greatly satisfied. Just the things they had picked up were enough to cultivate for 100 years. It had to be said that there were endless treasures in Huangquan City. This kind of accumulation was simply something that only a silver force could have. Mu Yun really gained a lot in the past few days. The 300 blood guards worked together. In addition, they were familiar with Huangquan City itself. Naturally, they could quickly find the good things. The array that Mu Yun broke was not dense. Instead, it was distributed throughout the entire Huangquan City, one in the east and one in the west. This kind of search was very effective in avoiding everyone's detection. However, as time passed and Mu Yun's search expanded, a problem appeared. The disciples of Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 iron level forces gradually realized that something was wrong. At first, they clearly found that there were many immortal pills and immortal artifacts in some of the elixir and weapon pavilions. However, as time passed, they found that they had disappeared. This was very strange. Could it be that the damn things that were originally staying there had grown wings and flown away? The disciples were puzzled. However, although they were puzzled, they still found it hard to believe. This news naturally attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Even the higher-ups had not found anything in the past few days in Huangquan City. However, the treasures had disappeared. Either something had happened in Huangquan City, and the treasures had disappeared on their own. Or, someone had tampered with the treasures and made them disappear. If it was the first, it would be very terrifying. But if it was the second, it would be very infuriating. If it was the second case, it proved that someone had found a solution. However, they didn't know about this solution. Understanding this point, everyone was naturally angry in their hearts. On this day, Tian Junyu and the leaders of the 5 iron level forces were sitting in an inn. After Tian Junyu heard the news, he was also very angry. However, he did not know what to say in his heart. If he knew the solution, he probably would not have publicized it. Instead, he would have kept it to himself and made a fortune. However, it was not him who knew, but someone else. This was very infuriating. The more he thought about it, the angrier Tian Junyu became. He picked up the teacup on the table and wanted to drink a cup of tea. However, when he thought of the restriction here, he put down the teacup helplessly. "Everyone, tell me what you think," Tian Junyu said. At this moment, the 5 sect leaders were silent. What did they think? What should they say? They were also sulking in their hearts. Tong Zhong was the first to speak. "I don't think this matter is that simple. The disciples were the first to discover some places, but after a few days, there were abnormalities. Someone must have tampered with it." "I don't think so," Liu Baidian said. "We have been investigating for the past few days, but the entire Huangquan City seems really strange and unpredictable. There are a few places that we can't enter. Perhaps there are some strange changes in Huangquan City. It's useless to jump to conclusions if we don't understand the situation. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Heavenly Sword Envoy. I don't think it's that simple. Xianxia's smile disappeared. She said calmly, it's fine if it's because of the changes in Netherworld City, but if someone secretly tampered with it and I find out, Ye Guxiue frowned. She did not know why, but she had a feeling that this matter was related to Mu Yun. Slowly, Tong Zhong suddenly opened his mouth and said, Tower Lord Heaven, doesn't that Mu Yun know array formations very well? Why don't we let him see if there's anything wrong with the places where the treasures aren't? That's right, Mu Yun, Tian Junyu also reacted. Go, get Mu Yun here quickly. Let him see what's going on. As soon as Tian Junyu finished speaking, someone immediately took action. At this moment, Mu Yun was in a wine shop. Beside her, Zhang Tianling and the others were standing still. News of this matter has already spread. Although we've been very careful not to be discovered, some people can still discover that the treasures are missing. Mu Yun stood in the middle of them and said slowly, but everyone should understand that if this matter spreads, none of us will be able to escape. So, we can't admit it even if we're beaten to death. Let's stop for the next few days. At this moment, Mu Yun was giving orders like a bandit leader. The situation is too tense. Let's stop first. Understood. Lin Jishou chuckled and said, in the past few days, we've taken almost 1/10 of the treasures in the entire Netherworld City. It's enough to cultivate for 100 years. That's right. It's time to stop now. Zhang Tianling also agreed. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we'll be discovered easily if we continue. Mu Yun looked at them and said, let's disperse and cultivate for the next few days. Mu Yun also felt helpless. When he first came to Netherworld City, it was too sudden and he didn't discover the 7 deaths formation set up by these stones. Otherwise, the entire Netherworld City would have been plundered by him. This huge amount of wealth was simply unimaginable. But now, it could be considered as a huge profit. Earning a huge sum of money like this was too worthwhile. Unfortunately, he couldn't continue now. Everyone dispersed. Mu Yun sat in the shop and muttered to herself. Swish swish swish. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Many figures appeared in the shop. The leader was none other than Qin Tianyu. I finally found you. Seeing Mu Yun, Qin Tianyu said with an unfriendly expression, Junior brother Mu, the Tower Master is looking for you. Looking for me? Mu Yun was slightly stunned, but her heart was as clear as a mirror. The Tower Master was most likely looking for him because of the recent loss of treasures in Yellow Spring City. However, if that was the case, it would be troublesome. If he couldn't find the flaws in those formations, he would be questioned by others. However, if he were to find a flaw now, he would be questioned even more. What should he do now? Mu Yun kept thinking. Thank you for informing me, Senior Brother Qin. Mu Yun cupped her hands and left. Senior Brother Qin, this Mu Yun is getting more and more arrogant. Seeing Mu Yun leave directly, a disciple beside Qin Tianyu couldn't help but snort. Arrogant? Qin Tianyu narrowed his eyes and said, the more arrogant he is, the better. No one in the Heaven Sword Tower likes him. So what if he's one of the Tower Masters? Moreover, he's a disciple of the Yi Sword sect and a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. No matter which of these two identities it is, he can't stay in the 2 great sections. Senior Brother Qin, great plan. The disciple flattered. In the Heaven Sword Tower, his identity as a disciple of the Yi Sword sect made people feel that he was a traitor. It's even more so in the Yi Sword sect. This kid won't be arrogant for long. Now, our main question is who stole the treasures secretly. Qin Tianyu frowned and said, if I find out who it is, I'll skin him alive. Seeing Qin Tianyu's sinister appearance, the unnamed disciples shrank their necks. If they were targeted by Qin Tianyu, it would be difficult for them to escape death. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about all this. He was thinking about how he should prepare an excuse. While he was thinking, Mu Yun had already arrived at the place where the sect masters were gathered. Greetings, Tower Master and sect masters. Mu Yun bowed respectfully and said slowly, may I know why Tower Master asked me to come here? Mu Yun, you're proficient in array formations. In the past few days, some treasures in Netherworld City have disappeared for no reason. I think you should know some news. Have you taken a look at those array formations? Tower Master, I've been cultivating recently and didn't take a look. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, however, if there's a problem with the array formations in Netherworld City, then I think this person's understanding of array formations is definitely above mine. Hearing this, Tian Junyu's expression turned ugly. I'll take you to investigate. If you find anything, I'll definitely reward you. I'll do my best. Swoosh, 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 a few figures immediately left through the air and arrived in front of a pill pavilion. There were already disciples guarding this place in order to prevent those ignorant disciples from entering. Mu Yun entered the pavilion under the guidance of a few people. Looking at the pavilion where the array formation was broken by him a few days ago, Mu Yun sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he still remained calm and collected. From the first floor to the third floor, Mu Yun looked left and right. Finally, he returned to the first floor again. He came to the corner and looked at the blood-colored stone there. Tower Master, please take a look. Mu Yun suddenly spoke, immediately attracting the attention of the sect masters present. Everyone immediately gathered over. This is an array formation. Mu Yun suddenly said in surprise, wonderful, wonderful. This array formation uses the blood-colored stone as the array core. Who would have thought that such an array formation would exist? Seeing Mu Yun's surprised look, the sect masters immediately had confidence in their hearts. If Mu Yun could see the flaws of this array formation, could he solve it? Tian Junyu immediately said, Yuner, can you solve this array formation? Looking at this blood-colored stone, I have some guesses in my heart, but I'm not sure if I can solve it. Moreover, this array formation has been broken by someone. Mu Yun said slowly, but I can follow the clues and find the location of the array formation hub that controls the entire Netherworld City. Good, good. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Tian Junyu immediately said excitedly, start looking now. Let's not talk about whether it can be broken or not. Find it first. Looking at Tian Junyu's excited look, Mu Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. This 7 deaths array was formed by the convergence of many small arrays. As for the real big array formation, he had long known where it was. It was just that with his current strength, he couldn't break that array formation at all. That was why he gradually solved these small arrays. After all, every little bit counted. Now looking at Tian Junyu's appearance, he was already very excited to be able to find the array formation. Mu Yun began to investigate the surroundings. He started to search from the streets step by step. Everyone followed his footsteps and began to investigate step by step. Not long after, they found that 7 blood-colored stones appeared in an inconspicuous corner of the street. Gradually, more and more 7 strangely placed stones were found gathered together. With this discovery, all the big shots were also surprised. They hadn't discovered these strange stones that were placed in a certain trajectory before. But now, he suddenly discovered that there were over 100 of them in this block. Some were in the rooms, some were in the corners of the streets, and there were even some in the sewers. Seeing this scene, everyone only felt that Mu Yun was worthy of being a heavenly saint. They wouldn't pay attention to these things at all. Only the array masters would be curious about these things. I got it. After searching for half a day, Mu Yun suddenly smiled and said, the center of the array core is there. As Mu Yun spoke, he pointed with his palm. It was the intersection of the 2 main streets in Netherworld City, the original location of the Blue Skies underworld map. Seeing this scene, all the sect masters and elders immediately followed Mu Yun and flew over. Here? Tian Junyu scanned the surroundings and said slowly, it's just that the 7 blood-colored stones aren't here? Tower Master is wrong. Mu Yun said slowly, this is the brilliance of the person who set up the array. Because in this main array, it's not a simple blood-colored stone as the array core, but 7 tall buildings. As Mu Yun spoke, he pointed into the distance. Following the direction that Mu Yun pointed, everyone realized that the 7 tall buildings around them were of different heights and were scattered all around. Among the layers of tall buildings, who would notice this, however, following the direction that Mu Yun pointed, everyone realized that these 7 tall buildings seemed to be unrelated, but in fact, each one was taller than the other. Mu Yun said again, seniors, watch carefully. As Mu Yun spoke, he waved his palm. In an instant, the celestial spiritual energy began to move. strands of celestial spiritual energy rose from the 7 tall buildings. The 7 pillars of light rose at the same height, forming a square on the outside and a triangle on the inside supported by 3 tall buildings. Seeing this, all the big shots felt enlightened. Yuner, is there a way to break this array? Tianjunyu immediately asked excitedly. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Mu Yun said helplessly, my strength is low, and this is all I can discover. As for how to break the array, my ability is limited. Unless an immortal array grandmaster comes, it will be very difficult to break it. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the few sect masters immediately felt that the matter was tricky. When they first arrived at Huangquan City, they only felt that they saw mountains of gold and silver, but they could only see them. They could not find the entrance to the mountains of gold and silver. But now, they found the entrance to the mountains of gold and silver, but they were blocked by the entrance again. Yuner, try your best to break this array. Master will reward you handsomely and appoint you as the Heavenly Sword Envoy of Heaven's Sword Tower. Hearing this, the expressions of the sect masters and elders changed. Heavenly Sword Envoy, this identity was a transcendent existence in Heaven's Sword Tower. In the entire Heaven's Sword Tower, except for Tower Master Tianjunyu, no one could disobey the orders of the Heavenly Sword Envoy. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Attack Me. Tianjunyu actually gave this identity to Mu Yun. Hearing Tianjunyu's words, Mu Yun was also stunned. He didn't expect Tianjunyu to be so willing. This netherworld city seemed to be very attractive to him. The Heavenly Sword Envoy was very important. All the sect leaders present knew very well in their hearts. However, Tianjunyu had his own thoughts at this moment. The blue sky underworld diagram disappeared. He had seen many supreme treasures in Yellow Spring City, but he knew that this wasn't the most precious thing in Yellow Spring City. However, it was not difficult to see that the things on the surface were already so attractive. The treasures hidden in the depths would probably be even more attractive. This was what really moved Tianjunyu. As for the benefits promised to Mu Yun, so what if he gave it to him? Anyway, he planned to nurture Mu Yun to participate in the competition between the 5 bronze forces. This little reward could be considered as giving Mu Yun some benefits in advance. If Mu Yun could make a great contribution when deciding how much to give to the Triji Heavenly Alliance and help Heaven's Sword Tower obtain first place, the Heavenly Sword Envoy position would be well deserved. Mu Yun, if you succeed, Master will give you the position of the Heavenly Sword Envoy. In the future, if anyone disobeys your orders in the sect, your identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy will be the best means. Whoever dares to disobey will die. Tianjunyu's words were completely like an imperial edict. The position of the Heavenly Sword Envoy was an imperial sword. How could Mu Yun not understand this? However, although he understood, Mu Yun still had some doubts in his heart at this moment. At this moment, if he were to unlock this array formation, then wouldn't all the treasures in Netherworld City be divided up by the disciples of the various forces? Thinking of these things that he could have gotten all of but were divided up by these disciples, Mu Yun felt very unhappy. On the other side, the elders and disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower were unable to calm down. They desperately hoped that Mu Yun would not agree. Even if she agreed, she must not break the array formation. They could give up on the treasures, but if Mu Yun broke the array, it would be the most disgusting thing if she rode on their heads and shit in the future. How long had this fellow been in the Sky Sword Pavilion? How could they allow this to happen? Qin Tianyu felt indignant at this moment. Array formation, it was because Mu Yun had become a lousy immortal array master that she was able to receive such an honor. If he could become the Heavenly Sword Envoy, with his position as the eldest senior brother in the Heaven Sword Tower, as well as the help of the 3 core elders and vice pavilion master Chen Siren, wouldn't he be able to overturn the heavens with a single step? Even Feng Ruoqing had to bow down to him. However, if Mu Yun got her hands on it, it would mean that he would have another annoying fellow like Mu Yun by his side. How could he not be angry? Qin Tianyu was angry, and Feng Ruoqing did not feel good either. To Feng Ruoqing, he had the help of Vice Pavilion Master Xianxia, as well as the support of the 4th Elder and the 5th Elder, so he looked impressive on the surface. However, compared to Qin Tianyu, he lacked the support of a core elder. In the Heaven Sword Tower, he also had fewer trusted aides than Qin Tianyu. Compared to Qin Tianyu, his strength was much weaker. Under such circumstances, he was already very tired from competing for disciples. But now, Mu Yun had jumped out and divided the small piece of meat. He could not tolerate it either. At this moment, the two disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower were thinking about it. Mu Yun was thinking about it even more. He was not thinking about how to break the array formation. Instead, he was thinking about how to break the array formation without making these big shots suspect that he was the one who did it. Master, I can try my best. Mu Yun said at this moment, it's just that I need Master's help. What help? Tell me. Tian Junyu couldn't wait and said, provide manpower and strength. Even if you can't break this array, Master won't blame you. Thank you, Master. This disciple will not disappoint you and do my best. Good, good, good. Tian Junyu said good 3 times in a row. He couldn't wait. The other elders of the 5 major sects also nodded at this moment. First of all, this disciple needs Earth Yang pills. Many, many Earth Yang pills. This disciple doesn't know how many there are. Secondly, this disciple needs 49 immortal swords. Ordinary immortal swords are not enough. It's best if it's an Earth-level immortal sword. This disciple can control it now. Moreover, I need Master and the other sect leaders to help me with all their strength. Hearing Mu Yun's 3 conditions, Tian Junyu laughed and didn't care. I thought it was some kind of condition. No problem. Tian Junyu smiled and said, Earth Yang pills, right? Is 100,000 enough? 100,000 pills, 100,000 Earth Yang pills was worth 10,000 mortal Yang pills. This was 1 billion mortal Yang pills. Even Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing couldn't take out that many immortal Yang pills in a short time. Immortal swords, Earth-level immortal swords. No problem. 49 swords, right? I have hundreds of swords here. You can choose by yourself. As Tian Junyu spoke, colorful long swords appeared around him one after another. Those long swords were of different shapes and looked extraordinary. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun nodded and said, Thank you, Master. You're welcome. Tian Junyu said, As for what you need us to do, just tell us. Yes. Mu Yun said again, This disciple still needs to prepare. Please wait for a moment, Master and the other sect leaders. As Mu Yun spoke, she put away the Earth Yang pills, chose 49 immortal swords, and left directly. She sat cross-legged on the stone platform in silence. Of the 7 light pillars, 4 were outside. They rose to a height of 1,000 meters and formed a square crystal that covered Mu Yun and the others. 3 of them formed a triangular pyramid that floated in the air. It looked very strange. Mu Yun didn't say anything and put all the Earth Yang pills into her bag. She sat cross-legged on the ground. Swoosh! 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 Immortal swords rose into the air. At this moment, a large number of disciples gathered at the crossroads. However, those disciples with lower cultivation could only stand in somatics and watch this scene from afar. Some others stood in the crossroads and looked up at Mu Yun's every move. 49 flying swords rose into the air and combined with 7 as a unit. 7 flying swords combined to form 7 rays of light. Under the rays of light, Mu Yun's figure and Mu Yun were in the light. What is this kid doing? Is he forming a sword array? What sword array is this? I've never seen it before. That's right. Mu Yun is getting more and more uncanny. Seeing Mu Yun's actions, the people present immediately looked at each other and started discussing. However, at this moment, they really couldn't tell what Mu Yun was doing. Not only those disciples, but even the sect leaders of the major sects didn't know. Tian Junyu looked at Mu Yun with a hint of confusion in his eyes. This disciple's understanding of arrays had completely exceeded his understanding. Even the array masters in the Heaven Sword Tower couldn't understand to this extent. Master Luo, as a beginner immortal array master, can you see anything about Mu Yun's sword array? Tian Junyu looked at an old man beside him and asked indifferently. Tower master, I'm untalented. Tian Junyu was full of praise. This is a killing array of sword moves. Generally speaking, killing arrays are used to attack, trap, and kill the enemy. However, Mu Yun used this killing array to stabilize the 7 points of the array. I can only see this, but I still can't tell what Mu Yun is trying to do. Luo Ho had to admit that he really couldn't see anything. Mu Yun's methods were strange, and so were her attacks. He really couldn't see anything wrong with it. Tian Junyu was even more surprised at this moment. Even Luo Ho, a beginner immortal array master, couldn't see anything wrong with Mu Yun. What was this guy doing? Seeing this scene, everyone was also surprised. However, everyone still looked at Mu Yun seriously to see what this guy was up to. At this moment, in the center of the stone platform, 49 immortal swords formed by Mu Yun broke through the air and scattered at 7 points. Suddenly, the 4 light pillars and the triangular pyramid light pillars trembled and became illusory. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately took out the Earth Yang pills. One by one, the Earth Yang pills turned into a current of Earth Yang pills from Mu Yun's head and flowed into Mu Yun's mind. 7 gates attack. Mu Yun suddenly shouted in a low voice. Bang bang bang, in an instant, a series of bangs sounded on the entire stone platform. As the bang sounded, rays of dazzling light shone from Mu Yun's body and directly turned into 7 streams of light that sprayed on the 7 immortal swords. Boom boom boom, immediately, with Mu Yun as the center, 7 streams of immortal chi surrounded and surged toward the immortal swords. Mu Yun was still swallowing the Earth Yang pills continuously. However, the Earth Yang pills seemed to only use Mu Yun's body as a channel and released a powerful force through Mu Yun's body. Clang clang clang, however, not long after Mu Yun shot out the 7 streams of light, clang 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 sounds were heard. Clang 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 sounds were heard around the stone platform where Mu Yun was sitting. 7 clang sounds, instantly, however, as the 7 clang sounds were heard, what was even more shocking was that 7 ancient gates appeared around the stone platform. They suddenly appeared without any warning. The material of the 7 past ancient doors looked like ironwood, steel, or stone. It was just that the crowd was unable to discern what it was that was formed from. At this moment, Mu Yun was still sitting cross-legged on the stone platform. A buzzing sound was heard at this moment. The 7 ancient gates around Mu Yun's body were rotating and moving restlessly. Master, attack me now. Mu Yun suddenly shouted in a low voice. Attack, you? Tian Junyu was immediately stunned by Mu Yun's words. But now you. Tian Junyu saw that Mu Yun's 7 orifices were bleeding and did not dare to attack. Hurry up, master. Don't hesitate anymore. Otherwise, I'm dead. Mu Yun was extremely anxious at this moment. Okay. Tian Junyu immediately shouted, Elders and sect masters, attack Mu Yun immediately. However, when they heard Tian Junyu's words, the Heaven Sword Tower elders and the 5 sect masters of the iron level forces were immediately stunned. Attack Mu Yun? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 7 Ancient Doors, hurry up, why are you all looking at me? Seeing everyone staring at him with wide eyes, Tian Junyu immediately became anxious. Tower Master Tian, how much strength should we use? Tong Zhong suddenly asked. Mu Yun, how much strength should we use? Tian Junyu shouted immediately. 100%, 200%, use as much strength as you can. Use all your strength. The elders' faces turned red when they heard Mu Yun's words. Mu Yun was too bad with her words. However, at this moment, everyone understood Mu Yun's intention. Immediately, one by one, they unleashed their respective immortal techniques and unleashed their powerful attacks toward Mu Yun. Boom boom boom, in that instant, the world spun around him as a series of powerful attacks landed on Mu Yun's body. Amidst the explosions, everyone realized that the power that was attacking Mu Yun was now attacking the 7 ancient doors around Mu Yun. What was going on? Continue. Mu Yun shouted again. At that instant, the elders and sect leaders launched their attacks once again. The attacks were continuous, and each wave was stronger than the previous one. Mu Yun was in the middle of the attack vortex at this moment, but she was not affected by the power at all. However, it was obvious that Mu Yun's skin was about to split open, and blood was flowing out of her 7 orifices. Tian Junyu wanted to break the array, but he did not want Mu Yun to die. Seeing Mu Yun in such a sorry state, Tian Junyu shouted, Mu Yun, how are you? I can still hold on. Mu Yun shouted, we must not stop attacking, or all our previous efforts will be wasted. I'm trying to find the location of the life gate. Only one of the 7 ancient doors can break the 7 deaths array. Okay. Tian Junyu was even more excited when he heard this. At this moment, the attacks from the crowd were getting stronger and stronger. Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing wished they could kill Mu Yun, so their attacks were naturally extremely powerful. Although the attacks did not land on Mu Yun, they felt very relieved that the attacks were directed at Mu Yun. Strike after strike, Mu Yun's face turned paler and paler. The 7 ancient doors continued to spin and flicker with light. Suddenly, one of the 7 ancient doors stopped spinning. Bang! It was rooted to the ground, and Tian Junyu. Stop! Mu Yun suddenly shouted, Tian Junyu, Chen, and Tian Junyu, everyone's attacks. On the stone stage, the 7 ancient doors, the 7 ancient doors, the ancient doors, and Tian Junyu on the stone stage. An ancient door stood firmly on the stone platform. It seemed to be unshakable. Everyone was silent when they saw this. At this moment, blood was flowing from Mu Yun's ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. His face and ears were red as he stood there silently. Life door. Mu Yun stood up when she saw the only ancient door that was left. She walked forward and pushed with her palm. The ancient door opened with a creak. The cold wind whistled, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. At this moment, the ancient door exuded a despairing aura. It made people feel dispirited, heartache, and suffocated. Mu Yun hurriedly closed the ancient door with a creak. Master, Mu Yun staggered down the stone stage. The 49 immortal swords had already disappeared. The light pillar in the sky had also disappeared. It's open. Mu Yun said dispiritedly. You've worked hard. Have a good rest. Tian Junyu was extremely excited at this moment. It's open, although it was likely that the other side of the stone door would be incomparably dangerous. At this very moment, they had opened the formation and found the life gate. Putting aside what exactly was behind the door, they could pick up all the treasures within the entire city as they pleased. Tian Junyu patted Mu Yun's shoulder and said, My good disciple, from today onwards, you are the heavenly sword envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. The immortal swords and immortal pills are my compensation to you. Thank you, Master. Alright, let's take a rest. Leave the rest to Master. Mu Yun nodded and walked to the side. He really needed a good rest. He seemed to be in a sorry state after consuming so much energy, but in fact, it was just that he had consumed too much energy. His body did not suffer too much damage. However, at this moment, it was obvious that if he did not pretend to be on the verge of death, he would not be able to show the danger he was in just now. Are you okay? Ren Gangang asked with concern as he looked at Mu Yun. I'm fine. It's just that I consumed too much energy. Mu Yun said slowly, the world behind the door is extremely dangerous, but it is also the core of the Biluo Huangquan school. Remember to be very careful when you enter to explore later. Okay. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he did not speak anymore. He closed his eyes and began to recover slowly. On the other side, Tian Junyu gathered in front of the ancient door with the other sect masters and elders. When the ancient door was opened, the cold wind howled angrily, and the daunting aura appeared again. Tian Junyu immediately closed the ancient door with a heavy expression on his face. The place they discovered seemed to be more than what it looked like on the surface. Let's go in and explore first. Tian Junyu said, if it's too dangerous, our disciples will die if they enter. Okay. Okay. The sect masters nodded immediately. Tian Junyu stepped forward, looked at the crowd, and said slowly, all disciples, listen up. The restrictive spell in Huangquan City has been lifted. Now, all disciples are to explore the treasures on their own. Those who obtain them will keep them. There's no need to hand them over to the sect. As soon as Tian Junyu said that, everyone present looked at each other excitedly. Those who obtain them will keep them, there's no need to hand them over. Not long after, the disciples that had gathered here had already begun to disperse. Ha ha ha, however, just as everyone was about to disperse, a burst of loud laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. That loud laughter suddenly spread out at this moment. The entire Yellow Spring City began to tremble from the sound of the laughter. Everyone looked around in horror. However, at this moment, there was only laughter. No one could see anyone. How could this be? Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly looked at each other, dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? You scoundrels, how dare you enter this place? I didn't expect you to break my Biluo Huangquan school's death array. You're simply courting death. Loud laughter rang out. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. On the stone platform, the ancient door opened with a bang. At this moment, a rumbling sound was heard. A figure stepped out from the door of the ancient realm. Swish! 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 The ancient door expanded 100 times. Figures walked out from the ancient door. Those figures, dressed in yellow Taoist robes, looked fierce, and stared at the people in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Who would have thought that there were still people hiding in Blue Sky Huangquan City, living people, and they were people who walked out of the ancient door. What was going on? Could it be that the Biluo Huangquan school was not extinct? Who are you? Looking at the yellow-robed old man who appeared in front of them, the old man's face was yellow and emaciated. He looked like a piece of old me. Tian Junyu became extremely cautious at this moment. Who am I? Haha. The yellow-robed old man laughed and said, for 10,000 years, I have concealed my identity and disappeared for 10,000 years. It seems that I have been forgotten by history. Then let me ask you, who are you? How dare you? As the overlord of the South Pole, Tian Junyu would not allow anyone to talk to him like this. I am the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, the overlord of the South Pole. Your Biluo Huangquan school has been extinct for a long time, but you still refuse to realize your error here. Extinct? Haha. Before the yellow-robed old man could speak, a figure with arrogant laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. Li Fengxing, I didn't expect that after not appearing for 10,000 years, people would think that my Biluo Huangquan school was extinct. As the laughter fell, another figure came. This person was dressed in a yellow robe, but his figure looked very broad. He stood there like a door, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Seeing this person appear again, everyone suddenly became nervous. Han Kai, can you still laugh? It has only been 10,000 years, and my Biluo Huangquan school has been forgotten by people. Haha. As Li Fengxing spoke, he began to laugh loudly again. Looking at the two people in the field, they looked like two lunatics. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly. Li Fengxing, Han Kai, you two old farts are still laughing like idiots when someone has come knocking at your door? At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded. Another figure dressed in a blue robe suddenly appeared. This person was tall and had a face full of rouge. He looked shy like a woman, but if one looked closely, they would see that he was a man. Tong Yao, you are becoming more and more of a woman. Li Fengxing and Han Kai could not help but frown when they saw this person. Look at you, if we cut off your brother, you will change into a woman. The man who appeared snorted and said, what's wrong with being a woman? Women are the fresh spring water from heaven, and you men are just stinky bags of dirt. When this person said you men, it was as if he was isolating himself, making people want to vomit. It was fine for a woman to say this, but for a man to say this in front of them, it was really unbearable. When the three of them appeared, they were followed by hundreds and thousands of ancient martial art practitioners dressed in yellow. These ancient martial art practitioners looked strange and were dressed like the people from the sorcerer tribe that Mu Yun had seen before. You are from the Biluo Huangquan school? Tian Junyu frowned slightly at this moment. The Biluo Huangquan school, which had disappeared for 10,000 years, reappeared at this time. This was not good news. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The three Hell Kings. Naturally, she was awakened by the commotion. However, when she opened her eyes and looked around, Mu Yun saw that the scene had completely changed. What the hell? Mu Yun was stunned. Could those yellow-robed warriors be warriors from Biluo Huangquan school? Luo Tianxing, who are these people? Mu Yun quickly woke Luo Tianxing up from the chart of celestial extermination and shouted. Lord Hell King. Luo Tianxing was stunned when he saw the three figures. Lord Hell King. Mu Yun was even more puzzled. In our Biluo Huangquan school, there is only one sect master, and he has 18 Hell Kings under him. The 18 Hell Kings are in charge of all the disciples in the school. The yellow-robed old man is Li Fengxing, and he is the 18th Hell King. The one with a broad body like a door plank is Han Kai, and he is the 17th Hell King. As for the one who is neither a man nor a woman, he is the 16th Hell King, Tong Yao. Luo Tianxing became extremely excited when he saw the three of them. These three Hell Kings are not dead. I didn't expect our Biluo Huangquan school to not be destroyed. That's great. Seeing that Luo Tianxing was still shouting like a fanatical believer, Mu Yun immediately snorted. So what if we are not destroyed? You have already become a puppet of the blue sky yellow springs diagram. Is there a need to be so excited when you see them? Don't forget that I am your master. Hearing this, Luo Tianxing's bloodshot eyes were filled with embarrassment. If this guy had flesh and blood, his face would probably be flushed red. Mu Yun was also shocked. She didn't expect the Biluo Huangquan school to not be destroyed. Looking at the three of them and what Luo Tianxing said before, there were hundreds of heaven immortal experts in the Biluo Huangquan school, and the sect master seemed to be a mystic immortal. This meant that the Heaven Sword Tower, a bronze-level force, could not compete with them. Who are you? Looking at the three people in front of him, Tianjunyu questioned, this celestial mountain belongs to the Heaven Sword Tower. Even if you're from Biluo Huangquan school, you're not recognized by the Triji Heavenly Alliance. You can't behave atrociously here. Triple Heaven Alliance? Li Fengxing snickered and said, I think this guy is most likely retarded. Isn't that so? What is the Triple Heavenly Alliance? I don't know. Perhaps in his eyes, the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance is very powerful. Hearing these words, the faces of the crowd immediately changed. The Triple Celestial Alliance was a colossus in the abyss of the sovereigns. It was a silver-ranked organization, a lofty existence. But now, these old fogies were saying that it was nothing, he was simply courting death. Hee, it's so funny to see their angry faces. Why don't we take them into our hell and make plans later? Sure. The three of them looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. Not good. Suddenly, Li Fengxing's expression changed drastically. The blue sky underworld diagram is gone. After Li Fengxing's words, the two Hell Kings, Han Kai and Tong Yao, looked over and found that the blue sky underworld diagram that was supposed to be there had disappeared. Courting death, you're courting death. Han Kai suddenly shouted, the blue sky underworld diagram is the most precious treasure of our sect. How dare you covet it? Courting death, courting death. No wonder all of you look so sneaky. It turns out that you stole our blue sky underworld diagram. Why are you still talking nonsense? Kill. The three Hell Kings were like roosters with their feathers puffed up. They roared and attacked directly. Bang bang bang, in an instant, the martial artists in yellow clothes behind them also attacked stiffly. Without saying anything, the bloody battle began. Tianjunyu shouted, when we came here, the blue sky underworld diagram was already gone. This diagram is not with us at all. But if you want to kill, then kill. Tianjunyu suddenly shouted and took a step forward. Boom boom, instantly, the scene became chaotic. Those disciples who originally wanted to pick up the treasures were no longer in the mood to do so at this moment. The martial artists of the Netherworld sect who were charging at them directly rushed over as if they were thirsty for blood. The two sides immediately confronted each other. At this moment, Mu Yun directly avoided the battle in the center. Those were all experts in the Heaven Immortal realm. She was only an Earth Immortal. If she was affected by their power, she would die. A martial artist in yellow clothes was charging at Mu Yun at this moment. Without saying anything, Mu Yun directly attacked and punched out. That martial artist immediately retreated with a bloody hole in his abdomen. At this moment, there were battles everywhere in the streets and alleys. The crowd dispersed, and the smell of blood also dispersed. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun also kept dispersing. Now that the shackles had been broken, she could take whatever she wanted in the Netherworld city. If she didn't take it now, when would she take it? As for fighting, she could just kill whoever came up to her. At this moment, among the disciples who had dispersed, Mu Yun was not the only one who had such thoughts. Some groups of disciples ran towards a street. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the battle continued. However, those disciples still did not forget about the treasures. This time, if they entered the Netherworld city and only fought with these martial artists of the Biluo Huangquan school, it would be too much of a loss. Shameless people, you still want to taint the treasures. You're simply courting death. Seeing this scene, the three Hell Kings were completely enraged and charged at each other. At this moment, Tian Junyu was facing one of the 16 Hell Kings, Tong Yao, alone. He was obviously unable to withstand it. On the other side, the two deputy pavilion masters, Chen Xiren and Xian Fenchen, were dealing with Han Kai on the other side with all their strength. The 5 sect masters joined forces to deal with Li Fengxing. However, in this situation, it was obvious that these big shots were being suppressed. Just a few ants, how dare you jump in front of my Netherworld sect? You overestimate yourself. Li Fengxing laughed, his eyes full of disdain. Damn it. Tian Junyu's face changed slightly at this moment. Under such circumstances, they were obviously unable to withstand it. Moreover, this Netherworld city was their headquarters. Who knew what kind of ghost would appear inexplicably, and whether there would be reinforcements? Heaven Tower Master, what should we do now? Retreat! Tian Junyu suddenly shouted. This shout was earth-shattering. All the martial artists in the city heard this shout, and their faces changed dramatically. Retreat! Even Tian Junyu shouted to retreat. It seemed that this time, it was over. Heaven Sword Tower, a big bronze-level force, together with 5 iron-level forces, could not stop Heaven Sword Tower's momentum. How could they fight? In an instant, some of the disciples and martial artists of small forces began to retreat. However, as they retreated, they did not forget to take some treasures from the places they passed by. Hearing Tian Junyu's words, Mu Yun was also surprised. Biluo Huangquan School only sent out 3 Hell Kings, and they were able to force Heaven Sword Tower to retreat so quickly. It seemed that Luo Tianxing was not talking nonsense. Biluo Huangquan School had the strength of a silver-level force. This time, it seemed that things were not going to be easy. Mu Yun immediately contacted Luo Jianxue, Huan Qingsha, Yu Qinglan, and the others, and ordered them to retreat. These few people had also gained a lot these days. Now that Mu Yun ordered them to retreat, they naturally did not say anything. Run? Seeing this, Li Fengxing shouted, it's easy to come, but it's not that easy to leave. Return the Heaven Underworld map. Li Fengxing shouted in a deep voice, and the sect masters of the 5 iron-level forces immediately retreated. At this moment, the 16 Hell Kings Tong Yao also retreated immediately. As he retreated, a strange and bewitching aura spread out from Tong Yao's body at this moment. Splashing sounds could be heard as the insides of Tong Yao's body began to crack like spring water. Have a taste of my skills. Tong Yao laughed and took a step forward. Boom, suddenly, his entire body seemed to explode. Invisible waves surged and swept towards Tian Junyu. Sword Seal of the 9 Heavens. A long sword suddenly appeared in Tian Junyu's hand. Without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword. Boom, the violent collision set off a storm between the two of them. At this moment, the surrounding buildings collapsed. At this moment, the two heavenly immortal experts were exchanging blows with each other, causing the entire world to tremble. You have some skills, but if you want to run, you'll have to leave something behind. At this moment, Tong Yao grinned. His smile was as bewitching as a flower, but it gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. At this moment, Tian Junyu's face was slightly pale. Seeing Tong Yao's bewitching smile, he was slightly stunned. This person's strength was beyond his imagination. In fact, he could sense that he was not a match for Lin Feng as he fought back and forth. However, this guy was extremely difficult to deal with. Your Biluo Huangquan School is not a subordinate force of the 33 Heavens Sword sect. If you don't pay tribute, you will definitely be annihilated by the 33 Heavens Sword sect. Now, you'd better restrain yourself. Tian Junyu had no choice but to use the 33 Heavens Sword sect and shouted. Oh, are you using the 33 Heavens Sword sect to pressure us? However, when he heard Tian Junyu's words, Tong Yao laughed even more heartily. Unfortunately, it's useless. Tong Yao shouted coldly and took a step forward. Boom, boom. Boom, suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out. Tong Yao did not stop at all and directly attacked. Tian Junyu could not help but curse and retreat. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked at each other. At this moment, no one dared to fight, and they all retreated. In the entire Yellow Spring City, although the number of Yellow Spring City's martial artists was small, each of them was extremely powerful. When the disciples of the sects retreated, the elders of the sects accompanied them and could at least protect them. However, the martial artists and patriarchs of the small families and sects could not protect them at all. They could not even protect themselves and were all caught in the crossfire. For a moment, the martial artists of all sects and sects in the entire Yellow Spring City retreated and fled in a sorry state. On the contrary, the martial artists of Biluo Huangquan School charged forward bravely. Although they only chased from the center of the city to the city gate, they lost a quarter of their disciples. The faces of the sect masters immediately turned ugly. Who would have thought that they would lose so many disciples before they even found any treasures in Yellow Spring City? This was simply terrible news. However, there was no good way to deal with it now. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios depositing things. Everyone continued to flee. When they reached the city gate, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Everyone did not hesitate. The disciples and elders of the various factions mixed together. At this moment, it was impossible to tell who belonged to which faction. Everyone swarmed out of the city gate like a swarm of bees. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly in his heart. He did not expect that when he broke the seal in Yellow Spring City, he would attract the cultivators of Biluo Huangquan School. It was as if he had entered a snake's nest and was about to baptize himself, only to be bitten by a venomous snake. Mu Yun did not feel anything. He had earned a lot in Yellow Spring City this time. Right now, what he needed to do was to hide everything that he had earned. Otherwise, if he was discovered by someone with ill intentions, he would most likely die miserably. The large group came in a mighty manner, but they fled in an extremely sorry state. Apart from Yellow Spring City, everyone was running forward with all their might. They did not even have the courage to look behind them. Damn it, these guys are running pretty fast. Li Fengxing appeared in front of them at this moment and shouted sternly, "A bunch of cowardly little bastards. So what? If they run fast, we'll just chase after them. I think these guys are all suicidal." Tong Yao snorted disdainfully and was about to go forward. However, at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from above the city gate. A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The person who came was dressed in a long black robe. He was tall and had an extraordinary aura. However, his entire body was hidden under the black robe, so no one could see his true appearance. Sect Master! Sect Master! However, when they saw this person appear, everyone immediately kowtowed. "There's no need to chase after them." An indifferent voice sounded. The black figure said indifferently, "Now is not the time for my Yellow Spring sect to appear. Be careful. These ants are not our targets." The black figure's words seemed to have a magical power that no one could resist. The murderous aura of the crowd gradually calmed down. In the sword domain, any one of the 4 gold rank forces can kill us. Now is not the time to be in the limelight. Stay put. Old 18, Old 17, Old 16, the 3 of you lead a group of people to investigate the whereabouts of the Blue Sky Underworld map. But, Sect Leader, I don't know where the Blue Sky Underworld map is. Here. The black figure stretched out his hand, and a mirror appeared. This mirror is connected to the Blue Sky's Underworld map. You will be able to sense it when you are within 100 miles of the Blue Sky's Underworld map. I just sensed that the Blue Sky's Underworld map is on one of them. Yes, I will do my best to retrieve the Heaven Underworld map. Alright, everyone, let's go back. The city was actually triggered by someone. It seems like I was too careless. I will seal the city again until our Biluo Huangquan School can directly move the 33 Heavenly Swords Gate. Then, it will come out again. The 3 of you, go and look for the Blue Sky's Yellow Springs diagram. Yes, Sect Leader. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 figures directly went out of the city, followed by dozens of people, and disappeared outside the city. Not long after the 3 of them left, the rumbling sound was heard again. At this moment, the huge Blue Sky's underworld city disappeared into the dust, as if it had never appeared. The people of Biluo Huangquan School stopped their search, But the martial artists of the 5 Iron Rank forces led by the Heaven Sword Tower did not stop. The hunters behind them were existences that they could not forget. The martial artists of Biluo Huangquan School were powerful and ruthless. They were no match for them at all. What should we do now? After leaving the underground and coming to the surface, everyone suddenly looked at each other, completely at a loss. Tian Junyu looked at the crowd and said slowly, "We admit defeat this time. I didn't expect Biluo Huangquan School to hide for 10,000 years. They definitely have a big plan. I will report this to the Triji Heavenly Alliance immediately. At present, everyone has suffered losses. The Es Sword sect is the closest to here. We'd better go to the Es Sword sect first to rest and reorganize. Everyone, go back and be vigilant at all times." Yes. Once Tian Junyu spoke, the others naturally did not dare to disobey. Everyone went all the way to the Es Sword sect. Along the way, they naturally deployed some disciples to stay behind to observe, in case the people of Biluo Huangquan School caught up and caught them off guard. After arriving at the Es Sword sect, Yi Guxiwen naturally began to arrange for the disciples of each sect to be stationed. When they left, everyone was in high spirits, but now, everyone was very discouraged. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. The strength of Biluo Huangquan School was unimaginable. At the same time, on the other side, Li Fengxing, Han Kai, and Tong Yao led hundreds of elites of Biluo Huangquan School and caught up at this moment. "I feel it." Li Fengxing suddenly said, "The Es Sword sect is in front. The Heaven Fall Underworld diagram must be there. Interesting. It seems that these stray dogs have all gathered here. Since that's the case, it's not difficult to determine who took the Heaven Underworld diagram," Han Kai said in a muffled voice. "Then what are we waiting for? Can't we just kill our way in?" Tong Yao's face revealed a devilish smile as he said slowly. "You're crazy." Li Fengxing shouted, "The sect leader's plan has already been ruined because of our recklessness. If we kill our way in now, won't we cause more trouble for the sect leader? Then don't worry." Li Fengxing said with a smile, a group of frightened birds. "Anyway, we've already confirmed that it must be with them. Let's check them one by one and kill them slowly. Moreover, after staying in there for 10,000 years, I feel comfortable breathing the fresh air outside. This time, I reckon that the Heavenly Sword Tower will ask the 3-level Heavenly Alliance for help. Let's wait for the news to pass for a while before we go and investigate." Okay. The 3 of them immediately discussed a plan and began to understand the current division of forces in Sword Domain. On the other side, Mu Yun returned to his mountain peak. However, at this moment, there was a large group of injured people gathered in his mountain peak. However, those injured people were halfway up the mountain, and they were basically the disciples of the reincarnation party. He did not care about them and carefully thought about the gains and losses in the palace at the top of the mountain. Unfortunately, he did not expect that opening the 7 Deaths formation would attract the people of the Netherworld sect. Even so, he had already plundered a lot of good things in the Netherworld city. Overall, he had made a lot of money this time. "Looking at how relaxed you are, you must have earned a lot this time?" However, while Mu Yun was laughing, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yi Guxiwen. Yi Guxiwen was wearing a long dress at this moment, and her face was a little pale. However, there was a trace of worry between her eyebrows when she looked at Mu Yun. "Master? You killed Lin Yixin?" "Yes." Mu Yun did not deny it at this moment. There was no point in denying it at this moment. Moreover, he was now the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. It was impossible for Yi Guxiwen to kill him even if she wanted to. "You also killed the Crown Prince?" "The Crown Prince?" Mu Yun was taken aback when he heard this. "Sect Master, I admit what I did, but I can't take responsibility for what I didn't do." "The Crown Prince? I didn't see him." "Huh?" Seeing Mu Yun's surprised look, Yi Guxiwen was even more surprised. "So, where did the Crown Prince go?" Yi Guxiwen was also puzzled. "Forget it." Yi Guxiwen waved her hand and said, "I came to find you because I want to leave something with you." "What is it?" "Here." As Yi Guxiwen spoke, she waved her hand, and a scroll appeared in front of Mu Yun. Seeing that scroll, Mu Yan's breathing became a little hurried. He couldn't be more familiar with this scroll, the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram. Master, you really got the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram. Mu Yan smiled slightly. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Gushue said indifferently, I have studied this diagram for a long time, but I can't figure out what's wrong with it, and I can't use it at all. So, take it and see if you can discover any secrets. Oh? Mu Yan did not expect Yi Gushue to be so kind. However, Mu Yan immediately understood. Master, you are really kind. However, I'm afraid that those people from Biluo Huangquan School are looking for the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram, and you can't hide it, so you handed it to me, right? Then let me ask you, do you want it or not? Yes, of course I want it. Mu Yan put the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram into her bag and said with a smile, I, Mu Yan, never refuse things that are delivered to my door, let alone such a good thing. Also, don't worry, Master. Even if the immortal king comes, he won't be able to find it in my hands. Hearing Mu Yan's confident words, Yi Gushue frowned. This guy was always able to do something unexpected. This time, I see that Tian Junyu is seriously injured. You have to be careful. Hearing Yi Gushue's words, Mu Yan smiled bitterly and said, what does his injury have to do with me? Do as you wish. Anyway, I have already reminded you. Thank you, Master. After sending Yi Gushue away, Mu Yan did not immediately investigate the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram. Instead, she sat down and sorted out her thoughts. The chart of extermination of Celestial had its own space. Not to mention those people from Biluo Huangquan School, even that old man, Jian Nan Tian, would not be able to find anything wrong with it. Tian Junyu had appointed him as the Heavenly Sword Envoy, which was the same as the Deputy Pavilion Master. His position was higher than the 5 core elders. However, the premise was that Tian Junyu would protect her. But now, Tian Junyu was injured. Who could protect her? Mu Yan understood. Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing were definitely going to target her. However, Mu Yan wasn't worried at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. But where did the Crown Prince go? What did it mean that he was missing? Could it be that he died in Huangquan City? Mu Yan was more concerned about this. If the Crown Prince was not eliminated, his heart would not be at ease. Although the Crown Prince was no match for him now, it was not Mu Yan's style to cut the grass without removing the roots. Decentralization of power, it's gone. Li Fengxing's expression suddenly changed as he hastily shouted. What's gone? At this moment, Han Kai and Tong Yao surrounded him and said impatiently. The Blue Sky's underworld diagram is gone. Li Fengxing said anxiously, look, the mirror clearly reacted just now, but in such a short time, there was no reaction at all. How could this be? Hearing this, Han Kai and Tong Yao's expressions changed drastically. They needed this mirror to find the Blue Sky's underworld diagram. Now that there was no response, there were only 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that the person with the Blue Sky's underworld diagram was too far away from them, more than 100 miles away. The second possibility was that the person had discovered their probing and had hidden the Blue Sky's underworld diagram. If it was the first type, they wouldn't be worried. At most, they would spend some effort to find it. But if it was the second type, how were they supposed to find him then? Sure enough, that person ran away. If that's the case, then forget it. But if that person has a way to hide from the sect master's mirror, then it's not going to be easy. What's so difficult about it? At most, we'll investigate these tens of thousands of people one by one. If we can't find them, we'll just kill them. Li Fengxing said coldly. These despicable people really think that our Biluo Huangquan school is still the same as it was 10,000 years ago. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's find a place to stay first. The group immediately left. At this moment, in the Sword sect, the disciples of the various major powers were all arranged by Yi Gushue to rest and recuperate on the various mountain peaks. This battle could be said to have dealt a heavy blow to all of them. At this moment, Mu Yun was sitting on her mountain peak, slowly cultivating. This time, he had relied on the powerful strength of the Earth Yang pill to break the formation. Although his body was the middle link, there were still many medicinal effects that remained after passing through his body. These medicinal effects now belonged to him. Mu Yun was now absorbing all the medicinal effects into her body, digesting them and stabilizing her realm. Phew, as she exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, Mu Yun felt the power in her body flowing out. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. What happened? Hearing the chaos at the foot of the mountain, Mu Yun walked out of the hall and asked. Senior Brother Mu, the martial artists of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect and the Sword Washing Pavilion are preparing to evacuate. Lin Jishou replied. It seemed that these old fellows were also worried that their old foundations would be uprooted. Have Feng Rui, Chao Tianga, and Zhang Tianling come to me? Yes. After Mu Yun gave the order, the few of them immediately left. At this moment, numerous figures were bustling back and forth on the mountain peak. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled. Not long after, Feng Rui and the other two arrived. Senior Brother Mu, what can I do for you? This time, the three of them followed Mu Yun in Huangquan City and obtained many good things. When they saw Mu Yun appear, they were naturally overjoyed. This time, the three of you have obtained quite a number of supreme treasures. You must be overjoyed. Now, I have a few things for you to do. Mu Yun ordered. Please instruct. First, the Phoenix Cry Party, the Battle Spirit Party, and the Five Leaf Party are to disband. From now on, there will be no more parties in the sect. According to the order of the sect, the Yi Branch disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples are ranked. The elders are divided into Yi Branch elders, core elders, and grand elders. Second, the Crown Prince Party is to be disbanded. If any of the three Grand Protectors are dissatisfied, just inform me. Third, from today on, the three of you are to pay more attention to the matters of the disciples in the sect. Now, the three of you are my trusted aides. When I become the sect leader in the future, you will be the three Grand Elders. Do you understand? After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at the three of them. However, at this moment, the three of them looked at each other, dumbfounded. Mu Yun's stance. Was she going to unify the Sword Leaf sect and replace the sect leader? Senior Brother Mu, but the sect leader has agreed to allow me to manage the ES Sword sect. From today onwards, there will be no more parties in the ES Sword sect. The promotion and assessment of disciples will follow the rules. Those who make contributions will be rewarded. Those who bully the weak will be killed without mercy. Seeing Mu Yun's serious look, the three of them immediately kept quiet out of fear. Mu Yun was really going to take charge of the ES Sword sect. Moreover, it seemed that the sect leader had agreed to this matter. Otherwise, how could Mu Yun issue such an order so blatantly? Yes, sect leader. The three of them immediately turned and left. This time, Mu Yun was considered to be in power. Just her identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower was enough to make the sect leaders of the major sects treat her with respect. Now, who else in the ES Sword sect was a match for Mu Yun? Mu Yun, Master wants to see you. Just as she finished speaking, Ren Gang rushed over from the other side. Why is the Tower Master looking for me? Mu Yun asked in a low voice. The Tower Master seems to have suffered some injuries this time, and his health is not very good. I think he's going to cultivate in seclusion. Cultivate in seclusion. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. If Tian Junyu cultivated in seclusion, then his backer would be gone. Hearing this, Mu Yun did not hesitate anymore and left with Ren Gang. The two of them came to a mountain peak, and Mu Yun realized that the two deputy pavilion masters of the Sky Sword Pavilion and the 5 core elders were all there. Without saying anything, Mu Yun directly entered the pavilion. At this moment, in the room, Tian Junyu's face looked rosy and bright. It was obvious that nothing had happened to him. Greetings, Master. Mu Yun cupped his hands and greeted Tian Junyu when he saw him. You're here, Yun-er. When Tian Junyu saw Mu Yun, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. His seemingly healthy face suddenly turned pale, and his breathing became rapid. Master, what happened to you? I was tricked by that scoundrel. Master, can you take a look at me? Tian Junyu wanted to say that the immortal alchemist of the Heaven Sword Tower had already seen him, but when he thought of Mu Yun's peculiarity, he nodded his head. Mu Yun stepped forward, and a wisp of immortal qi entered Tian Junyu's body. The immortal qi slowly spread out, and Mu Yun gradually frowned. Tian Junyu's body felt very strange. A martial artist at the Earth's celestial stage would condense 9 core spirals. When he reached the heaven celestial stage, the core spirals would gather and condense into the elixir source, and the nascent soul would be born in the elixir source. At this moment, the nascent soul in Tian Junyu's body was in the elixir source. It was quiet, just like his entire body. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that the nascent soul in the elixir source seemed to have suffered a great blow at this moment, and it looked dispirited and listless. However, if one looked carefully, they would not find any problems. This was very strange. The biggest problem was that it was dispirited and listless for no reason. Mu Yun continued to check and found that the aura in Tian Junyu's body was very strong. Every time he breathed, his internal organs were like a surging river. The body of a warrior in the celestial immortal realm was as strong as an immortal artifact, and there were no flaws to be found. However, at this moment, in Tian Junyu's internal organs, every time he breathed, there were fishes and shrimps jumping in his body, which was like a surging river. These fishes and shrimps were very strange. They were moving against the current of the mighty river of his body. What was going on? Master, when you fought with that person, did you feel any abnormalities in your body? Yes, when I fought with him, I only felt a chill in my body. However, the situation was special at that time, so I couldn't judge it carefully, and I didn't pay much attention to it. Tian Junyu smiled bitterly and said, who knew that in less than a day, I would feel more and more unbearable. However, Yuner, you don't have to worry. The immortal alchemist in the tower is already helping me solve the problem. It shouldn't be a big problem. Okay. Mu Yun nodded, but she was a little puzzled. Tian Junyu's question at this moment did seem very strange. However, there was no lack of heaven-level immortal alchemists in the Heaven Sword Tower. It was meaningless for him to say too much now. I asked you to come here this time to tell you something. Master, please tell me. This time, the appearance of the Biluo Huangquan School in the South Pole is big news. It seems that our Heaven Sword Tower is powerless to fight against them. We can only ask the people of the Triple Heavenly Alliance to come and investigate. Tian Junyu said slowly, this time, I will send 2 deputy pavilion masters. As for you, as the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower, you will cooperate with the 5 great elders to deal with the recent matters in the sect. I will temporarily go into seclusion. Seclusion, Mu Yun was taken aback when he heard this. Why would he go into seclusion at this time? Master, you don't have to rush to refuse. Now that you are the Heavenly Sword Envoy, if anyone disobeys, just look for Elderly. Elderly will have full authority to deal with it. Elderly? Mu Yun thought of the old man who was sweeping the floor and guarding such an important place like the Heaven Sword Pavilion. This Elderly was indeed not simple. This disciple will do his best. Good. Tian Junyu looked at Ren Gangang and said, Gangang, I know that you and Mu Yun have known each other before. This time, the 2 of you will work together. Do you understand? If Yuer and Feng'er obstruct you, you will be punished according to the sect rules. Yes. The 2 of them walked out of the pavilion together. Brother Ren, what does the Tower Master mean? Cultivate me? Why do I feel that it is more like a trap? Mu Yun frowned. Ren Gangang said in a low voice, this matter should not be that simple. Now that Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing are so powerful, I guess the Tower Master wants us to check and balance them. Think about it, the 2 deputy pavilion masters and the 5 elders all support the 2 of them. Whenever there is a discussion in the sect, there are always only 2 voices. If this continues, the Heaven Sword Tower will be in chaos sooner or later. Otherwise, Tian Junyu would not have accepted you as his last disciple after taking me in. Hearing Ren Ganggang's words, Mu Yun gradually understood. This was for the division of power, however, he did not know what Tian Junyu's thoughts were. He had never been familiar with politics and tactics. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing more to say. Mu Yun said slowly, now, the Es Sword sect is considered to be under my control. Yi Guxiwei has let go, and I can manage the Es Sword sect. In this sword domain, I have to do something. Yes. The 2 of them walked out of the hall together and came to the square in front. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio either die or submit. Mu Yun, what did the Tower Master say to you? Qin Tianyu walked forward and asked Mu Yun. The Tower Master instructed me to prepare to return to the Heaven Sword Tower within the next few days. I will cooperate with the 5 Great Elders to manage the matters in the tower. The 2 Deputy Pavilion Masters need to head to the Triple Heavenly Alliance to report on the incident at Biluo Huangquan School. Mu Yun said slowly, from today onwards, I am the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. I hope that everyone will cooperate with me. You? Looking at Mu Yun, Qin Tianyu sneered and said, Mu Yun, if you want to use the authority of the Heaven Sword Tower's Heavenly Sword Envoy, it will depend on whether you have the ability. Do you think you are worthy? Whether I am worthy or not is not up to me. It is up to the Tower Master. Mu Yun said calmly, Qin Tianyu, you better cooperate. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules. You, seeing that Mu Yun was using a chicken feather as a token of authority, Qin Tianyu was instantly enraged. We will cooperate with you to the best of our ability. However, at this moment, Great Elder Luo Hai stood up and cupped his hands. We will follow the Heavenly Sword Envoy's instructions. That's right, Mu Yun. You are now the Heavenly Sword Envoy. Naturally, you have to share the burden of the matters in the tower. I hope that we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Feng Ruoqing also walked forward and said with a smile. Thank you. Looking at the 2 of them, Mu Yun smiled and left. Great senior brother, it's not that I want to criticize you. Feng Ruoqing saw Mu Yun leave and said with a smile, Mu Yun is the little junior brother that Master has his eyes on. Moreover, he is the Heavenly Sword Envoy now. Why do you have to fight with him? Offending Mu Yun is the same as offending Master. Feng Ruoqing laughed and left. 4th Elder Shen Tu and 5th Elder Ying Tianxiong also left. Damn it. Looking at Feng Ruoqing's smug smile, Qin Tianyu snorted and said, 1st Elder, 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, are you just going to watch as Mu Yun gains power? Gain power? Hearing this, Great Elder Luo Hai chuckled, Tianyu, why are you in such a hurry? How can I not be anxious? This brat has just joined the sect and has already become a Heavenly Sword Envoy. If I allow him to gain a foothold, won't he be riding on my head? Stand firm? 2nd Elder Zhui Yun also laughed out loud. Tianyu, you're too anxious. Zhui Yun chuckled and said, let me ask you. The 5 of us control the roots of the Inner Sword Pavilion disciples and the Sword Tomb disciples in the Heaven Sword Tower. What can this Mu Yun do? He's just like Ren Gangang, in charge of some odd job disciples and Outer Sword Pavilion disciples. How can he shake your position? You have to understand that the odd job disciples and Outer Sword Pavilion disciples are only the foundation of the sect. Although the foundation is very important, the most important thing is the top of the pyramid. As long as you control the top, do you have to be afraid of the collapse below? Why is the 33 Heavenly Sword sect only controlling the 4 gold rank forces now? Because they know that the 4 gold rank forces will continue to control the subordinate silver rank forces. Therefore, they understand this principle and know that Mu Yun can't control them at all, so they don't have to care about him at all. Your priority now is to crush Feng Ruoqing. As long as you crush him, you will definitely be the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower. 3rd Elder Qiao Ding Tian also nodded at this moment and said, the Tower Master nurtured Mu Yun and Ren Gangang to divide the power. However, if the 2 of them can't divide the power, the Tower Master will naturally think that the 2 of them are not worth nurturing. At that time, you won't have to do anything. The 2 of them will sink. With the 3 of US and Deputy Pavilion Master Chen, Feng Ruoqing won't be able to defeat you. The 2 of them are just long worms that have turned into dragons. Thank you for your guidance, elders. This disciple understands. Qin Tianyu nodded and smiled slightly. As long as the 3 of them were here, no one in the Heaven Sword Tower could shake his position. Chen Siren, Xiang Fenchen, the 2 of you come in. At this moment, Tian Junyu's voice sounded from the room. The rest of the people immediately dispersed. On the other side, Mu Yun followed Ren Gangang back to his mountain peak. It seems that the burden is thrown to me. I can't throw it away even if I want to. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Are you still afraid of the burden? Ren Gangang said sarcastically, capable people do more work. You are now the top disciple of the Es Sword sect and the Heavenly Sword envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. Brat, even you are mocking me. The 4 iron-level forces, the Heavenly Master Sword sect, the Sword Washing Pavilion, the 9 Stacks sect, and the Star Moon Sword Mansion, did not stay in the Es Sword sect for long before leaving. The Heaven Sword Tower stayed in the Es Sword sect for 3 days before leaving. During these 3 days, Tian Junyu did not look for Mu Yun again. Instead, when he left, he told Mu Yun that he could arrange his affairs in the Es Sword sect before heading to the Heaven Sword Tower. He also told Mu Yun that he could go to the Heaven Sword Tower and the Es Sword sect at will. With this order, Mu Yun naturally stayed in the Es Sword sect again. Now, the factions in the Es Sword sect were disbanded and the disciples' morale was unstable. Mu Yun wanted to carry out a bold and decisive reform. The Crown Prince had disappeared and Mu Yun could not find any trace of him in a short time. However, the Crown Prince faction was going to disappear completely from the Es Sword sect. On this day, Mu Yun went directly to the mountain where the Crown Prince was. This was also the place where the core members of the Crown Prince faction gathered. At this moment, Qin Shiriyue was on the mountain peak. When he saw Mu Yun coming, he knew that things were not going well. Qin Shiriyue. Mu Yun stood outside the mountain peak and shouted immediately. Senior brother Mu. Qin Shiriyue clasped his hands and said with a smile, May I know why Senior brother Mu is here? The Crown Prince might have died in the Netherworld City. Therefore, I think there is no need for the Crown Prince faction to exist anymore. Immediately disband the Crown Prince faction. In 3 days, no faction can exist in the sect. Disciples of the faction should work hard to become core disciples. Core disciples should work hard to break through to the earthly immortal realm and become elders as soon as possible. Senior brother Mu. Hearing this, Qin Shiriyue smiled bitterly. The Crown Prince's whereabouts are unknown. He is not dead. Maybe, he will come back? Are you threatening me? Seeing Qin Shiriyue's smile, Mu Yun immediately shouted, Qin Shiriyue, let me tell you. Even if the Crown Prince comes back now, I, Mu Yun, will punish him. Punish? Establishing a faction without permission is against the sect's purpose. I seriously suspect that the Crown Prince is disloyal to the sect. Disloyal to the sect by private faction, Qin Shiriyue sneered in his heart. In this regard, Mu Yun was more ambitious than the Crown Prince, wasn't he? Are you listening to my orders? Mu Yun, who do you think you are? The Crown Prince has worked hard to build up his faction. How can you disband it with just a few words? A shout was heard, and 2 figures appeared at this moment. One of them was tall and had a pair of round eyes. When he stared at people, he gave people a sense of fear. The other person looked like a modest gentleman. He had one hand behind his back and looked free and easy. Grand Guardian Jiang. Grand Guardian Peng. Seeing the 2 of them, Qin Shiriyue finally heaved a sigh of relief. There were 3 Grand Guardians by the Crown Prince's side. These 2 Grand Guardians were often not in the Es Sword sect. This time, the Crown Prince's disappearance made Qin Shiriyue feel that something was wrong, so he called them back. The 2 of them were now Tier 1 Earth Immortals. He was not afraid of them against Mu Yun. Besides, this was the Es Sword sect. Mu Yun had not reached the point of lawlessness. Jiang Jin? Peng Huai? Looking at the 2 of them, Mu Yun roughly guessed their identities. Good, you 3 so-called Grand Guardians of the Crown Prince's faction are here. It saves me the trouble of informing you one by one. In 3 days, disband the faction, otherwise, what can you do? Looking at Mu Yun, Jiang Jin took a step forward and snorted, the Crown Prince is not here. Mu Yun, this Es Sword sect has no place for you to behave atrociously. Mu Yun, the sect has its rules. Don't mess around here. Sect rules? Mu Yun shouted directly, I have the sect master's authorization to disband the factions one by one. I have already disbanded the reincarnation party. Now, is the Crown Prince's faction superior to others? Don't King pretend here. Peng Huai shouted, using a chicken feather as a token of authority. Mu Yun, everyone knows what you are thinking. Disband the faction? Now that Feng Rui, Chao Tianming, and Zhang Tianling have submitted to you, no one in the Es Sword sect is your match. You want to monopolize the power, don't you? It seems that you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it? Mu Yun was going to carry out a bold and decisive reform today. Reason, there was no need to reason with him. Today, whether it was right or wrong, he was going to destroy the crown prince's past. Being merciful to one's opponent was being cruel to oneself. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about these. In that case, I have nothing else to say. Let's fight. Let's see if the three of you are a match for me, Mu Yun. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward and appeared on the peak of the crown prince's mountain. The protective formation of the mountain was nothing to Mu Yun. Mu Yun threw a punch at the three of them. Seeing this, the three of them immediately joined forces. They looked at each other and took a step forward to attack at the same time. Boom, in an instant, the entire mountain peak exploded with a loud boom. The great hall on the mountain peak suddenly collapsed at this moment. Crackling sounds could be heard at this moment. Mu Yun's figure did not retreat. Instead, she moved forward and squeezed toward the three of them. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked. At this moment, Mu Yun's strength had already reached such a terrifying level. The three Grand Guardians were subdued in one move even though they had joined forces. They could not resist at all. Under such circumstances, the three of them were obviously like shrimp soldiers and crab generals who were being suppressed. They did not have the slightest ability to resist at all. Scram! Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. The three figures retreated pathetically and spat out blood. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The three Grand Guardians also looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Mu Yun was too powerful. The three of them joined forces, but they were like children in front of Mu Yun. They did not have any ability to resist at all. Now, either you die, submit, or dissolve the party. You choose for yourselves. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Mia Tianyan's daughter. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jin, Peng Huai, and Qin Shiriwei immediately looked at each other, then at Mu Yun. We're willing to disband. The three of them were convinced. At this moment, Mu Yun was being completely unreasonable. He was being unreasonable to the point of being unreasonable. Seeing the three of them nodding, Mu Yun said slowly, from today onwards, there will be no more factions. There will only be leaf branch disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples. Every level has its own rules. No one is allowed to mess around. If anyone breaks the rules, I, Mu Yun, will kill them without mercy. With that, Mu Yun turned and left. Seeing Mu Yun leave, the three of them slowly regained their composure. This time, they had lost all face. What should we do? Peng Huai said hatefully. What else can we do? Jiang Jin snorted. Let this kid be proud for a few days. I didn't expect Mu Yun to be able to dominate the entire Yi sword sect in just a few years. This kid has the potential of a heavenly saint. We can't compare to him, but we don't know where the crown prince is now. Qin Shiriwei smiled bitterly. Only when the crown prince returns can we gain a foothold. The three of them discussed for a while and could only quickly issue the order. Now in the Yi sword sect, except for Mu Yun, no one could compare to her. Under such circumstances, they could only resign themselves to fate. At this moment, Mu Yun returned to her mountain peak. Feng Rui, Zhang Tianling, and Chao Tianga waited solemnly. Senior brother Mu, everything has been settled. From today onwards, the Battle Spirit Society, Five Leaf Society, and Phoenix Cry Society no longer exist. Zhang Tianling cupped his hands and said. Good. Mu Yun nodded and said as if he was passing judgment, once this matter is settled, I will be in the Yi sword sect and will leave for the Heavenly Sword Tower. At that time, report to me what you are doing in the sect. There's one more thing. I know you're not convinced and feel that I've disbanded all the disciples you painstakingly gathered. But I need to tell you that the One Leaf Sword sect is a sect. Since the sect leader has put me in charge, I have to take responsibility. From today onwards, a challenge platform will be set up in the Yi sword sect. Disciples of the Yi branch will be given a low-grade immortal artifact and a mortal-grade immortal pill as a reward if they advance by 1 rank. A core disciple has been promoted to the 1st rank. Reward, 1 high-grade immortal artifact and 1 mortal-grade immortal pill. If a Leaf faction disciple enters the ranks of the core disciples, and the core disciples break through to the human immortal stage, all of them will receive double the rewards. Not only that, but the sect has also begun to organize training sessions and lectures. Conclave disciples will regularly give lectures to the Leaf Division disciples, and share their experiences. There will also be rewards. Mu Yun said a lot in one breath. Of course, these are all part of my plans. As for how to carry them out, I'll leave it to you three to decide. The three of you are my disciples, and when I'm not around, you three will be in charge. If anyone disobeys my orders, they will be punished according to sect rules. Previously, things that the sect master couldn't handle, I'll handle. I'll use a forceful method to put pressure on those with bad intentions. Rewards and punishments are clear, and the Sword sect disciples will be able to improve greatly. These rewards will all come from my own hands. As soon as he said that, Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, Chao Tianga, and the others were shocked. Mu Yun's move could be said to be a big deal. It was a great thing that he was willing to fork out money and effort for it. They now had no doubt that Mu Yun could not come up with the rewards. In Netherworld City, Mu Yun had gained the most, almost 1/10 of the immortal pills and immortal artifacts in the huge Netherworld City had been taken by Mu Yun. With Brother Priest's words, we will definitely do our best to help Senior Brother Mu stabilize the Sword sect. Zhang Tianling cupped his hands and smiled. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. Mu Yun's move could be said to have brought benefits to the Sword sect. The Battle Spirit Party had been disbanded, and many of his subordinates were dissatisfied with him. But now, with Mu Yun's move, they could also appease the disciples. This was a win-win situation. Mu Yun had even taken out money from his own pocket. The entire Sword sect's upper echelons, elders, and sect master would not blame Mu Yun because of this. They would even do their best to cooperate with Mu Yun in this matter. This was a great thing. Feng Rui and Chao Tianga were also shocked by Mu Yun's big move. Mu Yun's methods were really mysterious. Alright, I've explained the matter to you. Now, the three of you will do your best to cooperate and carry out this matter. Yes. The three figures immediately left the main hall. Brother Mu, do you really believe the three of them? Lin Jishou asked cautiously. I have a feeling that these three people are not reliable. It's fine. Mu Yun smiled slightly. I've planted a life and death seal on them. As long as I want to know their every move, I can know it. Originally, I wanted to kill the three of them. Now, I just want them to be aware of their situation and not act recklessly. But even so, Lin Jishou, Fan Wuyan, the two of you, let the loyal disciples mingle among the other disciples and see what they are thinking. Alright. Mu Yun said again. Luo Qing, Luo Yun, the two of you will be in charge of developing those disciples who are truly hardworking. It's not scary to have no talent. First, they have to be diligent, and second, they have to be loyal. These disciples can be nurtured with great effort. Alright. Mu Yun also heaved a sigh of relief after making the arrangements. Everything was arranged properly. Everything was fine. Now that he had Yi Gushua's approval, he could act boldly and decisively in the Sword sect. Oh, right. Didn't the Sword sect have 7 disciples before me? The Crown Prince, Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga. What about the other 3? Mu Yun could not help but wonder. He had never seen the 3 of them before, nor had he heard any news about them. Even the mountains where the 3 of them lived were deserted, with no one coming in or out. The 3 of them are called Yangfeng, Wan Jingyu, and Ling Yin. The 3 of them entered the Sword sect earlier than the Crown Prince. However, after being accepted as disciples by the sect leader, I have not seen them much. However, the 3 of them have reached the Earth Immortal Realm long ago. However, very few disciples in the sect know where they are. Moreover, the 3 of them have never formed their own factions in the sect. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Forget it. If the 3 of them are honest, I will not be enemies with them. After instructing the 4 of them on some matters, Mu Yun returned to the main hall and prepared to cultivate. At the same time, he wanted to check his accumulation in the Netherworld City and see how much income he had. This would also allow him to prepare for the matters in the Sword sect. However, before Mu Yun could sit down, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. I didn't expect you to be so swift and decisive. An elegant voice slowly sounded. It was Yi Gushua's voice, which was beside Mu Yun. Master. Mu Yun stood up and cupped his hands in front of his chest. Well, don't pretend with me. Let me ask you, was the crown prince really not killed by you? Of course, I don't know if he's dead or alive. Mu Yun was thinking that even if the crown prince was still alive, he would kill this guy. That's good. The first brother, second brother, and third brother may be back soon. The first brother has a good relationship with the crown prince. They haven't seen each other for decades. If they know that the crown prince is dead and you still have a grudge against him, I'm afraid. Mu Yun naturally understood that the first brother that Yi Gushue mentioned should be the eldest disciple, Yang Fengsong. Decades, however, he did not know how strong the three of them were now after decades. However, Mu Yun did not have time to worry about this now. He just wanted to cultivate the Yi sword sect as a foundation. I didn't ask clearly last time. You said that your master was killed by the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Who is your master? Then, sect master, who is your father? Mu Yun looked at Yi Gushue and asked slowly. Yi Gushue was slightly startled and said slowly, my father is a name that cannot be mentioned in the entire sword domain. He should have been a formidable person, but he died because of the narrow-mindedness of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and Jian Nantian. You want to know his name? Of course. Well, I'll tell you. I'm the daughter of the former Heaven Sword son of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, Mia Tianyan. Yi Gushue said indifferently. Boom, hearing this, Mu Yun felt as if his head was about to explode. He was completely stunned. Mia Tianyan's daughter, master's daughter, how could it be? After being stunned for a while, Mu Yun sneered in his heart. Sect master, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why do you have to lie to test me? Mu Yun smiled and said, I've heard of Mia Tianyan's name. The Heaven Sword son of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was chosen by the 33 peerless celestial swords of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Every 30,000 years, a Heaven Sword son would appear. Mia Tianyan was one of them 30,000 years ago. After 30,000 years, he advanced by leaps and bounds in the entire sword domain. He was known as the Heaven Sword son who was most likely to become the sect master of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. However, later on, he left the 33 Heavenly Sword sect for one of his disciples. He established the Heaven Sword sect in the extremely chaotic land and became famous. However, it's a pity that he was killed by Jian Nantian. He did have a daughter, but his daughter didn't seem to have the same surname as him. Her surname is Indiji, but her name is Yi Sueki. Moreover, I know that Yi Sueki is talented and intelligent. When Mia Tianyan was in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, she was the pride of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. However, at that time, Yi Sueki's realm was higher than your current realm, sect master. Moreover, Yi Sueki is known as the #1 peerless woman in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Sect master, you're naturally as beautiful as a flower. However, this #1. I don't think it's that simple, right? You're right. Yi Gushue said indifferently, my real name is Yi Sueki. However, my parents are dead and I'm the only one left. Therefore, I changed my name to Yi Gushue. I'm just an orphan. As for my realm and appearance. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Elder Sister Yin exquisite nose, rosy lips, fair and flawless cheeks, and a pair of eyes that were filled with craftiness at this moment. Everything was so perfect. When combined together, it was even more picturesque. Elder. Sister Yi. Mu Yun's heart suddenly trembled. Once, as Mia Tianyan's disciple, Mu Yun could be said to be the disciple that Mia Tianyan doted on the most and scolded the most. He naturally knew this senior sister. The two of them could be said to be as close as siblings. Mu Yun naturally knew Yi Sueki very well, every sentence in the past was right before his eyes. Little junior brother, father scolded you for your own good. However, you are indeed too stupid. You have practiced swordsmanship for 500 years, but you still can't touch the sword intent. Little junior brother, congratulations. You have finally comprehended the sword intent. Let's go. Elder sister will treat you to a big meal. Little junior brother, you are so stupid. You should not practice like this. You should practice the swordsmanship like this. Aya, you are so stupid. Practice this set of swordsmanship 10,000 times for me. Little junior brother, the scene of her calling him little junior brother seemed to be right before his eyes. Mu Yun was instantly stunned. Yi Guxiue said at this moment, I was really lucky to be able to survive. How can my appearance not change? My cultivation realm fell to the lowest during that disaster. I spent 10,000 years to return to the sword domain and establish the Iya sword sect, all for revenge. Hearing this, Mu Yun was instantly stunned. He really wanted to call out Elder Sister Yi, but at this moment, the two words were choked in his throat, and he could not say it no matter what. Elder Sister Yi, Mu Yun still called out in the end. However, when she heard these two words, Yi Guxiue's expression suddenly changed, and she directly pointed her sword at Mu Yun's chin. The wind from the sword even cut Mu Yun's chin, and blood flowed slowly along the blade of the sword. Sect Master? Mu Yun changed her words at this moment and directly said in shock. Yi Guxiue seemed to have realized that he had lost his composure. He immediately put away his sword. It's best not to casually say these three words. Otherwise, it will make me think of someone I don't want to think of, Yi Guxiue indifferently said. Someone I don't want to think about, me? Mu Yun was stunned. Now that I'm being honest with you, shouldn't you tell me some of your secrets? Yi Guxiue said, I will let you take care of the Iya Sword clan, but how do I know if you are sincere about working with me? Do you think I'll believe you just because you said you killed my master? Hearing this, Mu Yun did not know what to say. Sister Yi, stop. Yi Guxiue shouted, these three words remind me of a person who I hate the most. What a coincidence, you have the same name as him. Mu Yun, the leader of the Cloud Domain Cloud Alliance? Mu Yun immediately asked. Who else is there besides him? When Yi Guxiue mentioned Mu Yun's name, it was as if she could not suppress the anger in her heart. The leader of the Cloud Alliance? Haha. It's just a joke. His master was killed, but wasn't he still indifferent? He was content to be his own leader, ruling a domain, and making a name for himself. However, he completely ignored his master, who had once tried her best to help him. His conscience has been completely eaten by dogs. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately felt regretful. Being scolded in front of his face was not a good feeling at all. Master, he's dead, it's good that he's dead. Yi Guxiue said indifferently, if he's not dead, I, Yi Sueki, will also take his head in this life. Hearing this, Mu Yun shrunk her neck. She suddenly felt a cold breeze blow past her. Master, you're not just indifferent to him. In the end, the Cloud Alliance is just like the 33 Heavenly Sword sects. When the two domains go to war, the people are in a terrible situation. Moreover, the Cloud Alliance's foundation is not as strong as the 33 Heavenly Sword sects. The Sword Domain's strength is comparable to the Cloud Domain's. When Mu Yun said this, she sighed in her heart. How could he be indifferent back then? He raised his sword in anger and killed his way to the 33 Heavenly Sword sects. It was him, but the 33 Heavenly Sword sects, the 33 Heavenly Gates. He killed his way to the 30th Heavenly Gate with his own strength and finally, retreated. Others said that he was the leader of the Cloud Alliance, the overlord of the Cloud Domain. However, as the overlord of a generation, he could not be lawless. Because of this, he was depressed for a period of time. Then, when he heard that the Celestial Extermination painting was a supreme immortal artifact, he angrily snatched it. In the end, he did not hesitate to detonate himself and die in anger. He snatched the Celestial Extermination painting to increase his strength and take revenge. How could he forget, however, the 33 Heavenly Sword sects saw him going to the Sword Domain and breaking through the 30th Heavenly Gate as a disgrace. They suppressed the news, and no one knew about it. He had yet to take revenge, so how could Mu Yun use this kind of insubstantial position to proclaim his conscience? Ungrateful. Cruel and unscrupulous? It was just that Yi Guxiue did not know about some of these. After being reborn, Mu Yun owed too much. Xue Xiao died, but Yun Lang was still alive. Mie Tianyan died, but he could not take revenge in his previous life. No one could understand this kind of pain. However, Mu Yun did not expect others to understand. He was at fault for both of these things. If he had not been fighting for power in the immortal world, pursued the martial Dao, and neglected Xuexiao, how could Xuexiao have died? If he had not been arrogant and thought that the 33 heavenly sword sects would not dare to attack his master, how could Mia Tianyan have died? In the end, his mistake existed, it was indisputable, and Mu Yun did not want to argue. Yes, he is indeed hateful. As the domain lord of the Cloud Domain, one of the top 10 domains, and the leader of the Cloud Alliance, not doing anything is his greatest abomination. He deserves to die, he really deserves to die. Mu Yan's sudden scolding stunned Ye Guxiue. Why are you so angry? I'm angry and ashamed. I have the same name as him. It's really embarrassing, shameful. Mu Yun immediately snorted and said, my master was also killed by the 33 heavenly sword sects. I, Mu Yun, will definitely repay this hatred with blood in this life. If I can't do it, I, Mu Yun, will die a horrible death in this life. Who is your master? My master is just a nobody. He can't be compared to Senior Mia Tianyan. It's just that I dare not forget the blood feud because of my lowly status. I have to work hard. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It sounds ridiculous, but if I don't do it, how will I know how much potential the mantis has and how much ability the mayfly has? Mu Yan's words were full of vigor, and Ye Guxiue nodded repeatedly. From this point of view, you are much stronger than that, Mu Yun. Ye Guxiue smiled bitterly and said, I hope you can see your own strength clearly. You have to take one step at a time. I am relieved to hand the Yi sword sect over to you. I will be in seclusion for a period of time. I think you can handle the Yi sword sect's matters fully. I will hand the Yi sword sect over to you during this period. As for the Heaven Sword Tower, although your identity as the last disciple and the Heavenly Sword Envoy sounds impressive, the Heaven Sword Tower is a bronze rank force after all. Tian Junyu is not a 3-year-old child. Be careful not to be used as a chess piece. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Mu Yan cupped his hands and said respectfully. When Ye Guxiue heard this, he nodded and turned to leave. Seeing Ye Guxiue leave, Mu Yan let out a sigh of relief, but his eyes were filled with a bitter smile. Ye Guxiue, Yi Sueki, his sister Yi was not dead. After receiving this news, Mu Yan felt slightly relieved. Master's family was annihilated by the 33 Heavenly Sword sect back then. He originally thought that he would never be able to make up for it in this life. But now that Sister Yi was not dead, the guilt in his heart lessened a little. However, it seemed that it was too early for him to feel less guilty. Ye Guxiue's hatred for him was even greater than her hatred for Jian Nantian. Perhaps this was the depth of love and the depth of hatred. Mu Yun collected his emotions and sat cross-legged. However, he could not fall into a state of calm for a while. The scenes of the past brushed past his cheeks, and Mu Yun sighed. On the other side, Ye Guxiue left the main hall and stood on the peak of Mu Yun's mountain. He looked at the scene on the mountain and stood there for a long time. Do you think that I don't know your current situation? Ye Guxiue said indifferently, Mu Yun? How can there be such a coincidence? Your swordsmanship is so similar to my father's. Even if you are not him, you have a great relationship with him. He will die? The entire Cloud Alliance does not believe that he will die. I want to see if Mu Yun are really Mu Yun. The faint voice dissipated in the wind, mixed with a sneer. With the withdrawal of the 4 major iron-level forces and the departure of the Heaven Sword Tower, the entire Yi sword sect gradually fell into a state of peace. However, this peace seemed to be only on the surface. Within the Yi sword sect, all the major parties were disbanded. Then, decrees were issued, and the entire Yi sword sect immediately became enthusiastic again. Clear rewards and punishments, fair and just, this could be said to be the core principle of the series of decrees issued this time. Mu Yun's actions made most of the disciples in the Yi sword sect feel excited, and rumors began to spread. The sect master was preparing to enter seclusion. All the matters in the Yi sword sect, big and small, were handed over to Mu Yun to handle. This change in direction was too fast. Everyone went to Huangquan City. Why were the parties gone and the sect handed over to Mu Yun? Mu Yun only went to Heaven Sword Tower once, and her reputation increased so much. The disciples below did not know what was going on, but they knew that some of the disciples above were now respectful and fearful of Mu Yun. They didn't know too much, but they knew that this matter was beneficial to them. That was enough. And in these few days, Mu Yun began to prepare for all the big and small matters. Zhang Tianling, Chao Tianga, and Feng Rui were the sleeves of the three major parties of the Yi Sword sect. Naturally, it was easy for them to do these things. In the beginning, Mu Yun paid particular attention to swift and decisive action. Those from the Crown Prince faction and the Underworld God faction were not convinced and suppressed them with force. If it really did not work, they would be expelled from the Yi Sword sect. These signals were all swearing that the Yi Sword sect was going to change the world. Things were handled one by one, and Mu Yun's pile of work gradually decreased. On this day, Mu Yun was on the mountain peak, listening to the reports of Zhang Tianling and the others. She slowly nodded. However, as they were reporting, Mu Yun's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Am I slandering you? Something happened at the Heaven Sword Tower. Ren Gangang asked me to go back. Mu Yun frowned. Something happened? Zhang Tianling said slowly, I'm afraid that the Tower Master is seriously injured. I'm afraid that the two inner disciples are fighting for power in the Heaven Sword Tower. Although Ren Gangang is the inner disciple, he has no foundation, yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, I'm afraid that I, as the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower, will not be of much use. But if Ren Gangang could handle it, he wouldn't have asked me to go back in such a hurry. I still need to go back and take care of this matter. Mu Yun nodded and said, in the next few days, I'll see that you continue to follow the plan that we agreed on. Cultivation is not something that can be completed overnight. Remember not to put too much pressure on the disciples. Okay. After saying that, Mu Yun's figure flashed and she left the Yi Sword sect. During this period of time in the Yi Sword sect, everything had been arranged properly. The next step was to see how they would perform. On the contrary, in the Heaven Sword Tower, if Tian Junyu was in seclusion, then Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing were the most influential people in the Heaven Sword Tower. Even if the two Vice Pavilion Masters went to the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver rank force, as long as the 5 core elders were there, the two of them could get whatever they wanted. Mu Yun, you're finally back. In the Heaven Sword Tower, Ren Gangang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Mu Yun. How was it? How else could it be? Ren Gangang said with a wry smile, I've been in charge of the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples and the Handyman disciples. I can take care of the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples and the Handyman disciples, but I have nothing to do with the Inner Sword Pavilion disciples. What do you mean? There's a disciple of the Outer Sword Pavilion called Han Shu. He's a rank 7 human immortal. Han Shu is quite talented in the Outer Sword Pavilion. He has a lover called Qin Yuan Yuan. Qin Yuan Yuan is quite beautiful, but she's been fancied by a disciple of the Inner Sword Pavilion called Qiu Qianyu. Qiu Qianyu took Qin Yuan Yuan by force. Qin Yuan Yuan was so angry that she committed suicide. Han Shu was so furious that he went to Qiu Qianyu to reason with him. In the end, he was beaten to the point where he was left with only half his life. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun roughly understood. It was obvious that this was a crime committed by the commoners who were forcibly abducting women. An Inner Sword Pavilion disciple had a much higher status and strength than an Outer Sword Pavilion disciple. However, the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples in the Heaven Sword Tower were also protected by the rules of the sect. If something like this happened to the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples, no one would care. However, it was different for the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples. Can't we just do as we're told? Mu Yun said slowly, capture this Qiu Qianyu and deal with him according to the sect rules. That's how it is. Ren Gangang smiled bitterly and said, so Han Shu was really forced into a corner and came to me. However, when I went to capture him, Qiu Qianyu was from Qin Tianyu's faction. Third Elder Qiao Ding Tian directly pushed me back. Is he trying to renege on his debt? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun finally understood. It was obvious that Third Elder Qiao Ding Tian did not want to let Han Shu go. It was also obvious that he wanted to embarrass Ren Gangang. What a nice cover. Mu Yun sneered and said, Ren Gangang, according to the sect rules, how should we deal with Han Shu? Destroy his cultivation. Rengangang said decisively. No matter how good his temper was, he had vented his anger after being blocked by Third Elder for the past few days. That's right. Third Elder is taking care of Qin Tianyu. This Zhou Qianyu and Qin Tianyu have a good relationship. They cover for each other. Tian Xian'er snorted and said, I think they are both up to no good. Cover for each other? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, I would like to see how long this Zhou Qianyu can hide. Hide? Where can he hide? Tian Xian'er snorted and said, this guy has been talking about himself in the inner sword pavilion recently. He said that Brother Gang can't stand it and has been slandering Brother Gang. Xian'er, am I wrong? Tian Xian'er snorted. Rengangang smiled bitterly and said, this matter is not that troublesome. We just need to deal with Zhou Qianyu. It's okay to talk about me, but it's not good if the sect rules are broken because of this. Leave this matter to me. Mu Yun nodded and said, after all, I am now the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. The Tower Master has instructed that I and the 5 Great Elders will work together to investigate the sect matters when he is in seclusion. Since the 5 Great Elders won't do it, I will. But we will offend Qin Tianyu, won't we? Mu Yun smiled and said, you and I have already offended him by becoming his last disciple. Now, we are just breaking the window paper. It's fine. I would like to see what this Qin Tianyu can do to me. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at Rengangang and said, how is that Han Shu now? Can he leave? If he can, take him with you. I will definitely do a good job for him and give him a satisfactory answer. Yes. Seeing that Mu Yun had made up her mind, Rengangang did not refuse and nodded directly. At the same time, in a restaurant in the inner sword pavilion of the Heaven Sword Tower. In the inner sword pavilion, there were places for the disciples to cultivate and rest. Naturally, everything was available. At this moment, in the restaurant, Zhou Qianyu was comfortably dressed in mink fur and drinking wine happily. The disciples of the inner sword pavilion beside him all burst into laughter. Zhou Qianyu, tell us quickly. How did Qin Yuanyuan feel? One of the disciples grinned and said, I heard that Han Shu was very satisfied with being served by Qin Yuanyuan. Moreover, Qin Yuanyuan seemed to know some secret techniques. When Han Shu was with her, his realm improved rapidly. Sigh, aren't all women like that? Zhou Qianyu curled his lips and said, it's the same even if I turn off the lights. That chick did not cooperate with me at all. She deserved to die. It seems that senior brother Qiu has not had enough. One of the disciples laughed again and said, but I really want to know how Han Shu was served by Qin Yuanyuan. Unfortunately, Qin Yuanyuan took things too hard and died. It's none of my business even if she died. Zhou Qianyu laughed and said, I only wanted to discuss cultivation with her. She was the one who seduced me. It's none of my business. Haha. Senior brother Qiu, you don't have to worry at all. You are so close to eldest senior brother. Rengangang can't do anything about this, right? Rengangang is nothing. Zhou Qianyu spat and said, this guy really thinks that he can't do anything just because he has become the last disciple? I'm also a tier 2 earthly immortal. Have I ever been afraid of him? Now, who is the boss of the Heaven Sword Tower? Eldest senior brother. Only eldest senior brother is the real powerhouse. Didn't you see that the first elder, second elder, and third elder are all supporting eldest senior brother? The position of the Tower Master will definitely belong to eldest senior brother in the future. Zhou Qianyu finished his words and took a swig of wine. But that Mu Yun is now the Divine Sword Envoy. One of the disciples muttered. He's nothing. Zhou Qianyu snorted and said, Zhou Qianyu is just a figurehead. You have to know that eldest senior brother is now the last disciple. Those disciples in the Sword Vault are all tier 5 earthly immortals and above. Who among them can be compared to eldest senior brother? Mu Yun just reached tier 1 earthly immortal not long ago? Who does he think he is in the Heaven Sword Tower? Who do I think I am? You don't have the ability to order me around, do you? Just as Zhou Qianyu finished his words, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Mu Yun walked out quietly with his hands behind his back. Seeing Mu Yun appear, the few disciples present immediately stood up with a swish. Senior brother Mu, The disciples looked at each other and did not know what to say. No matter what, Mu Yun was now the last disciple and the divine sword envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. The position of divine sword envoy was personally conferred by the Tower Master. They still had to consider the necessary etiquette. Why are you all so afraid of him? Xiao Qianyu stood up slowly and burped. He looked at Mu Yun and said disdainfully, "Senior brother Mu, others are afraid of you, but I'm not. Let's not use a chicken feather as a token of authority." Xiao Qianyu laughed and said, "You're only a divine sword envoy in name. Why? I'm here today. Do you think you can arrest me?" Seeing Xiao Qianyu laughing heartily, Mu Yun walked forward unhurriedly and sat on the table. "You're Xiao Qianyu, right? No matter what I do, I will never change my name. I am me." "Okay, Qin Yuan. Did you force her?" "I'm innocent. I didn't force her. She did it willingly." "You're talking nonsense." As soon as Xiao Qianyu finished speaking, Han Shu, who was dressed in white, rushed out and shouted, Yuan's body is full of bruises." That's, as Han Shu spoke, he could not stop crying. "Why are you crying?" Seeing Han Shu crying, Mu Yun shouted, "I'm here to find out the truth." "How can I find out when you're crying?" Seeing Mu Yun angry, Han Shu suddenly became serious. He wiped away his tears and said firmly, Yuan's body is full of bruises. It's all because of this guy. Okay. Mu Yun turned to look at Xiao Qianyu and said, "You forced an external sword pavilion disciple to death. According to the sect rules, Xiao Qianyu, your cultivation should be abolished." "Abolish my cultivation?" Xiao Qianyu suddenly laughed. "Mu Yun, do you think you're worthy?" "But..." At this moment, Mu Yun changed the topic. Hearing Mu Yun's change of topic, Xiao Qianyu laughed again and said, "But considering that you can't subdue me at all and eldest senior brother won't let you touch me, so let's forget about it." "But, you despised the Tower Master. I think it's not enough to abolish your cultivation." "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't despise the Tower Master." Xiao Qianyu's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Who was the most powerful person in the entire Heaven Sword Tower? Of course, it was the Tower Master, Tian Junyu. Mu Yun said that he despised the Tower Master. That was simply putting a big hat on him. If this was caught, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 1,000 mouths. "I'm slandering you?" Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Forceful Abolition. You are slandering me. I have never been disrespectful to the Tower Master. Xiao Qianyu said righteously. Alright, you said that you have never been disrespectful to the Tower Master. Then let me ask you, do you listen to the Tower Master's orders? Of course I do. Very good. The Tower Master has appointed me as the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. The Heavenly Sword Envoy's position is equivalent to that of a Deputy Pavilion Master. He can directly give orders in the sect. Let me ask you again, can the Heavenly Sword Envoy control a mere inner sword pavilion disciple like you? Can you or can you not? Mu Yun shouted as she looked at Xiao Qianyu. If he could, Mu Yun would be able to punish him openly. If he couldn't, then he was looking down on the Tower Master. Mu Yun had set up a trap for him to fall into. Damn it! Xiao Qianyu immediately shouted in his heart. Yes. In the end, Xiao Qianyu still nodded and said. Alright, since you can, then you, Xiao Qianyu, stop resisting here. Mu Yun said slowly, now, accept your punishment immediately. Go. Go? Where to? Destroy your cultivation. Mu Yun said resolutely and decisively, his words resounding. In your dreams. Xiao Qianyu roared. Mu Yun, who do you think you are? Even if the Tower Master has appointed you as the Heavenly Sword Envoy, can you do whatever you want? Want to catch me? No way. Xiao Qianyu immediately took a step forward and was about to leave this place. Want to leave? Stay. Mu Yun did not say anything and directly grabbed him. Get lost, you are still not my match. Xiao Qianyu snorted, turned around, and punched out. Boom, the two figures collided, and a loud explosion sounded. Xiao Qianyu instantly let out a cry of agony as he was knocked backward. Mu Yun went straight up and grabbed Xiao Qianyu. Behave. Mu Yun raised her hand, and Qiu Qianyu's body suddenly rose up. Upon seeing this sight, the surrounding crowd glanced at one another with their mouths agape. No matter what, Qiu Qianyu was a rank 2 Earth Immortal. Yet, he was stopped by Mu Yun. Wasn't this too strange? Mu Yun, what are you doing? Qiu Qianyu immediately roared. He struggled to resist, but how could he escape from Mu Yun's palm? It was fine if it was just this, but Mu Yun looked exceptionally tyrannical. She did not give Qiu Qianyu a chance to escape at all. What? If you make a mistake, you have to bear the consequences. Mu Yun turned to look at Han Shu and said, You are a disciple of the Outer Sword Pavilion of the Heaven Sword Tower. I will seek justice for you according to the rules. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun lifted Han Shu up and walked out. When Ren Gangang saw this scene, he was also flabbergasted. Mu Yun's swift and decisive action was indeed admirable. Han Shu was even more dumbfounded. There had been no progress for the past few days, but Mu Yun came and solved it just like that. But what if the third elder and Qin Tianyu came forward? Could Mu Yun withstand the pressure from the two of them? Han Shu was worried. However, when he saw Qiu Qianyu suffering the retribution he deserved, he felt even more relieved. They followed her all the way to the Outer Sword Pavilion martial field. Mu Yun did not say a word and tied Qiu Qianyu to the stone pillar of the martial field. Today, I, Mu Yun, am the Heavenly Sword Envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. After investigation, Inner Sword Pavilion disciple Qiu Qianyu insulted Outer Sword Pavilion disciple Qin Yuan and forced her to death. He also injured Han Shu, who went to reason with him. His crimes are clear. According to the rules, he should be crippled of his cultivation. Mu Yun shouted, as the Heavenly Sword Envoy, the Tower Master is in seclusion. The two deputy Tower Masters went to the Triple Heavenly Alliance. The 5 elders are not doing anything, so I will take over. Today, I will cripple this boy's cultivation in front of everyone. If anyone feels that I, Mu Yun, am wrong in punishing him, you can point it out. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said. However, this was the Outer Sword Pavilion, and Han Shu's incident had spread in the Outer Sword Pavilion. Everyone knew that Qiu Qianyu had forced someone to death recently and he was still spouting nonsense. This was an act of courting death. Seeing Mu Yun drag Qiu Qianyu out and spread the news, the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples felt that they had vented their anger and felt refreshed. Senior brother Mu, kill this bastard. That's right. He bullied an Outer Sword Pavilion disciple. I think he has forgotten that he was once an Outer Sword Pavilion disciple. This person is just stirring up trouble. Many Outer Sword Pavilion disciples were enthusiastic and the entire crowd began to boil. Everyone, please calm down. Mu Yun said again, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Today, I, Mu Yun, will exercise the authority of the Heavenly Sword Envoy. This person's cultivation will be destroyed and he will be demoted to a servant disciple. As Mu Yun spoke, her palm went directly into Qiu Qianyu's body. Bang bang bang, suddenly, Qiu Qianyu's entire body exploded. His wails spread throughout the entire Outer Sword Pavilion. Mu Yun, you bastard, you will die a horrible death. Insulting the Heavenly Sword Envoy is the same as insulting the Pavilion Master. You are courting death. Mu Yun slapped him. Although Qiu Qianyu had an immortal body, he had no cultivation. This slap caused his cheeks to swell. You, smack, before Qiu Qianyu could speak, Mu Yun slapped him again. These two slaps caused Qiu Qianyu's cheeks to swell up. Seeing this scene, the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples felt relieved. The Outer Sword Pavilion disciples were bullied by the Inner Sword Pavilion disciples everywhere, but they had no choice. The sect's rules were rules, but the other party was stronger than them. Who could stand up for them? Moreover, the Inner Sword Pavilion disciples were all Tier 1 Earth Immortal to Tier 5 Earth Immortal realm. Naturally, the sect would place more importance on the Inner Sword Pavilion disciples. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other, and all of them were bursting with joy. Mu Yun's action was like giving the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples a hard slap to the Inner Sword Pavilion disciples. Mu Yun, how dare you? However, at this moment, a loud shout was suddenly heard. Whoosh! A gust of wind was heard and a figure landed. The person who came was dressed in a long black robe and had an extraordinary aura. It was the Heaven Sword Tower's third elder, Xiao Ding Tian. seeing Qiao Dingtian appear, Qiao Qianyu started to sob. His snot and tears were mixed together. No one knew what he was saying. Mu Yun, how dare you? Qiao Dingtian immediately snorted. Third elder, did I do something that violated the sex rules? You, the third elder immediately snorted and said, Mu Yun, what crime did Qiao Qianyu commit? Do you know what abolishing one's cultivation means to a martial artist? Hundreds and thousands of years of hard work will all be in vain. I know. Mu Yun questioned, third elder, when Qin Yuanyuan died, not only did her cultivation vanish, but she also lost her life. Even so, he shouldn't have been demoted to a servant disciple. Qiao Dingtian immediately snorted. Killing and abolishing his cultivation, but insulting the heavenly sword envoy should be demoted. Mu Yun said again, my heavenly sword envoy was insulted. I can't let him be insulted for nothing, right? Insulting the heavenly sword envoy is the same as insulting the tower master. I only demoted him to a servant disciple. Third elder, if you feel that the punishment is too light, you can increase the punishment. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the atmosphere became gloomy. Mu Yun's words were like a slap to the third elder's face. However, the third elder seemed to be unable to refute at this moment. Looking at Mu Yun, Qiao Dingtian finally snorted and did not say a word. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said slowly, as the heavenly sword envoy, I will also manage the affairs of the outer sword pavilion. Junior brothers and sisters, if anyone violates the sect rules, you are welcome to report it. I, Mu Yun, will do my best to investigate. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun floated away. Only Qiao Dingtian was left standing at the top, unable to say a word. Third elder. Save me. Looking at Qiao Dingtian's face instantly turned gloomy and he said weakly, save you? Qiao Dingtian snorted and said, you should take care of yourself first. With a flick of his sleeves, Qiao Dingtian immediately left angrily. When the outer sword pavilion disciples saw this scene, they immediately cheered and encouraged. Mu Yun could be considered to have helped them vent their grievances. It was truly satisfying. The crowd gradually dispersed. Mu Yun returned to Rengonggong's mountain peak. I didn't expect you to be so manly at such a critical moment. Xianxia said with a smile. I was just putting on a show. Without the identity of the heavenly sword envoy, the third elder would probably punish me for what I did. Mu Yun said with a smile. How dare he? Xianxia snorted and said, no matter what, you are still the last disciple. You still have the right to punish an inner sword pavilion disciple, unless he is a sword tomb disciple. However, the sword tomb disciples are all in the 5th to 9th stage earth immortal realm. Those dozens of sword tomb disciples are not to be trifled with. Mu Yun sat down and drank a cup of tea. She said, I did not provoke them. They did not violate the sect rules. Why should I care about them? Mu Yun also knew that the sword tomb disciples were very powerful. Every one of them was probably thinking of breaking through to the heaven immortal realm. Why would they waste their time here? They were probably in seclusion. Rengonggong smiled bitterly and said, you have helped them vent their anger. You have only made the outer sword pavilion disciples happy. I'm afraid the inner sword pavilion disciples will not let this matter rest. How can they be convinced that you have slapped them in the face for the sake of the outer sword pavilion disciples? Whoever is not convinced, go ahead and break the sect's rules for me to see. Mu Yun said with a smile. You sure talk big. I see that you are only a 3rd stage earth immortal realm, right? Xianxia said jokingly, if the inner sword pavilion disciples are really a 5th stage earth immortal, can you still be as tough as you are today? Let's see if they dare to trample on the identity of the heavenly sword envoy of the Heaven Sword Tower. Alright, let's not think about this. I think Qiao Dingtian must have gone to look for Qin Tianyu. This Qiao Qianyu is Qin Tianyu's man. If you punish him, I think Qin Tianyu will fall out with you. So what if he falls out with me? Mu Yun said indifferently. I did not want to be the heavenly sword envoy at first. The authority seems high, but without strength, no matter how high the authority is, it is just empty talk. Bastard! With a loud bang, Qin Tianyu knocked over all the tea on the table. This Mu Yun, does she really think she is something? At this moment, Qin Tianyu was infuriated. Mu Yun was too arrogant. She had no respect for anyone, she had just obtained the position of the Heavenly Sword Envoy, and she had already made such drastic changes to Qin Tianyu. Senior brother Qin, you have to seek justice for me. Qiu Qianyu's face was covered in tears as she cried out. Stand up for me, stand up for me. Qin Tianyu scolded, can't you control your own things? She is just a woman. Do you have to force her to her death? You even chose to do it at this juncture. What about you? Shut up. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Heavenly Immortal Era chant. His heart was indeed filled with rage. Tianyu, I don't think we can just let this go. Xia Dingtian stood beside him and said slowly, if you don't retaliate after being slapped by Mu Yun, what will others think of you? Even if he is the Heavenly Sword Envoy, he has no right to behave atrociously in the Heaven Sword Tower. We can't just let this go. What else can we do? Qin Tianyu said angrily, this guy is relying on his identity as the Heavenly Sword Envoy. Even you, Third Elder, can't control him. Even if we take action forcefully, if this guy asks Elderly for help, who can subdue him? We can't do anything in the sect. We'll just do it outside the sect. Xia Dingtian said coldly, looking at his performance today, his cultivation should be at the level 3 Earth Immortal Realm. It seems that he has entered the 6th level of the Sky Sword Pavilion. A level 3 Earth Immortal. It doesn't mean that the disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion can't handle him. Alright. Qin Tianyu shouted, as long as Mu Yun dares to leave the Heaven Sword Tower, let him die without a burial place. Yes. At this moment, Qin Tianyu was truly enraged. He didn't expect that a mere Mu Yun would dare to treat him this way. Everyone knew that Qiu Qianyu was his man, but Mu Yun wanted to make an example out of him. Whether Mu Yun did it on purpose or not, this action had caused great damage to his reputation. The worst thing was that he couldn't punish Mu Yun at this time. Third Elder, I hope you can plan for this. If you do, you must do it in one go. Let Mu Yun die without a burial place. Let's punish Rengangang as well. Qin Tianyu looked at Qiu Qianyu and couldn't help but snort, what are you still doing here? Get out of here. Get out. I'll get out, get out. Qiu Qianyu's expression changed and he retreated immediately. His life could be considered to be completely over. Previously, he was highly regarded by Qin Tianyu because he was a second-stage Earth Immortal in the Inner Sword Pavilion and could work for Qin Tianyu. But now, he had become a cripple. If he wanted to become an Earth Immortal martial artist again, he had to climb up step by step. How to climb? By the time he climbed up, a few hundred years would have passed. How would he be able to see the backs of these people? Now, they had already reached a dead end. The news gradually spread throughout the Heaven Sword Tower. Mu Yun had punished the Inner Sword Pavilion disciple, Qiu Qianyu, at the Outer Sword Pavilion martial field. She had helped the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples vent their anger, but she had also offended many Inner Sword Pavilion disciples. However, everyone was discussing animatedly. Some Inner Sword Pavilion disciples believed that it was better to establish rules. In the sect, there would be no order without rules. Punishing Inner Sword Pavilion disciples was the right thing to do. However, some Internal Sword Pavilion disciples believed that Mu Yun had slapped their faces for no reason. Why did Amir Mu Yun have to do this? Was he only a Tier 3 Earth Immortal? Or was he a Heavenly Sword Envoy? Because of this, Mu Yun instantly became a popular figure in the entire Sky Sword Pavilion. However, Mu Yun did not care about this at all. At this moment, Mu Yun was at the peak of Rengonggong's mountain. She did not care about what was going on outside and was only quietly cultivating. Currently, she was only a Tier 3 Earth Immortal. She was afraid that many people would be able to guess her cultivation level. The most important thing now was to increase her cultivation level. The Sword Tomb disciples were all Tier 5 and above. The Outer Sword Pavilion disciples were Tier 5 Human Immortal to Tier 9 Human Immortal. The Inner Sword Pavilion disciples were Tier 1 Earth Immortal to Tier 5 Earth Immortal. With his current strength, he could suppress the Outer Sword Pavilion disciples if they were to cause trouble. However, if the Inner Sword Pavilion disciples were to cause trouble, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. It was urgent to increase his strength. However, it took him 8 years to increase his cultivation level from Tier 1 Earth Immortal to Tier 3 Earth Immortal. If he wanted to increase his cultivation level again, time was indispensable. However, where could he find the time to cultivate now? After pondering for a while, Mu Yun thought of an immortal technique. The Heaven Immortal Technique. This immortal technique was actually a little evil. The Heaven Immortal Technique relied on absorbing the core whirlpool energy from immortal beasts and immortals to increase one's core whirlpool energy. Mu Yun had obtained this immortal technique after annihilating a sect. Although she had learned it, she had never used it. At that time, Mu Yun thought that she was extremely talented and disdained to use this method to increase her cultivation level. However, there was nothing to be embarrassed about now. Among immortals, there was always plundering. Mu Yun urgently needed to increase her strength. This method was just right for her to condense her core whirlpool. If she did not use humans to cultivate, then she would use immortal beasts to cultivate. Mu Yun made up her mind and wanted to tell Ren Gangang that she needed to go out for a while. However, Ren Gangang appeared just as she stepped out of the door. "What are you doing?" "I'm preparing to leave the Heaven Sword Tower for a while. There shouldn't be any problems in the sect recently, so, no." However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, Ren Gangang suddenly stopped her and said, "You can't leave." "Can't leave?" Mu Yun suddenly laughed. "I know you're worried about me. You're afraid that I'll be killed by Qin Tianyu and the others. Don't worry, I can guarantee that I'll be fine. Unless it's a heavenly immortal realm martial artist who has set up a death trap for me. Besides, no one will know that I'm going out and going to buy Luo Immortal Mountain. Even if Qin Tianyu gets the news, it'll be delayed for a while. Don't worry. If I stay here all the time, how will I give them the chance to kill me?" Mu Yun smiled slowly and said, "The dozens of disciples in the Sword Tomb are all dedicated to cultivation. They won't be ordered by Qin Tianyu at all. Only the disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion. Unless the disciples of the Inner Sword Pavilion are at the 5th stage human immortal realm, who knows who will kill who?" Seeing Mu Yun's confident smile, Ren Gangang could only smile bitterly. He knew that Mu Yun always had her own ideas and thoughts. Just like this time, Qiu Qianyu's incident and Mu Yun's hasty behavior had attracted the attention of many disciples in the inner and outer sword pavilions. "By the way, when you go out, be careful outside." "Outside? What's going on outside?" Ren Gangang smiled bitterly and said, "One of your fanatical fans is waiting anxiously outside." Hanshu? Who else could it be other than him?" Ren Gangang said helplessly, "This guy is treating you like a god now. I think you'd better persuade him carefully." "Understood." Mu Yun smiled helplessly and walked down the mountain. Sure enough, at the foot of the mountain, Hanshu was kneeling on the ground, motionless. "Why are you kneeling here?" Seeing Hanshu kneeling on the ground, Mu Yun stepped forward and asked. "Waiting for you." Hanshu raised his head and said solemnly, "I'm willing to follow you. I swear to follow you until death." "Follow me?" Mu Yun laughed and said, "Okay, no problem. If you're willing to follow me, I'm naturally willing to let you follow me. As long as you can break through to the Earth Immortal Realm and enter the Inner Sword Pavilions, I'll let you follow me. However, the price of following me is loyalty. Once you betray me, you'll die without a burial place. Even the sect's rules are invisible to me. The only good thing is that whoever dares to humiliate you is courting death." Mu Yun looked at Hanshu and said slowly, "If you really want to, wait until I return to the Heaven Sword Tower and be promoted to an Inner Sword Pavilion's disciple. I don't raise a useless person who only knows how to cry." After saying that, Mu Yun left directly. Hanshu stood there in a daze. Slowly, he stood up. A ray of light condensed in his eyes. At this moment, Mu Yun left the Heaven Sword Tower directly. The Heaven Immortal Epic technique absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and used it to temper the body. In the end, it relied on absorbing the energy of other people's core whirlpools to increase the speed of condensing one's core whirlpool. However, this martial skill also had its flaws to him. Firstly, there was a time limit to using the Heaven Immortal Epic technique. It was impossible to absorb the energy without limit. Secondly, there was a limit to absorbing the energy of the core whirlpools. He was now a third-grade Earth Immortal and could only absorb the energy of 6 core whirlpools. If he wanted more, he would need to increase his strength. However, Mu Yun had just begun to familiarize himself with this martial technique. He could only absorb twice the energy of his core whirlpools. If he absorbed more, his body would not be able to bear it. Moreover, even if he absorbed the energy of 6 core whirlpools, it would be good if he could absorb 1/10 of it. Although 1/10 sounded like a small amount, the increase in strength was directly integrated into his body, just like the energy he absorbed. This kind of increase could be said to be very terrifying. With my current 3rd grade Earth Immortal cultivation, I can only absorb the energy of 2 3rd grade Earth Immortals core whirlpools if I want to increase my strength. After that, I can only absorb 1/10 of it. However, over time I will be able to continue to increase my strength. Mu Yun made up his mind. He immediately left the Heaven Sword Tower and flew directly to the Bailuo Celestial Mountain nearby. Along the way, he took out the Heaven Fall Underworld diagram and looked at it. However, the existence of the Biluo Huangquan school made Mu Yun cautious. He only studied the Heaven Fall Underworld diagram for a moment before he put it back into the chart of deity punishment. Now was not the time to study this thing in detail. Otherwise, Yi Guxiue would not have given the chart of deity punishment to him so easily. Over there. At the same time, Tong Yao, Han Kai, and Li Fengxing felt the fluctuation of aura and immediately roared. Tong Yao and the others were in a city. When they saw the reaction of the ancient mirror in their hands, they immediately understood that they were within 100 miles of the person who held the Heaven Fall Underworld diagram. The Wild Goose Fall City is more than 10 miles away from the Bailuo Celestial Mountain. It is also very close to the Heaven Sword Tower. This person should be in the Heaven Sword Tower. He came out from the Heaven Sword Tower and is heading towards the Bailuo Celestial Mountain. Tong Yao immediately judged. Spreading the news, don't be so smug just yet. However, at this moment, Han Kai smiled bitterly and said, we still don't know where he is. Is it a disciple or an elder of the Heaven Sword Tower? Besides, there are more than 100,000 people in the Heaven Sword Tower. How are we supposed to know who it is? The other two frowned after hearing Han Kai's words. Tong Yao said again, it's not that troublesome. There are only a few tens of thousands of these bastards in our Yellow Spring City. There are only 10,000 people in the Heaven Sword Tower. We'll investigate them slowly. We'll kill whoever we find. If that doesn't work, we'll just sneak into the Heaven Sword Tower. Don't be reckless. Li Fengxing suddenly yelled, there are only 3 of us. Even though we're all in the Heaven Immortal realm, the Heaven Sword Tower is a bronze-ranked faction after all. There must be a few old-timers in there. It won't be good if we rush in and ruin the whole thing. Why don't we, what do you think? Spread the news. Li Fengxing suddenly chuckled, we'll spread the news that the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower have the Heaven Fall Underworld pattern. Everyone in the Heaven Sword Tower will be in danger by then. Those cowardly bastards have their eyes on the Heaven Fall Underworld pattern. I'm afraid the elders of the factions will do everything they can to investigate the treasure. Even if those old fogies in the sect don't investigate, I reckon those disciples will suspect each other. All right. Tong Yao and Han Kai, the 2 Hell Kings, clapped their hands in agreement as soon as Li Fengxing finished his words. As long as they found the treasure, even if it was in the hands of the leader of the Heaven Sword Tower, they could think of a way to get it back. A mere Heaven Sword Tower was nothing in their eyes. They looked at each other and burst out laughing after coming up with a plan. On the other side, Mu Yun had already sneaked into the Blue Sky Immortal Mountain. After entering the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, Mu Yun did not immediately take action. Instead, she began to look around and stroll around. The Bailuo Celestial Mountain was filled with danger. Mu Yun also knew that this place was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The scenery of Bailuo Immortal Mountain here was somewhat different from that of the Yi Sword sect. In the Bailuo Immortal Mountain near the Yi Sword sect, the scenery was more like that of the mortal world, but here, it was more like an immortal holy land. It seemed that the Heaven Sword Tower was built here because it had a better view. Mu Yun looked around and realized that the scenery here was much more beautiful. While going around, Mu Yun also discovered many powerful immortal beasts. However, as they ventured deeper into the forest, the immortal beasts that appeared were no longer mortal bloodline immortal beasts but earth bloodline immortal beasts. Earth-grade immortal beasts with earth-grade bloodline were equivalent to earthly immortal realm martial artists. Some powerful earth-grade immortal beasts with earth-grade bloodline had bodies that were piled up like small mountains. There were even some that stretched endlessly and were at least tens of thousands of meters long. Fortunately, these mountains were tall enough to hide the bodies of these powerful Earth-grade immortal beasts with Earth-grade bloodline. Mu Yun had been waiting, wondering if there would be any heavenly bloodline immortal beasts here. If there were any heavenly bloodline immortal beasts, that would be truly shocking. However, as Mu Yun ventured deeper into the forest, he gradually realized that there was not a single immortal beast in sight for dozens of miles in the depths of the mountain. Even in the forest, the aura was very oppressive. If that was all, it would be fine. After Mu Yun ventured for thousands of miles, he suddenly felt an aura that made him feel as if he was close to death quietly spread out in front of him. That aura almost made him feel suffocated. If he had not concealed the aura of his true soul, he was afraid that he would have been targeted by that powerful aura in an instant. Mu Yun understood that if he was not mistaken, that aura should be the aura of a heavenly bloodline immortal beast. Heavenly bloodline immortal beasts were incomparably powerful. The reason why they were called that was because these immortal beasts' bloodlines would change as they cultivated for a long time and transformed into human form at any time. For example, in the eyes of ordinary people, when they saw lions and tigers, they would feel an invisible cold wind approaching and their bodies would turn cold. That was the aura of tigers and lions. The so-called aura was developed and improved in the body of an immortal beast. That was the powerful oppressive feeling of the bloodline. Therefore, when cultivators determined the grades of immortal beasts, they would determine the grade of the immortal beast's bloodline. Mortal grade bloodline, earth grade bloodline, and heavenly grade bloodline. In the end, immortals did not know where the oppressive feeling of the immortal beast's bloodline came from. This was only a judgment in terms of power. However, the sweep of power just now was like a powerful lord exploring his own territory, with a faint oppressive and threatening aura. Although Mu Yun knew that the faint oppressive and threatening aura was not targeted at him, it still made his hair stand on end and his body turn cold. The powerful oppressive feeling forced Mu Yun to retreat hurriedly, turning this place into a dangerous area for his training, and he would never approach it. The entire Bailuo Celestial Mountain almost surrounded the South Pole. Let alone him, even Tian Junyu would not be able to tell what kind of terrifying existence was hidden in it. In the immortal world, humans were originally at a disadvantage. If it were not for the tyrannical number of humans, the demon clan and the demon clan would have already unified the entire immortal world. After retreating from that area, Mu Yun once again advanced for hundreds of miles before he made up his mind that this training would start from here. This place was considered the inner edge of the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, the starting point of the Earth-grade immortal beasts. After making up his mind, Mu Yun began to move deeper into the mountain. Boom! 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 As Mu Yun moved forward, a group of Earth Elephant rhinos appeared in front of him. The Earth Elephant rhinos were dozens of meters tall. Their noses were not as short as the noses of ordinary rhinos, but rather very long, just like the trunk of an elephant. Hence the name. This kind of Earth Elephant rhino's leather defense could be called an iron wall. Moreover, they were usually in groups. At this moment, there were about 20 to 30 of these Earth Elephant rhinos. Each of them had transformed into a huge body and were washing their bodies under a waterfall. Immortal beasts and humans had always been irreconcilable. There was no good or evil between them, only the strong and the weak. Whoever was weak deserved to die. This was the rule, and no one could change it. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Mu Yun's figure charged out like a sword. Dragon's roar. The black-yin sword exploded. Mu Yun's entire body was as fast as a sword at this moment. The black-yin sword in her hand turned into a black light, and its true form could not be seen at all. Puff! Suddenly, blood spurted out. Mu Yun directly slashed out with her sword and chopped off the Earth Elephant rhino's nose. Blood gushed out of the ground elephant rhinoceroses, causing them to be completely dumbfounded. Lowly human, kill. As the Earth Elephant rhino cried out in pain, the rest of the Earth Elephant rhinos suddenly turned into human figures and besieged Mu Yun. Immortal artifacts appeared in the hands of the Earth Elephant rhinos. Each of them looked mighty and extraordinary. These fellows had seized many immortal artifacts from the humans and passed them down from generation to generation. Naturally, they had their own unique abilities. After tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years of growth, they had their own set of inheritance and cultivation techniques. At this moment, how could they not be angry when they saw Mu Yun, a mere human, daring to attack them? This anger immediately led to a group attack. Seeing this, Mu Yun laughed. The strength of these Earth Elephant rhinos was roughly between Tier 1 Earth Immortal and Tier 3 Earth Immortal. Of course, she was not afraid of them. Dragon's Roar. Phoenix's Demise. Dragon Phoenix Overlord Sword Cut. Executing the Dragon Phoenix Hegemon sword art, Mu Yun executed 3 moves in a row. It was as if a dragon and a phoenix were glued together. Violent energy erupted, instantly causing the earthen elephant rhinoceroses to suffer. Retreat, retreat. Not expecting Mu Yun, a human, to be so powerful, the leader of the earth elephant rhinos immediately cried out in alarm and retreated. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled faintly and didn't give chase. Of course, this was what she wanted to see. She did not want to kill these earth elephant rhinos. She only wanted to force them to retreat and kill 2 or 3 of them. Although the cultivation of immortal beasts was different from that of humans, the Heaven Immortal Epic technique was powerful. The transformation of the same bloodline allowed the Heaven Immortal Epic technique to transform the energy in the immortal beast's body into the energy of the core vortex. In fact, this immortal epic technique was best for immortal beasts to cultivate. Looking at the few remaining earth elephant rhinos on the ground whining, Mu Yun had an idea. She stood in the middle of the 3 earth elephant rhinos. She took a step forward. Clanging sounds could be heard. 3 small golden balls condensed around Mu Yun's body. The small golden ball was round and furry, and it had tentacles extending from it. Those tentacles immediately pierced into the bodies of the 3 earth elephant rhinos and spread out step by step. Gradually, the 3 earth elephant rhinos were trapped by Mu Yun and had no time to resist. They whined, and their bodies became increasingly shriveled. At this moment, Mu Yun felt the energy in her body rapidly expanding. Finally, the bodies of the 3 earth elephant rhinos directly turned into dried corpses, leaving only their skins. Meanwhile, the 3 small balls around Mu Yun instantly expanded by more than 10 times and were as big as a water tank. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the 3 large balls immediately turned into streams of light and flew into Mu Yun's body. It seems that I need to find a place to properly digest this. Mu Yun made up his mind and immediately soared into the sky. Arriving at the foot of a mountain, Mu Yun directly slashed with her sword, and a crack as wide as a person appeared. Following the crack, Mu Yun went deeper into the crack for a few hundred meters. Then, she moved forward again. When she reached the bottom of the mountain, Mu Yun directly punched a hole in the ground. Sitting down cross-legged, Mu Yun did not waste any time and directly began to absorb the energy of the 3 balls. However, while Mu Yun was absorbing the energy of the large balls in her body, on the other side, figures were also moving towards the Bailuo Celestial Mountain. End of chapter 1037. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.